Chapter 1. The rabbit dies. The dog is cooked. Snowflakes danced like drifting cotton in the deep winter in a dilapidated courtyard. A woman lay prostrate on the ground, smiling faintly as she gazed upwards. The mottled scars on her pale cheeks twisted like serpents, and her crippled legs, along with her severed hands, made it a Herculean effort for her to crawl out of the house. Was it not the third year since her husband ascended the throne? She was uncertain if she could endure this winter, yet she ventured out for one last glimpse of the world. The world spoke of Fan Qingyao as a fated phoenix maiden, destined for everlasting grace and boundless wealth, until she married into the royal family. When her husband rose from a mere idle prince to the pinnacle of power, she had even come to believe it herself. Despite knowing that she had resorted to unscrupulous means, employing every bit of her knowledge to poison loyal subjects, coercing her elder brother for support, persuading her grandfather to assist her, and winning over the military officials, thus earning herself a reputation of infamy. She still believed that her husband loved her. Yet, she ultimately could not foresee that the rabbit's demise would lead to the dog's demise, as love was nothing but a fad. Bang! The tattered red door swung open, and a woman dressed in opulent garments, crowned with a phoenix tiara, entered, flanked by a throng of palace attendants. Upon seeing Fan Qingyao sprawled on the ground, her luscious red lips curled into a cold smirk that, "Oh, sister, are you feeling the heat of the room?" Someone stripped the empress of her garments. The attendants swiftly hoisted Fan Qingyao and bound her to a stake, tearing off her clothing and casting it to the ground. Her emaciated form, fragile as paper in the biting cold wind, remained silent, exuding an air of indifference. A flicker of venomous hatred flashed in Fan Xuanning's eyes. She loathed Fan Qingyao's haughty demeanor, as if she could remain unperturbed regardless of her circumstances. Today, she vowed to tear away this woman's hypocritical facade. Fan Xuanning's alluring eyes brimmed with malicious glee. By the way, sister, you may not know yet your support from the Hua family has been extinguished. The emperor has decreed that your grandfather's dismembered body be fed to the wild dogs near the execution grounds. Your grandmother, even in death, will be hung at the city gate for all to see. It is said that all the women of the Hua family have been sold into prostitution, destined to serve men for life. And your uncles and brothers? Burned to ashes, not a single bone left. The Hua family was Fan Qingyao's maternal lineage, her grandfather, grandmother, uncles, and all her closest kin. Fan Qingyao's expression finally shifted. She had anticipated this day, but still felt anguish for her family who had suffered humiliation because of her. She laughed heartily, causing the attendants to believe that this once mighty empress had gone mad. Yet, as her laughter rang out, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. It is I who am blind and foolish, unable to distinguish between man and beast, leading to this fate. I harbor no grievances, only pity for my family, who have been so ruthlessly humiliated by you heartless beasts. I am powerless to change my fate, but you may force me to surrender the medical cannon today. I shall not utter a single word. Do what you will, hurry, so I may catch up to my grandfather and uncles on the road to the underworld. Her words rang clear and resolute. After speaking, she closed her eyes. Fan Xuanning snatched a razor from the attendant behind her and savagely plunged it into the frail body before her. Thud! A piece of crimson flesh fell to the ground. For 3 years, Fan Xuanning had devised countless ways to torment her, reducing her to this wretched state. To her, pain had become as mundane as a meal. Fan Xuanning mocked. Fan Qingyao, do you still believe you are the exalted daughter of heaven, the divine healer? You are but a dog. Surrender quickly, and I shall grant you a swift death. The emperor approaches. Amidst the throng, the current emperor of Shiliang strode in with an air of arrogance. Your Majesty, sister still refuses to speak. Fan Xuanning nestled into his embrace, her face flushed with coyness. Thank you for your efforts, Ninger. His eyes were filled with tenderness as he gazed solely at her. Fan Qingyao opened her eyes. The fury within them sent a chill through the emperor's heart. Bai Li Rongzhe. Her voice cracked and raspy, devoid of warmth. Like a sharp blade, it pierced the emperor's heart, causing him to flinch in alarm. Seize this wretched maid and execute her. As the ruler of a nation, I shall always acquire what I desire. Do not waste time on her. Seemingly impatient with the guard's pace, the emperor seized the razor from Fan Xuanning and plunged it into the heart that had once pulsated with life for him. 3 years had passed. For the first time, she felt an immense relief, free from the shackles of guilt that had haunted her. Fan Qingyao finally relinquished her faith, her dying gaze filled with an irredeemable hatred. Bai Li Rongzhe, Fan Xuanning, you'd best pray for no next life. Chapter 2. The Phoenix Reborn. When Fan Qingyao awakened once more, a series of whispers caressed her ears. Little Crescent, whose voice was so ancient and hoarse. In a daze, Fan Qingyao recalled the night of her birth, when the waning moon hung like a sickle in the sky. Her grandmother, believing it to be an ill omen, stood in her mother's courtyard, scolding for nearly an hour before finally relenting. From that moment on, the entire Fan family regarded her as an ill-fated child, save for her mother. who often stroked her hair and cooed that her little crescent was a true noble girl descended from the heavens, while the others were blind to her worth. Finally, Fan Qingyao remembered that little crescent was her childhood name, a title no one had used since her mother passed away. Mother, mother, with a sudden jolt. She opened her eyes to a desolate scene of yellowed walls and crumbling tiles, the air thick with mildew. Startled, she rose, realizing her feet were indeed present. And upon inspecting her hands, they too were there. On the wall, covered in dust, hung a tarnished bronze mirror reflecting the visage of her 10-year-old self. On the icy bed lay a woman, slumped and disheveled, her lips stained with traces of blood. Her eyes fluttered weakly, consciousness fading. Yet she called out the name that weighed heavily on her heart. Mother! With a choked sob, Fan Qingyao rushed to the edge of the bed, grasping the withered hand that resembled a gnarled branch. In that moment, she finally believed she had returned. As Huayuilian's consciousness began to wane, her cracked lips curved into a faint smile. She dreamt of her little crescent calling her mother, and she dreamt that her little crescent bore her no ill will. But why was her little crescent crying? She longed to wipe away the tears from her child's face, yet she found herself devoid of the strength to open her eyes. She was utterly exhausted. Fan Qingyao inhaled deeply, reaching into her sleeve, where she soon retrieved a slender pouch. Opening it revealed 24 silver needles, meticulously arranged from thick to thin. In her previous life, she had resented her mother's pride, which had led to their current suffering. Even as her mother struggled on the brink of death, she had refused to draw near, only to realize years later how foolish she had been. The 24 silver needles danced deftly between her partially opened fingers, each insertion precise to the measure of 1.5 inches. It was not until she perceived her mother's breathing steadying that she exhaled, tidying the needles and returning them to her sleeve. Her mother had suffered from illness for years, her heart burdened with despair. Fan Qingyao understood that while the silver needles could preserve life, true healing required more. Suddenly, the dilapidated door burst open, a middle-aged man striding in with an air of arrogance, his steps bold and commanding. Each time she encountered him, he wore a mask of insufferable disdain, as if performing for an audience. His cold words dripped with sarcasm, more frigid than those of a stranger. He was none other than Huayuilian's husband, Fan Qingyao's biological father, Fan Yurong, the eldest son of the prime minister of the current Western Liang Kingdom. Turning at the sound, Fan Qingyao's dark eyes were devoid of emotion as she subtly positioned herself between her mother and the man. Fan Yurong paused, momentarily struck by a fleeting illusion that he sensed an unexpected icy defiance from his usually timid daughter. The cheerful patter of footsteps echoed from outside, and in rushed an 8-year-old girl, adorned in luxurious garments, her body glittering with jewelry. Fan Qingyao's expression instantly turned as cold as frost, a chilling aura emanating from her. She had completely forgotten that this day marked her first encounter with Fan Xuanning a decade ago. Father, is she not better yet? Ninger wishes to be the eldest young lady, not the second. Fan Xuanning pouted, throwing herself into Fan Yurong's arms, her large eyes sparkling with a charm that was impossible to resist. The young Fan Xuanning, much like her future self, had been nurtured by a mother who had usurped another's husband, mastering the art of duplicitous charm. Fan Yurong's heart ached at the sight, but when he turned his gaze back to Fan Qingyao, his expression hardened with even more disdain. Your mother has been absent from the manor for many years. For all this time, it has been your stepmother managing the household affairs. Ninger is growing up. Soon she will be betrothed. You should persuade your mother to draft a relinquishment document so that Ninger can rightfully become the legitimate daughter of the Fan family. Fan Qingyao remained impassive, a cold mockery simmering within. Had it not been for her maternal grandfather, the current general of the cavalry, the Fan family would never have considered allowing her mother, who had not entered their doors in 5 years, to write such a document. Fan Yurong felt uncomfortable under her piercing gaze, his voice wavering as he snapped. Do not forget, Ninger is your sister. Fan Qingyao raised her dust-covered face, retorting, and when did you remember that I am also your daughter? Fan Yurong stared, momentarily stunned, his complexion turning pale. Was this truly his once timid eldest daughter? Fan Xuanning, accustomed to a pampered life, could not bear the disarray of her surroundings. Seeing her father momentarily lost for words, she lost her patience and approached the bed, tugging at Huayuilian's arm. Father, if this wicked woman dies, does that mean we need to write the relinquishment document? As she spoke, she pulled insistently at Huayuilian's arm. Slap! A crisp and resounding sound echoed in the room. My mother is merely tired. She is not dead. You may call her a wicked woman, but remember, as long as she and I are here, you shall never ascend to the position of the Fan family's legitimate daughter." Fan Qingyao's eyes were as cold as ice. Her voice resolute. Fan Xuanning, both pained and startled, burst into tears. Fan Yurong, feeling a pang of concern, pulled her close, preparing to seize Fan Qingyao. But before he could reach her slender form, a stout matron barged in. "What is all this wailing at such an early hour? Fan Qingyao, let me remind you, even if your mother has passed, you still owe rent." Lu Posey glared menacingly. Fan Qingyao's dark eyes fell upon Fan Yurong. "This is my father. He has come to assist us in paying our rent." "Fan Qingyao, you." Fan Yurong attempted to grasp her, but Lu Posey swiftly seized his arm instead. "Sir, judging by your attire, you are not of humble means. Come, settle the rent for the past 3 months." Lu Posey, emboldened by her size, dragged Fan Yurong out of the room. Meanwhile, Fan Xuanning, now a tearful mess, stumbled multiple times as Lu Posey's bulk knocked her down, her clothes quickly becoming soiled. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Qingyao pushed a rickety cart to the entrance, gently placing Huolian onto it before steering it towards the village outskirts. As she passed Lu Posey's dwelling, she caught a glimpse of the man and girl ensnared by the matron's grasp, and a silent smile crept across her lips. The name her mother had fought to preserve would not be willingly surrendered. Fan Xuanning, we have all the time in the world. Chapter 3. The fortuitous encounter. In the bitter chill of winter, a heavy snowfall blanketed the entire city. Fan Qingyao stood outside the grand red doors of the Hua residence. Pushing her dilapidated cart, raising her hand, she knocked on the imposing door, her small frame stiff with cold, oblivious to the pain in her hands. Worn and calloused from the cart. Before long, the heavy door creaked open. A servant peered out, encountering the sight of a destitute young girl. His tone dripped with impatience as he dismissed her, instructing her to move along. "Who do you think you are, knocking on the doors of the Hua residence?" "I am Fan Qingyao, the eldest daughter of the Fan family. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with someone," she declared, standing resolutely against the cold wind, her frail form exuding an unyielding spirit. The servant was taken aback. Though she appeared pitifully thin, her commanding presence was more piercing than the frigid air. He recalled that the eldest daughter of the matriarch had indeed married the son of the current prime minister, and hastily left a crack in the door to rush and report this information. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Hua residence, a fire blazed brightly. The 4 daughters-in-law of the Hua family were seated together, enjoying seeds and pastries when the servant relayed the news of the return of the Fan family's eldest daughter, accompanied by Miss Qingyao. Expressions of surprise crossed their faces. The second daughter-in-law, Chunyu, lacking a strong will, curiously asked, "Eldest sister-in-law, you mentioned that our sister-in-law defied her in-laws to marry the prime minister's son. Why has she suddenly returned now?" The third daughter-in-law, Pei Han, furrowed her brow, speculating that perhaps life in the West Liang was intolerable, especially considering the prime minister's son had taken a courtesan as his wife, rendering their sister-in-law's previous sacrifices in vain. The fourth daughter-in-law, Ye Fu, anxiously turned to the servant, urging him to invite the guests inside. The other daughters-in-law quickly rose, aware that despite their lack of close ties with the solitary sister-in-law, she was still the only legitimate daughter of the Hua family, deserving of respect upon her return. Only the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, wore a cold expression and scolded the servant sharply. "What are you waiting for? A married woman is like spilled water. Tell Hua Yulian that our Hua family may be humble, but we cannot accommodate her lofty presence." The servant, chastised, retreated, while the other daughters-in-law stood awkwardly, inwardly cursing Ling Wei's harshness, yet too intimidated to voice their discontent. The matriarch of the Hua family was the eldest daughter of a renowned medicinal family in West Liang, where the tradition favored daughters over sons. The matriarch's decision to abandon her family had allowed her daughters to learn the healing arts. If Hua Yulian were to bring Fan Qingyao back now, all of their efforts would be in vain. Although the other daughters-in-law understood this principle, they could not disregard their conscience, especially since their sister-in-law stood outside. However, ever since Hua Yulian's departure, Ling Wei had wielded her status as the eldest daughter-in-law to suppress them, leaving them hesitant to speak up. The snow continued to fall, and as the servant opened the door again, he glanced at Fan Qingyao, nearly buried in snow, and sighed. "The young mistress will not welcome you. It would be best for you to leave." With that, he shut the door firmly. Alone, Fan Qingyao stood before the towering door, feeling colder than the winter itself. The servant dared not offend his mistress, opting for vague words. Yet, Fan Qingyao understood all too well that this was the doing of her eldest aunt-in-law, Ling Wei. In her previous life, the latter had flattered her way into the good graces of the empress, constantly dragging Fan Qingyao into the palace for connections. Believing her to be her closest ally, Fan Qingyao had foolishly bestowed countless treasures upon her, only to find that on the very day she was cast into the cold palace, Ling Wei had turned her back to curry favor with Fan Xuanning. You error. A hoarse voice broke through her thoughts. Fan Qingyao hurried back to the cart, covering her mother with her own cloak. Mother, you're not cold, are you? Soon we will return home. Hua Yulian lifted her eyelids, gazing vacantly at the plaque of the Hua residence. It's all right, you I was the one who insisted on marrying against family opposition. This fate is my just deserts. Let us go. Mother had left to bring Ware into existence. And now it was Yuer's turn to bring her mother home. Do not fear, mother. I will always be by your side. I wish for you to live long and prosper. A gust of icy wind mixed with snow swept into her collar, causing Fan Qingyao to shiver, her small hands turning purple as she clenched them into fists. To save her mother's life would require not just healing, but also nourishment. Yet, the exorbitantly priced medicinal herbs were beyond her current means, so her only recourse was to seek help from her maternal family. Hua Yulian blinked, her dry eyes moistening unexpectedly. She had not realized until now how fearless her Yuer could be. As her consciousness began to fade once more, a faint smile curved her cracked lips. Fan Qingyao held her mother's frail form tightly. In just 3 days, it would be the new year. In her past life, her grandparents, devout Buddhists, would retreat to the temple 10 days before the new year to pray, returning on the evening of the 29th. Her grandfather had mentioned that only during her 10th year was there an exception, returning 2 days early to the Hua residence. Time was drawing near. It would soon be the hour of the dog. Just wait a little longer. With a creak, a carriage pulled up beside Fan Qingyao. The frigid wind lifted the curtain, revealing the pale face of a young man within. While his features were not strikingly beautiful, they possessed a delicate charm, as serene and captivating as a gentle breeze through willow trees, reminiscent of distant mountains and tranquil valleys. However, a suspicious flush adorned his fair face, and he gasped for breath, seeming to be in considerable distress, his long fingers digging into the seat beneath him, blood seeping from his fingertips. Chapter 4. The Crown Prince Fengming. The intricately carved door of the carriage swung open, and a resplendently adorned lady descended with the aid of her coachman. Quickly move your shabby cart aside. The path of my master cannot be obstructed by a mere girl like you, the coachman declared, pointing an elegant finger at Fan Qingyao. The lady, however, wished for discretion. She gently pressed down the coachman's raised hand and cast a glance at the frail and petite Fan Qingyao, who held the delicate Hua Yulian tightly in her embrace. Despite her slight frame, there was a rare clarity and determination in her gaze that was heart-wrenching. Yet the lady could not fathom why tears shimmered in the child's eyes upon meeting her gaze. The lady removed her luxurious mink coat and draped it over Fan Qingyao's shoulders, giving a gentle pat on the child's bony shoulder before proceeding, supported by the coachman. Up the steps of the Hua residence, a single tear rolled down Fan Qingyao's cheek, scalding her icy skin. Zhenxi, the empress, the sole consort appointed by Emperor Yangcheng of Xiliang, received her title as a cherished homophone due to the emperor's profound gratitude for her companionship. In a previous life, Zhenxi had shown Fan Qingyao a modicum of kindness, yet at that time, she was steadfast in her belief in love and relayed Zhenxi's counsel to Bailey Rongza. From that moment on, Bailey Rongza harbored a secret resentment towards Zhenxi, and on the 3rd day of his ascension, he concocted 31 accusations against her, ultimately presenting her with poisoned wine. Gazing at the figure so near yet so distant, Fan Qingyao felt a wrenching pain in her heart. Though she had not directly caused Zhenxi's demise, it was her actions that led to the empress's tragic end. At the entrance of the Hua residence, the coachman knocked on the grand door. Knock, knock, knock. A young servant, upon hearing the sound, had not yet reached the door when the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, swayed out from the main hall. The servant hastily bowed, "Madam." Ling Wei waved her hand dismissively. "Go away. This is none of your concern." The servant, having served in the Hua residence for many years, was well aware that this eldest daughter-in-law was the most flamboyant and overbearing among the ladies, and quickly nodded, retreating to a corner, too intimidated to listen further. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued. Ling Wei gazed at the door with a cold smirk. Thinking it no wonder that the prime minister's son would rather marry a courtesan than her, she truly found him to be a shameless leech. With disdain, she spat. What are you knocking for? The masters of the Hua residence are quite busy and have no time for shameless dogs like you. Know your place and leave. The coachman outside, startled by Ling Wei's loud voice, wondered if the Hua family had lost their minds. Seeing the delay in opening the door, Zhenshi, disregarding her status, personally raised her hand to knock on the tightly closed door. However, since she had ventured out of the palace without permission, she could not afford to attract attention. Thus, despite her urgency, she kept silent. Inside, Ling Wei was resolute in her refusal to open the door, and her shouts grew increasingly loud. Fan Qingyao observed everything, her memories gradually returning. In her previous life, Zhenshi had but one son, whom Emperor Yongchang adored, crowning him as the crown prince at the tender age of 3. Alas, the crown prince's fate was tainted with misfortune. He fell ill at 14 and perished in the palace, failing to see the coming new year by a mere 3 days. As this thought crossed her mind, Fan Qingyao felt a jolt of alarm and turned to the carriage. Could it be that the person within was none other than the current crown prince, Bailey Fengming? The cold wind howled, the carriage curtains fluttered, and the young boy inside had turned from red to purple, clearly struggling for breath. Fan Qingyao understood that time was of the essence. Gently placing her mother on the cart, she moved her frozen little legs, and while Zhenshi and the coachman were momentarily distracted, she swiftly climbed into the carriage. Inside, the boy lay feverishly, his lips slightly parted, his fingers bloodied from digging into the surface beneath him. Fan Qingyao placed one hand on his pulse and the other pressed against his neck, which was laboring under the heat of his affliction. As he sensed the coldness of her small hand, he instinctively turned his chiseled face towards it, seeking the comfort of its chill. Such intimate behavior flushed Fan Qingyao's tiny face with warmth, and she swiftly withdrew her frostbitten hand. The boy, like one who had lost a precious treasure, searched for her warmth with his cheek, moving restlessly. Yet, this movement only exacerbated his labored breathing. Fan Qingyao recognized that his illness stemmed from a fever-induced lung ailment. If she could not help him expel the air lodged in his throat, his fate would be sealed. Without hesitation, she gathered all her silver needles in her palm. Gripping them tightly, and with all her might, she plunged them 3 inches below the boy's collarbone. Cough, cough, cough. A fit of violent coughing erupted, causing the boy's slender frame to curl into a tight arc. However, soon after, his breathing began to stabilize. Fan Qingyao hurriedly retracted the silver needles. But just as she was about to turn and leave, a hand suddenly grasped her delicate wrist. Chapter 5. The Divine Healer Within the Carriage. The young boy opened his eyes at some unknown moment, his dark eyes sparkling like shards of starlight, pure and radiant. As their gazes met, he parted his delicate lips, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. Suddenly, an incongruous voice shattered the tranquility of the carriage. The door swung open, and the returning Empress Zhenshi, along with the coachman, was taken aback by the scene inside. The shrill call of the coachman startled Fan Qingyao, causing her to stumble as she turned to leave, inadvertently landing a kick squarely on the handsome boy's cheek. The words that had been on the tip of his tongue morphed into a muffled groan, and he slipped back into unconsciousness. The coachman, nearly losing his balance from shock, grasped Fan Qingyao and exclaimed, "You impudent little beggar! How dare you board this carriage, or even touch the person within?" "I merely sought to save him," Fan Qingyao protested, freeing herself from his grip and leaping down from the carriage with determination. "Do you understand that for every life taken, a life must be repaid?" The coachman glared angrily. "If you do not believe me, you may report it to the authorities," Fan Qingyao replied calmly, undeterred. The coachman was left speechless, his face paling at the thought. If the officials were alerted, it would announce to the world that the crown prince was gravely ill, with numerous princes within the palace. Who could guarantee that none would seize the opportunity to take advantage of this misfortune? Inside the carriage, Empress Zhenshi was surprised to find that the boy's breathing had indeed stabilized considerably since their arrival, and even the bluish hue of his cheeks gradually returned to a fair complexion. A jade pendant, strikingly conspicuous, lay abandoned in the carriage. Picking it up, the Empress felt a stir of astonishment. This was the jade token of the eldest daughter of the Hua family, which indicated, "On what grounds should I believe your words?" Empress Zhenshi inquired, clutching the pendant tightly in her palm. Fan Qingyao lowered her gaze slightly, maintaining her composure. Though typhoid fever manifests differently in each individual, the young master's condition, being one of inherent frailty, has worsened due to the ailment. Ordinary remedies will only exacerbate his suffering. You may administer a concoction of 3 qian each of ephedra and red peony root, half a qian of kudzu root, and half a qian of fermented soybeans, boiled with 2 bowls of water and a scallion, and given to the young master twice daily. Such profound knowledge from one so young, despite being unable to fully recognize characters, astounded even the coachman. A flicker of commendation ignited in Empress Jinxi's eyes. This child possessed insights surpassing those of many daughters she had previously encountered from the Hua family. If what you say is true, how would you wish to be rewarded? She asked. Fan Qingyao shook her head and slowly knelt before the Empress. I merely wish for your longevity and prosperity, blessed with health and peace. This was a debt from her past life and a wish for this one. With a deep bow, she steadied her frozen legs, removed her fur cloak, and handed it to the coachman before returning to Hua Yulian's side. Empress Jinxi lingered in a state of astonishment, although she had heard countless flattering words. The sincerity of this child's heartfelt wishes warmed her flustered spirit during this frigid December. The coachman, clutching the warm cloak, sighed inwardly. Who in this world would not wish to curry favor with the occupant of this carriage? Yet, this girl remained obstinate. Yin Qian, let us depart, Empress Jinxi finally commanded, casting a lingering glance at the diminutive figure before she lowered the carriage curtain. The carriage gradually rolled away, disappearing at the end of the street. Empress Jinxi gazed at the jade pendant in her hand, lost in thought for a long while, before she slipped it into the boy's embrace. Feng Ming, should she refuse my favor, then you shall repay this debt. The snow continued to fall heavily, and the biting wind grew increasingly harsh. As dusk approached, a curious servant at the Hua residence cracked the door open, only to be astonished at the sight of the small figure still seated on the cart, embracing Hua Yulian. Had he truly seen what he thought he did? If not for his own eyes, who would believe that such a young child could possess such tenacity and strength of spirit? A carriage emerged slowly from the distance, and upon recognizing its design, the servant's face turned pale with fright as he hurried back inside. Ladies, it's bad. The master and madam have returned. His panicked cries sent a wave of alarm through the sitting room, startling the wives present. Weren't they supposed to return tomorrow? The second daughter-in-law, Chunyu, questioned anxiously. The servant insisted, it's absolutely true, I would not mistake it. What's the fuss? If they've returned, they've returned. Coincidentally, we haven't eaten yet. Quickly, fetch the wild ginseng I bought a few days ago, and prepare a chicken soup for the master and madam. The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, chuckled, relieved that her prior preparations could now serve to impress. But, the servant hesitated before adding, Miss Chong and Miss Qingyao are still at the gate. At this, Ling Wei's smile faltered. She had never anticipated that the scandal would still linger after an entire day. With the master and madam about to enter, encountering them would spell disaster. The expressions of the other daughters-in-law darkened. If they were indeed caught by the master and madam, no explanation would suffice. As silence descended, Ling Wei suddenly turned to the closest fourth daughter-in-law, Yafu. Come here, Yafu. I need you to help me with something. Chapter 6. Framing and deception. The heavy door swung open once more, and the fourth daughter-in-law, Yafu, rushed out in a flurry. Qingyao, is that you? She whispered, drawing closer to Fan Qingyao. Fan Qingyao nodded in affirmation. Tears immediately streamed down Yafu's face. Is this child frozen? I am your fourth aunt. How did you and your mother end up in such dire straits? The genuine pain and guilt in Yafu's heart were palpable. What suffering had this poor child endured to find herself in such a predicament? I have some silver here. Take your mother to a nearby tavern to warm yourselves and eat something. After they retire for the night, I will discreetly escort you both back home, Yafu said, pulling out a handful of silver coins from her sleeve and pressing them into Fan Qingyao's hands, avoiding her gaze. With her tiny hands clasping the silver, Fan Qingyao solemnly replied, Thank you, fourth aunt. The address sent a shiver through Yafu, amplifying her feelings of remorse. You silly child, why are you being polite? Hurry along now, Yafu urged, surreptitiously slipping another pouch of silver into Fan Qingyao's sleeve. She tenderly reached out to touch the child's snow-covered head. Fan Qingyao nodded, clutching the silver as she pushed the creaking cart away. Her small figure gradually vanished into the alleys, while Yafu's face bore an expression of profound guilt. At that moment, the door behind them opened fully, revealing several other daughters-in-law, primped and ready to step outside. The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, spat disdainfully. Not only can he not keep his own man in check, but even the child he fathered is a fool, easily deceived. The others remained silent, having witnessed the pitiful sight of the mother and daughter. Simply looking at them made their hearts ache. Seeing no one respond, Ling Wei smirked and continued. One must commend the fourth sister-in-law for her performance. Her tears flowed so freely that even that little wildling believed it. I nearly shed tears myself. Yafu, with downcast eyes and a voice that mingled sarcasm and flattery, replied, Oh, it was all thanks to the eldest sister-in-law's brilliant idea. Ling Wei raised an eyebrow in triumph. Don't rush to applaud. The best is yet to come. At the entrance of the Hua residence, Ling Wei wore a smug expression, while the others felt as though a heavy stone weighed down their chests. Before long, a carriage bearing the Hua family emblem arrived at the entrance. The daughters-in-law, each wearing a different expression, quickly lined up obediently, bowing respectfully. Hua Yaoting alighted first, nearly 60 yet remarkably robust, exuding an air of solemnity and restraint that commanded respect merely by his presence. With his assistance, Tao Yuxian also descended, her silver hair shining brightly, her face kind yet piercing. You are quite diligent, knowing that the two of us have returned home early, she remarked, casting a questioning glance at the daughters-in-law. The others lowered their heads, unsure how to respond. Ling Wei quickly bent her knee, addressing the matriarch. I saw something unusual while I was out, and thought the other sisters-in-law might want to see it. I didn't expect to run into you and the master on my way back. Tao Yuxian raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What unusual sight? Feigning understanding, Ling Wei replied. I saw Miss Chong and Miss Qingyao dining next door. In an instant, the expressions of both Hua Yaoting and Tao Yuxian darkened. Hua Yulian had severed ties with the Hua family over the son of the prime minister, only to have her deep affection overshadowed by a courtesan from the flower pavilion. Over the years, the entire Shiliang had taken to gossiping about this affair. The heads of the Hua family were not devoid of compassion, but Hua Yulian had steadfastly refused to apologize, leaving the situation in a stalemate. Now, discovering that she and Fan Qingyao were reveling in the vicinity of the Hua residence was nothing short of a blatant provocation. If she is capable, let her never set foot inside the Hua residence again. Hua Yaoting barked angrily, striding up the steps, supporting a visibly displeased Tao Yuxian. Aside from the self-styled leading actress Ling Wei, the other daughters-in-law felt as if they had a lump in their throats. At last, they understood what Ling Wei had meant by the best performance. With this commotion, they could hardly hope for their pitiful sister-in-law to ever cross the threshold of the Hua family again. A sudden gust of cold wind, mingled with snowflakes, swept down the street. Chun Yu felt something sticky on her face, and upon inspecting it, she was nearly struck unconscious with fright. This was no snowflake. It was paper money for the dead. The sound of the cart's wooden wheels crunching through the snow drew near, and the onlookers at the Hua residence turned in astonishment. Amidst the flurry of paper money, Fan Qingyao appeared, pushing the rickety cart back towards them. Chapter 7. Returning to the Hua residence, Fan Qingyao exchanged the silver given to her by her sister-in-law Yafu for a mountain of paper money, nearly overwhelming the four daughters-in-law of the Hua family. What on earth had transpired? Hua Yaoting gazed at Hua Yulian, lying on the cold, hard cart, and felt a sharp tremor in his heart. A man accustomed to life and death was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. This was not the daughter he had cherished and nurtured in the palm of his hand. Tao Yuxian rushed to the side of the cart, nearly stumbling without the timely support of a young servant. In disbelief, she pressed her trembling fingers against the thin, icy wrist, her heart racing with relief upon sensing a faint pulse. Fan Qingyao slowly knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing to the elders. She had met her maternal grandparents. General Hua had gallantly fought on the battlefield, securing peace for Shiliang and earning great military honors, only to be stripped of his title and sentenced to death by the cruel Li Rongzi, who accused him of 92 crimes. Thousands of pieces of flesh were cruelly taken from General Hua's body, yet he remained silent throughout, standing straight even in death. In a fit of rage, Li Rongzi fed his remains to the wild dogs near the execution grounds. Fan Qingyao, how could my Hua family give birth to such an unfilial, ungrateful wretch? Your father has perished for your sake, and yet you remain unrepentant, selfishly endangering the entire Hua family for your own comfort. I, Tao Yuxian, shall never forgive you. Even in death. 3 days after General Hua's demise, the Tao family physician was imprisoned in the dungeons. The empress paid her a visit, only to be met with a resounding slap from Tao Yuxian, who then bit her tongue and took her own life. The following day, the physician's corpse was displayed at the city gates of Shiliang, enduring the scorn of the masses, exposed to the elements. Kneeling on the ground, Fan Qingyao's memories from a past life flooded back, chilling her to the bone and causing her internal organs to tremble in pain. How could you both end up in such dire straits? Tao Yuxian turned to Fan Qingyao, her eyes quivering. The mother, burdened with guilt for not honoring her parents' nurturing, felt unworthy to return to the Hua residence. For years, she had wandered with Qingyao, always watching over her, fearing that returning would only bring distress to her grandparents. Yet Qingyao felt that her mother, gravely ill, deserved one last chance to see them. To her, the Hua residence was not just her mother's roots, but her own as well. With a childlike voice filled with determination and calm, she resolved to enter the Hua residence by any means necessary, to grasp the last straw to save her mother and to repay the debts owed from her past life. Hua Yaoting stood rigidly in place, slowly closing his eyes, suppressing the moisture and ache within. If today Fan Qingyao had truly come to wail and demand to return, he might have settled the score regarding her mother. However, her steadfastness and understanding left him at a loss to hold on to the past. He had not anticipated that the Fan family would treat his daughters so poorly. This debt would have to be addressed eventually. Why are we still standing around? Quickly, carry the young lady into the residence. Tao Yuxian commanded coldly to the servants behind her. Regardless of the commotion or conflict, she could not allow her flesh and blood, the result of 10 months of pregnancy, to be left uncared for. The young servants hurriedly approached, cautiously lifting the unconscious Hua Yulian away. Fan Qingyao stared intently at their retreating figures until her mother was finally brought through the gates of the Hua residence, allowing her anxious heart to settle. Her frostbitten hands were gently grasped, and when she looked up, she met Tao Yuxian's loving, trembling gaze. "Little Qingyao, would you like to return home with your grandmother?" Tao Yuxian spoke softly, fearful of startling the small child before her. To her surprise, the little hand she held tightly grasped her hand in return. Qingyao wanted to go home with her grandmother. Wherever her grandparents were, that was where she belonged. This very hand had struck Fan Qingyao in a past life, causing her to cough up blood, yet it had failed to awaken her. In this life, she vowed never to let it go. Tao Yuxian could no longer hold back her tears. What suffering had this child endured to be so understanding? Hua Yaoting interjected, "What is there to cry about? The addition of a new member to our Hua family is a cause for celebration." With tears in her eyes, Tao Yuxian nodded, feeling the chill in the air and worried for the little girl beside her. She hurriedly led Fan Qingyao up the steps. As they stepped through the grand entrance of the Hua residence, Fan Qingyao's frail body involuntarily trembled. This time, she was determined to protect everything belonging to the Hua family. Hua Yaoting, walking behind, suddenly turned to his daughters-in-law and asked, "Who was it that claimed to have seen them dining and drinking at the tavern?" "The eldest daughter-in-law." Ling Wei nervously pointed to the fourth daughter-in-law, Yafu. "Return, my lord, I only heard fourth sister Yafu say so." Fourth daughter-in-law Yafu stood frozen in place, feeling the biting cold of the wind outside was nothing compared to the icy glare of Hua Yaoting. Chapter 8. A miscalculation in the moonlight courtyard of the Hua residence, which had remained vacant for over a decade. Lanterns were hung and candles lit, as maids and servants bustled in and out, tidying and cleaning. Miss Qingyao and Miss Chong, personally escorted by the matriarch, commanded respect and left no room for disdain. Within the room, Tao Yuxian sat at the edge of a bed, delicately holding a silver needle as fine as a hair, skillfully employing the techniques of Feng's method to treat Hua Yulian at the 3 acupoints, San Yinjiao, Zhongji, and Yin Lingquan. Her needlework was steady and precise. Meanwhile, Fan Qingyao stood quietly nearby, her full attention devoted to every movement of Tao Yuxian's needle. The medical skills and acupuncture techniques of her grandmother surpassed even those of the imperial physicians in the Western Liang Palace. In her previous life, blinded by ignorance and incited by the Fan family, she had dismissed the practice of medicine, believing it to be a task only fit for servants. She squandered her days in frivolity, crushing her grandmother's heartfelt efforts beneath her feet. A soft cough escaped the lips of the comatose Hua Yulian, breaking the silence in the room, spurred by the stimulation of the silver needle. Tao Yuxian withdrew the needle, her heart filled with suspicion. Though her daughter's illness was grave and difficult to treat, there remained a flicker of life within her, necessitating the use of the intricate 24-needle technique, which required utmost precision in handling the 24 silver needles, neither a fraction too much nor too little. "Grandmother, is mother safe?" Fan Qingyao inquired softly. Tao Yuxian turned at the sound, realizing that Fan Qingyao had been standing not far away. In the candlelight, Fan Qingyao appeared even smaller and more pitiful. Her ashen face no larger than a child's palm, with only her dark eyes betraying any semblance of life upon her gaunt features. "Little Qingyao, come here." Tao Yuxian beckoned, suppressing her doubts as she took the cold little hand of Fan Qingyao, soothing her gently. "Your mother's life is preserved, but to cure her, we will need a blood spirit mushroom. Do not worry, your grandmother will surely find it." Suddenly, Fan Qingyao felt a piercing pain in her heart. She had indeed miscalculated. In Western Liang, the realms of medicine and martial arts were intertwined. In the same year of her previous life, on the third day of the new year, Emperor Yongchang hosted a banquet in the palace, where the current mistress of the Fan household, Lady Zui Ling, learned from her husband that the emperor wished to assess the medical skills of the Tao family, while also seeking out other talented young ladies in the field of medicine. The victor would be awarded a prized blood spirit mushroom by the emperor himself. The blood spirit mushroom was invaluable and exceedingly rare. To obtain it, Lady Zui Ling spared no expense, enlisting the apprentice of a renowned healer from a neighboring kingdom to accompany Fan Xuanning into the palace, where she effortlessly triumphed over the unprepared young lady from the Hua family, who was none other than Fan Qingyao's cousin, thus claiming the mushroom for herself. Fan Qingyao remembered this vividly because, at that time, she had knelt at the entrance of the Fan residence, helpless and distraught, having just lost her mother. With no shred of dignity left, she had pleaded for the Fan family to take her in, while Lady Zui Ling made her kneel for 3 days and nights at the threshold. Fan Qingyao had witnessed all of Lady Zui Ling's machinations, yet at that time, her sole focus had been on returning to the Fan residence as the esteemed young lady, leaving other matters unheeded. "Little Qingyao, do not worry. Your grandmother will find a way to help your mother recover." Tao Yuxian gently pried open Fan Qingyao's tightly clenched hands, her heart aching as tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. How could this child be so understanding and well-behaved, clearly frightened and worried, yet not shedding a tear? What suffering had she endured? Fan Qingyao lifted her cold little hand, awkwardly wiping the aged face of her grandmother. "Do not cry, grandmother. We will surely obtain the blood spirit mushroom." With 4 days remaining until their entrance into the palace, she was determined to secure it. For her mother, and for the dignity that had once been trampled upon, she would alter her fate. "Matriarch, the master requests your presence in the main hall to discuss the appropriate punishment for the fourth lady." A servant's voice echoed from outside. "Understood." Tao Yuxian patted Fan Qingyao's head, then wiped away her tears, along with the tender warmth of her affection, leaving only a stern demeanor as she followed the servant out of the courtyard. Fan Qingyao watched her grandmother's retreating figure, her large eyes blinking in contemplation. The family rules of the Hua residence were strict and merciless, each rule potent enough to take a life. She understood that her fourth aunt, Yafu, was not inherently wicked. She was merely a scapegoat for someone else's misdeeds. With this thought, Fan Qingyao hurriedly ran out of the courtyard, her short legs carrying her swiftly. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere was stifling and oppressive. The fourth daughter-in-law, Yafu, knelt on the ground, her face pale, too frightened to weep aloud. The other daughters-in-law looked on, anxious yet helpless. It was true that today's scheme originated from the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, but she was the only one who had borne grandchildren for the Hua family. Though the matriarch favored daughters over sons, the master still required heirs, and it was precisely this leverage that allowed Ling Wei to wield her influence within the household. Chapter 9. The obvious lies. Tao Yuxian entered the main hall, supported by a matron, and sat beside Hua Yaoting. Fourth daughter-in-law Yafu, do you have anything to say regarding today's events? Hua Yaoting, preoccupied with state affairs and military duties, had little regard for the trivial matters of the household. However, Tao Yuxian was acutely aware that Yafu, the fourth daughter-in-law, was both meticulous and timid. Even if she had witnessed Hua Yuelian leading Shao Qingyao to indulge in extravagant feasting, she would never dare to gossip about it behind their backs. Yafu bit her lip tightly, too afraid to meet the gazes of the elder Hua couple. She understood that the old matron was granting her an opportunity to prove her innocence, yet speaking up could spare her punishment today, but would undoubtedly lead to daily torment in the future. Everyone in the household knew that the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, held grudges. Just days ago, a maid was unjustly accused of theft for merely bumping into her and was brutally beaten and discarded from the estate. The master and mistress, no matter how just, could hardly observe every individual in the household. Fourth sister-in-law, I know you are concerned that Mu Yin was born blind. You wish for her to learn a bit of medicine from the old matron so she may find a suitable match in the future. However, you cannot fabricate lies to prevent the young lady from entering the estate. The eldest daughter-in-law Ling Wei leaned close to Yafu, feigning understanding with a sigh. Yet her words pierced Yafu's heart like needles. Mu Yin was Yafu's only daughter. For years, Yafu had sought the old matron's favor to ensure she would never bear another child. Grateful for the old matron's open-mindedness in allowing Mu Yin to remain and respecting her wishes, Yafu could only lament that her daughter had been born with eyes that could not open, leaving even the skilled old matron helpless. Now, at 8 years old, although blind, Mu Yin possessed a keen sense of smell, able to distinguish various medicinal herbs merely by scent, a skill taught by the Tao family as medical practitioners. If she could hone this talent, even with her disability, she could still secure a respectable future. Fourth sister-in-law, take heart and accept your punishment. I shall care for Mu Yin, Ling Wei said with a sorrowful expression, yet her eyes brimmed with veiled threats. Yafu, upon seeing this, dared not speak further, wishing only for the matter to be resolved with her punishment. Drag her to the ancestral hall and administer 20 strokes. Hua Yaoting could not tolerate the endless bickering among women. A mistake was a mistake, and one must face the consequences of their actions. Tao Yuxian felt the punishment was severe and cast a glance at Ling Wei beside Yafu, yet swallowed the words that almost escaped her lips. Both she and her husband were busy individuals, unable to oversee the household constantly. Since Yafu was willing to accept her guilt, setting such an example would serve well, ensuring that when she and her husband were absent, no one would dare to look down upon Fan Qingyao and her mother upon their return. The other daughters-in-law shuddered at the announcement. To receive 20 lashes with such a thick rod, would they even survive? Ling Wei's heart quaked as well, but she feigned concern. Embracing Yafu and lamenting, fourth sister-in-law, why provoke anyone at all, especially the eldest young lady of the household? The others felt a chill, for regardless of Hua Yulian's demeanor, she was still the eldest daughter of the estate. Her return had already stirred the master and mistress into a frenzy. It seemed prudent to keep their distance and avoid sharing Yafu's fate. Ling Wei observed the expressions of the other daughters-in-law with a cold smile. Thus, Hua Yulian and her mother would be thoroughly isolated in the household. In a few days, when she subtly plotted to have them sent away, no one would dare to speak against it. A small figure, amidst Ling Wei's scheming smile, entered, and her arrival prompted the other daughters-in-law to avert their gazes. Fan Qingyao, what brings you here? Has someone bullied you? Tao Yuxian looked at her granddaughter, who stood forlornly in the hall. Her large eyes slightly reddened and her thin face wrinkled in distress, as if she had suffered great indignities. Fan Qingyao nodded, her voice hoarse. Someone did bully me. You've just returned. How could you be bullied? Tell us who it was. Hua Yaoting frowned, observing the child's shabby attire. He had expected her to be different, but she seemed just as petulant as the other granddaughters, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Fan Qingyao's dark eyes darted around the hall, pausing momentarily on Ling Wei. The eldest daughter-in-law, caught in the child's gaze, lowered her head in surprise. She had never anticipated feeling intimidated by a child's stare, yet it was piercingly clear, as if it could see right through her. It was her. Fan Qingyao suddenly pointed a finger. The assembly turned to follow her gesture, nearly fainting from shock. Hua Yaoting glanced at the various expressions around him, and then looked toward the direction of Fan Qingyao's finger. In the ensuing silence, he raised his hand and pointed along with the tiny finger. It dawned on him then that the person who had bullied her was none other than himself. Indeed, it was he. Chapter 10. United as one Qingyao. Do not speak foolishly, Tao Yuxian warned sternly, even if she were her granddaughter. Such mischief was intolerable within the Hua residence. Grandmother, I am not speaking nonsense, Fan Qingyao replied earnestly, her dirty little face fixed with seriousness. Yet, despite her earnestness, her voice remained sweet and soft like sugar, characteristic of a 10-year-old child. Today, she truly had accompanied her mother to a nearby tavern, believing that since her mother was unwell, she ought to procure some delicacies for her. However, her mother refused to speak or even open her eyes. Fourth aunt had indeed not lied, yet her grandfather wielded his stick in anger, bullying not only Qingyao but also fourth aunt. Only Fan Qingyao dared to openly accuse Hua Yaoting, a rare courage amidst the Hua family. Woo. The tears that fourth daughter-in-law Yafu had held back for so long suddenly cascaded down. To secure her own peace, she had attempted to frame little Qingyao, only to find that Qingyao turned around to defend her. How foolish she must be to live in a manner less grateful and understanding than a child. The other daughters-in-law turned their gaze towards the little figure standing in the center. It was their first time truly observing their niece. How small, how thin, and yet so perceptive. It was indeed a hardship for the younger sister to raise a child under such circumstances. They felt a sense of shame, having previously placed blame on this innocent mother and daughter. Fan Qingyao, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you confront the master so boldly? Do you have no sense of propriety left? The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, glared at her, grasping Fan Qingyao by the arm, demanding she kneel and apologize. The atmosphere in the hall was tense. How could all the daughters-in-law so swiftly accept this little wild child? Had Fan Qingyao remained the same person she once was, she would not have dared to speak up, for in her past life, she had lived solely for herself. But now, she felt unrestrained. In her previous life, apart from Ling Wei, all the women of the Hua family had fallen into disgrace, yet she had been powerless to intervene. Now, she intended to unite everyone in the Hua family, an unbreakable bond, to secure the happiness they rightfully deserved. Qingyao spoke no falsehoods. She spoke the truth. Though Ling Wei shook her arm vigorously, Fan Qingyao refused to relent. The other daughters-in-law, unable to bear it any longer, disregarded the presence of the master and matriarch, rushing to pry Ling Wei's hands away. This frail child could hardly withstand such treatment. Fourth daughter-in-law Yafu directly pulled Fan Qingyao into her embrace, shielding her body against Ling Wei's relentless grip. The hall erupted in chaos, drawing the attention of the servants at the door, who were caught off guard. Ling Wei had been a bully to the other daughters-in-law for far too long, but to their surprise, resistance had emerged. They all perceived Miss Qingyao as a loyal and just child, worthy of their protection. Ha! Good. Excellent. A hearty laugh finally brought calm to the hall. Hua Yaoting, with a smile in his fierce eyes, regarded the fearless little one with admiration. He nodded approvingly, acknowledging his oversight. Indeed, my dear Qingyao, today your grandfather acknowledges his mistake. In the future, I shall make amends. With that, he approached Fan Qingyao, ruffling her little head affectionately before laughing heartily as he exited the hall. What had begun as a moment of tension transformed into relief for all present. The daughters-in-law showed no intention of leaving, remaining in the hall. They touched and pinched at Fan Qingyao, their hearts aching more with each gesture. This child had likely never tasted a full meal in her life. How else could she be so small at the age of 10? Her frail frame was little more than skin and bones, a testament to her struggles. Tao Yuxian observed this with a sense of comfort. Having lived for so long, she understood that Fan Qingyao had intentionally lied to protect fourth daughter-in-law Yafu. Though lying was unbecoming, it was commendable that such a young child could exhibit such understanding and grace. Grandmother, please send Miss Qingyao back to Mingyue courtyard, Tao Yuxian instructed, concerned that her thoughtless daughters-in-law would harm her precious granddaughter. She quickly ordered the maid to escort them home and to ensure another caring person was sent to attend to their needs. Seeing this, the other daughters-in-law returned to their own quarters, sending new clothes, jewelry, and toys to Mingyue courtyard. They had never cared so deeply for anyone outside their own children. Yet they felt compelled to show kindness to Qingyao, recognizing her as a child of flesh and blood. In no time, countless maids bustled in and out of Mingyue courtyard, bringing an abundance of food, clothing, and essentials, as if a snowstorm had swept through, showering the courtyard with generosity. Chapter 11. Encountering a tough opponent, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, stood in front of her courtyard, watching the endless stream of gifts being sent to Mingyue courtyard. Her jealousy nearly causing her to bleed with rage. Although she had often taken advantage of her status to amass wealth from the other daughters-in-law's courtyards, the treasures she had painstakingly collected over the years paled in comparison to the offerings destined for Mingyue. In the eyes of those treacherous women from the other courtyards, she was seemingly inferior even to an illegitimate child. The more she contemplated this, the more resentment brewed within her. She pulled Xianing close and lamented, "Look, those gifts should rightfully belong to you, but your aunt has brought your sister Qingyao into the residence at this very moment. Now, all the good things have gone to that side, and you can forget about new clothes this year." The household of the Hua family had always been frugal. The daughters-in-law were only permitted to withdraw 5 taels of silver each month from the accounts, and clothing and jewelry were only bestowed upon them during significant festivals by the matriarch and patriarch. At 12 years of age, Xianing had grown accustomed to living a life of luxury by exploiting the other courtyards through Ling Wei. Her temper was as fierce as it was unrestrained, and upon hearing that her possessions were being taken by another, she immediately collapsed to the ground in tears. Why must my things be given to others? Mother, how can you allow this? I don't care who took my belongings. You must retrieve them for me. All right, I shall take you to get them. Ling Wei coaxed, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. While it would be inappropriate for her to visit Mingyue courtyard alone, taking Xianing along would shield her from reproach. What could the eldest miss do? After all, she was now bedridden, barely clinging to life. As Ling Wei schemed and calculated her approach to Mingyue courtyard, she was wholly unprepared for the arrival of Granny Su, who had been dispatched there by the matriarch. Once a maidservant in the matriarch's dowry, Granny Su dedicated herself to caring for Hua Yulian. After the latter departed the household, she was assigned to work in the accounts office. Now, standing with her head held high and an imposing presence at the courtyard entrance, Granny Su addressed Ling Wei with a single statement that rendered her speechless. The gifts that were sent are intended for Mingyue courtyard. If the eldest lady finds this unfair, she may directly seek an audience with the matriarch. Granny Su was notoriously formidable within the Hua household, known for her sharp demeanor and meticulous work ethic, earning the matriarch's utmost trust. Anyone who encountered her would instinctively tremble in her presence. Ling Wei, clutching her wailing daughter Xianing, stood at the entrance, her carefully laid plans shattered by this unexpected setback. Granny Su returned to her quarters, having secured all the gifts, and with warm water in hand. She gently wiped down Hua Yulian's body with a soft cloth. Observing the pitiful state of the young lady she had raised, her once sharp eyes softened, glistening with tears. Rest assured, young miss, I shall take good care of Qingyao. She may be a bit shy now, having just met me, but in time, she will warm up. Granny Su pondered her stern demeanor, contemplating that perhaps she needed to smile more in the future, unaware that Fan Qingyao was peeking cautiously from the doorway. Qingyao was not afraid. Rather, she was overwhelmed with guilt. In her past life, upon learning of her mother's death, her grandmother had sent Granny Su to care for her. No matter how unruly she became, Granny Su always showered her with affection. It was thanks to Granny Su that she managed to survive in the Fan household, for the latter never allowed her to suffer any loss. Under Granny Su's watchful eye, she was compelled to learn medicine from her grandmother daily. However, when Zhu Ailing deemed Granny Su an eyesore and falsely accused her of stealing her jewelry, Granny Su was beaten to a pulp by the Fan family. My little miss, I can no longer be by your side. Please remember to live well and honorably. These were Granny Su's last thoughts as she drew her final breath, still concerned for her. But what did Qingyao do? In her panic, she pushed away Granny Su's bloodied and mangled hands, feeling relief as she fell into Zhu Ailing's embrace. As long as Granny Su was dead, there would be no one left to oversee her. From that moment on, she transformed her life into a joke, a mere pawn in the hands of others. Clutching her aching heart, Fan Qingyao resolved to speak to Granny Su and draw near to her. But first, she needed to show Granny Su that she was living with dignity. It was a promise she owed. In the following days, the Hua household bustled with preparations for the new year. On New Year's Eve, the weather cleared, and a gentle sun illuminated the skies of Shiliang Kingdom. Starting from the early hours, the sounds of firecrackers and children's laughter echoed from outside the estate. By the time the roosters crowed, the Hua family's sons, having shed blood in the military, returned home to their respective courtyards. As they washed and changed, they embraced their children and listened to their wives chatter about the household's affairs. Upon hearing that Hua Yulian had returned with little Qingyao, the Hua men were overjoyed. She was their only sister, cherished and adored since childhood. However, they never imagined that their sister, believed to have married into the Fan family, had been wandering alone with the child for years. It was said that had it not been for Qingyao's maturity, their sister might have perished long ago. How dare the Fan family treat her so? She was their one and only sister. A chilling dread settled in the eyes of every Hua man. Yet the women bustling about to groom their husbands remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 12. Living with integrity at the stroke of noon. The sons of the Hua family began to leave the main hall one after another. The deep camaraderie among the men was well known to all in the Hua household. The women assumed the men gathered elsewhere to discuss matters of import, and thus were not overly concerned. Noticing that the master and matriarch had yet to arrive, the women clustered together, engaging in light conversation, while the children frolicked in the courtyard. Under the guidance of Granny Su, Fan Qingyao entered the main hall, her heart heavy with disappointment as she scanned the room for the absence of her uncles. Granny Sue, perceiving the young girl's discontent, promptly led her to where the young ladies were playing. In the courtyard before the main hall, all the children were present except for Mu Yin, the daughter-in-law of the fourth branch, who was being attended to by servants. However, as soon as Granny Sue and Fan Qingyao stood at the entrance of the courtyard, they were confronted by Ailing. "Step aside. You are not welcome here, you door-blocking servant." Ailing, known for her fiery temper and unfiltered tongue, caused the other children to fall silent in fear. Granny Sue, steadfast in her position at the Hua residence, found herself unable to argue with the young mistress. "The young lady is here to play. I shall wait for you over there," she said softly, bending slightly. She accepted the scolding, knowing her place as a servant, but she could not allow her own young mistress to be estranged from the other girls because of her. "Leave. Go away. You are nothing but an eyesore." Ailing, irritated by Granny Sue's hesitation, began to push against her. Unable to retreat, Granny Sue braced herself for the impact of Ailing's raised fist. Suddenly, Fan Qingyao stepped in front of Granny Sue, pushing Ailing to the ground. "Yesterday, Granny Sue stopped you to prevent you from disturbing my mother's rest. She is my caretaker. Did you seek my opinion before insulting her?" Fan Qingyao's words, laced with icy resolve, left Ailing momentarily stunned. There is a saying, birds of a feather flock together. In her previous life, under the influence of the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, Fan Qingyao had shared a similar arrogance with Ailing, both being unreasonable and self-centered. Yet, in this life, while Ailing remained a foul fish, Fan Qingyao was no longer willing to be the rotten shrimp that accompanied her. After a lengthy pause, Ailing erupted into a wailing cry. The other children, having been momentarily paralyzed by fear, were now roused from their stupor, watching Fan Qingyao with wide eyes, murmuring to themselves about how formidable this sister, who bore a different surname, truly was. The wives from various branches rushed over upon hearing Ailing's cries, and upon seeing her on the ground, they felt a sense of satisfaction. She certainly deserved a lesson. "What are you crying for? Be quiet." The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, had been anxiously observing from a distance, never imagining that her daughter could be bested by a newcomer. Though anger flared within her, she could only suppress it, for what could she do? Strike Fan Qingyao? The courtyard was in disarray, yet a small, cool hand quietly slipped into Granny Sue's palm. Looking down, Granny Sue saw Fan Qingyao gazing up at her with hopeful eyes. "Granny Sue, I want to live with integrity. Did you see that?" Granny Sue's eyes brimmed with tears. Her little mistress had not shunned her, but had just now protected her. Ailing continued to wail, her words a cacophony of senseless complaints, utterly unbearable. As the elders of the Hua family entered the courtyard, they were immediately assailed by Ailing's cries, which gave them a headache. At that moment, a young servant hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Master, madam, it's terrible." Several young masters have stormed out of the residence, and it seems they are headed towards the Fan estate. The women were struck dumb with fear. The Hua family's sons were seasoned warriors, and if they charged into the Fan estate, the consequences would be dire. The elders quickly summoned a carriage. But Ailing's incessant wailing was so piercing that the servant had to hear it several times before he dashed out of the main hall. Tao Yuxian shot a cold glance at her eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, asking, "Is this how you raise your children?" Ling Wei hastily covered Ailing's mouth, deftly shifting the blame onto Fan Qingyao, stating that the conflict had arisen from a mere misunderstanding. Chapter 13. The Fan family. Before the words of the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, could fully escape her lips, the elderly couple from the Hua family hastily exited the main hall. The Hua elders had never contemplated allowing their daughter to suffer in vain. However, seeking vengeance was not to be achieved in such a reckless manner. Much like the Fan family, the Hua family had maneuvered through the treacherous waters of politics, and as officials, their concerns were far more extensive than those of common folk. Although the Hua family enjoyed the emperor's favor, they were not without adversaries who harbored disdain towards them. If the Fan family were to seize upon any weakness now, it would not merely jeopardize their daughter's quest for revenge, but could potentially endanger their sons as well. This reality was not lost on Fan Qingyao. She was acutely aware of the true nature of the Fan family. She could not allow her uncles to be ensnared by their machinations. With determination, Fan Qingyao hurriedly dashed out of the main hall, her small legs carrying her swiftly towards a secluded path leading to the Fan residence. She recalled how, during her previous escapades, she had stealthily returned to the Fan household along this very path, while learning medicine under her grandmother's watchful eye. It was also along this path that she had clandestinely met with by Li Rongzi. This route bore witness to her youthful ignorance and folly, yet it had now transformed into a lifeline to rescue her uncles. On the bustling streets of New Year's Eve, amidst the cacophony of firecrackers, the four sons of the Hua family marched forward with grim expressions towards the Fan estate. The young servant stationed at the entrance had never encountered such a fearsome sight. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of hostility, he turned and fled into the mansion, exclaiming, "The Hua family is storming in." Inside, the servants scrambled in panic. In the entire Shiliang region, it was well known that the Hua sons had entered the military at the tender age of 7 and faced the battlefield by 12. Each one seasoned by the trials of combat. To kill them would be akin to crushing ants beneath one's boot. In the study, Fan Yurong approached the window upon hearing the commotion and soon beheld the men of the Hua family advancing with palpable intent into the Fan residence. The audacity of the Hua family was staggering. Fan Yurong's expression shifted through various shades of alarm. Observing the fierce-eyed men, he felt both anger and genuine fear. They were not merely intruding, they were intent on carnage. Fan Yaoting had indeed raised his sons to be formidable. Standing beside the window, Fan Zixio let out a sigh. Half in contemplation. Both families had sons, yet, while Hua Yaoting's sons garnered glory from their military exploits, his own son seemed solely preoccupied with romantic pursuits. A pang of inadequacy struck Fan Yurong, who then bellowed at the servants to summon everyone in the household to join him. He was determined to confront the audacity of the Hua family. In Shiliang, who among men did not indulge in multiple wives? Ultimately, it was Hua Yulian's jealousy that could not abide the presence of Xuan Ning and her daughter. Such recklessness, even if he summoned the entire household, they would still be no match for the Hua sons. As Fan Zixio observed the advancing figures of the Hua family, he began to deliberate. "Bring my second aunt and the second young lady here," he commanded. "At once, my lord," replied the servant. A sense of urgency gripped Fan Yurong. The reputations of both the Hua and Fan families were of equal standing in the court. Should a mere skirmish ensue between him and the Hua sons, the emperor would likely remain indifferent, sparing both families from harm. However, if the Hua sons were to lay hands on the women of the Fan household or the second young lady, the situation would take a grave turn. His son had informed him that the governor's son was currently within his residence. Fan Yurong suggested quietly that, should the Hua sons act violently, they should invite Governor's son to witness the events, thus ensuring the protection of the women and also ensuring the Hua son's disgrace and downfall. "Then you should hurry," Fan Zixio scoffed. Fan Yurong bowed slightly and exited the study. Meanwhile, Zui Ling, summoned by the servant, emerged, cradling Fan Xuan Ning in her arms. Coming into the view of the Hua sons. Chapter 14. Uncles, return home. Though Zui Ling hails from a brothel, she possesses a remarkable audacity. Otherwise, how would she have dared to cast Hua Yulian down from her position? Yet, confronted by the four resolute men before her, even her courage faltered, causing her hands to tremble, nearly dropping Fan Xuan Ning from her embrace. Fan Xuan Ning, alarmed, furrowed her brows and, with a fierce expression, exclaimed, "Who are you to frighten my mother so? Do you believe I won't have my father and grandfather deal with you?" The young men from the Hua family, already incensed, were further enraged by her words. This child, adorned in luxurious silks and gold, should rightfully possess what belonged to their sister, Qingyao. "Where is Fan Yurong? Bring him forth." Hua Gu, the eldest son of the Hua family, cast a glance at Zui Ling, asserting that no matter how flawed the child may be, an adult must not stoop to quarrel with a mere child. Zui Ling felt a chill as she met the gaze of those blood-red eyes. Yet her previous experiences had endowed her with a semblance of composure. "To be frank, my master is currently not at home. If you have come regarding the young mistress, it would be the same if you spoke to me. The young mistress left without a word years ago, and I have managed both significant and trivial matters in the household since." Zui Ling's constant reference to the young mistress was laced with a tone of disdain that reflected her lack of respect for Hua Yulian. This infuriated Hua Gu, who felt a deep resentment towards this woman for having usurped everything belonging to his sister, and now, absurdly, placing the blame on her shoulders. He wished fervently that a man stood before him instead. If so, he would have torn him to shreds without hesitation. "Mother, why do these people come to our house on New Year's Eve seeking two bitches? Haven't those two bitches already departed years ago?" Fan Xuanning's innocent voice was laced with a chilling hostility as she looked at Zui Ling, who held her. "Xuanning, You must not speak of your aunt in such a manner. Though she abandoned her husband and left the Fan household 5 years ago, even if she is unkind, we cannot be unjust. Zui Ling feigned concern. The men of the Hua family gazed at this disingenuous mother-daughter duo, their anger igniting further. How could the Fan family, if they had any sense of obligation towards their sister, teach such vile language to a child? Zui Ling noticed the tightening fists of the Hua men and inwardly sneered. Her intent was to provoke them. If they dared to lay a hand on them today, the Fan family would ensure they faced dire consequences. Once Hua Yulian lost the support of her family, she would be utterly incapable of contesting with Zui Ling. Repeat that. Huai, the third son of the Hua family, stepped forward, his dark expression threatening to freeze the air around them. Fan Xuanning defiantly raised her chin, declaring, Fan Qingyao is a dog. Her mother is also a dog. They are but two lost hounds. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Hua Jun, the second son of the Hua family, smashed his fist into a thick stone pillar, creating a gaping hole. The nearby attendants were drenched in cold sweat, rendered mute, too terrified to even breathe. Fan Xuanning, struck dumb by fear, burst into tears, her face turning a shade of deep crimson. You wicked people, villains, you bully me. I will surely peel your skin off. Murder. The Hua family is murdering. Zui Ling screamed, clutching Fan Xuanning tightly and charging towards the men of the Hua family. From the moment she encountered the Hua family, she understood Fan Zixio's intentions. While Fan Yurong cared for her, Fan Zixio had always looked down upon her origins. If she could indeed assist Fan Zixio in imprisoning the Hua family, she would be able to stand tall in his presence. Though each of the Hua men bore the scars of battle, they never harmed women or children. However, Zui Ling and her daughter were simply too detestable. The thought of their sister, still recovering at home, made their restraint impossible. Bang! With her eyes shut tightly, Zui Ling charged forward like a wild bull, unaware of the smile creeping onto her lips. Upon opening her eyes, however, she was taken aback, the smile vanishing without a trace. The Hua men remained steadfast, unmoving, and what she had collided with, what was that? Chapter 15. A stone that backfires. The servants of the Fan residence were in a state of turmoil, oblivious to the stealthy entrance of Fan Qingyao. Yet, Fan Qingyao had keenly observed the deceitful and ruthless demeanor of Zui Ling. In her past life, Zui Ling had feigned affection, claiming to cherish and care for her, insisting they were family and that she would treat her as a mother. However, behind closed doors, she had instilled in Fan Qingyao a sense of selfishness and ignorance, turning the Hua family into her adversaries. If Fan Xuanning had been the blade that severed her limbs, then Zui Ling was the executioner wielding that blade. Now, witnessing Zui Ling's familiar face, Fan Qingyao's frostbitten smile blossomed with a sense of satisfaction. In her quest for vengeance, she wished for those who had wronged her to make as much noise as possible, for the more they clamored, the more gratifying her reckoning would be. In the distance, Zui Ling was shouting as she charged towards the Hua family men. Fan Qingyao lifted her frozen hand and fumbled within her garments for a moment before rushing headlong into Zui Ling's path. Seeing Fan Qingyao's frail form, Granny Su desperately draped more clothing over her. However, as Fan Qingyao darted forward, her garments flared out, leaving the onlookers momentarily dumbfounded. Whose child has sprouted legs and turned into a spirit? You're Fan Qingyao? Zui Ling recognized her, having last seen her when Fan Qingyao was merely 5 years old. Yet, she could scarcely believe that Fan Qingyao would appear here, nor that she would collide into her embrace. Zui Ling's reflexes were quick. She instinctively reached out to catch the approaching Fan Qingyao. Despite her deep-seated hatred for the girl, she could not bear the thought of hurting a child so directly. But in that instant, as she extended her hand, Fan Qingyao's frostbitten fingers glinted ominously, and she swiftly thrust a silver needle into Zui Ling's foreseams acupoint. The foreseams acupoint, nestled between the pads of the fingers, was notoriously elusive. Even seasoned doctors would struggle to locate all four simultaneously. Yet for Fan Qingyao, it was as effortless as the blink of an eye. She possessed a natural aptitude for medicine, though in her previous life, she had been too foolish to recognize it, allowing treachery to flourish and wasting her own potential. Zui Ling cried out in pain, her hand withdrawing instinctively to push Fan Qingyao away. Though her force was not great, Fan Qingyao, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground, now resembling a rolling ball. She tumbled past the crowd until she finally crashed against a faux rock by the pavilion, her forehead throbbing painfully as warmth trickled down, staining her dark eyes crimson. Everyone stood in stunned silence, Zui Ling's hand frozen midair. Even Fan Qingyao was struck dumb by the sight of the vivid blood. The Hua family men were momentarily paralyzed, and when they regained their senses, their previously reddened eyes were now even more inflamed, brimming with anguish. The child's face and features bore an uncanny resemblance to their sister, yet compared to the delicate, radiant figure of Fan Qingyao, this one appeared frail and pitiful. Qingyao. It is little Qingyao. Hua Gu, the eldest of the Hua family, was the first to react, hastening towards Fan Qingyao. The other Hua men followed suit, encircling the little girl, their hearts trembling with concern. The servants of the Fan household gaped in disbelief. These men, known throughout Shiliang as fearsome warriors, were now doting on a mere child. Fan Qingyao trembled before her four uncles. In her past life, she had caused them to suffer the loss of their families and homes, yet they had never uttered a single word of reproach against her. Her position as empress had been built upon their sacrifices and blood. However, the sight of her trembling figure ignited a different interpretation in the eyes of the Hua brothers. They believed their little Qingyao must be terrified and in great pain, and all of it was the fault of that wicked woman. In an instant, their fiery gazes turned towards Zui Ling, accusing her of being so cruel to a mere child. Despite her cunning and guile, Zui Ling felt the weight of their ferocious stares, charged with a palpable sense of danger. If not for her desperate grip on Fan Qingyao, she might have fainted from fear. Ai. The silver-tongued Zui Ling struggled to speak, her throat aching. She had never intended to push. How had it come to this? At that moment, two figures hurriedly approached from a distance. Zui Ling's heart sank as she saw Sun Xuanfu, led by Fan Yurong, drawing nearer. No matter how much she attempted to maintain her composure, her eyes darkened with trepidation. The ever-upstanding Sun Xuanfu would surely witness this scene. And while she was uncertain if the Hua men would be penalized for intruding into the Fan residence, there was no doubt that her reputation as the malicious stepmother would be irrevocably cemented. Chapter 16. Moving Stones to Smash One's Own Foot. Part 2. Governor Sun strode forward with great urgency, accompanied by Fan Yuran. Throughout the journey, Fan Yuran voiced his grievances against the men of the Hua family, fervently articulating his points. Unbeknownst to Governor Sun, the men of the Hua family had been bullying the Fan household, taking advantage of their lack of martial prowess, and were plotting to harm his wife and children. Sun Che, a name that stands alone, was a 25-year-old man, well-versed in literature and renowned for his integrity and fairness. It was precisely for these qualities that Emperor Yongchang held him in high esteem, entrusting him with the safety and well-being of the citizens within the main city of Shiliang. Rest assured, Minister Fan, I will not stand idly by, Sun Che stated with impartiality, yet he remained indifferent to Fan Yuran's attempts at flattery. Upon hearing Fan Yuran's words, Sun Che felt a sense of discomfort. Years ago, when Zui Ling entered the household, Hua Yuelian had taken her 5-year-old son, Fan Qingyao, away from the Fan residence. While the populace claimed that Hua Yuelian was proud and envious, Sun Che admired her unwavering loyalty to her feelings and felt sympathy for her misplaced trust. However, the situation entangled both the Fan and Hua families, and he found himself merely an outsider. Nevertheless, regardless of the righteousness of Fan Yuran or Hua Yuelian, the ruckus caused by the Hua men at the Fan residence was undeniably reckless and impulsive. From a distance, Zui Ling watched as Fan Yuran and Sun Che drew nearer, tears welling up in her eyes, her lips trembling. Unsure how to articulate the situation, she decided to feign helplessness, thinking that if she claimed to have stumbled, it might divert attention away from the chaos. Seeing Fan Qingyao, bloodied yet silent, Zui Ling thought him a sullen figure unlikely to contest her. Young master, she began, but her words were swiftly drowned out by an unexpected wail. Sitting by the rockery, Fan Qingyao suddenly erupted into loud sobs. His heart-wrenching cries captured the attention of both Fan Yuran and Sun Che. Uncle, it hurts, it hurts. Mother pushed me so hard. Fan Qingyao's small face, streaked with tears, brought pain to the hearts of the Hua brothers. Fan Qingyao, who pushed you? Zui Ling cried out sharply, nearly fainting from anger. Meanwhile, Fan Yuran, who had just been voicing his discontent with the Hua family, found himself speechless at this unexpected scene, his face flushed with embarrassment. The 4 Hua brothers, caught off guard by the sight of the weeping child, were at a loss for how to comfort him, fearing that any misstep might cause him further pain. As Sun Che approached, he saw Fan Qingyao surrounded by the 4 strong men. He quickly retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and gently placed it on the boy's forehead. "Qingyao, dear, do not cry," Sun Che spoke softly. The resemblance to someone from his memories was striking, as was the connection to the child before him. However, the distance between him and her was a source of melancholy. Fan Qingyao gazed up at Sun Che, memories flooding back. When Bai Li Rongzi ascended the throne, Sun Che was already a high-ranking official, admired for his talents. The emperor had intended to draw him closer, yet when gold and silver were sent to the Sun household, it was met with a letter of resignation from Sun Che. Later, Fan Qingyao would learn that this man, who had chosen a life of seclusion, had been tending to his own affairs in Rongshan. Many claimed Sun Che had lost his mind to forsake a promising future, but none knew of the grave hidden within that mountain, the grave of Hua Yuelian. Unbeknownst to Fan Qingyao, Sun Che was her childhood companion. Thus, she held a deep and favorable impression of him. For the first time in his life, Sun Che felt a chill from the gaze of a child. Though she was crying, her dark eyes sparkled with an unsettling brightness. Unable to bear it any longer, he attempted to rise. But Fan Qingyao took advantage of the moment to nestle against him, sobbing without pause. "Uncle, uncle, my head hurts." Sun Che looked down at her tear-streaked face, a mix of amusement and heartache washing over him. When he glanced at Zui Ling, his expression darkened. Though the current lady of the Fan household had been absent for many years, as far as he knew, she had never been formally divorced. Even if Fan Yuran's second aunt was of humble origin and lacked decorum, one must not forget the order of precedence. Sun Che's words cut sharply, leaving Zui Ling's face pale. Seeing his woman being bullied, Fan Yuran rushed over. However, he was not there to apologize but to reprimand. "Qingyao, as the elder sister, how can you be so inconsiderate? Not only did you strike your sister previously, but now you've brought the Hua family to create chaos at the Fan residence?" Fan Yuran was astute enough to realize that further explanations would be futile. It was better to shift the blame entirely onto the 10-year-old Fan Qingyao to divert attention. If the four Hua brutes were to react violently, there would be no need for any further clarifications. Upon hearing this, the Hua brothers felt their fists begin to itch. However, before they could swing their hands, a tearful voice interrupted, halting the brewing storm. "Uncles, I understand. Qingyao must not bully the weak. So I brought Qingyao to apologize to my second sister. Even if my second mother pushed me, I will not complain," Fan Qingyao declared, her voice trembling with emotion. Yet, this statement not only absolved the reckless actions of the Hua brothers, but also redirected the ire towards Zui Ling. This time, it was not just Zui Ling who felt the heat of anger. Even Fan Yuran was nearly driven to the brink of fainting. Chapter 17. Joy and sorrow in every household. Drunken Ling had always been aware of Fan Qingyao's foolishness, yet she never anticipated the depths of her malevolence. Were it not for the fear of the formidable members of the Hua family, she would have relished the thought of tearing Fan Qingyao asunder. Fan Qingyao, however, stifled her sobs and raised her blood-soaked handkerchief to her forehead, her voice sweet and innocent as she addressed her uncles. "Uncles, tonight is the reunion night. The feast at home is prepared. Let us return to dine." The Hua family's young men gazed upon her understanding little face, their hearts twisting in pain. They needed only a moment's thought to grasp why Sun Che had appeared at the Fan residence at such a time. Had it not been for the muddled intervention of little Qingyao, they might have found themselves embroiled in irreversible calamity. "Very well, let us return home," they declared, eagerly lifting Fan Qingyao into their arms, striding out of the Fan residence under the watchful, frustrated eyes of Drunken Ling and Fan Yuro. "It is getting late. I shall take my leave," Sun Che announced, turning to depart. Realizing too late what had transpired, Fan Yurong hurriedly arranged for a servant to escort Sun Xuanfu back, his own face awash with embarrassment. Meanwhile, in the study, Fan Zixio's complexion darkened, feeling the weight of his own folly. He had intended to expose the Hua family's shortcomings, only to have his own family become the subject of ridicule. It was a stark realization of the adage about lifting a stone only to drop it upon one's own foot. Fan Qingyao was nearly carried back to the Hua family, where her aunts, alarmed by the sight of her bleeding forehead, rushed to tend to her wounds and brew medicine. The expressions on the faces of the elder Hua couple were ominously dark. "The Fan family owes us a debt that we shall collect in due time," Tao Yuxian stated coldly. "For now, it is crucial that we ensure Yu Lian awakens. There is no need to rush the matter of repayment." Hua Yaoting further admonished. "Revenge can be sought in various ways, but one must never act recklessly." The four formidable young men of the Hua family bowed their heads, chastened. Grandfather, grandmother, I am hungry. Shall we eat? Fan Qingyao implored, her small, flushed hand tugging at Tao Yuxian's clothing and then at Hua Yaoting's sleeve. The elder Hua couple recognized her intent to soften the hearts of her 4 ungrateful uncles, yet seeing the bandage encircling her forehead, they could not help but nod in concern. Let us eat, they agreed. The little Qingyao had just returned and was in need of nourishment. Having lost blood, how could they not feel a pang of sympathy? The Hua household was known for its strict traditions, and even the New Year's Eve dinner was arranged with 3 tables, observant of rank and age. 1 table for the Hua sons and the elder couple, another for the female relatives, and a third for the children. Yet now, the injured Fan Qingyao was treated like a treasured guest. Seated at the center of the round table, lavished with an array of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, the 4 Hua brothers, who had toiled in the military for a year, stood around the table, unable to partake in the food or drink, their eyes fixed on the feast. Despite this, their hearts brimmed with sweetness. From this day forth, their sole niece would be regarded as one of their own, and anyone daring to bully little Qingyao would find them ready to defend her fiercely. The other female relatives had no objections to the preferential treatment shown to Fan Qingyao. After all, she had endured hardships alongside their sisters and deserved this indulgence. Only the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, looked on with envious eyes, green with jealousy at the attention lavished upon Fan Qingyao. However, at that moment, no one paid her any mind, not even Ning, who was too preoccupied with her own meal. In stark contrast, life in the Fan residence was less than comfortable for drunken Ling. With no incriminating evidence against the Hua brothers, Fan Zixio placed the blame squarely on drunken Ling. He had always looked down upon her background in the world of pleasure and now deemed her lacking in insight and intelligence. When it came time for the New Year's Eve meal, Fan Zixio instructed Fan Yurong to take Fan Xuanning to the front hall, making no mention of drunken Ling. Left alone in the courtyard, drunken Ling gazed at the meager assortment of plain dishes on the table and, in a fit of frustration, overturned it. Had it not been for that little wretch, Fan Qingyao, meddling, she would not have been left alone in the courtyard on New Year's Eve. Ultimately, it was all that little wretch's fault. As she watched the plates shatter on the ground, drunken Ling saw only the innocent yet infuriating visage of Fan Qingyao, whom she loathed vehemently. Just then, after nearly 3 hours in the main hall, Fan Yurong returned, entering to find the courtyard in disarray. What on earth is happening here? He inquired. I accidentally fell when I entered. I know my lowly status and wouldn't dare raise my voice even if I were wronged, drunken Ling replied, her heart heavy with grievance, tears brimming in her eyes. Fan Yurong could hardly bear to see drunken Ling in such a helpless state. Otherwise, he would not have insisted on bringing her back to the residence. Compared to the aloof and unyielding Hua Yuelian, drunken Ling's vulnerability stirred an instinct in him to protect and cherish her. You know how those brutes from the Hua family are. Their words are of little consequence. He sighed, reaching out to pull drunken Ling close. She nestled onto his lap, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What can I do, since I am with you? I fear no gossip. My only concern is for you. Why should the Hua family dare to bully you at our doorstep? If word gets out, how will you hold your head high in the future? The frustration that Fan Yurong had only just managed to suppress flared anew. If it had only been the Hua family involved, he could have tolerated it, but inviting Sun Che had exposed him to ridicule. If Sun Che were to reveal this incident, how could he, a mere junior official, maintain his standing in the court? If you wish to regain your honor before the Hua family, it is not an impossible task, drunken Ling suggested, whispering sweetly in his ear. Fan Yurong frowned. Do you have a plan? With a playful smile, she leaned into his embrace, her hands exploring his form, knowing precisely how to entice him. Overcome by her beauty and the escalating tension, Fan Yurong succumbed and pressed her down beneath him. In that case, I shall place my trust in you this once. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you, she promised with a sultry smile. Chapter 18. Entering the palace on the morning of the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. Nurse Su was waiting outside Fan Qingyao's room. After knocking for quite some time without receiving a response, she cautiously pushed the door open, only to be met with a scene that brought tears to her eyes. Fan Qingyao, who had risen early, was completely oblivious to her disheveled appearance. As she knelt by the bedside of Hua Yueqing, gently wiping the pale cheek of the latter with a damp cloth in her small hand. Though her movements were clumsy, there was a tenderness in her demeanor that made her slight frame tremble softly. Nurse Su felt a pang in her heart, tears streaming down her face. How could her young Miss Qingyao be so perceptive at such a tender age? It was only when Fan Qingyao had meticulously groomed Hua Yueqing's hair that she slowly rose from the bed. Turning around, she saw Nurse Su still in tears and smiled. Her cherry-like lips curled upward, assuring the nurse that there was no need for sorrow, for her mother would awaken soon. Indeed, she had every reason to smile. In her previous life, on this very day, she had found herself kneeling before the drunken courtesan and the Fan family. This time, however, she was determined to rise again. Standing tall before all, Nurse Su, who had seen countless people, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of this little child. Her clear, bright eyes seemed to gaze lightly upon the world, yet there was a depth within them that even she could not decipher, an unspoken gravity and steadiness. As Nurse Su regained her composure, she was soon joined by Nurse He, who urged her to prepare. After dressing Fan Qingyao in the new garments that had been ready for several days and adorning her with a simple yet elegant bracelet and earrings chosen from the jewelry sent by several matrons, she completed the look with a charming hairstyle. Only then did Nurse Su escort Fan Qingyao out the door. The moment they stepped outside, even Nurse He was taken aback by the transformation. As they made their way toward the main gate, the passing servants and maids could not help but express their admiration. It turned out that the once frail and suffering Miss Qingyao, when dressed up, was as beautiful as any other young lady in the household, perhaps even surpassing them. Seated in the carriage were Tao Yuxian and Hua Yaoting, who nodded in satisfaction upon seeing their granddaughter, who appeared both elegant and radiant. "Qingyao, come sit beside your grandmother." Tao Yuxian beckoned with a smile. "Yes," Fan Qingyao replied respectfully, bending her knees slightly before taking her seat beside her grandmother. To brace against the jolting of the carriage, she naturally slipped her small hand through Tao Yuxian's arm, holding on gently. Hua Yaoting found himself increasingly enamored with the little one sitting beside his wife. She was not only intelligent and well-behaved, but had also inherited her mother's beauty. How could the Fan family have been so blind as to neglect their precious granddaughter, allowing a courtesan's child to take root in their midst? While Hua Yaoting was lost in his thoughts, a strong fragrance suddenly filled the carriage. Coughing, he furrowed his brows. If it weren't for the sight of his daughter-in-law Ling Wei and her daughter Xine Ing boarding the carriage, he would have assumed that some strong perfume had been unleashed. Unlike the modestly adorned Fan Qingyao, Xine Ing was adorned in gold and silver, flaunting her opulence. And her mother, Ling Wei, was draped in the most extravagant garments. If not for the royal banquet invitation, which emphasized arriving early rather than late, Hua Yaoting would have genuinely wished to eject the heavily made-up pair from the carriage. Moreover, given that the emperor was hosting a banquet, not everyone could attend, even among the dignitaries' families. Only the eldest daughter-in-law had the privilege to enter the palace, while the others merely sent their daughters off in the following carriages, bidding farewell to their men as they headed to the military camp before returning home. At the appointed hour, 2 carriages made their way toward the Shiliang Imperial Palace. As they drew nearer, the once hazy silhouette of the palace became clearer, revealing its majestic eaves adorned with auspicious creatures, intricately carved windows, and walls built of precious stones, all of which were so familiar to Fan Qingyao. Accompanied by the elder members of the Hua family, the women stepped onto the finely paved stone paths leading into the palace. In contrast to the excitement and joy emanating from the other Hua family women, Fan Qingyao remained eerily calm. Memories of betrayal cloaked in sweet words, remnants of past pains beneath the regal garments, flooded her mind, leaving her limbs icy and her heart frozen. Noticing the chill in the small hand she held, Tao Yuxian furrowed her brow. "Is little Qingyao afraid?" Fan Qingyao nodded silently. She was indeed afraid that she might lose control and harm those who owed her their lives. Alas, she was still not yet strong enough. Fortunately, this life stretched long ahead, and she would take her time in exacting her revenge, ensuring that those who had wronged her would remember their sins in the most profound way. "Mother, didn't they say that carriages are not allowed in the palace? Why can that person ride one?" Xine Ing's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to see, indeed, a carriage moving slowly along the spacious palace path. Hua Yaoting took one glance and quickly assumed a respectful posture. In this palace, only one person could ride in such a carriage adorned with luminous pearls atop its roof. Aside from the emperor himself, Tao Yuxian hurriedly urged the surrounding women to kneel, awaiting the carriage to pass. Unexpectedly, the slowly moving carriage came to a halt. Due to the distance, The Hua family could not hear the conversation but observed a little eunuch beside the carriage nodding vigorously. After a moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a hand with silver-edged sleeves, the fingers long and delicate, exuding an air of noble confidence. Fan Qingyao recognized the owner of that hand at once, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Bali foaming. He was alive. The debt between her and Empress Zhen had finally been settled. Inside the carriage, that flawless hand tossed a jade pendant to the little eunuch by the window, who quickly rushed over. General Hua, please rise. His Highness the Crown Prince has remarked that General Hua is loyal and devoted to the country. Even the Emperor has excused him from the customary kneeling and bowing, so future meetings need not adhere to such formalities. At this moment, the Crown Prince was enjoying favor, and to receive such regard from him was a privilege sought after by many. Hua Yaoting, however, felt no joy. He merely nodded lightly before rising. In the entire Shiliang, aside from the Crown Prince, there were 4 other princes, and when the time came for one to ascend, strife and conflict were inevitable. He remained loyal to his country and emperor, but wished to keep his family distanced from the royal power struggles. Seeing that Hua Yaoting did not wish to engage in conversation, the little eunuch hastily raised the jade pendant again. This is a gift from His Highness the Crown Prince for the little daughter of the Hua family. This statement caught Hua Yaoting off guard. And even Tao Yuxian was momentarily stunned. There were 5 young daughters of the Hua family present, yet there was only one jade pendant. Who would it be for? Chapter 19. No more entanglements. The young eunuch cradled a piece of jade in his hands, its clarity reminiscent of pure crystal, smooth and delicate to the eye, gleaming with an almost oily sheen, as if it were about to exude precious essence. Such jade was a rarity even in the grandest jewelry shops of the city. Even the young children of the Hua family could discern its exceptional quality. Xian glared at the other daughters of the Hua family, her greedy eyes radiating an unmistakable threat, while her small hand clutched tightly at Mu Yan's arm, digging into the flesh with an iron grip. The little hand had already turned a deep shade of purple, yet Xian continued to tighten her hold. The skin beneath her slightly elongated nails marred by faint traces of blood. Anyone who dared to contest her would face dire consequences. Mu Yan, the youngest daughter born to the 4th daughter-in-law, Ye Fu, was the most timid among the Hua family's girls, having been born blind. Even as Xian's grip brought tears to her eyes, she bit her lip, stifling any sound. The other young daughters of the Hua family, witnessing this, were too frightened to even meet Xian's gaze. The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, wore a smug smile, her lips curling with greed and triumph. Esteemed elders, since His Royal Highness has graciously bestowed this gift upon a daughter of the Hua family, our Xian is undoubtedly the most deserving. All the girls present shared the Hua surname, yet Xian, as the eldest daughter, was incomparable to the lesser-known children or outsiders who merely mingled with the Hua family. After exchanging glances with each other, Hua Yaoting and Tao Yuxian nodded in agreement. Though the Hua family traditionally valued daughters born to the eldest son more highly, allowing them to inherit the Tao family's medical expertise, their daughters had faced misfortune, leading to estrangement from the family due to a heartless man. Thus, their daughters had wandered for years, and now, they had only just returned with their granddaughter. Normally, Fan Qingyao would hold a higher status in the Hua family than Xian, yet now, alas, the misdeeds of the Fan family were to blame. Let us express our gratitude then, Tao Yuxian said softly. That. The young eunuch began awkwardly. He had anticipated that since the item was specifically named by His Royal Highness, it would be fitting for the recipient to accept it willingly. Yet, as he blinked in confusion, he noticed Fan Qingyao showing no intention of stepping forward. Thus, he reluctantly pointed towards her direction. This jade pendant is a gift from His Royal Highness too. Suddenly, Fan Qingyao stepped back, colliding with Xian, who was too preoccupied with intimidating her sisters to notice what was happening. The impact caused her to stumble forward, landing ungracefully before the eunuch with a loud thud. The eunuch, taken aback by Xian's mortified state, quickly adjusted, saying, "Miss Hua, there is no need for such formalities. I am but a humble servant. Grandmother, it is only fitting that the eldest daughter of the Hua family receives His Royal Highness's gift. It is only right for my elder sister to be honored." Fan Qingyao gently tugged at Tao Yuxian's sleeve, her demeanor exuding innocence and charm. "You speak truly," Tao Yuxian replied, affectionately patting Fan Qingyao's small head. If it were any other child, they would likely be wailing in distress. Yet how remarkably sensible was her little Qingyao. Since she understands that it is not hers, some self-awareness is commendable. The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, scoffed, glaring at Fan Qingyao. Even if she acknowledges her lineage, an outsider will always be an outsider. Enough with the chatter. Hurry and express your gratitude. Hua Yaoting urged impatiently. Yes, yes, my lord. Ling Wei agreed with a smile, but as she withdrew her gaze, she cast a cold look at Fan Qingyao before forcing Xianing to the ground alongside her. Your servant humbly thanks His Royal Highness for this gift. The exaggerated tone seemed to echo, eager for all to hear of Xining's fortune. The young eunuch stood frozen, baffled by Fan Qingyao's lack of response. How could she refuse such a treasured gift from His Royal Highness? Fan Qingyao remained quietly beside Tao Yuxian, her long lashes casting shadows over her indifferent eyes. Her willingness to assist the eunuch stemmed solely from a sense of obligation towards the late Empress Jinshi. Now that both she and the Empress had settled their debts, her ties to him were severed. She was acutely aware that the noble prince seated in his carriage could hear her words. She was certain that a prince would not be so shameless as to descend from his carriage merely to clarify to whom the jade pendant was to be given. Yet, as she lowered her gaze, she perceived the carriage shifting in the distance. Although the pendant was intended for one, all were expected to bow in respect to the royal family. As time passed, however, the young eunuch's voice announcing the gift remained unheard. Ling Wei, kneeling painfully, and Xianing, with arms raised in strain, felt the embarrassment mounting. What should have been a moment of honor had devolved into a spectacle of humiliation. Your humble servant welcomes His Royal Highness. Hua Yaoting's voice suddenly resonated, capturing everyone's attention. They looked up in surprise to see the carriage, which had once been distant, now drawing near, the jade pendant gently being toyed with by a delicate hand extending from the window. Welcome, Your Royal Highness. Under Tao Yuxian's lead, the young daughters of the Hua family hurriedly knelt. Ling Wei, still on the ground, pressed Xining's head down, banging it against the ground in thanks. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for your generous gift. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. The chorus of gratitude echoed like a litany, yet the figure inside the carriage remained indifferent, merely instructing, Fan Qingyao, come forth to receive your reward. The sound of jade striking stone drifted outside, the lingering resonance imbued with an air of languor. Yet, it was this melodious voice that astonished everyone, directing all eyes towards one individual. Fan Qingyao. Chapter 20. The beauty of Tao Yuxian and Hua Yaoting exchanged a furtive glance, and it would be disingenuous to claim they were not astonished. The court was filled with ministers eager to align themselves with the crown prince, their numbers uncountable. Yet, the crown prince had always maintained a distant demeanor, only occasionally engaging with the young son of the Duke of Dun. As for the other ministers, while he did not outright reject them, their relationships remained superficial. Thus, it was truly surprising for these two elders that the aloof crown prince would bestow a gift upon their daughter, Fan Qingyao, specifically naming her in the process. Meanwhile, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, knelt on the ground, her arms raised to the point of cramping, her face flushed with disbelief as she fixed her gaze upon Fan Qingyao. This must be a mistake. How could Fan Qingyao, of all people, be deemed worthy of such attention? The thought of her family's reputation being overshadowed was unbearable. Miss Hua, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and accept the reward. The small eunuch's hushed voice was like the final straw that broke the camel's back, collapsing the already self-soothing Ling Wei onto the ground. With the crown prince calling out to Fan Qingyao directly, it was futile for her to attempt to refuse. Steeling herself under the watchful eyes of the assembly, she approached the carriage, each step feeling as though she were walking to her execution. Your Highness, I humbly accept your gift, she said, bending her knees slightly and flashing a sweet smile, one that could win over any skeptic. You seem quite taken aback by my generosity. The melodious voice from within the carriage chimed again, as gentle as a warm breeze. Fan Qingyao did not deny it. She was indeed surprised. It was astonishing that the crown prince, a figure of such stature, could be so shameless, becoming so fixated over a mere jade pendant. The value of your highness's gift is overwhelming. I am unworthy, she replied, stifling her rolling eyes, her words carefully chosen to avoid any offense. Her tone was childlike, innocent, yet the sentiment was delivered with a grace that left no room for criticism. In the carriage, Bai Li Fengming cradled a jade pendant in his hand, his fingers lightly tracing the intricate floral carvings. As he listened to her sweet, syrupy voice pouring into his ears, he could not help but smile, even his eyes, sharp and alluring like a phoenix's tail, brightening. It was amusing how she desperately wished to distance herself from him, yet could so skillfully feign sweetness while receiving his gift. Had he not witnessed her youthful demeanor firsthand, he might have doubted her age. Suddenly, a wail pierced the air, startling everyone present. The small eunuch's eyes widened in shock. "Oh, my dear Xining, your crying will surely break your mother's heart. But what good is your weeping? The crown prince has declared that this reward is not for you," Ling Wei lamented, her voice a blend of helplessness and pity. Yet her hand tightened cruelly around Xian Ying's waist, intensifying her discomfort. Xian Ying could only sob, her words lost in her tears. Tao Yuxian frowned, her expression cold. "What is this insubordination before the crown prince?" Ling Wei trembled, fully aware that such behavior was inappropriate. However, she could not bear to see the jade pendant slip away. "Especially to an outsider. How I wish your grandfather were here. He would have favored you above all else. Even if his jade pendant pales in comparison to the crown prince's gift, it would still bring you some comfort," she lamented, wiping her dry eyes with a trembling hand. Tao Yuxian glanced at Hua, Yaoting beside her. Years ago, Ling Wei's father had sacrificed himself to save Hua Yaoting from a fatal arrow, entrusting his only daughter to him in his final moments. Hua Yaoting, filled with pent-up frustration, wished he could kick this thoughtless duo back to their home to spare himself the embarrassment. "Your Highness, Ling Bo has shed blood for the Western Liang. His contributions are often remembered even by the Emperor. Would it not be fitting for you to present the jade pendant to my elder sister instead? I believe the Emperor would be pleased to know," Fan Qingyao suggested, her innocent eyes wide with persuasion, and she instinctively began to step back. Yet, just as she moved, his hand, still extended from the carriage, grasped her cool fingers gently. Fan Qingyao froze, caught off guard, unable to retreat, standing rooted in place. The loyalty of the late Governor Ling will never be forgotten by the people of Western Liang. Li Fengming paused, then handed her a handkerchief. The small eunuch hurriedly accepted it and presented it to Ling Wei. Ling Wei, seeing the handkerchief before her, was filled with anger. She had never imagined that her desperate actions would yield nothing more than a mere piece of cloth. Although it was a gift from the crown prince, it paled significantly when compared to the jade pendant gifted to Fan Qingyao. "Your servant thanks your highness for your generosity," Ling Wei said, bowing her head in gratitude. Despite the turmoil in her heart, Fan Qingyao stood there, astonished, feeling a chill run down her spine. Li Fengming had deftly silenced Ling Wei with nothing more than a handkerchief, effectively neutralizing any potential backlash. Her palm tingled, returning to her senses. She noticed the elegant fingers still intertwined with hers. "You are truly beautiful," the voice from the carriage declared, low yet resonant. With that, the hand withdrew, and the jade pendant settled firmly into Fan Qingyao's palm. As the carriage began to move away, she gazed at the pendant, feeling the lingering warmth within her grasp. Internally rolling her eyes at the audacity of the crown prince. Tao Yuxian and Hua Yaoting, witnessing this, quickly offered their thanks and led the gaggle of young ladies from the Hua family toward the banquet hall. Chapter 21. An awkward identity. As they approached the grand hall, the number of officials they encountered increased. Those ministers who shared a favorable rapport with Hua Yaoting all came forth to greet him. Soon, a palace attendant arrived to guide them. Upon entering the Shungan Hall, the Hua family discovered that numerous family members and ministers had already gathered, including Fan Zixio and Fan Yuro. The seating arrangement was organized according to official rank, with the first-ranked Fan Zixio seated next to the current Prince Rui, while Fan Yuro, accompanied by Fan Xuanning, took a place several rows back. Today, Fan Xuanning was adorned in a strikingly vibrant manner, and despite her tender age, she possessed a remarkable talent for charming others. Even from a distance, she managed to elicit hearty laughter and rosy cheeks from both Fan Zixio and Prince Rui. In stark contrast to the extravagantly dressed Fan Xuanning, Fan Qingyao, who had just entered the hall, appeared far more modest. Countless gazes within the hall flitted back and forth between Fan Xuanning and Fan Qingyao. No one had anticipated that the once ostracized eldest daughter of the Fan family would possess such beauty. Even without embellishments, she stood shoulder to shoulder with Fan Xuanning. Seated in Fan Yurong's embrace, although young, Fan Xuanning was nonetheless stimulated by the astonished glances directed her way. Even Prince Rui, who sat beside Fan Zixio, found himself momentarily dazed by the sight. Approaching 40, Prince Rui was a cousin from Shiliang, having married Fan Zhixio's elder sister, thus forming a close kinship. Hua Yaoting could afford to ignore Fan Zhixio, but he could not afford to offend Prince Rue. Even knowing of the collusion between Prince Rue and Fan Zhixio, he was obliged to bring his young daughter to pay respects. The Hua family's young daughter offered her greetings to Prince Rue, who responded with wishes for her well-being. Leading the Hua family's young ladies, Fan Qingyao and the others knelt before him. Prince Rue, engrossed in conversation with Fan Zhixio, had no intention of allowing the Hua family's young ladies to rise. Just as he pondered how to make things difficult for them, a petite figure dashed forward. "Grandfather Rue, I tasted this fruit and found it sweet, so I thought to bring some to sweeten your heart," Fan Ning chimed, nestling into Prince Rue's embrace, concealing her displeasure. "Indeed, Ninger is growing ever more clever and understanding," Prince Rue remarked, seizing the opportunity to divert his attention from the kneeling Hua family daughters. He affectionately ruffled Fan Ning's hair. Delighted, she presented the fruit to Fan Zhixio, exclaiming that it was specially selected for him. "My little Ninger is certainly clever and thoughtful, far superior to those who merely know how to kneel on the ground." Fan Zhixio beamed with pride, feeling that despite her humble origins, this granddaughter always managed to lift his spirits. Prince Rue and Fan Zhixio engaged in light-hearted conversation, treating Fan Ning as a cherished treasure while ignoring the kneeling Hua family daughters altogether. Despite the warmth of the fires in the hall, the ground remained chillingly cold. The Hua family daughters, having knelt for a short while, began to shiver, with the frail Mu Yan's lips turning a shade of purple from the cold. Fan Ning cast a disdainful glance at Fan Qingyao, recalling her mother's words that she was the most prominent figure in the Fan household, while labeling Fan Qingyao as a harbinger of misfortune. Fan Qingyao remained calm, yet her gaze was colder than the icy ground beneath them. Trained by Zue Ling to win affection and attention, Fan Ning had initially intended to wait until her prey was fattened before striking. But now that someone had come to provoke her, she saw no harm in taking a small bite first. Coughing, Hua Yaoting, seasoned from years of battle, felt displeased by Fan Yurong's words, his countenance stern and imposing. Despite not uttering a word, his presence intimidated Prince Rue into a more reserved demeanor. It was indeed Fan Ning's charm that made him forget those kneeling before him. With a feigned gesture, Prince Rue redirected his gaze to Fan Qingyao, exclaiming, "Ah, so this is the renowned Qingyao of the Fan family? I have heard much about you, yet this is my first time seeing you." Hua Yaoting responded with a cold indifference. Unperturbed, Prince Rue continued to scrutinize Fan Qingyao, shifting his tone. "But why is it that this young lady is not accompanying Minister Fan? Could it be that I have misremembered? Is it possible that this young lady bears the surname Hua?" The military officials who were usually on good terms with Hua Yaoting felt anxious, unable to speak. After all, Prince Rue was still a prince, and the hierarchy between monarch and minister was not to be transgressed. If Hua Yaoting remained silent, it would be seen as a blatant disrespect to the prince. Yet if he responded, would it mean admitting that his daughter had returned home, unable to compete with a courtesan? "This is a private family matter. Prince Rue is overstepping his bounds," Hua Yaoting frowned, exuding an air of military authority. Prince Rue, feeling uneasy under Hua Yaoting's scrutiny, instinctively swallowed hard. Fan Zhixio, however, replied with a cold smile, "If we are speaking of family matters, Prince Rue, you are closely related to the Fan family. The virtuous and gracious Princess Rue would surely manage her household well, and there would be no such thing as a daughter running away." Tao Yuxian watched Fan Zhixio with a cold gaze, her expression darkening. The palace was not like other places. It was difficult for women to debate with men. Even though she wished to speak out against the injustice, she could only remain silent. "Why can't I enter the palace with my maternal grandparents?" A youthful voice suddenly echoed through the hall. All eyes turned to Fan Qingyao, who looked both innocent and unyielding as she raised her small face. In a royal banquet, all children who could enter the grand hall were of distinguished status. While there were no explicit rules barring children from speaking in such a setting, other children would likely be too terrified to utter a word. Just like the other young ladies from the Hua family standing behind her, their faces pale with fear. Even the usually domineering eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, was cautious in her demeanor. "Qingyao, remember you are a Fan, not a Hua. The one seated here is your grandfather." Prince Rue warned with a forced smile. Fan Qingyao, with her large eyes, glanced at Fan Zhixio, who instinctively adjusted his clothing, deliberately ignoring her gaze. "You are merely a wild child raised outside. Calling him grandfather is your fortune." In response to Prince Rue, she boldly declared, "I have no grandfather." Qingyao, do not speak nonsense. Prince Rue rebuked angrily. I have lived with my mother away from home and have never met my grandfather. The villagers say he may be dead, Fan Qingyao said, forcing a smile that was both adorable and endearing, yet her words struck like daggers, nearly rendering Prince Rue speechless. Prince Rue's complexion turned a shade of green. Meanwhile, Fan Zhixio's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a soot-covered pot, his features twisted in anger. Just as he awaited Fan Qingyao to weep and plead for acknowledgement of her ancestry, he was met with her cutting words instead. It was infuriatingly true. Since her departure from the household, he had not laid eyes on her. Now, even if Fan Qingyao were to curse him, he felt helpless. Casting a glance at Fan Xuanning, for the first time, Fan Zhixio realized that this granddaughter, who only knew how to pander, was utterly useless. Feeling guilty under his scrutiny, Fan Xuanning turned to glare fiercely at Fan Qingyao, wondering how this wild child could be so audacious. Fan Qingyao gazed at Fan Xueqing with a leisurely smile, her deliberately provocative grin exuding an air of arrogance. Fan Xueqing, already consumed by jealousy towards Fan Qingyao's striking beauty, found that smile to be a painful affront to her eyes. Ultimately, she was merely a child of 8 or 9 years, and despite any cunning she might possess, she could hardly contain the temper befitting a young lady. You wretched creature, Fan Qingyao. Chapter 22. Demanding reparation. Fan Qingyao gazed intently at Fan Xuanning, who was approaching her with an unwavering stare. A glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes. It was not her arrival that frightened her, but the thought of her absence. My mother once said, had it not been for your wretched mother leading you away from the Fan residence, with both my mother and I present, you and your disgraceful mother would have suffered the consequences long ago. You are a harbinger of misfortune, so what gives you the audacity to flaunt yourself before me now? Fan Xuanning, clutching Fan Qingyao's collar, was in the midst of her furious tirade when her cool little hands suddenly tightened around Fan Qingyao's grip. Taken aback, Fan Xuanning met her gaze, only to be met with a sudden smile from Fan Qingyao. Have you ever experienced the taste of being wronged? The words, spoken in a voice as low as a whisper, pierced Fan Xuanning's ears like a chilling breeze. Though Fan Qingyao smiled, the depths of her dark eyes were as frigid as frost, penetrating to the very marrow, reminiscent of a persistent wind in an endless abyss, chilling one to the bone. A mere glance from her sent shivers down Fan Xuanning's spine, causing her to instinctively loosen her grip. With a swift glance toward the hall's entrance, Fan Qingyao's smile deepened as she took several steps back. Suddenly, something fell from her waist, crashing heavily to the ground. A sharp crack resounded in everyone's ears. It appeared something had shattered on the floor, the remnants scattered into several pieces, with some reduced to a fine white powder. To her amusement, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, thinking to herself, deserved. Qingyao Tao Yuxian hurried over to support Fan Qingyao, but as she looked down at the shattered object on the ground, her expression tightened. Was this how the minister Fan educated his daughters? Hua Yaoting radiated an aura of fury, as if he were prepared to skewer the man seated at a distance, a man who had forgotten his principles. Fan Yurong, terrified, dared not lift his head, opting instead to huddle in silence. Fan Xuanning, equally petrified, could barely utter a word, her eyes fixed on Fan Qingyao, filled with disbelief. She had not pushed her Xianti. Suddenly, a loud wail erupted, and it was Fan Xuanning who opened her mouth to cry out. The officials in the hall were perplexed. The one who had been pushed was silent, while the one who had pushed was the one now crying. I did not push that wretched creature. It was her own doing. It was her fault. Fan Xuanning's cries were accompanied by tears and snot. This display of sobbing evoked disdain from the spectators in the hall. It was evident she was lying, yet she continued to insist otherwise, calling her opponent a wretched creature while failing to take responsibility. Ultimately, it was a reflection of her upbringing, as one could hardly expect a refined young lady to emerge from such origins. Whispers in the hall pricked at Fan Xuanning like needles, inflicting pain throughout her being. I didn't tea. I truly didn't tea. That wretched creature broke the jade pendant on her own. It has nothing to do with me. Her voice grew hoarse from the fervent explanations, yet the louder she cried, the less credible her claims became. In a state of utter helplessness, Fan Xuanning shot a furious glance at Fan Qingyao, who, with a cold smile in her eyes, poured a bucket of oil onto the flames of Fan Xuanning's seething heart. This wretched creature was indeed acting with malice. Why did no one believe her? Observing Fan Xuanning's near madness, the smile in Fan Qingyao's eyes grew colder. In her previous life, Fan Xuanning had repeatedly schemed against her, and the feeling of being unable to defend herself was not lost on her. This time, she vowed to return every ounce of malice back to her. To the Fan family, it was merely a shattered trinket. Why was General Hua making such a fuss? Fan Zixio stepped forward, shielding Fan Xuanning behind him. Believing that his granddaughter's actions served as a necessary lesson for that undisciplined girl, Hua Yaoting's face remained stern. Does the Prime Minister know what that jade pendant represents? It is merely a jade pendant. Is it worth such a commotion? The Prince Rue chimed in mockingly. Those spectators felt the Prince Rue and Fan Zixio were overstepping their bounds. They understood that most of the Hua family's expenses were directed towards the military, leaving little room for extravagance in their daily lives. Just as everyone presumed the matter would fade away, the eunuch's voice rang out from outside, announcing the arrival of the Crown Prince. Instantly, all present knelt in reverence. "Welcome, Your Highness." Footsteps echoed as a young man, supported by Lian Shi, approached gracefully. His long black hair, bound by a white jade crown, cascaded elegantly, and his understated white robe exuded a refined and noble aura that commanded respect. Even the emperor had claimed this gathering was akin to a family feast. Thus, why should the ministers be so rigid? Li Fengming, with a gentle smile gracing his handsome features, addressed the crowd, "Please rise." Among the kneeling, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, was astonished by the crown prince's striking beauty, her heart racing uncontrollably. Beside her, Xening gazed dreamily at the ethereal youth. Why does the prime minister remain kneeling? Lian Shi's voice broke through the murmurs. As everyone rose, only Fan Zixio remained on his knees. To speak candidly, Your Highness, my youngest daughter accidentally damaged something belonging to the Hua family. This was a trivial matter, yet General Hua has been relentless, chastising the elder statesman and frightening my little granddaughter to tears. I implore Your Highness to mediate. Fan Zixio's earnest plea was accompanied by him and the sobbing Fan Xuanning kneeling for an extended period. Is this true? Li Fengming furrowed his brows slightly. Your Highness, it is indeed the case. That jade pendant is nothing of value, merely a child's trinket. Yet General Hua has blown it out of proportion. The Prince Rue interjected, smiling. Then it is indeed a matter deserving of punishment. Li Fengming nodded lightly. Fan Zixio and the Prince Rue exchanged smiles, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of the Hua family's embarrassment. Lian Shi, a voice called, "Yes, Your Highness. Take the young lady from the Fan family and administer 5 strikes as a warning." "Yes, Your Highness." At that moment, the smiles on Fan Zixio and the Prince Rue's faces froze in disbelief as they watched Lian Shi instruct several palace attendants to seize Fan Xuanning, both utterly stunned. They had sought justice for themselves, yet it was Fan Xuanning who faced punishment. Chapter 23. The Prince Selling Jade Pendants. Father, save me. Grandfather, save me. The heart-wrenching wails of Fan Xuanning echoed throughout the grand hall, stripping away any semblance of grace that the noble ladies had. Fan Yurong's face paled in panic. Yet under the fiery glare of Hua Yaoting, he found himself forced back into his seat just as he attempted to rise. Fan Zixio, fearing he had not articulated his point clearly, anxiously reiterated that it was merely a trivial mishap from a young girl. How could it be deemed so severe? Besides, it was the Hua family who insisted that the incident occurred unexpectedly, and whether the old minister's granddaughter had indeed collided with the Hua young lady remained uncertain. Your Highness, please consider this. The jade pendant in question was hardly a valuable item. How could His Highness take one side of the story as truth? Prince Rue, equally anxious, was sweating profusely as he discreetly signaled a few ministers nearby. These officials, loyal subordinates of Fan Zixio, promptly spoke up, asserting that they had not witnessed Fan Xuanning push Fan Qingyao. Some even went so far as to claim that Fan Qingyao had simply lost her balance and fallen. The martial officers accompanying Hua Yaoting were growing impatient, yet they were no match for the eloquence of the civil officials, who swiftly silenced them with their words. Though Hua Yaoting was indeed furious, he was acutely aware of the distortion of truth by the officials surrounding Fan Zixio. These martial officers were those with whom he shared a bond. He could not let this personal matter jeopardize their standing. Suppressing his anger, Hua Yaoting stepped forward, intending to plead with His Highness to dismiss the matter. However, a small figure darted ahead of him, reaching Li Fengming before he could. If I had foreseen this, I would have acted differently, Fan Zixio scoffed, his disdain evident for the unrefined girl who, upon a mere scare, hurried to admit her fault. "Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness," Fan Qingyao implored, kneeling on the floor. The martial officers who had previously supported her clenched their fists, feeling disheartened at the thought that her immediate admission of guilt rendered their earlier defense pointless. Prince Rue observed the unfolding drama with a cold smile, reveling in the misfortune of others. "A cursed thing brings only calamity to those who associate with it," he thought, relishing the spectacle. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Fan Qingyao lowered her head and declared, "I am fortunate to have received your Highness's favor, yet my luck is thin. Even with the jade pendant I carried, it was shattered by another. I cannot bear such a generous gift from your Highness. I hope for your forgiveness." Her innocent voice, earnest and sincere, startled everyone in the hall. The previously supportive officials were now at a loss for words, and Prince Rue's face twitched with displeasure. Even Fan Qingyao, usually adept in political circles, felt a shudder of discomfort. What did she say? The pendant was a gift from His Highness? In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, and all eyes turned towards Bai Fengming. Kneeling on the ground, Fan Qingyao waited, but instead of a response, the hall fell into an unsettling silence. Unable to restrain herself, she stole a glance upward, only to meet the gaze of Bai Fengming, whose eyes sparkled like shattered stars. Those deep, dark eyes seemed to pierce through her very soul, revealing a sharpness that was both unnerving and captivating. Fan Qingyao's heart raced, and she instinctively averted her gaze, only to find that elegant hand extending towards her once again. In the palm lay another jade pendant, resplendent in color. Her heart skipped a beat. Could this prince truly be one who trades in jade pendants? Beside her, her sister-in-law Ling Wei, consumed by jealousy, nearly drooled at the sight. She had thought the previous pendant exquisite, yet this one paled in comparison. "Miss Hua, why are you still dawdling?" Lian Shi urged. To receive a second gift from His Highness is something others can only dream of. As Fan Qingyao gazed at the pendant, her heart sank further. She had shattered the pendant not merely to provoke Bai Fengming, but to sever ties with this prince who seemed to profit from such trinkets. Yet, the current circumstances suggested that unless she accepted the pendant, he would not intervene on her behalf. Was it not shameless for His Highness to employ such coercion? Fan Qingyao accepted the pendant, murmuring quietly, "I cannot." Her voice was barely audible, even to Lian Shi, but just as her words fell, that familiar yet distant laugh echoed in her ears. "Not at all," Bai Fengming replied, turning to Fan Qingyao. "I witnessed the young lady of the Fan family initiate the altercation, hence the punishment. If anyone disputes this, I invite them to confront me directly." Had she not seen the slight curve of his lips, Fan Qingyao would have thought she misheard. The esteemed prince was indeed quibbling with her. A mere woman, how could he lose face so? The officials who had previously sided with Fan Qingyao retreated several steps. Only a fool would challenge the current prince. Some even voiced their doubts, admitting they had not fully grasped the situation. Fan Qingyao, upon hearing this, nearly spat blood in frustration. Yet, despite his anger, he dared not confront the prince directly and instead sought Prince Rue's support. Prince Rue, taken aback by the revelation that the pendant was indeed a royal gift, struggled to suppress his indignation. With a forced smile, he approached Bai Fengming. "Even I failed to discern the pendant's value. How could the young lady from the Fan family have known? Furthermore, who could have anticipated that your Highness would bestow such a gift upon her?" Bai Fengming, unfazed, simply stated, "I like it." The words left Prince Rue nearly fainting from embarrassment. Though he was the emperor's only brother, enjoying the protection of the throne and the respect of officials, he was still far less esteemed than the singular prince of Shiliang. Thus, even as his face flushed with anger, he had no choice but to endure. Chapter 24. Sweet tongues that kill. The emperor has arrived. The empress has arrived. The noble consort Yu has arrived. The high-pitched cries of the eunuchs suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Almost simultaneously, the gathered crowd, who had just risen, knelt once more upon hearing the announcement. Long live the emperor. Long live the empress. Long live the noble consort Yu. Emperor Yongchang entered the grand hall accompanied by the empress, raising his hand to signal, "Please rise." As the crowd slowly stood, a melodious and clear voice of a woman echoed with a hint of confusion, "Oh dear, what has happened?" Among the kneeling throng, Fan Qingyao cast a cold glance at the alluring woman, her gaze chilling. In the entirety of Shiliang, it seemed that only this one could stand alongside the current empress in such esteemed longevity. The noble consort Yu of today, mother to the third prince. In her past life, she had entered the palace to marry Bailey Rongza, but she had been spoiled and willful, refusing to study the palace's many rules. a consequence of her upbringing by the Fan family. The noble consort Yu had specially come to her, claiming to know a remarkable individual who could alter a woman's bones while she slept, rendering her movements graceful and her attire fitting. Under the honeyed words of the noble consort Yu, she consumed a drugged concoction, only to awaken and find herself stripped of the right to be a mother. Bailey Rongza seized the opportunity to cast her into the cold palace, where she subsisted on meager scraps for 3 years, enduring the desolation of her quarters for another 3. Bailey Fengming's downcast eyes swept over Fan Qingyao's still youthful visage, and something fleeting seemed to cross his gaze. I do not wish to die. Save me, please. Terrified and bewildered, Fan Shueqing leapt into the arms of noble consort Yu, her small frame trembling violently. Fan Zixio, his face nearly devoid of dignity, clutched at the last straw of hope, kneeling once more before Emperor Yongchang, tears streaming down his face as he recounted the recent events. Prince Rue also knelt, sorrowfully declaring, Your Majesty, even this prince was unaware that the jade pendant was a gift from His Highness the Crown Prince. How could such a young girl as Ning possibly know? Standing at the side, Lian she was taken aback. The 5 strikes might sting, but were hardly fatal. Why was it that a mere illegitimate daughter warranted such desperate pleas from a chancellor and a prince? Fan Qingyao observed the 2 elderly men kneeling before her, her heart growing colder. A small figure like Fan Shueqing was hardly worth such concern, but if it interfered with some individual's future plans, that was another matter entirely. Emperor Yongchang, feeling a headache coming on, turned to General Hua Yaoding. What is your perspective on this matter? Hua Yaoding, unflinching, retorted. Even without the jade pendant gifted by His Highness the Crown Prince, does that justify the Fan family striking my people? Seeing Hua Yaoding's unwavering demeanor only added to the emperor's headache. He was well aware of the tensions between the Fan and Hua families, but favoring one side over the other would be unwise. Today marked the emperor's New Year banquet. Bloodshed would mar the festivities. In my view, the noble consort Yu interjected, cradling the trembling Fan Shueqing, it would be prudent to impose a different form of punishment. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor looked to Empress Xinqi. What do you think, Empress? A bittersweet smile crossed Empress Xinqi's face as she nodded. Sister Yu is not incorrect. The emperor then addressed Hua Yaoting. Indeed, it would be inappropriate to resort to violence during the New Year banquet. Perhaps we could consider an alternative punishment? Hua Yaoting's fists clenched and relaxed beneath his sleeves. The political landscape was such that not every grievance could be met with equal justice. Yet, if he conceded, how could he justify it to his beloved Qingyao? As his thoughts spiraled, he noticed Fan Qingyao had inexplicably maneuvered to his side, tugging at his sleeve with fervor. Upon seeing her delicate face, his heart sank further into guilt. Fan Qingyao smiled brightly. Since the emperor has suggested a different punishment, how about deducting a year's salary from the chancellor? Her words sent a wave of shock through the room. The emperor was indeed the emperor. How could she address him so casually? Such audacity, Fan Qingyao, exclaimed Fan Yurong, finally seizing upon her words to chastise her. Emperor Yongchang cast a cold glance at Fan Yurong. Are you implying that I am old? Fan Yurong, who had intended to reprimand Fan Qingyao, was instantly cowed, dropping to his knees and exclaiming his fear. Lian Shi stood in utter disbelief. As someone who had served his master for years, he could see through Fan Qingyao's ploy to ensnare Fan Shueqing and simultaneously distance herself from the crown prince. Yet, this cunning child was now playing innocent. It must be said, the young lady of the Hua family and the eldest daughter of the Fan family was indeed a delightful blend of sweetness and saltiness. Bailey Fengming, however, showed no surprise, merely curling his lips into a half-smile. Your Majesty, will the punishment of a year's salary still stand? Noble consort, you seem to inquire casually, though her enchanting eyes regarded Fan Qingyao with disbelief. Emperor Yongchang, being of the same age as the court elders, was aware that those of high status often yearned to preserve their youth. Yet, it was remarkable that such a young child could speak so directly to his heart. Desiring a swift resolution, Emperor Yongchang nodded. Very well, let the punishment be a year's salary deducted from Chancellor Fan. Your servant thanks the emperor. Fan Zixio quickly knelt, though no one noticed the sly smile tugging at his lips. As Emperor Yongchang made his way to the main seat of the hall, the others returned to their places. As noble consort Yu passed by Fan Zixio, she subtly nudged Fan Shueqing forward, whispering, remember your promise to me. Rest assured, noble consort. Fan Zixio embraced Fan Shueqing, his cunning smile still evident. A mere year's salary, how much could that amount to? As long as he could ensure Fan Qingyao safety, he would soon reclaim double that debt from the Hua family. Chapter 25. A humiliation like no other. As the banquet commenced, Fan Qingyao engaged in lively conversation with Prince Rui, accompanied by a myriad of scholars, exchanging a flurry of flattering remarks. He even presented the tear-streaked Fan Xuanning before Emperor Yongchang. Ninger wishes the emperor good health and prosperity for the nation. With her resemblance to the enchanting drunken Ling, combined with her slightly reddened eyes, Fan Xuanning evoked a sense of pity in all who beheld her. Emperor Yongchang promptly declared, "Reward her." The previously subdued officials, now emboldened, trailed in Fan Qingyao wake, showering praises upon him, transforming the grand hall back into a realm of literary splendor overshadowing martial prowess. Fan Qingyao, brimming with self-satisfaction, cast a glance at Fan Qingyao, dismissively thinking her a mere harbinger of misfortune, unworthy of competition. Yet, to his astonishment, Fan Qingyao appeared remarkably composed, almost as if she sensed his gaze, and flashed him a sweet smile. How could she still smile? Disappointment mingled with resentment twisted in Fan Qingyao heart. However, Fan Qingyao remained unfazed, for the Fan family had deeply rooted connections in both court and society. How could a mere jade pendant shake their foundation? A great fish must be savored bite by bite. Unbeknownst to her, the concubine Yu had entwined herself with the Fan family much sooner than anticipated. In her previous life, she had been foolish enough not to recognize the alliance between concubine Yu and the Fans. Hearing that the young ladies of the Hua family had begun their studies in medicine, Emperor Yongchang, pleased by the flattery of his officials, casually inquired about their progress. Tao Yuxian gracefully responded, "Your Majesty, the children are still young. They have only grasped the fundamentals." In quick succession, Fan Qingyao chimed in, "What a coincidence. My Ninger has also recently taken up the study of medicine, albeit at a rudimentary level." Emperor Yongchang offered no further comment, but subtly signaled to a nearby eunuch. The eunuch hurried out of the hall and returned with an object placed prominently in the center. "Is that bloodlingji?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. As the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, the small, palm-sized bloodlingji was already a rare treasure, yet this specimen was as thick as a grown man's arm. It was nothing short of priceless. Since we are merely dabbling in the basics, why not take this opportunity today to demonstrate our skills? "The bloodlingji shall be the prize for the victor," Emperor Yongchang proclaimed with grandiosity. The true value of the bloodlingji lay not in its worth, but in the potential discovery of medical prodigies. Numerous families were present in the hall, and many of the official daughters, having studied medicine since childhood, were eager to step forward and participate in the competition upon seeing the invaluable bloodlingji. Though Tao Yuxian had little regard for medical contests, she never expected the bloodlingji she had sought for so long to be right before her eyes. "Xianing," Tao Yuxian called upon her. Despite being the second eldest daughter of the Hua family, Xianing, as the granddaughter of the eldest son, had always been the focus of Tao Yuxian's efforts. "Why must I go?" Xianing pouted, displeased. "Grandmother, while Xianing's participation is certainly acceptable, this is ultimately a matter concerning the Hua family. It cannot rest solely on her shoulders," said the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, her gaze fixed on Fan Qingyao. Tao Yuxian frowned. "Qingyao knows nothing. How can she compete? The bloodlingji is meant to treat the eldest daughter. If we do not involve our own flesh and blood, what purpose does our effort serve?" Ling Wei insisted, resolute in her hold on Xianing. Unexpectedly, the once mighty daughters of the Hua family seemed hesitant to compete. Prince Rui, wearing a smug expression, approached with a gloating smile. Tao Yuxian, maintaining her composure, refrained from engaging in verbal sparring with Prince Rui at that moment. "Second sister, I am willing to accompany you in the competition." Fan Qingyao suddenly stepped forward, positioning herself beside Xianing. Tao Yuxian surveyed the hall, noting that other official daughters had gathered in groups, while from the Fan family side, attendants accompanied Fan Xuanning in the competition. Prince Rui interjected. "The Fan family is unlike the Hua family. With only one young lady in their household, they can still afford to bring attendants along." Tao Yuxian regarded the attendant accompanying Fan Xuanning, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. "Third sister, I will accompany you as well." Mu Yan tugged at Fan Qingyao's sleeve, lowering her head shyly. She could sense the atmosphere around her, recognizing the scent of those present, while also detecting Fan Qingyao's earlier act of displacing Xianing. Her mother had taught her that gratitude must be repaid. Although she was invisible, her keen sense would surely be of assistance. Tao Yuxian felt a sense of relief as she observed the last figure among the Hua family daughters. You may go as well. Yes, grandmother, a tall figure stepped forward, closely following Fan Qingyao. Seeing this, Ling Wei finally released her hold on Xianing, satisfied. If not for the matter of the prince's jade pendant, she would have let the situation be, but since everyone regarded Fan Qingyao as a treasure, she was determined to reveal that she was merely a worthless burden cast aside by the Fan family. Prince Rui, observing the oblivious Mu Yin, remarked, "Are you Hua family members truly resorting to deception?" Yet, despite his loud proclamation, Fan Qingyao paid him no mind, leading Mu Yin past him, prompting others to naturally avoid Prince Rui as well. You. Prince Rui's expression froze, incredulous that he would be treated as invisible by a group of children. The humiliation was unbearable. Among the attendees, the Hua family daughters were the most numerous. Yet those lacking true skill would do well to refrain from overstepping, for the competition before the emperor would brook no deception, lest they face dire consequences. Seated in a corner, concubine Yu feigned a light-hearted threat. She had purposefully intervened to shield Fan Xuanning, while also forewarning the Fan family about the competition. Having already formed an alliance, should the Fan family emerge victorious, the bloodlingji would yield half its worth to her. Although she had little desire to expend energy on a gaggle of young children, the memory of Fan Qingyao, charming emperor, Yongchang compelled her to remain vigilant. Xianing watched, her expression frozen in fear, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, the unseen Mu Yin quietly asked, "Third sister, who is speaking?" Fan Qingyao glanced up, her expression devoid of emotion. "I do not recognize them." "What are you saying?" Concubine Yu's face paled, her alluring eyes widened in shock. "Sister Yu, engaging in petty disputes with a group of children may be considered beneath your dignity," remarked Empress Shenxi, her tone indifferent. Concubine Yu, stung by the rebuke, found herself unable to retaliate before the emperor, clenching her red lips in frustration. At the same time, Fan Zixio cast a reassuring glance at Concubine Yu. Knowing that the attendant accompanying Fan Xuanning was a skilled individual they had hired at great expense, if the Hua family wished to discard her, he would gladly facilitate their folly. Chapter 26. A stunning revelation. After a brief moment, a eunuch entered the grand hall holding a pill. Addressing all the noble young ladies participating in the competition, he announced that all the medicinal herbs had been laid out in the hall, and each lady was required to concoct a potion with equal efficacy based solely on the pill's formulation. Upon hearing this, the previously confident noble ladies instinctively took a step back, forfeiting before the contest even began. Indeed, brewing a potion is far simpler than refining a pill. However, having only studied medicine for a few years, how could they accurately select the equivalent herbs merely by sight and scent? Xining gazed at the pill held by the eunuch, utterly bewildered. "We forfeit as well. If I cannot do it, how can you inept one succeed?" She turned away, commanding Mayan and the tall girl beside her. Mayan, her face pale and biting her lip, felt the tall girl behind her clench her hands tightly within her sleeves. They were reluctant to be scolded, yet accustomed to Xining's oppression, they dared not resist. Xining relished their submissive demeanor and turned to the eunuch. "Our family also forfeits." But before she could finish, Fan Qingyao stepped forward, standing resolutely before the eunuch and the pill. She slowly closed her eyes, inhaling deeply as the various scents of the herbs filled her nostrils. Only then did she open her eyes again and stride towards the pile of medicinal herbs. "What do you think you're doing, you worthless girl? Did you not hear me say we forfeit?" Xining shouted angrily, reaching for Fan Qingyao's arm. With a swift movement, Fan Qingyao dodged Xining's grasp and simply uttered one word, "Leave." Her gaze held no warmth. Her pitch-black eyes were filled with an unsettling chill. That blood spirit mushroom was her mother's sole life-saving herb. She must win this contest. Xining had never encountered such a cutting glare, causing her to collapse onto the ground. You worthless girl, how dare you speak to me like that?" She stammered, but before she could regain her composure, two figures moved past her. First, Mayan said, "Sister, if you wish to leave, then go ahead. I will stay to help Sister San." Then the tall girl added, "Based on her performance just now, I trust her more." Xining watched in disbelief as the two walked away, feeling a mix of anger and shame. Unable to restrain herself, she shouted, "What are you three useless ones trying to prove? In the Hua family, I am the one in charge." Prince Rui burst into exaggerated laughter, exclaiming, "The Hua family truly has an abundance of talent." The other civil officials joined in the laughter, amused by the spectacle. Tao Yuxian furrowed her brows, glancing at her eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei. Is this the child you've raised? Hurry and bring her back. Do you not think this is humiliating enough? Ling Wei, usually eloquent, felt her face flush with embarrassment as she hurried over to cover Xining's mouth and drag her out of the grand hall, unable to meet the gazes of those present. Fan Xuanning smirked with satisfaction. Indeed, they are all useless. The attendant beside her couldn't help but smile beneath her hat, declaring, "A defeated fool is hardly worth our time. Please, Miss Fan, follow me closely. Today, I shall ensure you become the center of attention." Fan Xuanning nodded eagerly, following the attendant towards the pile of herbs. Under the attendant's guidance, Fan Xuanning quickly identified numerous medicinal herbs. My little granddaughter has been diligently studying medicine for a year, yet remains so dull compared to the daughters of the Hua family. It truly fills me with shame before the emperor. Fan Zixio feigned humility with a sigh. Emperor Yuanchang observed Fan Xuanning's clever figure with great satisfaction. However, when he turned his gaze to Fan Qingyao, his expression darkened. Compared to the industrious Fan Xuanning, Fan Qingyao stood motionless beside the herbs. For a moment, Emperor Yongchang questioned whether she was merely standing there in a daze. To his dismay, the eldest daughter of the Hua family turned out to be such a disappointment. If her medical skills were indeed so lacking, she should refrain from embarrassing herself further. The hopes he had held for the Hua family had diminished greatly, now replaced with utter disappointment, especially after Xining's earlier outburst. Fan Zixio scoffed derisively. A discarded thing from my family thinks they can make a comeback? The other attendees in the hall found his words both amusing and ironic. Just a fool, and yet they dare to show off today. How utterly laughable. The mocking laughter echoed throughout the hall, sharp and scornful, like daggers aimed solely at Fan Qingyao. Hua Yaoding and Tao Yuxian were both tense with worry. The military officials shook their heads in disbelief, fearing this would result in a complete loss of face. While Li Fengming observed quietly, his gaze fixed on the frail figure in the distance, who, despite being dressed like a dumpling, exuded an air of determination. In contrast to the disappointment and derision surrounding her, he was more curious about whether she was truly standing there in slumber. Fan Qingyao was far from asleep. How could she possibly doze off? With an impassive expression, she surveyed the mountain of herbs while her mind raced with calculations. The pill required dozens of ingredients, and the attendant by Fan Xuanning's side was clearly no novice. To compete against her in terms of accuracy would be a fool's errand. Thus, if she were to emerge victorious, speed would be her only advantage. Having made up her mind, Fan Qingyao turned to Mayan, licorice, huixiang, huaixiang, honey, agarwood, turmeric. Distinguish these scents carefully. I need to know their precise locations. Mayan nodded, pointing towards the southwestern corner where the aroma of licorice was strongest. Licorice is known for its ability to tonify the spleen and invigorate qi. Its sweet flavor is mild, and it is widely used in various remedies. Such a common herb should be placed at the top of the pile. The tall girl beside Mayan chimed in, confirming, indeed, look there. The licorice is right at the top of the southwestern corner. Fan Qingyao regarded the tall girl with a slight frown, though she did not doubt her words. She could not recall who she was. Who are you? The tall girl appeared equally surprised. I am Tianyu, your fourth sister. Tianyu was the only daughter of Fan Qingyao's third uncle, Hua Yi, having married off early to another country in her previous life. She had heard tales of her misfortunes, yet she was undoubtedly better off than the other Hua women whom Fan Qingyao had harmed. Fan Qingyao vaguely remembered her, but shook her head when asked by Tianyu. The latter seemed hurt, questioning her own insignificance. Third sister, that's enough, Mayan interjected. Having gathered the general locations of the herbs during Fan Qingyao's conversation with Tianyu. Although Tianyu lacked proficiency in medicine, her innate sensitivity to silver allowed her to instinctively locate the herbs. Finally, Fan Qingyao moved toward the pile of herbs. The mocking and sighing voices that had filled the hall gradually faded into silence. Even Emperor Yongchang found himself fixated on the agile figure among the herbs. Her movements were astonishingly swift, so rapid that she caught up with Fan Xuanning, who had already gathered half of the medicinal herbs, in the blink of an eye. This truly exemplified the saying, when one is still, one is unnoticed. When one acts, one astonishes all. The two inept individuals, including one blind man, seemed to be engaged in a futile endeavor. Fan Xuanning let out a cold laugh. However, the attendant standing behind her gazed incredulously at the herbs in Fan Qingyao's hand, drawing in a sharp breath. Everything was correct. All of it was accurate. How could this be possible? Chapter 27. Never to lose beneath the shadow of a conical hat, a pair of eyes fixated intently on Fan Qingyao, counting the various herbs in her small hands. The attendant sought to convince himself that he had merely misjudged, and even more so. He wished to prove that Fan Qingyao was nothing but a worthless pretender in this place. Alas, not only were the herbs in her possession all correct, but the other herbs she was searching for were also precisely as they should be. The attendant's anxiety grew with each passing moment, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. How could a blind person, a mercenary woman, and a discarded waste be so seamlessly coordinated? Seated beside Emperor Yongchang, Empress Jinshi smiled with satisfaction, surprised to see that the daughter of the Hua family possessed such remarkable skills in utilizing both talent and resources, truly an eye-opener for her. Although Emperor Yongchang remained silent, his gaze was unwaveringly fixed on Fan Qingyao's petite figure, lost in thought. Upon noticing this, the favored concubine you couldn't help but cast a glance at Fan Zixio, questioning, "Is this what you call a guaranteed victory?" Fan Zixio, equally perplexed, hurriedly covered his mouth and coughed lightly, attempting to mask his confusion. The attendant standing next to Fan Xuanning snapped back to reality, his astonishment not fully dissipated, yet a strange smirk crept across his lips. He bent down and stealthily slipped a small porcelain vial into Fan Xuanning's hand, instructing, "All you need to do is discreetly mix the contents of this vial with those herbs, and victory shall be yours." Fan Xuanning, puzzled, inquired, "What is this?" The attendant sneered, "This will enable you to trample your opponents beneath your feet." The moment she heard that she could crush that cursed Fan Qingyao, she wasted no time in heading towards the pile of herbs. Watching as Fan Xuanning opened the vial and slowly poured the transparent liquid into the herbs, a sinister gleam flickered in the attendant's eyes. To win against others, one must ensure the defeat of the cursed Hua family. On the other side of the herb pile, oblivious to the scheming, Tian Yu finally found Song Lan and joyfully exclaimed, "Third sister, our herbs are ready." However, before she could finish her sentence, her smile froze on her lips. Right before her eyes, the once vibrant green Song Lan began to darken, and soon enough, the entire pile of herbs turned a ghastly shade of gray-black. Tian Yu was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the transformation of the herbs, instinctively exclaiming, "What on earth?" Noticing the anomaly, Fan Qingyao approached with Mu Yin, bending down to pick a piece of Song Lan. Before she could even bring it close to her nose, it crumbled to ash in her hand. Under the bright daylight, what sorcery was this? Tian Yu's face turned pale, trembling in fear. Compared to the wickedness of human hearts, what terror could ghosts possibly hold? Fan Qingyao's expression hardened, and she lifted her gaze to the opposite side of the herb pile. Fan Xuanning, catching her eye, subtly shook the porcelain vial in her hand, triumphantly muttering, "Wretch." She then took the only remaining piece of Song Lan and walked toward the attendant. Realizing the situation, Tian Yu could no longer contain her outrage, shouting, "Third sister, the Song Lan here has lost its potency. Even if used, it will have no effect. If someone is scheming against us, we should report this to the emperor." As she spoke, she was overwhelmed by the scent of dragon saliva and instinctively knelt on the ground. Seeing this, Tao Yuxin gasped internally, "Absolutely not." Meanwhile, Fan Zixio, sensing Mu Yan's actions, felt not fear, but rather an impatient eagerness glimmering in his gaze. A small hand, still recovering from frostbite, suddenly intruded into Fan Zixio's line of sight. With eager anticipation, he pulled Mu Yan back up. "Third sister, what are you doing?" Mu Yan was bewildered. Fan Qingyao whispered, "If we inform the emperor, he will not aid us. Instead, he will ensure our defeat in this contest. This incident unfolds right beneath the emperor's nose, and should we report it, it would be a blatant slap in the emperor's face." Fan Qingyao did not deny that Emperor Yongchang was a wise ruler, but she understood all too well that for those seated upon that throne, the foremost priority was always face. Mu Yan had acted rashly. Although she still struggled to comprehend Fan Qingyao's words, she obediently nodded in agreement. As Fan Zixio sat in his seat, he could hardly fathom that it was that illegitimate child who was ruining his plans. In a flurry of shock, he felt dizzy, his vision darkening with rage. Tao Yuxian was utterly astonished by the sight of that small figure in the grand hall, her heart heavy with emotion. Not only was her medical skill remarkable, but her thought process was also astoundingly meticulous. What had their little Qingyao experienced over the years? Even if the emperor does not disqualify us, we are likely to lose. Tian Yu raised an eyebrow, glancing towards the other side of the hall, where Fan Qingyao had begun to brew the herbs under the attendant's guidance. Lose. Not a chance. Fan Qingyao turned and approached the pile of herbs once more, diligently searching within. No one knew what she intended to do, yet the resolute glimmer in her eyes even made the favored concubine furrow her brow in concern. Meanwhile, Fan Qingyao, under the attendant's guidance, had placed the herbs into a bowl for examination by several physicians standing nearby. Fan Qingyao subtly gestured to the eunuchs within the hall, indicating that the outcome was apparent, and there was no need for certain cursed wastes to continue their meddling. The eunuchs understood Fan Qingyao's intent, yet faced with the imposing aura emanating from Fan Qingyao, they hesitated to approach, unable to even part their lips. On the opposite side of the hall, the physicians meticulously examined the concoction, raising their thumbs in approval towards Fan Qingyao. Ji Hongliao, the head of the Imperial Medical Office, even knelt and clasped his hands, declaring, "Your Majesty." The second miss of the Fan family has crafted this medicine exceptionally well, mastering the medicinal properties to perfection. Emperor Yongchang withdrew his gaze from the diminutive figure in the distance and turned to Fan Qingyao, expressing his appreciation. Truly, it is thanks to the diligent instruction of Prime Minister Fan. Fan Qingyao hurriedly approached the emperor, ready to express his gratitude, but before he could even bow, an unwelcoming voice rang out coldly. "Our Hua family's medicine is also ready." Fan Qingyao turned with displeasure towards Fan Qingyao, asserting, "The competition has concluded. One must accept defeat gracefully. Is this the extent of your upbringing?" Fan Qingyao remained unfazed, coolly replying, "The emperor has not declared it finished, hence it is not over. I have wandered the world with my mother since childhood, without a grandfather or a father. Lacking proper upbringing is only to be expected." Fan Qingyao was nearly rendered unconscious by her retort. "If the young lady of the Hua family wishes to concede with grace, we shall call upon the physicians." The attendant sneered, "But this is merely a desperate struggle. What is there to fear?" The physicians, seeing that Emperor Yongchang did not object, approached the soup Tian Yu was holding. They sampled it cautiously, instinctively shaking their heads in confusion. Something felt amiss, yet they could not pinpoint what was wrong. The hall fell into an unexpected silence. Emperor Yongchang signaled to Ji Hongliao, "Go investigate." Ji Hongliao nodded, striding over with an air of superiority, disdainfully dipping a silver needle into the soup. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically. This is... Fan Qingyao couldn't help but chuckle, amused at the sight of the attendant turning pale, presumably due to the foul concoction that had been mixed into the medicine. The outcome of the contest was undoubtedly becoming clear. Fan Qingyang's attendant smiled with unwavering confidence and, upon finishing her words, directly approached the blood spirit mushroom. "Hold on." Ji Hongliao's voice rang out unexpectedly. The attendant turned in surprise, only to witness the normally proud Ji Hongliao hastily stepping forward to stand before Fan Qingyao, bending his usually straight back. In that fleeting moment, everyone in the grand hall was left stunned and speechless. Even the Yongchang emperor gazed at the scene before him in astonishment, unable to regain his composure. Chapter 28. Presenting one's face for a slap. What status does Ji Hongliao hold? With his exceptional medical skills, he could easily rival Tao Yuxian in Shiliang. In his youthful arrogance, he once rejected an offer from the Tao family to forge his own path in alchemy. Now, as the chief physician in the imperial hospital, he attends solely to Emperor Yongchang, disregarding the sentiments of others. Yet, he astonishingly bows to a mere 10-year-old girl in public. The assembly in the grand hall was left utterly bewildered and disordered. How had she managed to replace the elusive Songlan and maintain the potency of the medicine? Ji Hongliao, oblivious to the astonished expressions around him, was fixated on the young girl before him. With a precise cadence, Fan Qingyao articulated the ingredients: 3 tails of white spirit ginseng, 1 tail of snow lotus seed, 2 tails each of juyu grass, shamu root, and wushuan fruit, culminating in the amalgamation of Tian Kan Ling Yi to maximize the therapeutic properties of the white spirit ginseng and snow lotus seed, thereby surpassing the role of Songlan in the elixir. The crowd was taken aback, realizing the brilliance of her approach. "I had not considered this possibility. May I borrow your prescription?" Ji Hongliao inquired, his voice laced with excitement. Fan Qingyao, however, firmly declined, expressing her singular desire to procure blood spirit mushroom for her mother's ailment, nothing more. Mu Yan, witnessing this exchange, felt both astonished and intimidated, unaware one could refuse such an esteemed figure. Conversely, Tianyu gazed at Fan Qingyao with admiration, nearly giving her a thumbs up. My third sister is indeed extraordinary. Not deterred, Ji Hongliao continued to entice her. Becoming my apprentice comes with significant advantages. Not only would you have unrestricted access to the palace, but you could also gaze upon the royal princes at your leisure. If you fancy one, simply inform me, and I shall propose your interest to the emperor. Emperor Yongchang, seated in the high place, twitched his lips but remained silent, granting Ji Hongliao a modicum of respect. In all of Shiliang, only Ji Hongliao dared to use the princes as bait and speak so candidly in the emperor's presence. The onlookers observed Fan Qingyao's resolute refusal, which left Ji Hongliao's dignity in tatters, and exchanged glances with the visibly eager Ji Hongliao, their perceptions of reality utterly distorted. Fan Zixio knelt upon the cold floor, bewildered by the upheaval, struggling to comprehend how he had transitioned from receiving rewards to being utterly forgotten. If I recall correctly, the competition has yet to conclude, he murmured. Ji Hongliao seems to be evading the issue, disregarding the emperor's presence. Yu Guifei seemingly interjected nonchalantly. I have never seen Ji Hongliao so flustered. It is indeed rare. However, a competition must yield a victor, or how shall the emperor decide who receives the blood spirit mushroom? Regaining his composure, Ji Hongliao expressed gratitude towards Empress Xinqi and then knelt before Emperor Yongchang. Your Majesty, although Miss Fan was a step ahead, the eldest daughter of the Hua family adeptly synthesized her own concoction. Such talent is unparalleled, and with time, Miss Qingyao shall undoubtedly stand as a paragon of Shiliang medicine. If Ji Hongliao's earlier praise for Fan Xueqing had evoked envy, his current remarks rendered the assembly utterly astounded. Fan Xueqing was left speechless, and her attendants could no longer manage their mirth. Disbelieving, one attendant stepped forward and sampled the concoction prepared by Fan Qingyao, scoffing. Even if the efficacy is identical, the slower party naturally loses. No amount of embellishment from Ji Hongliao can alter that. However, before he could finish, he was thoroughly astonished. The attendant, in disbelief, sampled the broth again, each sip chilling him further. He had intended to expose flaws in the potion as evidence against her, yet now he found himself utterly speechless. Speak up, urged Fan Zixio, kneeling on the ground, his voice low and anxious. Yet, the attendant remained frozen, unable to utter a word. Though Fan Qingyao's potion lacked songwan, she had ingeniously blended other herbs to replicate its effects while transforming its inherent cold nature into warmth. Faced with such a comprehensive and balanced concoction, he could conjure no argument against it. Third sister, what material is that attendant's hat made of? In this well-ventilated hall, how can the thin veil remain perfectly still? Tianyu inquired, curiosity piqued. Cruel Wanjin silk, warm in winter and cool in summer, impervious to water, and a mere palm-sized piece is worth 100 taels of gold. Fan Qingyao replied calmly. In her past life, she had witnessed Bai Li Rongza purchase a piece of this silk for 10,000 taels of gold, which ultimately adorned Fan Xueqing's wedding attire. Tianyu, oblivious to the coldness in Fan Qingyao's eyes, remained transfixed by the attendant's hat, realizing its extraordinary value. No wonder he refuses to remove it. Fan Qingyao's dark eyes narrowed. Refuses? Perhaps he is simply too afraid to remove it. If you can retrieve that hat from his head, it shall be yours, she proposed, glancing at the attendant, who stood rigidly. Really? Tianyu's face lit up with excitement. Fan Qingyao offered her an assuring glance, then stepped closer to the attendant, raising her voice. Uncle, weren't you about to say something? If you remain silent, this contest will be deemed my victory. Her innocent tone belied the cunning glint in her dark eyes. She was purposely probing his vulnerabilities. Seething with rage, the attendant could only glare at Fan Qingyao, wishing to pierce her with his gaze. Undeterred, she held his stare, while discreetly gesturing to Tianyu behind her. Eagerly, Tianyu dashed forward, launching herself at the attendant's back with all her might, causing him to lose balance and crash to the ground. Where did this little girl come from, causing such commotion? The attendant exclaimed in pain, rising to confront Tianyu, oblivious to the fact that his face was now fully exposed. As the bright lights of the hall illuminated him, all present were left in stunned silence. He is not. Tao Yuxian instinctively clenched his fists, realizing it was indeed him. Only then did the attendant grasp the situation, but it was too late. Everyone had already seen his face, and no amount of covering could conceal it. Fan Qingyao observed the attendant's contorted expression, silently curving her lips into a smirk. Since you dare to assist the Fan family in such a provocative endeavor, You must first reveal your true face. Chapter 29. The underwear I can no longer wear. Hua Yaoting stormed into the grand hall, delivering a fierce kick to the chest of the attendant. Zhao Qingqi, what do you intend to do to my Hua family? Tianyu, clutching his hat tightly, moved a few steps closer to Fan Qingyao and whispered, Sister, who is this person? Look at Grandpa's furious gaze. If it weren't illegal to eat people, he would probably devour him down to the last bone. Fan Qingyao shook her head, not recognizing him. However, observing the reactions of those present in the hall, she understood she had made the right bet. He truly was someone who dared not show his face. Zhao Qingqi let out a muffled grunt as he was sent sprawling to the ground, sliding 3 meters before finally coming to a halt. Yet, no one in the hall came to his defense. Fan Zhixio's face had long lost all color, and even the expression of noble concubine, Yu, was gradually paling. 10 years ago, Zhao Qingqi, relying on his modest skills in medicine, opened a clinic under the pretense of surpassing the Tao family's medical expertise, amassing wealth and inflating drug prices, which caused immense suffering to the people of Shiliang. Had it not been for Tao Yuxian humbling herself to challenge Zhao Qingqi's medical skills and subsequently winning all of his clinics, Shiliang would have been thrown into chaos. However, Zhao Qingqi harbored a grudge against Tao Yuxian and, a few days later, hurled dozens of torches into the Hua family's military residence. Fortunately, Hua Yaoting's vigilance spared the Hua family from utter disaster. This incident sent shockwaves throughout Shiliang, prompting Emperor Yongchang to issue a decree exiling Zhao Qingqi from the realm, forbidding him from ever returning. Now, as Fan Zhixio gazed at Zhao Qingqi's face, trembling with fear, he shot an angry glare at his incompetent son nearby, wishing he could kick him out of the palace. He could not fathom how Zhao Qingqi, who had been ordered by Emperor Yongchang to never set foot in Shiliang again, was now so closely associated with his Fan household. Meanwhile, Fan Yurong had long knelt down in fright, resembling a turtle retreating into its shell. This man was brought in by Zui Ling, who claimed he was utterly reliable. He too had been kept in the dark. Impudent, brazen, unruly. Emperor Yongchang's fury erupted, each reprimand punctuated by a forceful slap on the table before him. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Everyone in the hall knelt in unison. Your Majesty. This person always covered his face when he met with me. I too was kept in ignorance. Fan Zhixio repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Hua Yaoting scoffed. It appears that Prime Minister Fan has a great heart indeed. Did you not even bother to glance at the face of the attendant before inviting him in? Fan Zhixio seethed inwardly, cursing Hua Yaoting for kicking him while he was down. But on the surface, he looked at Hua Yaoting with tears streaming down his face, saying, General Hua, you must understand. The Fan household has always been managed by my foolish son's concubine. She is merely an unworldly woman. It is only natural she would be unaware of past events. Moreover, Zhao Qingqi is cunning and ruthless, so it is understandable that he could deceive my son's concubine. Such words undoubtedly pushed Zhao Qingqi towards the abyss. Naturally, Zhao Qingqi was unwilling to accept this, but before he could refute, he heard Fan Zhixio threatening him in a low voice. Should we be implicated in this matter, your sect will surely face annihilation. Zhao Qingqi froze. Fan Yurong was using everyone around him as leverage against him. Yet this threat was equally effective. Zhao Qingqi's mouth, which had slightly opened, closed again. As long as his sect stood, his master would one day avenge him. If his sect were annihilated, he would truly be defeated. Hua Yaoting remained oblivious to the subtle exchanges between Fan Zhixio and Zhao Qingqi, only lamenting his inability, as a general, to quibble with a concubine over trifles. However, such subtleties did not escape Fan Qingyao's keen eyes. Others spoke of the second lady as the head courtesan of Yihong courtyard, being raised there. Was she not expected to be well informed? How could you not know of the sensational events that transpired in Shiliang 10 years ago? Fan Qingyao's voice was soft yet filled with an unanswerable confusion in her dark eyes. Fan Qingyao, be quiet. This is not your place to speak. Fan Yurong reprimanded in a low voice. Stepping back, Fan Qingyao looked at Fan Zhixio with imploring eyes, saying, Father, have you forgotten that I am also your daughter? My name was given by Grandpa. Fan Yurong was left speechless, feeling an intense desire to silence Fan Qingyao. Just moments ago, she referred to him as Grandpa, and now she claimed her name was his doing? Enough. Emperor Yongchang's voice thundered once more from the throne. His cold gaze scanned the few people standing in the hall. Then he spoke decisively. Seize this lawless scoundrel and execute him on the spot. Punish Minister Fan with a year of suspension from court. As for that concubine from the Fan household, Empress Jinshi whispered a reminder. Your Majesty, I recall that the concubine's name is Zue Ling. Emperor Yongchang nodded, adding, punish Zue Ling with 20 lashes. Furthermore, I am pleased with Fan Qingyao's exceptional medical skills. I bestow upon her a blood spirit mushroom and a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. Noble concubine Yu, who had gained nothing from this, stood up with a composed expression, addressing Emperor Yongchang. Your Majesty, I am unwell and shall take my leave. With that, she departed the grand hall, supported by palace attendants. Prince Rui, who had been closely aligned with Fan Zhixiu, subtly edged away, attempting to distance himself as much as possible. As Fan Zhixiu and Fan Yurong knelt aside, they were left to endure their shame. Fan Zhixiu's face turned from blue to purple. He had just been penalized with a half-year salary deduction, and now his only son faced a year of suspension. With the blood spirit mushroom gone, and their efforts to ally with the Hua family thwarted, he was left with nothing but despair. Even young Fan Xuanning grasped the situation, glaring fiercely at the distant Fan Qingyao with eyes filled with hatred. Fan Qingyao remained calm and expressionless. Hatred was indeed justified. In this life, she would repay all the suffering she had endured in her past life. And now, this was merely the beginning. The farce concluded amidst clear rewards and punishments. Once Emperor Yongchang departed, the crowd began to exit the grand hall. Fan Zhixiu glared at Fan Qingyao, who held the blood spirit mushroom, his eyes ablaze with fury, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand. Fan Zhixiu was about to unleash his wrath when he saw the instigator casually remark, why be so petty, Minister Fan? A little step won't kill anyone. Fan Zhixiu burned with anger, helplessly staring at the dark shoe print on his hand. Ji Hongliao was someone even Emperor Yongchang respected. How could he dare provoke him? Yet Ji Hongliao paid him no mind, striding towards the exit, calling, Miss Qingyao, come back. Let us discuss your apprenticeship further. Outside the grand hall, holding the blood spirit mushroom, Fan Qingyao quickened her pace, eager to return and treat her mother's illness, while also wanting to escape from Ji Hongliao, who seemed obsessed with taking her as a disciple. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes remained fixated on her, unwavering. On the steps, a jade-like youth stood tall, observing the small, round figure that remained silent until it suddenly spoke. When will they return to the palace? Lianxi lowered his voice. In about a month, Your Highness. That matter truly cannot wait. If it continues like this, I fear. Bailey Fengming raised a hand to interrupt Lianxi's unfinished thought, his gaze lingering on the receding figure, dark eyes swirling like a deep abyss. Indeed, it could not wait any longer. Chapter 30. The Consequence of Defeat on the Return Journey. Fan Qingyao clutched the blood spirit mushroom tightly in her arms, while her eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, could not tear her gaze away from it. Once everyone had disembarked from the carriage, Ling Wei approached Tao Yuxian with a smile, saying, Esteemed matriarch, such a large blood spirit mushroom cannot be consumed by Miss Chang alone. Our ex-Ailing has not contributed, but has certainly worked hard today. What do you think? Tao Yuxian cast a cold glance at Ling Wei and waved her hand dismissively, commanding, Someone, lock the blood spirit mushroom in the medicine vault. Ling Wei's smile instantly froze on her face. Tao Yuxian then walked past her, dismissing Mu Yin, Tianyu, and the other children of the Hua family, taking Fan Qingyao alone to the Minghua courtyard. Ailing glared at Fan Qingyao's retreating figure, cursing under her breath. This Fan Qingyao is truly stingy. To avoid sharing the blood spirit mushroom, she disregards her own mother's illness. Ling Wei retorted fiercely, Since she is not anxious, we shall not be either. Rest assured, Mother will keep a close watch on the vault for 12 hours. Once the matriarch retrieves the blood spirit mushroom, our share will be guaranteed. In the Minghua courtyard, Tao Yuxian personally selected medicinal materials, handing them over to Granny Su with precise measurements for her to prepare in the small kitchen. Heavenly blue, 1 tael and 2 coins. White silver, 3 taels. Celestial herb, 1 tael and 1 coin. Calm heart flower and cold heart fruit, 2 taels each. But before she could finish, Tao Yuxian deliberately fell silent. Standing beside her, Fan Qingyao suddenly spoke, Granny Su, remember to boil it over a high flame. Once the first batch of broth is fully reduced, then add fresh water and simmer on low heat. Miss, do not speak out of turn, Granny Su hastily interrupted. In the Hua family, the matriarch's prescriptions were beyond reproach, and Fan Qingyao was the first and only one bold enough to interject. Yet, she continued, The prescription just given by my grandmother primarily consists of cold herbs. If we wish to compel the cold nature of the medicines to its fullest during preparations, we must first use a high flame to force the coldness out, then lock it in with low heat. What she did not say was that her grandmother had locked away the blood spirit mushroom solely because her mother's body was currently too frail. Directly consuming the blood spirit mushroom at this moment would be counterproductive. Granny Su listened in astonishment, although she did not fully comprehend. The weight of Fan Qingyao's words resonated with her. Tao Yuxian, however, remained calm, gesturing to Granny Su, prepare it as Qingyao suggested. Surprised, Granny Su paused momentarily before taking the herbs and leaving. The room fell quiet. Hua Yuelian lay peacefully on the bed, eyes closed in slumber. Tao Yuxian turned to Fan Qingyao and suddenly asked, Qingyao, are you concealing something from me? Understanding that her actions in the palace had drawn attention, Fan Qingyao knelt on the ground and softly replied, over the years, my mother has often treated the villagers, and I have accompanied her, gaining some understanding of medicinal principles. Tao Yuxian looked at the small figure kneeling before her, her heart leaping. The display Fan Qingyao had shown in the palace was far beyond mere pretense. Perhaps even the Hua family's years of medical training could not match her single talent. Good child, rise, Tao Yuxian said, bending down to help Fan Qingyao to her feet, her eyes filled with love and concern. For the first time, she felt gratitude towards the Fan family. Had they not caused such chaos, she might have thought the Tao family's medical knowledge would fade away. Yet, gazing at Fan Qingyao, Tao Yuxian felt a pang of regret. Though Fan Qingyao had returned, allowing her to learn medicine openly at her side seemed still impossible. Though Fan Qingyao said nothing, she understood Tao Yuxian's unspoken worries. In this life, if she were to support the Hua family, she must become the esteemed eldest daughter of the Hua family, not merely Miss Qingyao. Such matters, however, could not be rushed. Her foremost concern was to properly tend to her mother's health, enabling her to eventually consume the blood spirit mushroom. Meanwhile, the oblivious Zui Ling, hearing that the master and young master had returned, hurried to the gate with a beaming smile. I pay my respects to the master and young master. Congratulations on acquiring the blood spirit mushroom. I have long instructed the servants to prepare a feast, eagerly awaiting your triumphant return to celebrate. Zui Ling's smile was both charming and flattering. After the last debacle with the Hua family's fourth son, she was determined to seek praise from Fan Zixio this time. Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air. Zui Ling, who had just been smiling, found herself struck to the ground by Fan Yurong's fierce slap, cradling her now swollen cheek. She stared in disbelief at Fan Zixio. Master, what is this? How dare you ask? Fan Zixio's fury erupted. Had it not been for your collusion with Zhao Qingqi, how would the Fan family have become a laughingstock? How could it have provoked Long Wei's wrath? The memory of his humiliation in the palace ignited his rage. Zui Ling trembled, unable to meet Fan Zixio's gaze. She had known Zhao Qingqi's true identity from the beginning, but he had assured her of a foolproof plan. How could it have unraveled so quickly? Seeing Zui Ling's guilty expression, Fan Yurong guessed the truth and supported Fan Zixio as they headed inside, ignoring her completely. Desperately, Zui Ling attempted to rise from the ground to plead, Master, young master, let me explain. I was only thinking of the Fan estate. But before she could finish, Sun Che arrived with a group of enforcers, surrounding her. Zui Ling stared in terror at the expressionless Sun Che, her teeth chattering. What do you want? I am the young mistress of the Fan estate. Suppressing his disdain, Sun Che declared coldly, the emperor has decreed that the Fan family's concubine, in collusion with the thief Zhao Qingqi, is guilty beyond redemption and shall receive 20 lashes. In consideration of Prime Minister Fan's years of loyal service to the nation, the punishment will be carried out within the Fan estate. Zui Ling felt as if struck by lightning, her face drained of color. 20 lashes. After living in luxury all these years, how could I endure such punishment? However, regardless of her capacity to withstand it, the enforcers seized her and forced her onto the bench without any preparation, the 3-foot-long rod descending heavily upon her back. Zui Ling could never have imagined that the substantial sum she spent on her attendance would not bring her the blood spirit mushroom, but instead lead to her own punishment. The searing pain coursed through her body, and she screamed, ah! Each strike of the rod left her back torn and bloodied. The servants of the Fan family watched in horror from a distance, while Fan Zixio and Fan Yurong strode into the main hall, never to emerge again. In agony, tears streaming down her face, Zui Ling looked to the only one standing nearby, Fan Xuening, crying out, Ning please save me. Mother is in so much pain. Fan Qingyao did not intercede, nor did she plead on her behalf, but coldly glared at Zui Ling, scolding, "This is what you deserve. If not for your incompetence as a mother, how could I have lost to that Fan Qingyao?" Upon her entrance to the palace, Fan Qingyao appeared to have matured instantaneously. She was no longer the delicate and willful young lady she once was. She understood that if she wished to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule, she must first cultivate her own strength. However, the cold glimmer in her eyes intensified the pain that Zui Ling was already enduring, causing her suffering to deepen further. Chapter 31: The so-called divine punishment. As the hour of the high approached, the grand mansions within the city gradually extinguished their candlelight. Only the Fan residence remained brightly illuminated. The drunken courtesan, having endured nearly 2 hours of punishment, was just beginning to succumb to unconsciousness when a bucket of cold water was suddenly poured over her head. Immediately, the stern voice of Sun Che echoed in her ears, proclaiming that the emperor's decree must not be defied, and the beating would continue with 5 more strokes. Shivering from the cold and pain, the courtesan gazed at Sun Che, whose icy demeanor met her gaze, causing her heart to shudder violently. It was only now that she comprehended their true intention to beat her to death. But what did it matter now, even with this realization? The heavy plank once again struck her already bloodied back. The chilling cries of despair resonated throughout the Fan residence. Standing nearby, Fan Qingyao suddenly felt fatigued. She turned to retreat to her chamber for rest, but was abruptly interrupted by the voice of Fan Zishou emanating from the window behind her. "Father, I wish to bring Qingyao and her mother back." Inside the room, Fan Zishou knelt on the floor, speaking with a mix of guilt and sincerity. "Ridiculous. Do not forget, it was you who personally drove them out." The mere thought of Fan Qingyao's face ignited a surge of anger within Fan Zishou. When the courtesan first entered the residence, although it was Hua Yulian who voluntarily decided to leave, his precious son did not attempt to stop her and even dispatched someone to gather her belongings that very night. He had always looked down upon Hua Yulian. Thus he had not inquired further into the matter. Now that Hua Yulian had returned to the Hua family, how could his son shamelessly bring them back? What would become of the Fan family's reputation? Where could he hide his face? Fan Yurong, too, was reluctant to approach the Hua family at this time. Especially at the thought of Hua Yaoting's imposing visage, his heart quivered with trepidation. Yet, after their recent palace visit, not only had his father been penalized with a half-year salary reduction, but he himself had also been suspended from his position for a year. The Fan residence had become a laughingstock in the eyes of all. Ning Er was not as resilient as Fan Qingyao. If they wished to silence the gossip within the city, the only way was to bring the mother and daughter back. Kneeling on the ground, Fan Yurong was engulfed in melancholy. He never imagined that the timid girl who had once been expelled from the Fan residence would evolve into a talented physician, praised even by the emperor. "I warn you to abandon this notion immediately, even if you can afford to lose face. I will not allow the Hua family to mock us." In a fit of rage, Fan Zishou hurled the teacup in his hand. Fan Yurong grunted as it struck him, yet he remained kneeling, too fearful to speak. Outside the window, Fan Qingyang's face twisted with hatred. Her father actually wished to bring that wretched creature back. If that vile person truly returned, she would no longer be the young lady of the Fan family. Fuming, she stepped forward to confront her father, but a hand suddenly seized her wrist tightly. The courtesan, having endured 20 strokes, had also overheard the conversation within the room. Yet, with her bloodied back, she shook her head at Fan Qingyao. "Since your father has no intention of this, you must feign ignorance. It would be detrimental for both of us to confront him at this moment." Under the courtesan's gaze, Fan Qingyao gradually calmed down. It was at this moment she realized that despite her mother's shortcomings, she was the only one who shared a common fate with her. With this thought, the disdain in her eyes diminished somewhat. Her mother's priority was to regain her health. She still had the invigorating ointment given by her grandfather, and she would send someone to deliver it to her mother shortly. Upon hearing this, the courtesan finally felt a weight lift from her heart. "Be cautious that your grandfather and father do not discover your eavesdropping. Hurry back inside." She had misjudged. Her daughter had not turned her back on her. Once Fan Qingyao had turned to leave, the courtesan, supported by the servants, returned to her garden. Soon after, Fan Yurong entered the room, still fuming, and lay down on the bed without even inquiring about the injured courtesan. She remained sprawled across the soft couch as the maid tended to her wounds, not uttering a word about the earlier events. She had long understood that relying on others was inferior to relying on oneself. Clearly, it was time for her to strategize a way out for both herself and Ning Er. After enduring a night of torment from Sun Che, the Fan residence finally fell silent. Yet, that night, none of its inhabitants enjoyed a restful slumber, especially Fan Xuanning, who, upon closing her eyes, could only envision Fan Qingyao, who had garnered the emperor's praise in the grand hall that day. Even in her dreams, she found herself trampling Fan Qingyao beneath her feet. In her dream, she imagined that through the manipulation of herself and her mother, Fan Qingyao became their pawn, ensuring their prosperity while she also encountered the third prince. She dreamed that the third prince doted on her, offering her care and attention. And although he married Fan Qingyao, he promised to make her the next empress of Shiliang. She envisioned entering the palace, tormenting Fan Qingyao daily, witnessing her suffer. And under her instigation, the third prince plunged a dagger into Fan Qingyao's heart. She dreamt that she finally became the next empress of Shiliang, revered by all, ruling over the harem. Yet, just a year after Fan Qingyao's demise, someone instigated a rebellion, forcefully storming the palace, staining the grand hall with blood. Not only did they kill the third prince upon the dragon throne, but they also executed her at the palace gates. She felt immense pain, resentment, and an even deeper hatred. Before taking her last breath, she saw the instigator remove the veil that had concealed her face. It was, unexpectedly, the current crown prince. With a start, Fan Xuanning awoke from her nightmare, drenched in sweat. Gasping for breath, she replayed the vividly real dream in her mind. Yet, she recalled that the crown prince had not been present in the grand hall that day, having passed away in the palace long before. But she clearly saw that the one who ultimately killed her bore an identical visage to that of the crown prince. Her gaze darkened with malice as she contemplated the dream she had just experienced. She felt it was heaven's guidance, regardless of whether that person was indeed the crown prince. Since the heavens had illuminated her path, anyone who stood in her way must perish. Clenching the bedding beneath her, she murmured coldly, "Fan Qingyao, by Li Fengming. In this lifetime, I shall ensure that you meet a most wretched end." At the same time, in the Hua residence, Fan Qingyao clutched her garments tightly in her sleep, an inexplicable heartache causing her to curl up on the bed, struggling to breathe. No matter how intense the pain, she remained trapped in the depths of her dreams. It felt as though she had fallen into an endless abyss, sinking deeper and deeper. Voices echoed in her ears, some laughing, some weeping, and others repeating in a haunting refrain, "The phoenix undergoes tribulation, reborn through fire. Yet the outcome is predetermined and cannot be defied. To go against heaven will surely invite divine punishment." Chapter 32. Holding fish eyes as treasures, Fan Qingyao awoke from a nightmare, clutching her still aching chest. Her small face as pale as a sheet of paper. In her previous life, her mother had perished, and Bai Li Fengming should have met the same fate. She understood that it was she who altered their destinies, defying the so-called heavenly will. Perhaps the voice from her dream was a warning, or perhaps a form of caution. Who could tell? Turning her gaze towards the pitch-black night outside, her small face remained devoid of color, yet her dark eyes, akin to the night, sparkled with unwavering determination. In the days that followed, Fan Qingyao continued to diligently attend to Tao Yuxian, monitoring the health of Hua Yueqing. As she observed her mother's condition gradually improving, she felt no fear. Regardless of what the voice in her dreams signified, having been granted a second chance at life, she would not repeat past mistakes. If indeed there were divine retribution, she would confront it head-on. Life seemed to regain its tranquility, yet Fan Yurong, who had always accompanied Fan Zisho to court, had seemingly evaporated from the public eye. Initially, the common folk speculated with curiosity, believing the diligent Minister Fan to be gravely ill. However, as time passed, the events in the palace became the talk of Shiliang City. Minister Fan was penalized with a half-year salary deduction, and the minister himself was barred from court for a year. Even that haughty concubine of the Fan family received 20 lashes from Sun Xuanfu. It was then that the people realized that the minister was not ill, but rather hiding in his estate, too ashamed to show his face. In contrast to the scandal-ridden Fan household, the Hua family, plagued by incessant harassment from Ji Hongliao, gradually became the center of attention. Who in Shiliang City was unaware that Ji, the esteemed judge, was favored by the emperor? His frequent visits to the Hua residence, coupled with his loud proclamations at the door, asking Miss Qingyao to consider accepting him as a mentor, fueled both jealousy and admiration among the populace. In no time, the townsfolk were secretly cursing Minister Fan for being blind to the brilliance before him, preferring mere fish eyes over true pearls. Though Fan Qingyao remained confined within the estate, he could still hear the whispers of the townsfolk discussing him. He spent his days in a sullen mood, showing no kindness even to Zhu Ailing and Fan Qingyao. As for Fan Qingyao, he avoided the streets altogether, fearing that his carriage would draw unwanted attention from the public. As winter faded into spring, Fan Qingyao's birthday approached. Aside from the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, who hid in her courtyard feigning ignorance, the other daughters-in-law presented their birthday gifts early. The male members of the Hua family also entrusted Hua Yaoting with prepared silver notes to bring back from the army. However, when those uninspired silver notes reached Fan Qingyao, her expression soured. Despite her unenthusiastic reception, she accepted them, acknowledging the sentiment behind the gifts, even if her uncles were somewhat dull in their gift-giving. Just then, Tao Yuxian approached from a distance. Knowing that his own wife would soon celebrate her birthday, Hua Yaoting instructed his servant to withdraw 50 taels of silver as a gift for the matriarch. Tao Yuxian sighed, remarking that if her sons were indeed dull, they must have inherited it. Hua Yaoting, his face twitching, turned to Fan Qingyao, asking, "Little Qingyao, do you think they truly are dull?" Fan Qingyao, observing his unwillingness to accept the truth, sincerely nodded in agreement. Hua Yaoting's face twitched again as he pondered the implications. As soon as they entered Mingyue courtyard, Tao Yuxian personally presented the blood spirit mushroom to Fan Qingyao, declaring that it could be used in medicine the following day. Holding the mushroom, which was nearly half her height, Fan Qingyao looked up and asked why her grandmother was preparing the prescription. Tao Yuxian, affectionately ruffling her hair, replied, "I trust you with this. It gives me peace of mind." During this time, she had been guiding Fan Qingyao in medical studies, and the girl had shown remarkable aptitude, grasping concepts effortlessly, even those that Tao Yuxian had overlooked. Were it not for the awkward position of the Fan family, she would have proudly boasted about her granddaughter's prowess. At that moment, Granny Su entered with a small basin of charcoal, whispering that the storeroom had reported a dwindling supply of silver bone charcoal. Tao Yuxian nodded, believing that the remaining amount would suffice for the season. Just as Fan Qingyao was placing the blood spirit mushroom on the table, she suddenly spoke. "Grandmother, although spring has arrived, the snow in the city has yet to melt. We should purchase some ordinary charcoal, better safe than sorry." Tao Yuxian was taken aback, but soon understood that her daughter's health was improving. However, due to recent medication, she likely still harbored excessive cold in her body. Thus, it was prudent to procure more charcoal. Relieved, Tao Yuxian assumed that Fan Qingyao's request stemmed from concern for Hua Yueqing's well-being. She then instructed the maidservants in Mingyue courtyard to quickly fetch silver for charcoal before leaving with the assistance of her attendants. Watching Tao Yuxian's departing figure, Fan Qingyao's dark eyes grew heavy with contemplation. In her previous life, the year after her mother's demise, many regions suffered from snow disasters, and Xiliang experienced a chilling spring that claimed countless lives. Fan Qingyao and Fan Qingyao had shamelessly exploited the situation, seizing charcoal from the Hua family in her name. Her grandparents, fearing for her well-being, had relinquished their remaining charcoal to the Fan household. During her time in the Fan estate, brainwashed by Zhu Ailing, she had laughed at her grandmother's illness and her grandfather's frostbite, feeling no remorse whatsoever. This was her debt, and she was determined to repay it. Hence, in this life, she would ensure that no one from the Hua family would suffer from cold or hunger again. "Miss Qingyao, something terrible has happened." A maidservant rushed in, breathless and kneeling before Fan Qingyao, bursting into tears. Granny Su furrowed her brow, demanding to know the cause of such distress. The maidservant sobbed, "I was sent by the matriarch to the treasury for silver, but I encountered the eldest daughter-in-law, who said that the household had already spent much silver this year and forbade any further purchase of charcoal." Granny Su was furious but felt powerless. In Xiliang, the eldest sister-in-law was regarded as a mother figure, and it was customary for the eldest daughters-in-law of wealthy families to manage domestic affairs. Moreover, Ling Wei's family had been in business for many years, thus overseeing all accounts and the medical practice in the city. Fan Qingyao donned a shawl and instructed the maidservant, "You may rise. This matter does not concern you." With that, she strode towards the door. Granny Su hurried after her, asking, "Where are you going, young miss?" Calmly, Fan Qingyao replied, "To see my eldest sister-in-law." The children of poor families were often married off by the age of 11. She could no longer shrink back and must assume her responsibilities. Chapter 33 Waiting for the fish to bite in the Ziyuan. The voice of the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei echoed with scorn. As spring approached, she insisted on purchasing charcoal without considering the family's substantial annual expenses. Did she believe that everyone else should suffer while she and her mother lived in ease? Fan Qingyao entered the Ziyuan, nearly enduring a barrage of insults from Su Mama. Su Mama glared at the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, preparing to confront her. There is no need for anger. We are here to conduct business, not to argue, she stated. Fan Qingyao grasped Su Mama's hand, knowing that replying to Ling Wei would only fan the flames of her arrogance. Instead, she stepped forward to pay her respects to her elder. Ling Wei sneered, "You have become quite impressive, relying on that court official to meddle in our affairs while hoarding treasures for yourself. I cannot accept your respect." With that, she turned and slammed the door shut. "Miss." Su Mama rushed to the now-closed door, worried for Fan Qingyao. This eldest daughter-in-law is truly intolerable. Fan Qingyao remained calm. "Let us return, Su Mama." Su Mama was taken aback. "Are you leaving just like this?" Fan Qingyao nodded. Her purpose was merely to gauge her elder's intentions. Now that she understood, it was time to prepare for what lay ahead. Su Mama felt increasingly perplexed by Fan Qingyao's thoughts. It was as if she had matured years in just one. Upon returning to Mingyue courtyard, Fan Qingyao instructed the maidservants to place the blood Ganoderma in a prominent spot in the yard. Su Mama was bewildered. It was her first time witnessing such an offering of a spirit herb in a courtyard. "It was gifted to me by my grandmother, so it must be displayed," Fan Qingyao explained. "You shall gather the others and spread the news throughout the estate, so everyone can share in the joy." Su Mama, still dazed, nodded and departed with the other servants. Within an hour, the entire Hua family learned that the matriarch had bestowed the blood Ganoderma upon Miss Qingyao, who was now honoring it in Mingyue courtyard. The daughters-in-law from various households arrived, not out of admiration for the peculiar blood Ganoderma, which appeared grotesque and crimson, but rather driven by their own interests. "Little Qingyao, this is for you from your third aunt. Take it well," the third daughter-in-law, Peihan, said, handing over several silver notes, acknowledging that her family's good fortune came from Qingyao's efforts. "This is mine. Take it all and use it to buy charcoal," the fourth daughter-in-law, Yafu, added, digging into her purse. "I have some too," the second daughter-in-law, Chunyu, chimed in. In no time, Fan Qingyao found herself inundated with offerings akin to a little deity of wealth. Ling Wei, upon hearing the commotion from Mingyue courtyard, trembled with rage and rushed over with her maidservants. The sight of the blood Ganoderma, resplendent in its crimson hue and worth a fortune, only intensified her frustration. Her supporting maid whispered, "Madam, you should have given up on buying charcoal. Miss Qingyao should be worried now, yet she appears completely unfazed." Indeed, Fan Qingyao was untroubled. "The bait has been cast. How can I worry about the big fish not biting?" That evening, driven to a frenzy by the blood Ganoderma's allure, Ling Wei returned to Mingyue courtyard, stating boldly, "You may buy charcoal, but you must share half of the blood Ganoderma with me." She was no longer inclined to beat around the bush, her eyes glimmering with greed. Su Mama was incensed by Ling Wei's audacity. How could one be so shameless? Fan Qingyao responded calmly, "Very well." Su Mama gasped, "Miss, that is your life-saving herb." Fan Qingyao reassured her with a gesture. She had no intention of jeopardizing her mother's health. "After 3 days of treatment for my mother, I will personally deliver the blood Ganoderma to my elder. Is she willing to wait?" Fan Qingyao inquired, glancing at Ling Wei. "Of course, she will wait. She dotes on you." Ling Wei finally allowed a smile, satisfied as she departed. Su Mama, disgusted by Ling Wei's duplicitous nature, frowned deeply. Fan Qingyao remained composed, instructing Su Mama to relocate the blood Ganoderma indoors before hastily departing for the accounts room. Inside, Cheng Yijing was busy with calculations when he noticed Fan Qingyao and immediately stood to greet her. "I wish to withdraw funds for charcoal," she stated briskly. Cheng Yijing, aware of the eldest daughter-in-law's approval to purchase charcoal, was not surprised. "How much silver do you wish to withdraw?" Fan Qingyao countered with a question. "What is the monthly expenditure for the Hua family?" Assuming she meant to withdraw a month's expenses, Cheng Yijing replied, 100 taels of silver should suffice." To his astonishment, Fan Qingyao declared, "Then set aside 100. The rest shall be used for purchasing charcoal." Cheng Yijing trembled, dropping the abacus on his foot in shock. That night, Fan Qingyao could hardly close her eyes, personally leading Su Mama and Cheng Yijing to knock on the doors of every charcoal shop in the city. Finally returning early the next morning, she instructed Su Mama, "Tonight, Take some people to Miaojia and spread the word that the Xitian prefecture has news of an imminent change in weather. Understood, Mississippi Su Mama. Exhausted from the previous night's efforts, had no energy to ponder the motives behind her young mistress's actions and simply nodded in agreement, setting out that evening. Within a night, the rumor of a weather change swept through the city. The impoverished residents of Miaojia believed the news and began buying charcoal while it was still cheap. The officials and wealthy families were surprised, including those at the Fan estate. Fan Qingyao even personally sought connections at the Xitian prefecture, discovering the rumors to be baseless. He seized the opportunity to raise prices on charcoal within his estate and informed his colleagues in the court. As the news spread, every official and noble in the city began to appreciate Fan Qingyao kindness, while simultaneously scoffing at the absurdity of the situation. 3 days passed. On this day, after the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, had accompanied the others to pay respects to Tao Yuxian, she intentionally instructed her maid, "Go inform Mingwei courtyard to send the blood Ganoderma here." Furrowing her brow, Tao Yuxian questioned, "What blood Ganoderma?" Ling Wei, beaming with pride, explained, "The old matriarch is unaware." I felt pity for Qingyao and agreed to her charcoal purchase. She insisted on sharing half of the blood Ganoderma with me, which I did not want. But Qingyao insisted on sending it. "You are outrageous." Tao Yuxian slammed her hand on the table, causing the other daughters-in-law to kneel in fear. Regardless, the blood spirit mushroom cannot be consumed by the young lady alone. Rather than letting it sit idly in the house, why can it not be given to me? The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, also knelt on the ground, her expression one of unwavering justification. Tao Yuxian was so enraged that she could hardly catch her breath. Over the years, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, had significantly depleted the Huajia family's finances to support her own family. She was aware of Ling Wei's avarice, yet she had not anticipated it would reach such excessive proportions. "Madam, the young lady has sent me to deliver the blood spirit mushroom to you." A maid's voice suddenly echoed from outside. The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, turned to smile, only to be instantly petrified. Chapter 34. Mother awakens. The blood spirit mushroom remained as it was, yet its former luster had long since faded, now appearing dull and frayed with threads. It was evident that it had been cut, used in a potion, and hastily stitched back together. A muffled giggle arose from the other daughters-in-law. However, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, could no longer find humor in the situation. "What on earth is this?" "Madam, the charcoal purchased by Miss Qingyao has arrived. Master Chung inquires where you would like it placed," called a maid from outside. Ling Wei was taken aback as she observed cart after cart of charcoal pouring in like a herd of cattle. From a distance, the sight was overwhelming, causing her complexion to pale. With the assistance of the other daughters-in-law, Tao Yuxian approached the door, her brow furrowed. How much charcoal had been bought? Chengyi, sorting through the charcoal in the courtyard, reported to the old matriarch that aside from this month's expenses of 100 taels, everything else had gone towards the purchase of charcoal. What? Tao Yuxian and the other daughters-in-law were left dumbfounded. Was this a prelude to establishing a charcoal business at the Hua residence? Ling Wei, already infuriated by the blood spirit mushroom, felt her vision darken upon hearing this news and fainted. As the carts continued to flood into the Hua courtyard, the maids in the main hall busied themselves with reviving Ling Wei, pressing on her chest. After a struggle, she finally gasped for breath. But upon seeing the mountain of charcoal outside, her chest tightened once more, threatening to send her into unconsciousness again. "Matriarch, that Fan Qingyao is utterly audacious. She has spent all our silver on charcoal. How are we to survive as a family?" Ling Wei recognized that to prompt the matriarch to intervene, she had to speak of the family's finances. Tao Yuxian furrowed her brow for a moment, then instructed the maid, he to summon Qingyao. The other daughters-in-law in the main hall wanted to plead their case, but were at a loss for words. Indeed, Qingyao had gone too far. Were they all to live off charcoal for the rest of their lives? Before long, Fan Qingyao entered the main hall, escorted by he. Upon seeing her, Ling Wei charged forward like a bull, demanding, "What do you mean by this? What did you say before?" Fan Qingyao replied coolly, "What do you believe I said? Elder sister-in-law?" Ling Wei, taken aback by her audacity, pointed towards the now discolored blood spirit mushroom and shouted, "You claimed that 3 days after preparing the potion, you would personally send the blood spirit mushroom to me." Before she could finish, realization struck her. She finally understood where the misunderstanding lay. Fan Qingyao replied calmly, "I delivered the blood spirit mushroom to you after it was used in the potion. Why are you still so angry?" Ling Wei was furious, trembling all over. It was no wonder that this little brat had agreed so readily. She was clearly exploiting the situation. Qingyao, was this all your idea regarding the charcoal? Tao Yuxian's expression darkened. Ling Wei, consumed by greed, believed that whatever chaos Qingyao stirred should be a lesson for her. Yet she could not condone such reckless behavior that disregarded the entire Hua family. Seeing that Tao Yuxian was about to unleash her wrath, Ling Wei quickly fell to the ground, pleading, "Matriarch, you must take charge. This Fan Qingyao is far too arrogant and should be expelled from the Hua family. She might even be colluding with the Fan family to ruin us. That little wretch dared to toy with her. She would not let her get away with it." A sudden chill swept through Ling Wei's collar, causing her to shiver. The others in the main hall also sensed this strange coldness and instinctively huddled together. Suddenly, a cry rang out from the courtyard, "It's snowing." All heads turned towards the sound, and to their astonishment, snow fell heavily in the early spring, blanketing the ground like goose feathers. Who would have thought it could snow in March? The servants in the courtyard, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly contain their admiration. With so much charcoal, no matter how heavy the snowfall, they had nothing to fear. Miss Qingyao had truly saved them. That little miss is remarkable. She can foresee the will of heaven. The workers hauling charcoal chimed in, all eager to know if they could still sell the charcoal. In the main hall, Ling Wei, who had hoped to gain favor from the matriarch, found herself suffocated by the overwhelming praise. She could not catch her breath and fainted again. But at that moment, no one paid her any mind. All eyes were fixed on the small figure before them, stunned. Could this be what they called foresight? Fan Qingyao turned to Tao Yuxian. Her gaze as resolute as when she had purchased the charcoal. "Grandmother, rest assured, our family's silver will multiply." Tao Yuxian nodded, and the other daughters-in-law followed suit. The heavy snow outside served as the best testament. Though they did not comprehend how Qingyao had foreseen the weather, they no longer harbored doubts about her words. The usually composed Mama Sue rushed in, her stern face beaming with joy. "Miss Mississippi. She has awakened." Upon hearing this, Fan Qingyao dashed towards the door. Tao Yuxian, with the support of several daughters-in-law, hurried after her, but no matter how fast they ran, they could not catch up, only watching as her little legs left a trail of footprints in the snow. In the warmly lit room, Hua Yulian gazed at the familiar surroundings, her eyes brimming with tears. Though she had been in a stupor for days, her consciousness had remained intact. She knew it was her little crescent moon that had brought her back, saving her life. She also realized that her crescent moon had grown up, becoming more understanding, earning her mother's praise. Bang! The door burst open, a gust of cold air rushing in. Fan Qingyao stood at the threshold, and as her gaze met that of the person lying on the bed, her mind buzzed, and her limbs turned numb with cold. When Hua Yulian had passed, she had been gaunt and emaciated, her bloodshot eyes wide open in death, her icy body overrun by starving rats. At that moment, Fan Qingyao had watched from afar, filled with hatred for the woman who had made the unilateral decision to leave the lavish life of the Fan family. But now, Fan Qingyao felt gratitude. Gratitude for the way she had taken her away from the toxic environment of the Fan family. Gratitude for allowing her the chance for redemption and clarity. "Come here, my crescent moon. Let me hold you." Hua Yulian wept, wiping away her uncooperative tears. She could not cry. She must not frighten her crescent moon. The long-missed voice pierced through Fan Qingyao's ringing head. Biting her lip, she wept as she dove into the embrace she had longed for. "Mother, I'm sorry. Mother, in this life, I will ensure you live a long and happy life." At the door, the other daughters-in-law watched with tears streaming down their faces. Heaven had opened its eyes. Their little Qingyao's efforts had finally been rewarded. Tao Yuxian, too, was in tears, repeatedly murmuring, "It's wonderful that she has awakened. We are reunited." Chapter 35. My little Qingyao spoke. The unexpected heavy snowfall had completely sealed off Shiliang City. It persisted for nearly an entire month without any signs of abating. Fortunately, the impoverished citizens within the city had prepared ample charcoal in advance, allowing them to make do. But the wealthy officials fared far worse. They had heeded Fan Zisho's words, dismissing any notions of a change in weather. Now, faced with the relentless snowfall, they burned through their meager remaining charcoal in a panic, freezing within their estates while cursing Fan Zisho's ancestors. The Fan family was not in a much better situation. Just as the citizens were finishing their tirades against Fan Yurong, Fan Zisho found himself under fire from the aristocracy, a continuous wave of misfortune. In these snowbound days, only the Hua family was burning charcoal in abundance. However, Hua Yaoding could not find joy in this surplus. Although they had plenty of charcoal, it also consumed their wealth. Once the snow finally melted, he would have to lead troops to Yuzhou to quell the unrest. But how would he acquire provisions? A sudden knock echoed through the room. Hua Yaoding suppressed his melancholy and called for the intruder to enter. The door swung open, revealing a small figure. Upon seeing the child before him, the sorrow he had just managed to suppress surged back, nearly prompting him to slam his palm against the table. Fan Qingyao, what are you doing here? Hurry back to bed. He fought to contain his anger, reminding himself that he must not strike. Fan Qingyao blinked innocently and retorted, if I leave, who will earn money for grandfather to fight? Hua Yaoding was taken aback. Had he truly aged so much that he could not comprehend the words of a child who had squandered their family's fortune, yet spoke of making money? Fan Qingyao skipped over to Hua Yaoding's side, standing on tiptoe with her hands resting on the chair, her cherry-red lips close to his ear. Initially devoid of hope, Hua Yaoding was struck by the brilliance of her words, realizing that there was nothing she could not accomplish. Taking a deep breath to assure himself of his vitality, he said, Fan Qingyao, you, Fan Qingyao, with her tiny fingers still unformed, calculated, if grandfather wants to earn money for war, you must listen to me. Observing her animated gestures, Hua Yaoding's conflicted heart settled. He trusted his granddaughter. After all, he was in dire need of silver. Thus, early the next morning, Hua Yaoding strode confidently to court. The March snowfall caught everyone off guard. The palace's supply of silver charcoal was rapidly depleting. In the court, officials clasped their hands tightly within their sleeves to stave off the cold. Even Emperor Yongchang, seated upon the dragon throne, longed to don a cotton blanket during court proceedings. Yet, Hua Yaoding stood resolutely upright, a figure of integrity. Having spent years in military service, he was less susceptible to the cold than the scholarly officials. However, his imposing presence was perceived differently by others. In Shiliang City, who did not know that the Hua family's charcoal was piled high, seemingly endless? Upon spotting Hua Yaoding, Fan Qingyao's teeth ground in frustration. He stepped forward, kneeling before Emperor Yongchang. Your Majesty, the city is besieged by sudden blizzards, and the people suffer greatly. I implore you to send aid in the form of charcoal to ease their plight. Emperor Yongchang furrowed his brow. The blizzard had indeed come without warning. And Shiliang's predicament was compounded by other nations succumbing to the storm, rendering charcoal transport impossible. Prince Rui then stepped forth, addressing the emperor. Your Majesty, I am aware that there is a household within our city that burns charcoal daily, keeping their home as warm as summer. In an instant, all eyes turned to the figure standing straight amidst the court. The emperor was well aware of whom this referred to and turned to Hua Yaoding, inquiring softly, what does General Hua think of this matter? Hua Yaoding stepped forward, lifted his robe, and knelt. Your Majesty, I currently possess over 100 tons of charcoal, but I have come to know that the common people are not suffering from the cold. Rather, it is the wealthy officials who continuously complain. He added, in truth, they are merely spoiled and unable to endure the chill. Emperor Yongchang's lips twitched in disbelief. Was he suggesting that those who could not withstand the cold should be sent to the military? Fan Qingyao, with a forced smile, interjected. Are not the wealthy citizens of the city also common folk? General Hua, do not forget that if the affluent do not pay taxes, how shall the nation remain secure? Hua Yaoding understood the implications of this statement, but chose not to dance around the issue. It is not that we cannot provide charcoal, but it must be purchased at 300 taels per cart. 300 taels. That is 5 times the previous price. Fan Qingyao exclaimed, incredulous. Is this not blatant robbery? Hua Yaoding beamed with pride. My granddaughter, Fan Qingyao, said that in times of national crisis, one must pay for their provisions. She also mentioned that this is already a loss-making venture. If one wishes to buy, they must queue at the Hua family's door with silver notes in hand, as we do not extend credit for small transactions. Fan Qingyao's expression was one of disbelief. How could a dignified general speak so irreverently about a mere child? Hua Yaoding unabashedly countered. Fan Qingyao knows how to stockpile charcoal. She is truly remarkable. If you wish to raise her, you are welcome to try, provided your granddaughter can manage. Prince Rui sensed that further argument would yield no results and cast a glance at Emperor Yongchang. Before he could speak, a young eunuch rushed in. Your Majesty, the Hua family's carts have just entered the palace, delivering charcoal. For carts are already en route to the Empress and the Crown Prince's quarters. Upon hearing this, Prince Rui inwardly scolded Fan Qingyao. Not only had she shamelessly sent her grandfather to the palace to sell charcoal, but she had also brazenly delivered a bribe to the emperor. Fan Qingyao was indeed cunning. However, as the emperor's expression gradually brightened, Prince Rui quietly retreated into the ranks of officials. The emperor, feeling inferior to his own ministers, finally spoke. General Hua, your intentions are commendable. Hua Yaoting straightened his posture. Xiao Qingyao said that only when the emperor is warm will Xiliang find warmth. The repetition of her name grew tiresome to the court, yet they bore it, for her granddaughter was indeed a source of pride. Emperor Yongchang reminisced about that calm, exceptionally skilled child, his heart swelling with warmth. Truly, she was a blessing to Xiliang. He summoned the eunuch by two and proclaimed, "Let it be known, Hua family's charcoal is 300 taels per cart. Those who wish to purchase must bring silver notes. We do not extend credit." He agreed, knowing that over the years, much of the military funding had been supplemented by Hua Yaoting himself. If the Hua family were to run out of silver, whom could he turn to for military supplies? Fan Qingyao could scarcely believe his ears. "Your Majesty," but Emperor Yongchang merely waved him off, signaling the end of court. Chapter 36. The sudden increase in price in the eastern palace of the Xiliang imperial court. Wisps of fragrant smoke curled gently from the incense burner, filling the entire chamber with the subtle, mysterious aroma of Jishu incense. Empress Jinshi, accompanied by her maids, navigated through the main hall, and, upon entering the inner sanctum, her gaze fell upon a refined young man seated gracefully on a soft couch, clad in a simple, yet elegant white robe. Baili Fengming rose to greet her, his expression curious. "Mother, what brings you here at this hour?" The empress quickly urged him to sit, her face alight with intrigue. "It seems that Qingyao has thoughtfully sent you an abundance of charcoal. I have also heard she provided a considerable amount for you. Has this endeavor borne fruit?" Baili Fengming smiled bitterly, remaining silent. Instead, it was Lianxi, standing nearby, who sighed in resignation. "Your Majesty, you are unaware that Miss Qingyao possesses a temperament as steadfast as a chaste maiden. Despite Judge Ji's persistent visits to the Hua family, Miss Qingyao has yet to relent and accept him as her mentor." The joy on Empress Jinshi's face diminished significantly upon hearing this. She had not anticipated the girl's stubbornness. Nevertheless, this could be advantageous. Once she chose to remain by Fengming's side, it would be difficult for others to take her away. Lianxi believed the empress was overly optimistic. Presently, Miss Qingyao was entirely indifferent. As she gazed upon the jade-like visage before her, a wave of sadness swelled within Empress Jinshi, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Although Fengming was the crown prince, he had never shown an interest in governance, compounded by his frail health. She had not harbored high hopes, merely wishing to save his life, allowing him to follow his own path. Yet, to her astonishment, his first words upon awakening were a resolute desire to continue as the crown prince. She had never witnessed such determination in her son's eyes. She realized she owed a debt of gratitude to Qingyao and had hoped Fengming would repay it, for in Xiliang, the crown prince's protection was unrivaled. Yet, the circumstances had far surpassed her expectations. However, she found solace in the thought that since Fengming needed that girl, she would simultaneously receive his protection, an outcome that seemed mutually beneficial. Little did she know, that girl was entirely unique, indifferent to power or fame. As tears threatened to spill, Empress Jinshi hastily wiped her eyes. Fortunately, the heavy snowfall had not only sealed Xiliang, but also obstructed the paths of those who would seek to intrude. Once the snow ceased, they would return promptly. "Fengming, you must devise a plan before that happens." Baili Fengming chuckled softly to himself, thinking that if she continued to resist, they could simply bring her into the palace by force. The empress nodded, considering this approach as not entirely unfeasible. Lianxi was taken aback. Who would have imagined that the esteemed empress and the crown prince would conspire to abduct someone else's daughter? "Miss Qingyao, may fortune favor you." At the palace gates, all the ministers were in fervent discussion, eager to dispatch servants to the Hua household to purchase charcoal upon returning home. Some, who had closer ties to General Hua Yaoting, boldly declared, "General Hua, do remember to save a spot for me." Hua Yaoting, however, was straightforward, stating, "I shall not concern myself with the sale of charcoal. My little Qingyao has declared that I am only responsible for bringing people back. The business is hers to manage." As Fan Qingyao approached, he was struck by the radiant expression on Hua Yaoting's face, which was quite blinding. Just as Hua Yaoting boarded his carriage, Fan Qingyao turned to address the other ministers, asserting that the Hua family's charcoal was priced at 5 times the usual rate, accusing them of exploiting the situation. The ministers were taken aback. Why does the esteemed prime minister still cling to hope? The sale of charcoal was decreed by the emperor. Do you wish to defy the heavens? In the midst of a city sealed by snow, the Hua family's willingness to sell charcoal at 5 times the price was an act of generosity. How had this become an accusation of opportunism in Fan Qinyao mouth? The prime minister's face twitched in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the ingratitude of these ministers. They seemed indifferent, recalling how he had dismissed the rumors of upheaval, leading them to this predicament of having to pay exorbitantly for charcoal. How dare you not acknowledge your own mistakes while attempting to drag us further into your folly? You may possess a robust constitution, but we common folk fear the cold. A humiliated and furious Fan Qingyao watched as the ministers ignored him, boarding their carriages and departing. After about half an hour, the carriages returned in droves to the Hua family's gates, forming a line reminiscent of a royal procession. Dressed in a thick coat, Fan Qingyao stood in the courtyard, flanked by Granny Su, who was marking the carriages arriving to purchase charcoal, and Cheng Yi, who was counting the profits. Despite their cheeks being rosy from the cold, they diligently listened. They appeared to be the epitome of a shrewd landlady. Inside the main hall, several women were sharing smiles of encouragement with Tao Yuxian, simultaneously expressing admiration for the talented Qingyao, who was destined for great success. However, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, sat in a corner, simmering with unexpressed resentment. Suddenly, Granny Su, who was announcing the arrival of carriages, fell silent. The others turned to look outside, where Granny Su furrowed her brow, realizing that one of the carriages bore no insignia. While she could conceal this from Granny Su, it was impossible to hide it from Fan Qingyao. How could she not recognize the Fan family's carriage? She would never forget their servants. 600 taels. Fan Qingyao's voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to freeze in shock. Just moments ago, the price had been 300 taels per load of charcoal. How had it doubled so swiftly? The servant driving the carriage approached, visibly irritated. Is the Hua family truly this concerned with integrity? Fan Qingyao replied calmly. The Fan family will pay 600 taels. Understanding dawned upon the crowd. This was indeed the Fan family's carriage. The servant was taken aback that he had not even dared to display the insignia, yet Fan Qingyao recognized it immediately. He quickly forced a smile. Miss Qingyao, the master and young master are freezing in the manner. How can you be so heartless? Fan Qingyao ignored him and called out. Next, the servant, who had once served the young master, found himself publicly humiliated. However, the current Fan Qingyao was no longer the weak figure subjected to their bullying in the Fan household. Now, she was selling charcoal under imperial decree, and only a fool would dare challenge her. As the Fan family's servant slunk away, dejected, the crowd erupted in laughter. Just moments ago, they had heard their master speak of the prime minister's so-called price gouging, but now they realized who was truly exploiting the situation. It seemed the Fan family was suffering the consequences of their own greed. The servant, hearing the laughter echoing around him, hurried away even faster. Chapter 37. The reunion gift. After 2 lifetimes, the biting wind howled as the relentless snow continued to fall without end. The main hall of the Fan residence was as frigid as an ice cavern, with even the walls adorned with a layer of white frost. How dare you? Who permitted you to send someone to the Hua family to purchase charcoal? Fan Qinyao thunderous roar echoed, his trembling finger pointed at Fan Yurong, a mixture of anger and coldness causing it to shudder. He could hardly believe that after enduring so much frustration outside, upon returning home, his own son was audaciously slapping him in the face. Was this truly a scheme to drive him to the brink of death? Father, do not worry. Sending someone to the Hua family for charcoal was solely my decision and has nothing to do with you, Fan Yurong replied, kneeling on the ground, his knees painfully cold. He could not foresee when this suffering would end, but he was certain that if this cold persisted, it would lead to tragedy within the Fan residence. He had no choice but to seek charcoal from the Hua family. Fan Qinyao face was pained, a mix of anger and helplessness, but since the deed was already done, it was too late for him to lament. It is a privilege for us descendants to serve the Fan family, he huffed, though his face still stung with discomfort. However, Fan Qingyao dared not neglect her obligations to the Fan family. Fan Yurong secretly sighed in relief. After all, Fan Qingyao bore the Fan surname and would never allow them to suffer in the cold. Just then, the servant sent to purchase charcoal returned, a look of despair on his face. Young master, that Fan Qingyao is truly detestable. Relying on the imperial decree, she sells charcoal for 300 taels a cart to others, yet for us, she demands 600 taels. So, there was not even a single piece sold. Upon hearing this, Fan Yurong nearly froze in place from indignation. Meanwhile, Fan Zixio's expression grew darker, reaching a new height of displeasure. That wretched child had the audacity to raise prices shamelessly against his own family, truly a sign of poor upbringing that warranted correction. You mentioned earlier that you wished to bring Fan Qingyao and her mother back? Fan Zixio inquired with a grim demeanor. Fan Yurong hastily shook his head. Father, rest assured, I will never allow such a beast to enter the Fan household. Grinding his teeth, Fan Zixio retorted, No, let her return. In a few days, you will personally go to the Hua family to fetch her. I want to see how she behaves once she is back in the Fan residence. Fan Yurong nodded fervently. Yes, father. He harbored a deep desire to crush that wretched creature, yet he lacked the courage to cause a disturbance at the Hua family. However, once that creature returned to the Fan residence, the Hua family would have no further say in the matter. Most importantly, if Fan Qingyao returned, they would finally have charcoal. Outside the door, Zui Ling's face was paler than the snow outside. She had never anticipated that even her father-in-law wished to bring that ill-fated individual back. It seemed she must take action soon. At the second watch of the night, the last cart laden with charcoal departed from the Hua family's gates. Chang Yi examined the accounts in his hands, praising Fan Qingyao. Miss Qingyao is truly capable. In just one day, our household's revenue has quadrupled compared to previous years. Fan Qingyao's legs had lost all feeling from standing, and she felt no inclination to celebrate. She merely instructed, Tell the servants to load 6 carts with charcoal and send them to the Guogui temple immediately. Remember, the third cart must contain the charcoal I prepared earlier. Cheng Yi hesitated for a moment, but quickly grasped her intent. Indeed, every year, all the princes visited the Guogui temple to pray for blessings for the emperor and empress. Logically, they should have returned long ago. But this year they were trapped at the temple. The Hua family had already sent supplies to the palace. It was unthinkable to neglect those outside. Rest assured, Miss Qingyao, I will handle it right away, he assured. But then a thought struck him. He recalled that Miss Qingyao had indeed prepared charcoal, and she had personally gotten involved. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that she had prepared more than just charcoal. As he pondered, he noticed Fan Qingyao's unwavering gaze and decided to swallow his words. Fortunately, both he and Granny Su were efficient. Within moments, the servants began loading charcoal onto the carts. Just then, Tao Yuxian, who was bustling out of the main hall, overheard this conversation and felt warmth in her heart. Truly, the daughter of the Hua family possessed such mature wisdom at a young age. If she could genuinely take charge of the Hua family in the future, it would save her much worry. If only her current identity were not so awkward. She wondered when Fan Qingyao would be able to voice her thoughts. Alas, Hua Yaoting, a rough-and-tumble warrior, approached with warm sentiments, lifting Fan Qingyao in his arms. This was his blessing, and it was a blessing for the Hua family as well. The other daughters-in-law looked on in astonishment, while even the other young women of the Hua family stared wide-eyed. Hua Yaoting, accustomed to the bloodshed of battle, bore a countenance so stern that it seemed devoid of warmth. The daughters of the Hua family, who had grown up beside him, were always intimidated by his presence. Now, to see the formidable warrior willingly embrace a younger generation left everyone dumbfounded. Fan Qingyao wrapped her arms around Hua Yaoting, resting her head against the neck that had been severed by a galloping horse in her previous life, her voice soft as she spoke. This is what I ought to do. It is my duty to repay the kindness shown to me in this life. Furthermore, after a separation spanning 2 lifetimes, it is only fitting that I present him with a gift of reunion. 6 carts emblazoned with the Hua family insignia finally arrived at the Guogui temple in the dead of night. The abbot personally came to greet them, directing his disciples to distribute the charcoal to the 5 princes according to the order of the carts, leaving the last cart for their own use. Before long, the various rooms within the Guogui temple grew warm under the flickering flames of the charcoal. The princes, who had been freezing in the sudden drop in temperature, soon learned of the benevolent Miss Qingyao from the Hua family, who had come to their aid, delivering warmth amidst the snow. In no time, the name Fan Qingyao became a frequent refrain on the lips of all the princes. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke billowed into the rooms of the other princes. Mistaking it for a plumbing issue, they hurriedly exited with the eunuchs. They witnessed a soot-covered little eunuch dragging out another figure equally smeared in grime, whose features were barely discernible. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was the 3rd prince. How did you end up covered in soot while simply burning charcoal? Baili Rongza bellowed, his mouth spewing smoke as he spoke. The little eunuch, looking utterly innocent, replied, I do not know how the charcoal ended up saturated with water. The eldest prince chimed in. Perhaps it was due to the snow it was soaked in. The fifth prince added, Miss Qingyao meant well. Why must third brother be so particular? The youngest, the sixth prince, delicately advised, third brother, father often teaches us to be grateful. Wily Rongza, feeling humiliated by their stares, had his already ashen face turned completely blackened by soot. He had no idea that someone had deliberately mixed several shovels of frozen snow into the charcoal in the third cart to demonstrate its value. Chapter 38. The bite of dogs is more satisfying. It has become widely known throughout the entire city of Shiliang that Huajia charcoal is selling remarkably well. In just over 10 days, Fan Qingyao not only returned the silver to her aunts, but also distributed a substantial amount of profits. The remaining silver was not kept for herself. Instead, she dedicated it entirely to Hua Yaoting as military funds. This resulted in Hua Yaoting, who already held his head high in the military camp, strutting even more confidently. The soldiers in the camp now knew that the usually stern General Hua had adopted a new catchphrase. 3 sentences without mentioning my little Qingyao. Tao Yuxian felt a sense of relief, yet she was also concerned that Fan Qingyao might become overly proud. In the entire city of Shiliang, which young lady would dare to sell charcoal on royal orders? And which young lady could earn such a fortune? However, apart from personally overseeing the charcoal sales, Fan Qingyao spent the rest of her time in Mingyue courtyard, accompanying Huai Lian for her rehabilitation. Far from being proud, she did not even feel a hint of self-satisfaction. Ironically, this made Tao Yuxian feel a renewed sense of guilt. Fortunately, Cheng Yi was a person of strong opinions. At some point, in addition to assisting Fan Qingyao with the charcoal sales, he began to review the accounts of the Hua family daily. Tao Yuxian pretended to turn a blind eye, and Cheng Yi grew increasingly unrestrained over the next few days, even discussing the family's daily expenses with Fan Qingyao. Consequently, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, found it intolerable. One day, after Fan Qingyao had just finished a walk with Huai Lian in the house, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, entered with a beaming, affectionate smile, as if all past grievances had never occurred. Fan Qingyao was well aware of Ling Wei's intentions for visiting, but since she had already entered, it would be inappropriate to chase her away. She gently assisted her mother into the room to rest, giving a brief reminder to the maid. Huai Lian looked at Fan Qingyao with concern, her brow slightly furrowed. Before her marriage, she was already acquainted with the eldest daughter-in-law, and she knew well what kind of person she was. However, seeing Fan Qingyao display a calm smile, she refrained from saying much and followed the maid into the inner room. Little Qingyao, this is all my savings, Ling Wei declared as she sat down, pulling out a large handful of silver notes and stuffing them into Fan Qingyao's hands. The implication was clear. She wanted to invest in the charcoal business, and she expected to be accommodated, regardless of Fan Qingyao's feelings. The supply of charcoal in the city is scarce, and our family is currently only selling and not buying. However, I appreciate your intentions, dear aunt, Fan Qingyao said with a smile, returning the silver notes unchanged. Ling Wei's face darkened at the sight of the returned notes. She had hoped to provoke Fan Qingyao into a cold rejection, which would furnish her with grounds to confront the matriarch. In this way, even if she could not invest, she could reclaim control over the charcoal business. However, this little imp was proving to be impervious to both soft and hard tactics, leaving her in a predicament. Suddenly, Huai Lian's voice came from the inner room. Is the eldest lady's health not yet restored? I happen to have ready silver. What medicinal herbs do you need? I will personally purchase them for you. Ling Wei immediately stood and headed into the inner room. Since she could not sway Fan Qingyao, she would seek out softer targets. After all, anyone in Mingyue courtyard who accepted her silver would have to let her invest. Watching Ling Wei's retreating figure, Fan Qingyao's expression turned icy. If she forcibly expelled her, given Ling Wei's temperament, it would likely lead to a commotion. While she feared no uproar, the charcoal was earned for her maternal grandfather's military funds and must not end up in someone else's pocket. Yet, if she did not expel her, her kind-hearted mother would likely fall for Ling Wei's schemes. At that moment, Su Mama entered, her expression also grim. Young miss, someone from the Fan family has arrived. Who is it? She claims to be the eldest lady of the Fan family. Upon hearing this title, Fan Qingyao let out a cold laugh. She had thought that Ailing would have settled down after being reprimanded, but it seemed her audacity had only grown bolder. However, this was quite fortuitous. After a moment of silence, Fan Qingyao suddenly raised her voice. Mama, you say someone from the Fan family has come? What a predicament this is. I had intended to give the charcoal to my aunt at cost if they did not show up, allowing her to earn a little. But now Ling Wei, who had been persuading Huai Lian in the inner room, rushed out upon hearing this. Those Fan family members are utterly shameless. Little Qingyao, don't worry. With me here, I will ensure they do not bully you. Fear not, I will support you now. Ling Wei stormed out of Mingyue courtyard with great fervor. Su Mama observed with concern. Young miss, given the temperament of the eldest lady, she is likely to cause a scene. Fan Qingyao's voice was frigid. I fear she will not. Since they are all shameless, is it not just fitting for dogs to bite dogs? In the flower hall, Zhueling sat arrogantly in a chair, wearing a Su brocade dress and adorned with precious jewelry to display her status in the Fan family. Beside her, Fan Xuanning was similarly dressed in exquisite and expensive attire. Mother, the Hua family is indeed warm and inviting, Fan Xuanning whispered, jealousy evident in her eyes. Compared to the icy atmosphere of the Fan residence, the Hua family seemed to be basking in spring warmth. How could a mere object of misfortune surpass her in fortune? Zhueling sneered. The weather will change. How long can the Hua family flaunt their wealth? Rest assured, as long as I am here, that mother and daughter shall never cross the threshold of the Fan family. You will always be the sole young lady of the Fan family. Fan Xuanning nodded in agreement. Indeed, she was the legitimate daughter of the Fan family. It felt as if she were living in a dream, with Fan Qingyao merely a stepping stone for her ascent. As she contemplated this, her posture straightened, eagerly awaiting her encounter with Fan Qingyao to belittle her worth. Suddenly, footsteps approached from outside. Zhueling and Fan Xuanning, brimming with confidence, prepared to rise and seize the initiative. However, before they could lay eyes on the newcomers, a loud voice erupted from outside the flower hall, scolding. Do you not even have the decency to reflect on your own conduct? Do you think our Hua family's generosity is something you can take advantage of? Do you truly believe our family has perished? The proud and self-assured Zhueling and Fan Xuanning were momentarily stunned. This was someone scolding them? Chapter 39. A mess of feathers. The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, stormed into the flower hall like a bolt of lightning. A glance revealed that both Zhueling and Fan Xuanning were adorned in exquisite attire from head to toe, which only fueled her fury further. A tree without bark will die. A person without shame can hardly survive long. Those who possess a modicum of sense should promptly vacate, lest I strip the both of you of your facades and expose your sordid, lascivious nature for all to witness. Upon noticing that Fan Xuanning was unaccompanied by Fan Qingyao, Zhueling understood that she was likely the gatekeeper summoned by Fan Qingyao. Bring Fan Qingyao out. Today's matters do not concern you. She couldn't be bothered to even glance at the raucous eldest daughter-in-law, unwilling to engage in a dispute that would tarnish her dignity. In dreams and in reality alike, she was the legitimate daughter of the Fan family. Despite knowing Fan Xuanning's identity, Ling Wei was consumed by her insatiable greed for money, disregarding any familial ties. How dare you act wild at such a young age? Do you not recognize your surroundings? Depart from here at once. With that, she reached out to push Fan Xuanning aside, taken by surprise at Ling Wei's aggression. Fan Xuanning stumbled and fell, striking her head against the table leg. Upon touching her forehead, she was horrified to find it smeared in blood. Being young, she was unprepared for the harsh realities that unfolded, and the gravity of the situation overwhelmed her. Zhueling, finally coming to her senses, enveloped Fan Xuanning in her arms, tears brimming in her eyes. Is this how the Hua family conducts themselves, devoid of reason? Yet Ling Wei was no kind-hearted individual. She promptly shoved Zhueling away, scoffing, reason only applies to those who deserve it. With a woman like you, who knows nothing but to crawl into a man's bed, I fear you wouldn't comprehend. The cruelty of her words was palpable. Zhueling, though of humble origins, had worn a facade of nobility throughout her years in the Fan household. Encountering Ling Wei's utter disregard for reason, she decided to retaliate fiercely. Grabbing a handful of Ling Wei's hair, she struck her across the face. Ling Wei, accustomed to wielding her authority within the Hua family, was unprepared for such defiance and retaliated by seizing Zhueling's hair. However, Zhueling's tenacity was no match for Ling Wei's robust physique, and within moments, she found herself expelled from the Hua residence. Inside the carriage, Zhueling's once comely face was left unrecognizable, bruised and swollen. Meanwhile, Fan Xuanning, regaining her composure, felt a deep resentment brewing within her. Had it not been for Fan Qingyao's influence, that vile woman would not have taken such a disliking to them. Little did she realize that a single harpy could render them utterly helpless. Though reluctant to concede, she had to admit that she was no match for that insufferable woman. Yet, how could she rise above Fan Qingyao as she had in her previous life? In the Mingyue courtyard, Granny Sue's eyes sparkled with barely contained mirth. The young miss was unaware, but the eldest aunt was embroiled in a fierce altercation with the Fan family. The sight of Zui Ling reminded her of the grievances the young miss had endured in the Fan household, and she felt a sense of satisfaction. While attending to her mother's medicinal needs, Fan Qingyao remained unperturbed by the news, recognizing that in a battle of dogs, both would emerge scuffed. Holding her daughter's hand, Hua Yulian expressed her worries. Your aunt has been managing the Hua family for quite some time. Must you make her plight even harder? Why not let her handle your accounts? Granny Sue frowned, sensing that someone had been gossiping. Miss, do not heed your aunt's nonsense. Hua Yulian shook her head with a smile. In truth, my sister's words hold merit. As the eldest daughter of the Hua family, it is my duty to seek a son-in-law from outside, to inherit the Tao family's medical expertise and govern the Hua family. It was I who foolishly abandoned this path to marry, relinquishing all that was rightfully mine. Since I have forsaken it, I hold no right to reclaim it. It is my fault for not providing you with a clear path. If you must lay blame, let it be upon me. However, you truly cannot meddle in the affairs of the Hua family any longer. Hua Yulian feared that if this continued, she and her daughter would find themselves without a home. She was not afraid for herself, but she could not jeopardize her daughter's future. Fan Qingyao understood her mother's intentions. Yet, burdened by the debts of her previous life, she was determined to ensure her grandfather could wage war without restraint. Her grandmother could enjoy her twilight years, and that the Hua family would find peace and fulfillment for all those who had perished unjustly. These were debts she could not relinquish, nor did she wish to. In the face of her mother's anxious and pleading gaze, Fan Qingyao responded with a sweet smile. Do not worry, mother. I know how to proceed. Before long, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, sent someone to return the money. This time, Fan Qingyao accepted it without hesitation, summoning Cheng Yi to manage the funds, recognizing that rewards were due for services rendered. In the following days, the eldest daughter-in-law, like others in the Hua family, enjoyed the profits from selling charcoal. However, her modest investment yielded meager returns compared to the other branches of the family. Eventually, Ling Wei could no longer sit idle, seeking every opportunity to intrude upon Mingyue courtyard, lamenting to Hua Yulian, while Fan Qingyao was preoccupied with business. Granny Sue felt a pang of discomfort each time she saw her Miss' troubled expression. Yet out of respect for her Miss' wishes to shield the young lady from worry, she held her tongue. As heavy snow continued to fall, the princes seeking blessings struggled to navigate the Guogua temple. The cities of Shiliang were equally afflicted, with Jiangdu suffering the worst. Water bandits, emboldened by the snowstorm, preyed upon merchants forced to alter their routes. Now, these brigands wreaked havoc, intent on seizing Jiangdu to establish their own dominion. Observing her grandfather's hurried comings and goings, Fan Qingyao sensed that war was imminent. Within 3 days, the emperor issued a decree, appointing Hua Yaoting as General Pingjiao, commanding an army of 20,000 to head to Jiangdu as soon as the snow ceased. Fan Qingyao's responsibilities multiplied. To secure more military funds for her grandfather, she tirelessly accompanied Cheng Yi in their endeavors. As May approached and the snow melted, she had successfully amassed a substantial sum for the 20,000-strong army over the course of a month and a half. 10 days before Hua Yaoting's departure, she hired laborers to clear the roads, ensuring supplies could flow freely. With the army yet to move, provisions were already en route. On the day of the expedition, the roads were clear, and the townsfolk gathered to bid farewell. The vice-generals who had fought alongside Hua Yaoting for a lifetime were nearly brought to tears. Hua Yaoting, mounted on horseback, cast a dark glance at the child beside him, who smiled up at him. How much did you spend on hiring people to clear the snow? Fan Qingyao raised 3 fingers. 300 taels. Hua Yaoting, wait. Let me deal with this spendthrift before we depart. The vice-generals exchanged glances. General Hua, is it not a bit ungrateful to be so oblivious to your fortune? Had their own grandchildren possessed such talents, they would have long since resigned their posts to revel in family life. After sending off her grandfather, Fan Qingyao exhaled in relief. However, just as she returned to the Hua residence, she spotted Granny Sue approaching in haste. Miss, the Fan family has sent someone again. And this time it is the young master of the Fan family. Chapter 40. Speaking frankly, Fan Yurong never envisioned that one day he would find himself at the Hua residence. In the past, he was captivated by the beauty of Hua Yuelian, yet he dared not propose due to the imposing presence of Hua Yaoting. Fortunately, during that time, Hua Yuelian was rather naive and, with a gentle coaxing, she left everything behind to join him at the Fan estate. Presently, as Fan Yurong sat in the elegantly decorated flower pavilion, he could not deny the anxiety that gripped him. Had it not been for the dire financial straits at home, where even a lump of charcoal was beyond their means, he would have resolutely avoided stepping foot here. Oh, what a rare guest. Is that not Sir Fan? Ji Hongliao swaggered in, as though returning to his own abode. Fan Yurong, having long heard of Ji Yuanpan's frequent visits to the Hua family, was not taken aback. He quickly rose with a smile. Ji Yuanpan. Ji Hongliao raised an eyebrow, noting Fan's apparent cheerfulness despite the rumors of his family's financial struggles. Fan Yurong was well aware of Ji Hongliao's difficult nature, yet he did not anticipate his words to be so biting. The small servant trailing behind him recognized the inappropriateness of Ji's remarks, but dared not speak up. Ji Yuanpan's reputation echoed throughout Shiliang. The sound of footsteps echoed, and Fan Yurong anxiously lifted his gaze, only to exhale in relief upon seeing a small figure approaching. Ji Hongliao's demeanor instantly shifted as he donned a broad grin. Qingyao? Have you decided to be my apprentice? Fan Qingyao immunely shook her head. Ji Hongliao, unperturbed, continued, no rush, we have plenty of time. It's nearly lunchtime, so feel free to chat without any pressure. If anyone dares to bully you, I shall ensure they meet their end. Before departing, he cast a conspicuous glare at Fan Yurong. The Fan servants were left in stunned silence. The same Ji Yuanpan who could stand up to the emperor and berate officials was now bowing and scraping before a young girl. An absurdity that transcended mere shock into something more sinister. Once Ji Hongliao finally left, Fan Yurong hastily dispatched the small servant and turned to regard the young lady standing a short distance away. Over the past year, Fan Qingyao had grown rapidly. Her once gaunt face now bore delicate features, adorned in a gown embellished with striking pearls, her rabbit fur boots tapping rhythmically against the floor. Fan Yurong's thoughts drifted to his frost-bitten daughter, Fan Xueqing, and his expression darkened. While you are well-fed and warmly dressed, have you given a thought to your sister, your grandfather, or me? Fan Qingyao scrutinized her father's haggard appearance, smiling as she replied, pray tell, father, when I was warm and well-fed, did my sister ever think of me? Taken aback, Fan Yurong had not anticipated such a question to be turned back upon himself. Yet he felt no guilt. For many years, he had refrained from taking a wife, granting her and her mother the utmost dignity. Now, as he visited, he believed he was extending them a courtesy. With this thought, he grew more resolute. Do not waste your breath on frivolities. Come with me. Give up. I shall not return. Before he could finish, Fan Qingyao interrupted. Your mother. My mother will also not return with you. The unexpected turn of events left Fan Yurong utterly speechless. He could not fathom that this once crying, helpless child would so resolutely refuse him. She did not even allow him to complete his sentence. Seated across from him in her rabbit fur boots, her small, youthful face still bore traces of innocence, yet her eyes were as cold as autumn water, frigid as frost. When she gazed at Fan Yurong, he felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. You rushed here simply because your household lacks charcoal. Only my mother and I can return to help you weather this storm. You could have spoken plainly, and perhaps I might have softened. But look at your current demeanor. Do you truly believe I would feel compassion? Facing such a scoundrel, she found no need to feign civility. Being her true self felt far more comfortable. As she spoke, she suddenly laughed, a cold, mocking laugh. You won't, will you? You will, like years ago, tacitly permit others in the Fan household to drive my mother and me out, leaving us to our own devices. Fan Yurong's face paled, his heart racing. We are family. Do you truly wish to witness our downfall? Fan Qingyao shook her head, then nodded slightly, not entirely. For I wish not only to witness your disgrace, but also to see your retribution. I forgot to mention, the place you now occupy was once occupied by your woman just days ago. I trust you have seen what she has become. A tremor coursed through Fan Yurong, as if he had misheard. Fan Qingyao then produced an envelope from her bosom, tossing it before him. If you desire charcoal, sign here. Let us part ways amicably. If we truly sever ties, it benefits no one. I trust you remember my words. I have no grandfather, nor do I have a father. As for what it entails, interpret it as you will. Fan Yurong stared at the girl seated before him, her legs dangling, not reaching the ground. Even in the daylight, she appeared as a specter. This was no longer his weak, ineffectual daughter. She was a malevolent spirit donning human guise. The The more he gazed upon Fan Qingyao's face, the more fear enveloped him, rendering his legs weak and unsteady. He practically fled from the Hua residence, convinced it had become haunted. Fan Qingyao, clutching the divorce letter, maintained her icy demeanor. It matters not if you refuse now. I possess myriad ways to compel your agreement in the future. Fan Yurong, in a panic, hurried back to the Fan estate, only to find Zue Ling, battered and bruised, handing a hot water bottle to Fan Xueqing. Gazing at Zue Ling's disfigured face, he recalled Fan Qingyao's words. Fuming, he approached and kicked Zue Ling in the stomach. Did you not claim your injuries were self-inflicted? How is it that Fan Qingyao is aware of this? Zue Ling, stunned by the kick, slowly registered the anger etched on Fan Yurong's face. I merely wish to help, to have Fan Qingyao and her mother return. I know what you were thinking. I warn you, tread carefully. If they insist on a divorce, you will face the same bitter cold. Fan Yurong refused to admit his defeat, so he naturally placed the blame squarely on Zue Ling. Had it not been for her meddling, Fan Qingyao would not have treated him with such disdain. In truth, it was all this wretched woman's fault. Fan Xueqing, gripping the hot water bottle, turned pale. Fan Qingyao. Why is it always her? Emerging from the study, Fan Zishou overheard the quarrel and, realizing his son had failed to bring the women back, remained silent for a moment before summoning a nearby servant. Come with me to the study. They were expelled once and for all. They shall not dream of a divorce now. Chapter 41. The Crown Prince's forceful abduction of common women. As the heavy snow began to subside, the roads remained treacherous, leading to a backlog of goods and a rise in water transport. Although it was the prominent Su family of the main city of Xiaoyang who initiated this waterway venture, with a solid foundation and extensive connections, many still adopted a wait-and-see approach. After all, waterways can be perilous, and none dared to risk their fortunes. The young third son of the Su family, audacious despite his youth, noted that merchants were hesitant to take the plunge. He decided to significantly reduce the cost of water transport to merely 10% of the traditional land route. If the land route required 100 taels of silver for transportation, then water transport would necessitate only 10. Faced with such an enticing offer, some were indeed tempted to try. The Hua family's pharmacies, nestled deep within the main city, had been accumulating medicinal herbs due to the recent snow disaster that had impacted their supply chains. The third son of the Su family intended to engage with the Hua family, yet finding a suitable representative proved to be a challenge. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Hua family, Ling Wei, was vehemently opposed to water transport, while Tao Yuxian believed it was worth a try. Since relinquishing her charcoal business, Fan Qingyao had been accompanying Tao Yuxian, constantly navigating the complexities alongside her grandmother and aunt. Each time the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, spotted Fan Qingyao beside the elderly matriarch, her eyes flared with resentment. Fan Qingyao was acutely aware of her unpopularity, and every time she attempted to distance herself, her grandmother would firmly grasp her hand, asserting, "You are my granddaughter." One day, upon returning from her grandmother's side, Sumomo hurriedly announced, "Miss, it's terrible. The young lady has fallen ill." Fan Qingyao's expression shifted dramatically as she rushed into the courtyard. Her mother lay pale upon the bed, her brows tightly furrowed. Fan Qingyao carefully took her mother's pulse. While the issue seemed minor, she could not shake the unease. Her mother's pulse was weak and slippery, a clear sign of overexertion, but what had transpired? Sumomo, privy to certain matters the young lady had instructed her not to disclose, felt her heartache at the sight of her mistress's waning complexion. Gritting her teeth, Sumomo turned and retrieved a stack of items from the bedside cabinet, pressing them into Fan Qingyao's hands. "Miss, you should see for yourself." Lowering her gaze, Fan Qingyao's face fell at the sight. She had hoped that her irresponsible father would come to his senses after that day, yet he had only intensified his efforts, secretly writing to her mother, pleading for her to return with him. The letters, filled with seemingly sincere sentiments, struck her as utterly laughable. "Yueya, perhaps we should return." Her mother, Hua Yueqing, murmured, her eyes having opened at some point. Only by returning could her Yueya gain a legitimate status. Only then could she find a proper family. She could not let her momentary comfort delay her child's future. Fan Qingyao, head bowed, softly inquired, "Mother, do you wish to go back?" Hua Yueqing suddenly smiled, a bittersweet and resigned smile. "What does it matter whether I want to or not? All I desire is for you to return, to have a rightful identity." Gripping her mother's hand tightly, Fan Qingyao raised her eyes, which were now filled with icy resolve. What has the Fan family ever given me besides a surname? If I must beg for a so-called identity, then it is one I would rather forego. Yueya. Mother, trust in your Yueya. I can bear my own burdens and yours. With that, she stood and departed. Hua Yueqing was left momentarily stunned. She had always believed that returning to the Fan residence was the best outcome for her Yueya, and had thought her daughter longed to reclaim her ancestry. Yet, witnessing Yueya's resolute demeanor, doubt crept in. Miss Su Momo consoled, do not underestimate the young lady. Her wit is sharp. You need not worry. Hua Yueqing nodded slowly, murmuring, perhaps I have misjudged. In a secluded room, Fan Qingyao's heart was colder still. The Fan family. First, they had used both sweet words and hard tactics against her, and now they placed a moral blade at her mother's throat. They had truly overstepped their bounds. The next morning, Fan Qingyao set out early. Su Momo, sensing her young mistress's fierce demeanor, feared trouble and hurried to follow, but was promptly blocked by Fan Qingyao before she could utter a word. Meeting Su Momo's worried gaze, Fan Qingyao offered a reassuring smile. It is merely the Fan family. There is no need for such alarm. Pulling her cloak tightly around her, she hastened from the Hua residence. Yet, after only a few steps, she felt something press against her foot. Looking down, she discovered a small white bun-like creature, which seemed to sense her gaze and lifted its head. With round, blue eyes resembling glistening pearls, it appeared to take pride in its tiny stature, standing up slowly, though it stumbled back onto the snow. Fan Qingyao gently lifted it, pressing her finger against its soft little nose. Whose little kitten are you? The creature seemed to disdain the term kitten, puffing up its chest and raising its tail with an air of superiority. Come here, little one, a cool voice called softly. The voice was light, almost as if carried away by the wind. Fan Qingyao, caught up in her own thoughts, did not hear, but the little creature did, and it promptly wriggled out of her grasp, scampering towards the source of the voice. Fan Qingyao hurried to follow, only to see the small creature tugging at her skirt. It was far too tiny, and not wanting to harm it, she relented to its wishes. Not far away, a carriage stood quietly in an alley. The little creature only released her skirt once it spotted the carriage, completely disregarding the damage it had caused. With a sigh, Fan Qingyao picked it up and approached the carriage, softly inquiring, "Excuse me." Before she could finish, the tightly shut carriage door swung open, revealing a hand as pristine as porcelain, adorned in a flowing white sleeve that partially obscured the hand's back, with long fingers gracefully unfurling like a blooming flower. In a flurry, she placed the little creature into the outstretched hand, only to have it grasp her wrist, pulling her abruptly into the dimly lit carriage. Inside, a youth reclined against a soft couch draped in white fur, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a tranquil valley. As Fan Qingyao beheld the familiar face crowned with gold, her brow knitted in confusion. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Bai Fengming regarded her with eyes as deep as the night, hinting at a playful mirth. A forceful abduction of a common woman. Fan Qingyao, do you still remember your status as the Crown Prince of Shiliang? Bai Fengming chuckled softly at her incredulous expression before raising his voice to the outside, commanding, "Let us depart." As the carriage wheels began to roll, Fan Qingyao fell silent. After all, the Crown Prince was capable of such brazen acts. Any resistance on her part would be futile. It would be wiser to acquiesce and perhaps expedite the inevitable. Chapter 42. Would it not be good to be my submissive? Inside the carriage, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. The only exception was the small creature, resembling a steamed bun, nestled in Fan Qingyao's embrace, sleeping soundly with its delicate pink mouth slightly ajar, completely oblivious to the river of drool escaping it. A smile, unnoticed even by herself, graced Fan Qingyao's lips as she gently wiped away the drool. Bai Fengming observed the scene with calm eyes, noting the affinity between them. Fan Qingyao gazed down at the little one in her arms and murmured, "It possesses something precious that I lack." Once, she had been innocent and unburdened, but those treasures were ultimately shattered and buried alongside her in desolation. Thus, from the moment she reopened her eyes, all that remained in her gaze was resentment and gratitude. Bai Fengming remained silent, allowing the oppressive quiet to reclaim the carriage. The slowly advancing carriage turned into a secluded estate in the western suburbs before finally coming to a halt. Fan Qingyao alighted from the vehicle, momentarily furrowing her brow. As far as she knew, the Crown Prince resided in the eastern palace of the royal palace. Bai Fengming approached her and softly explained. This estate was part of the late Queen Mother's dowry. Though it is seldom visited, it is kept clean, so you need not be so apprehensive as when entering the palace. With that, he led the way towards the estate. Fan Qingyao regarded his slender figure and mused that if it weren't for his initial abduction of a commoner, she might genuinely believe he was concerned for her well-being. The estate was expansive and beautifully constructed. However, after taking just a few steps, Fan Qingyao felt a sudden weight on her foot. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a black ball of soot stuck to her instep. The small creature, still slumbering in her arms, seemed to sense a familiar scent and leapt to the ground, playfully engaging with the black ball. The contrast of black and white, in their sticky entanglement, resembled two fluffy clumps of fur brought to life. Lien, she quietly explained. These two were found by His Highness during a hunting expedition last year. Their parents had been killed by a mountain tiger, and out of kindness, the crown prince brought them back. The white one is named T-Su, and the black one is called CHW. A heaviness settled in Fan Qingyao's heart, realizing they were also two little innocents. Observing that she had not moved, Lien, she gently urged, Miss Qingyao, His Highness is waiting for you in the main hall. Nodding, Fan Qingyao retracted her gaze and ascended the steps. In the main hall, Li Fengming sat on a soft couch, lost in thought. Upon noticing her entrance, he smiled and beckoned, come, sit. After a moment of silence, Fan Qingyao approached and seated herself on the opposite side of the couch. Li Fengming raised an eyebrow in surprise. I thought you would be frightened. Fan Qingyao replied calmly, if His Highness intends to do something to me, what difference does it make how far I stand? With just a beckon of your finger, I would still be summoned before you. If you are capable of abducting commoners, what is there that you cannot do? Li Fengming was taken aback by her boldness, having hidden his brilliance within the palace until now. It was rare to see the usually composed crown prince momentarily stunned. Fan Qingyao felt the letter nestled in her sleeve, unwilling to continue the charade. What is it that His Highness truly desires? I wish for you to become mine. Fan Qingyao's heart raced with irritation. Her hands itched to strike. Li Fengming turned to her, his voice soft and melodic. I have heard from my mother that you saved my life. Logically, I should repay you for this favor. Yet I find myself unable to care for my own needs. Since you require me, and I require you, how about you assist me in treating my eyes? In return, I will stand behind you steadfastly. To have the crown prince of the Eastern Palace standing as your support was something many would covet. However, Fan Qingyao could not find joy in the proposal. She merely looked at the young man beside her in astonishment. Their eyes met, and it was perhaps the first time she truly scrutinized the boy she had pulled back from the brink of death. With a jade-like complexion and lips like crimson, his features were like a painting, exuding a gentle yet ethereal demeanor. Most striking were his serene eyes, which concealed an enigmatic depth. Staring directly at a prince was a grave offense, yet in this moment, Fan Qingyao could not divert her gaze, oblivious to the proprieties. Recalling their encounter in the palace, she found no trace of clarity in his gaze. Suddenly, his grip tightened around her wrist, and before she knew it, she was pulled from the couch into his embrace. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in her ears, and the scent of purple fragrance enveloped her senses. Fan Qingyao's heart raced, but anger surged within her. Did she truly appear so easily swayed? When she finally looked up, her expression fierce, she found him regarding her with an unperturbed demeanor. At that moment, Fan Qingyao discerned the haziness within his eyes, clouded and pale, as if veiled by a gossamer shroud. When had it come to this? From the moment she awoke, it had been this way. Staring at the boy, who spoke so lightly of the matter, she could not suppress her shock. Had he already been unable to see clearly when they met in the palace? Or was it that even up close, his vision was a struggle? Yet he had maintained composure during the palace banquet. Most troubling was the realization that no one in the palace had noticed his affliction for so long. Fan Qingyao was compelled to reevaluate the young man before her, pondering what kind of composure allowed him to conceal such profound depth. Li Fengming remained composed, allowing her to observe him quietly. Even with the misty veil over his dark eyes, there was no trace of malevolence. His lips, though thin, spoke ambiguously, heal my eyes, and I shall be your unwavering support. Would it not be delightful to be my obedient one? Fan Qingyao nodded, then shook her head. Li Fengming raised an eyebrow, anticipating her bold response. Fearlessly, she met his gaze. I can help you with your eyes, but I am not so weak as to require another's support to forge my own path. My journey belongs to me alone, even if I tread upon thorns. It is of no concern to others. Li Fengming's eyebrow remained arched. So, you already have a way to secure the release of the Fan family? Fan Qingyao had always known that Ji Hongliao was loyal to the Empress, so his awareness of her situation felt only natural. I have my plans regarding the divorce. Even if my grandfather seeks the support of concubine you, I can find someone even more powerful. Are you referring to His Majesty? Fan Qingyao nodded. As long as the emperor consents to my mother's divorce, I will bear all the expenses of the military camp. Her maternal grandfather had bestowed upon her a considerable sum from selling charcoal, sufficient to establish a shop. Even if it were small, she had the means to expand it rapidly. Do you know that the annual costs of the military camp amount to 1/7 of the tax revenue reported by the Ministry of Revenue? Fan Qingyao's gaze was resolute. If I can articulate it, I can certainly achieve it. In her past life, even when brainwashed by the Fan family into a fool, she had still managed to earn money for them, paving the way for the wolves, Rong Cheng and Rong Zhe. Bai Li Fengming recognized her audacity, but was astonished by the magnitude of her courage. Few dared to negotiate terms with the emperor. Your Highness, the servant. Lian Shiduan entered with a tray of freshly made pastries from the back courtyard. Upon catching sight of the two individuals entangled in a heap, she quickly averted her gaze and retreated with her eyes shut, claiming to have seen nothing. It was only then that Fan Qingyao belatedly realized she was still resting on that warm chest. Bai Li Fengming gazed at her petite face, which was etched with a mix of embarrassment and a hint of amusement, thinking to himself how delightful it was to witness such fluster in her demeanor. As Fan Qingyao, flustered, attempted to rise, Bai Li Fengming smiled gently, adding, otherwise, I might truly believe that within this small frame resides the spirit of an elderly matron, stern, serious, cold, and aloof. Fan Qingyao retorted, you ought to remain silent. Chapter 43. Using a knife to kill without leaving a trace. As Fan Qingyao stepped out of the main hall, she found Tu Shue and Qi Wu playing joyfully in the courtyard. Noticing Bai Li Fengming giving instructions to Lianxi, she refrained from eavesdropping and instead crouched down beside Tu Shue and Qi Wu, watching the two little creatures frolic. Tu Shue genuinely adored Fan Qingyao, not only wiggling its little bottom closer to her, but also playfully tugging at Qi Wu's ear to join in. Qi Wu, more aloof, tried to pull away, while Tu Shue stubbornly tugged forward, causing Qi Wu to yowl in discomfort. Fan Qingyao quickly scooped Tu Shue into her arms and inspected Qi Wu's ear, relieved to find the saliva-soaked ear unharmed. Take this, Bai Li Fengming's voice gently floated from behind her. Fan Qingyao attempted to place Tu Shue on the ground, but Tu Shue clung stubbornly to her clothing, so she had no choice but to lift it along with her. Accepting the item Bai Li Fengming offered, the smile on her face faded. Was the crown prince bestowing charity upon her? Bai Li Fengming observed her flustered expression with a subtle smile, explaining that since he had nothing to do, it would be more beneficial to engage in something useful. You are renting it anyway. In the end, you will return the rent to me. Surprised, Fan Qingyao asked, how did you know I planned to open a shop? Bai Li Fengming chuckled knowingly, to win over your father. You must first show sincerity. Selling charcoal may earn you a good sum, but military expenses are considerable. Soldiers need weapons, and if you wish to make money, a shop is essential. Do you intend to bear arms to earn a living? Fan Qingyao felt a mix of astonishment and relief, despite her silence. He seemed to understand her intentions perfectly. If Bai Li Rongzhe possessed such intellect, even with her rebirth, she might not stand a chance against him. All right, I will bring the rent to you in due course, she said, glancing at the land deed in her hand. It was clear she would not have secured such a favorable location on her own. Bai Li Fengming smiled slightly, reassuring her, do not rush, keep the money for now. You will need it for circulation. Consider this shop as my investment. With such a prime location on the main street, agreeing to a partnership seemed beneficial for her. As she contemplated the arrangement, she nodded in silent agreement, acknowledging their partnership. Just as she was about to continue toward the gate, she realized Tu Shue had fallen asleep in her arms, its little paws seemingly glued to her clothing. This cat, Bai Li Fengming remarked generously. You might as well keep it. Fan Qingyao frowned, instinctively wanting to refuse. However, he continued with his mellifluous voice. Tu Shue is familiar with Qi Wu's scent and is capable of guiding and delivering messages. Otherwise, how would you treat my eyes in the future? Do you wish for me to fetch you each time? She interrupted. Fine, let it be this way. If others were to discover her connection with the crown prince, it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. As Fan Qingyao exited the residence, Lianxi could not help but exclaim, Your Highness, are these two not Swanee leopards? He feared he had mistaken them and glanced at Qi Wu, who was also napping on the ground. Bai Li Fengming's expression darkened slightly, his usually warm demeanor cooling. Regardless of the matter, if one enjoys it, there is no need for correction. Your Highness, we should return to the palace. If the emperor inquires, let us go. Fan Qingyao navigated steadily through the streets, weaving among the crowd, while the little creature in her arms snored softly. As she approached the plaque of the Fan residence, she quickly tucked the sleeping Tushue into her clothing, ensuring its head was completely concealed before stepping forward. The young servants at the entrance recognized Fan Qingyao, but seeing their long-lost young lady return left them incredulous. Could you please summon the matriarch of the Fan family? I wish to return home. Fan Qingyao gazed pleadingly at the servant, her feet rooted on the steps. Everything related to the Fan family repulsed her, and she was unwilling to engage. The servants exchanged bewildered glances before one finally turned to report inside. This young lady was no longer the powerless, insignificant figure who had once been at the mercy of the household. She had received the emperor's commendation and was on the verge of becoming a disciple in the judiciary. Before long, Zue Ling emerged. The wounds on her face had nearly healed, though remnants remained visible. Upon seeing Fan Qingyao, discomfort washed over Zue Ling, and she dropped the pretense of politeness. Fan Qingyao, do not think you can gloat just because the master and young master have welcomed you back. I could easily have you and your mother thrown out again, just as I did before. Fan Qingyao suddenly began to cry, gripping Zue Ling's hand desperately. If you let my mother and me return, I will serve you well. Even if you wish to be the matriarch, my mother would agree. Please, let us come back. Zue Ling smirked mockingly. Dream on, Fan Qingyao. As long as I am here, you and your mother will never set foot in the Fan residence. Tears streamed down Fan Qingyao's face, but she was fearful of Zue Ling's sharp tongue. She gazed up at the Fan residence's plaque, filled with longing, before finally turning away, covering her face as she fled. Zue Ling, reveling in her triumph, turned to ascend the steps but halted abruptly. She spotted a letter lying on the ground. A divorce notice. Bending down, she picked it up, and her lips curled into a smirk as she read it. She had not expected Hua Yuelian to possess any dignity. It seemed Fan Qingyao, that little wretch, could not bear to part with the glory of the Fan family, and was seeking her aid through this letter. Looking up to see that Fan Qingyao had already vanished from sight, Zue Ling quickly tucked the divorce notice into her bosom. In the distance, Fan Qingyao, who should have been sobbing uncontrollably, now wore a frosty expression. She watched Zue Ling enter the residence before turning to leave. Zue Ling was clever. She knew precisely how to achieve her desires. With a delighted countenance, Zue Ling returned home, personally preparing a few dishes and warming a pot of wine. Once everything was ready, she returned to her courtyard to freshen up before carrying the tray into the east courtyard. The east courtyard had once been the residence of Hua Yuelian when she married into the Fan family. After Hua Yuelian departed, it had remained empty until Fan Yurong, after several days of quarrels with Zue Ling, reluctantly took up residence there. The once cozy courtyard was now covered in dust, having been neglected for some time. Fan Yurong sat shivering in his three-layered cotton robe, his face pale from the cold. In recent days, he often reminisced about Hua Yuelian's initial arrival, shy and obedient, though somewhat aloof, lacking the charms that men typically favored. Yet now, for reasons unknown, he found himself thinking that perhaps her aloofness was not so bad after all. It was certainly better than being boisterous and unrestrained. Creak. The door opened, and someone stepped inside. Still lost in thought, Fan Yurong instinctively called out, Yuelian. Zue Ling, seething with hatred yet maintaining a sultry smile, replied, My lord, I have come to see you. Fan Yurong's expression darkened as he scrutinized her face, which bore little resemblance to his memories. What are you doing here? Chapter 44. Domestic turmoil and unrest. Drunken Ling settled beside Fan Yurong, placing the warmed wine into his hands. I have pondered this for quite some time. If you wish to bring someone back, then do so. I have already committed myself to you, and I shall always stand by your side. Fan Yurong harbored doubts regarding Drunken Ling's sincerity. He was all too aware of how she had treated Hua Yulian and her daughter since she entered his household. Yet, the biting cold and the realization that he had not eaten all day made the tantalizing array of food before him too tempting to resist. He devoured the meal voraciously, washing it down with a jug of wine. Gradually, warmth began to seep into his frost-bitten body, and even his head felt pleasantly hazy. Glancing at Drunken Ling, who had remained gentle and compliant beside him, he found his suspicions beginning to wane. Rest assured, even if they return, there will be a place for both you and Ninger in the Fan residence, Fan Yurong vowed, patting his chest. Drunken Ling, of course, did not truly believe him. but she chose not to reveal that. I naturally trust you, my lord, she replied, her hand audaciously caressing his leg. During this time, Fan Yurong had been sharing a courtyard with drunken Ling. The combination of his long-standing physical emptiness and the influence of alcohol made it impossible for him to maintain restraint. With a swift motion, he turned and pinned drunken Ling beneath him. That night, Fan Yurong enjoyed a restful sleep, but before he could fully awaken, he was informed. Young master, Commissioner's son has arrived. The master requests your immediate presence in the main hall. With a frown, Fan Yurong reluctantly rose, his head feeling lighter, though his legs still felt unsteady. In the main hall, he found his father, Fan Qingyao, wearing a dark expression. Upon seeing Fan Yurong's unsteady gait, he angrily hurled a teacup at him. Stunned, Fan Yurong felt a painful lump rise on his head. Father, what is the meaning of this? How can you even ask? Look at what you've done, Fan Qingyao exclaimed, bewildered at how his once astute intellect had produced such a befuddled son. As Fan Yurong rubbed his head, he noticed Sun Che, dressed in official robes, seated beside Fan Qingyao. Not far ahead, drunken Ling knelt on the ground, covering her face and weeping softly. Just as Fan Yurong was trying to comprehend the situation, Sun Che received a letter from an officer, shaking it open to reveal its contents to Fan Yurong. This is the divorce letter delivered to me this morning by the eldest lady of the Fan family, since Minister Fan has signed it. If the other party does not come to revoke it within a month, the divorce will take effect, and I will make it public. Sun Che's voice maintained a steady tone, but his tightly clenched fist betrayed his turmoil. He was torn between joy and sorrow. A woman as proud and aloof as Yu Lian could hardly continue to uphold her dignity after a divorce. Yet, if she remained entangled with the Fan family, what future could she hope for? Ultimately, it was this man before him who had squandered Yu Lian's life. Fan Yurong was utterly taken aback. So much so that he failed to sense the murderous intent emanating from Sun Che. What did you say? Who is divorcing? Fan Yurong, the second son of the Fan family, is divorcing Hua Yu Lian, the eldest daughter of the Hua family. A thunderous explosion resonated in Fan Yurong's mind, leaving him reeling. This cannot be. Just yesterday, I was contemplating how to bring Hua Yu Lian and her mother back. How could I have signed a divorce letter? No. I cannot divorce Hua Yu Lian. She is mine. Even if I no longer want her, she shall remain my ghost. Sun Che's hand clenched tightly under his sleeve, barely containing his rage. If not for his official attire, he would have relished the opportunity to seek justice for Yu Lian himself. Suddenly, Fan Yurong turned to drunken Ling, madness glinting in his eyes as he lunged forward, seizing her by the hair. It was you. You deliberately got me drunk so I would sign the divorce, didn't you? You wretched creature, what is your scheme? Speak to me. Drunken Ling winced in pain but continued to weep. It was you, my lord, who insisted that since Hua Yu Lian was ungrateful, she should be made to leave as far as possible. I merely acted according to your wishes. Fan Yurong did not believe her words, yet he had no proof to counter her. Fan Qingyao trembled, unsure whether from rage or cold. Sun Che, weary of the ensuing chaos, stood and addressed Fan Qingyao. I have official matters to attend to and shall not linger further. With that, he exited, accompanied by the officers. As the realization dawned that all the glory of Fan Qingyao would no longer be associated with him, Fan Yurong collapsed onto the ground. Drunken Ling continued to cover her face and sob, though a smirk lurked beneath her fingers. Fan Qingyao hurried after Sun Che, kicking Fan Yurong as he passed. Though the snow had ceased and the Hua family no longer needed charcoal, Fan Qingyao was now a celebrated figure in the heart of Shiliang's capital. A glory that rightfully belonged to the Fan family, not the Hua family. Thus, no matter the cost, he must bring Fan Qingyao back to acknowledge her roots. Standing nearby, Fan Xuanning clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white as she watched her grandfather rush out. In the bustling streets at noon, the reigning first-rank chancellor was seen smiling broadly at a second-rank commissioner, a sight that left the onlookers in disbelief. Of course, such grand spectacles were lost on Fan Qingyao, who at that moment, accompanied by Granny Su, entered the largest slave market in Shiliang's capital. The market echoed with the cries of vendors, but they were not selling goods, they were peddling people. Some were children sold by impoverished families for a bowl of rice, while others were slaves lured by deceitful brokers, all standing prominently at each stall for the discerning gaze of nobles to choose from. Miss, how about that one? Granny Su dutifully suggested, selecting a young girl of comparable age to her young mistress, who had a pleasing appearance. Today, She had set out with explicit instructions from the matriarch to carefully select capable and trustworthy servants for the young lady, who was now of an age to have her own attendants. Originally, the matriarch intended to accompany her, but out of filial piety, the young lady had insisted her grandmother rest, thus entrusting the significant task to Granny Sue. Selecting servants was a lifelong commitment, demanding the utmost care. As Granny Sue contemplated, she noticed Fan Qingyao halt, extending her hand and declaring, "Granny, I want her." Granny Sue followed the gesture and, upon seeing the girl Fan Qingyao had chosen, her face blossomed with delight. What is this? Chapter 45. You are my destiny and my burden on a filthy platform. A frail boy curled up in silence, enduring the insults and beatings from the slave trader. His once handsome face was marred with blood, yet his eyes glimmered with a rebellious light. Su Momo watched in horror, fearing for her heart's health. "My dear young lady, wouldn't it be better to sell a decent servant? Why must it be this way?" She genuinely feared that such a person might one day consume her precious young lady. Fan Qingyao's gaze was resolute as she pointed at him. "Momo, I want him." Su Momo sighed, recognizing her young lady's determination, and approached the trader to negotiate the price. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Qingyao walked toward the boy, who emitted fierce growls akin to a wild beast. Unfazed, she stood before him and softly declared, "I do not care what you are now, but from this moment onward, I want you to become my companion." The word companion seemed to surpass the boy's comprehension, leaving him momentarily stunned. When Su Momo returned, she was alarmed to see her young lady so recklessly close to danger, nearly crying out for her mother. She quickly provided the address of the Hua family to the trader and pulled Fan Qingyao away. Su Momo initially thought the boy was an anomaly, a rare find for her young lady's fancy. If he proved too unruly, he could simply serve as a rough servant. However, she soon realized she was witnessing something extraordinary. That night, for servants lined up before Fan Qingyao, a bright-eyed youth, a pair of shifty-eyed twins, and a charming yet aging woman. Su Momo's lips twitched in disbelief. Was her young lady's taste truly so unique? Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the adjoining room, followed by the sound of a maid screaming as she burst through the door. Su Momo, exasperated, turned to leave, forgetting the dangerous presence next door that was unbound by iron chains. Fan Qingyao scrutinized the individuals before her, her eyes clouded with thought. In her past life, Zhu Ailing had purchased these unwanted servants for her comfort, yet they had remained steadfastly loyal, even unto death, regarding her as their sole master. They may not have been the finest, but their loyalty was unwavering, and to them, she owed a debt of life. "What are your names?" Fan Qingyao gently broke the silence in the room. "I am Peng Jing." The bright-eyed boy knelt first. He had perished at Zhu Ailing's hands, his eyes never closing in death. "I am the elder sister, Ning Tian," said the cold-faced twin stepping forward. "I am the younger sister, Ning Han," followed the cheerful one. The twins had been sent to a destitute village under the pretext of theft, rumored to serve multiple husbands. That night, Ning Tian severed her wrist to end her life, while Ning Han became a fool overnight, following her sister into death within a few years. The last woman, aged 25 or 6, was the eldest among them. At least she had met a clean end, with her body intact. Fan Qingyao nodded. "From now on, when you meet me privately, there is no need to kneel or demean yourselves as servants. You are my people, not my slaves." The group listened in bewilderment. Compared to other slaves, they were neither remarkable nor exceptional, merely grateful to have a master, never expecting that this master would treat them so well. Su Momo entered with a scowl, evidently agitated by the commotion next door. Fan Qingyao indicated, "Momo, let Peng Jing and Yu Luo accompany Cheng Yi first, while Ning Han will take care of Ning Tian." "Take care of." The others cast envious glances at Ning Tian, who remained indifferent, as if she had heard nothing. Seeing her young lady's arrangements complete, Su Momo refrained from further comment and quickly led the group outside. After settling them, she returned to the main courtyard to report the day's events to the matriarch. "Matriarch, this is what the young lady instructed me to bring you." Su Momo placed a silver note on the table. The young lady stated she would purchase her own people, and that your funds should be reserved for your own treats. Upon recalling her daughter's dutiful demeanor, Tao Yuxin's lips curled into a smile. Who would have thought, among so many children, I would benefit from her kindness? Let her have her way with the servants. She has grown up and knows what is right and wrong. Su Momo nodded, observing the furrowed brows of Tao Yuxian as she studied the account books. "Matriarch, what troubles you?" Tao Yuxian's expression darkened, Despite her meticulous accounts, they could not escape Su Momo's discerning eyes. She had intended to wait, but it seemed there was no longer a need to spare anyone's feelings. Su Momo understood that this was aimed at her aunt. In the Mingyue courtyard, Fan Qingyao checked her mother's health before she slept, then carried the meal Su Momo had prepared to the eastern chamber. Upon opening the door, she found the wolf-like boy curled in the corner. She set the meal on the table and approached him, slowly extending her hand. He bared his teeth in protest. His handsome face contorted in rage. Fan Qingyao grasped his wrist, bracing herself for a bite, yet to her surprise, as he stared at her hand, so distinct against his own skin tone, he gradually calmed. "I thought you would bite me," she admitted, in a strained voice. The boy managed to respond. "You said we are partners," Fan Qingyao completed for him. He paused, then nodded. "Since we are partners, you must integrate into my life so that we may support each other. The first thing you must learn is how to eat." As she spoke, she pulled him to the table, placing chopsticks in his hands. Though reluctant, he clumsily began to learn. Little did he know that the wild child raised by wolves in his previous life was engaged in the same endeavor. In that past life, he had been compelled to learn how to use chopsticks, walk normally, and interact with others. Back then, it was guilt over biting Fan Qingyao that had driven him to change, wishing to protect her by becoming like her. In this life, though he was willing, his thoughts had not altered, to become her and protect her. "From today onward, your name is Langya." Fan Qingyao smiled outwardly, yet her heart ached. She wished to forget Langya's demise, for the memory was too painful to bear. The days that followed became a whirlwind of activity. The newly acquired companions were dispatched by Fan Qingyao to learn their trades. Meanwhile, she busied herself, selecting medicinal herbs after tending to Baili Fengming's eyes, secluding herself in her room to study various herbs. Initially, she intended to procure supplies gradually, yet within 3 days, the residence gifted to the queen had become cluttered with an array of herbs. Fan Qingyao was left astonished. Baili Fengming smiled nonchalantly, believing that one should simply take what they fancied. Since she had invested, it was only natural for her to contribute in some manner, wasn't it? Fan Qingyao subtly transformed the initial division of 4 to 6 with Baili Fengming into an equitable 5 to 5. Chapter 46. Please return to the palace, Your Highness. Recently, the Fan residence has been engulfed in a profound gloom, the air thick with despondency. Fan Zixio has approached Sun Che repeatedly over the past few days, only to be met with Sun Che's unwavering insistence on keeping matters strictly official, aware that such a situation is untenable. Fan Zixio finds himself at a loss for a solution. In the courtyard, Fan Xuanning happens to pass by. Upon seeing her petite figure, Fan Zixio furrows his brow. He recalls that the favored concubine, Yugui Fei, has a daughter, Princess Yunyu, who is of similar age to Ning Er. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly stands and strides towards the door, contemplating whether Ning Er wishes to accompany her grandfather into the palace for a visit. Eager to ascend the social ladder, Fan Xuanning nods enthusiastically. Fan Zixio promptly instructs a carriage to take her to the imperial palace. That day, everyone is aware of the joyful play between the little granddaughter of the Prime Minister and Princess Yunyu of the Guanju Palace. Yet none are privy to the clandestine meeting between Fan Zixio and Yugui Fei. Meanwhile, the Hua family is also in turmoil. The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, has been adamant about maritime trade matters, while the other daughters-in-law lack the authority to make a stand. The third daughter-in-law, Pei Han, feeling stifled, drags the fourth daughter-in-law, Yafu, to visit Hua Yulian and chat with Fan Qingyao. It is perplexing how these grown women find solace in conversing with the young Qingyao. How could the eldest sister refuse to approve the water transport? Does she wish to see our shop's medicinal herbs pile up? Pei Han laments, frustrated that as a third wife, she must be mindful of others' moods. Yafu sighs, recalling that the eldest sister had remarked that it would suffice if no dividends were distributed this year. The private savings of each household are derived from the dividends accrued at the end of the year. Without funds, none would be pleased. While Fan Qingyao remains indifferent, her mother's frail health means that without money for the kitchen, her well-being could suffer. Though she initially hesitates to interfere in family matters, she cannot allow others to jeopardize her mother's health, rather than remain mired in indecision. The third and fourth daughters-in-law should simply adhere to their own opinions and agree to the maritime trade. Pei Han is taken aback. Wouldn't he that be opposing the eldest sister? Fan Qingyao smiles gently, suggesting that if her aunts trust her, they should follow her lead. The two daughters-in-law exchange glances, They indeed have faith in Qingyao, having witnessed her every endeavor since her return. Now, even the household servants speak of Miss Qingyao with admiration. Since Miss Qingyao suggests it, let us proceed. They agree reluctantly. Fan Qingyao remains silent, knowing that discord among the families is necessary to divide the pie completely. For now, she shall simply observe, waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively. Suddenly, the slightly ajar door bursts open. Mama Su rushes in, her expression betraying her urgency. Miss, the carriage of Yu Guifei has arrived at the gate. Yu Guifei? The two daughters-in-law stand up in shock. The visit of a noble consort is of great significance. Yet they know the Hua family has no ties to her. Fan Qingyao's dark eyes gleam with a cold smile. So, she has indeed come. It appears that Zue Ling has executed her task admirably. Otherwise, Fan Zixio would not have been driven to seek out Yu Guifei. Although the crown prince has been established, his health remains precarious, and the master from the Hugua temple has warned of his frail destiny. In her past life, Yu Guifei seized such opportunities without hesitation, and it seems she shall do the same in this life. If history repeats itself, she has likely begun to pave the way for Bai Li Rongzhe behind the scenes. Fan Zixio, being one of the colleagues of the third prince, finds himself in dire straits, prompting Yu Guifei to extend her hand. Outside, Mama He's voice rings out, Miss Qingyao? The old lady requests your immediate presence in the main hall. Mama Su is flustered. Why would the consort come seeking the young miss? Fan Qingyao glances around the room, contemplating her role as a negotiator for the Fan family, facilitating her and her mother's return. Upon hearing this, Mama Su's temper flares. Even Pei Han and Yafu appear displeased. Miss Qingyao and her aunt have endured much hardship within the Fan residence, previously overlooked. Now that she has garnered the Emperor's favor, the Fan family eagerly seeks to reclaim her. Is it true that you and your aunt intend to return? Mama Su, despite her bravado, cannot challenge the authority of the noble consort, especially one as formidable as Yu Guifei, who is said to disregard even the Empress's authority within the palace. A cold glint flashes in Fan Qingyao's profound eyes. Since matters have escalated to this point, it is better to burn the bridges. Mama Su, do you happen to know which uncle is currently in the military camp? Mama Su glances at Pei Han, confirming that only the third young master is present. Fan Qingyao turns to Pei Han, third aunt. Please find me a set of my uncle's clothing, preferably something he often wears. Pei Han rises to comply, her heart racing as she realizes that Qingyao is daring to confront the consort. Yet, why is she compelled to join in this audacity? In the room, Fan Qingyao lowers her voice, fourth aunt, you must find a reliable servant immediately. Once you have my uncle's attire, have him ride around the city on horseback, scattering silver coins as he goes. The more attention he draws, the better. Though frightened, Yafu knows that Qingyao and her aunt are family. Thus, she cannot stand idly by. Do not worry, I will go now, she assures. Taking a deep breath, Fan Qingyao then instructs Mama Su to summon Ning Tian and Ning Han. After some time of training, Ning Han has begun to resemble a proper maid, though Ning Tian remains as cold as ice. Fan Qingyao pulls the two closer, meticulously advising, in half an hour, you must go to the gate of the Fan residence, crying out that the master of the Fan family has been assaulted. Do not say anything else, and do not answer any questions from others. Ning Han and Ning Tian nod in agreement. Having been purchased, they naturally wish to assist their master, especially since Qingyao has treated them well during this time. Once everyone has departed, Fan Qingyao retrieves a jade pendant from her pocket and hands it to Mama Su. Take this and go to the palace to seek an audience with the Empress. When you meet her, speak candidly. The Empress will understand. Only the Emperor can suppress Yu Guifei, and only the Empress can summon the Emperor. Now, as a person of Bai Li Fengming, the Empress will undoubtedly come to her aid. Mama Su, taken aback by this bold maneuver, asks, Miss, what are you planning? Fan Qingyao rises with a cold smile and strides towards the door. We shall invite the consort back to the palace. Mama Su, if we are to be reckless, let us be reckless together. The once lively hall falls into silence as the crowd departs. Yet none realize that the seemingly slumbering Hua, Yu Lian has long since opened her eyes. Chapter 47. The Prince with a Hidden Agenda. Fan Qingyao, upon exiting the Mingyue courtyard, did not immediately follow old madam, but instead led her away. Old madam, he felt an unsettling sense of disquiet. Fan Qingyao went directly to the storage of the Hua family, meticulously selecting from the available medicinal herbs. Afterward, she proceeded to the kitchen. where she took the opportunity to brew a pot of tea while waiting for the water to boil. Once she had ground the selected herbs into powder, she turned to hand them to old Madam He. "I would trouble you to take this cup of tea to noble consort Yu," she instructed, "and inform her that I am preparing medicine for my mother. I offer this tea as an apology, and I hope noble consort you will not hold it against me." Old Madam He trembled slightly, holding the cup of tea. "Miss Qingyao, how can we keep noble consort Yu waiting?" Fan Qingyao was resolute. "Do not worry, Madam He. Noble consort Yu will wait. Regardless of the circumstances within the palace, one must always maintain a good reputation outside of it." Having coexisted with noble consort Yu for years, she understood what kind of person the consort was. Seeing Fan Qingyao's determination, old Madam He nodded, urging her to hurry. Fan Qingyao observed old Madam He's hurried departure, remaining calm. Even if old Madam Su hurried to explain matters to the Empress, it would still take time. Thus, her priority was to buy time. Noble consort Yu, confident in her position, would not mind waiting a little longer. Unbeknownst to her, the tea laced with herbs would ensure she lost track of time. She had a full hour to spare. Fan Qingyao instinctively clenched her fists, fervently hoping that old Madam Su would arrive swiftly. Meanwhile, old Madam Su rushed to the palace, contemplating how to engage the guards at the entrance when she noticed a handsome young eunuch approaching in haste. "Are you a person beside Miss Qingyao of the Hua family?" he inquired. I am Lianxi, a servant of His Highness the Crown Prince." Old Madam Su was momentarily stunned. Lianxi lowered his voice. "There is no need to be alarmed. His Highness is aware that noble consort Yu has left the palace and has gone to see the Emperor, requesting the Emperor to visit the Hua family." Old Madam Su was no longer dazed and nearly burst into tears from excitement. While she was uncertain why the Crown Prince would assist her young miss, she knew that now she simply needed to wait here. At that moment, in the imperial study, Emperor Yongchang was present, along with the third prince, Bailey Rongza. The princes who had gone to the Guoguang temple for blessings had returned safely. And while all the princes came to pay their respects, only Bailey Rongza remained, indicating the emperor's particular regard for him. When Bailey Fengming saw Bailey Rongza, he was not surprised and respectfully greeted Emperor Yongchang. The emperor, observing the suddenly arrived crown prince, inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Bailey Fengming replied softly, "Son has heard that the Minister of Revenue has just come to present himself and has come to relieve my father of his concerns." Emperor Yongchang felt a pang in his heart. The war in Jiangdu was pressing, and most of the tax revenues collected by the Ministry of Revenue at the beginning of the year had been expended. Given that the Jiangdu conflict was protracted, the expenses for provisions and troops were considerable. The Minister of Revenue was notoriously stingy, and he could not simply watch as silver flowed into Jiangdu. "Speak plainly," the emperor commanded, forcing himself to dismiss thoughts of the minister's woeful expression. "Son has heard that General Hua has led troops in a battle, and that the eldest miss of the Hua family, Fan Qingyao, has contributed over 300,000 taels to the military funds, all of which were earned from a month of selling charcoal. I instructed her to sell charcoal. It is only right that she shows gratitude. Indeed, the Hua family has always favored daughters over sons. If the eldest miss were to inherit the family business, her contributions to the military funds would likely far exceed the current figure." Although this was true, the legitimate daughter of the Hua family had married Minister Fan, and since he was not a son-in-law by marriage, it would be difficult for her to inherit the family's fortunes. Emperor Yongchang felt a sense of regret. If someone could continue to support the military funds, the Minister of Revenue would not need to lament his financial woes, and the emperor would have some peace. Bailey Fengming, however, unhurriedly stated, "That may not be the case, but if there were a divorce, the eldest miss of the Hua family would be justified." Emperor Yongchang was taken aback. Was it right to incite a couple to divorce merely for the sake of military funds? Bailey Rongza furrowed his brow. He had not expected to hear Fan Qingyao's name upon returning to the palace. Reflecting on the days spent weeping from coal smoke, he felt a heavy burden in his heart. During this time of snow disaster, everyone had benefited from the eldest miss of the Hua family's generosity. And how could the crown prince bear to witness the separation of a benefactor from her family? Bailey Rongza looked at Bailey Fengming. Since childhood, they had never been in agreement. Anything belonging to Bailey Fengming was something he would covet. It was no different now. Even in the future, he would vie for that chair. Bailey Fengming cast a casual glance at Bailey Rongza. The benefactor has her reasons. And my third brother has been at Guoguang Temple offering blessings for our father. It is only natural that the eldest miss of the Hua family has her needs. implying that he should mind his own business if he did not understand her intentions. Bailey Rong's face darkened, and he wanted to retort. But Bailey Fengming had already turned his gaze away. Emperor Yongchang, listening to their exchange, was struck with clarity. He vividly recalled the scene in the Grand Hall. Although young, the child was remarkably opinionated, and she had been exceptionally indifferent toward the Hua family, who had neglected her. Just then, a palace attendant announced, "Your Majesty, the guards report that noble consort you left the palace alone half an hour ago, heading towards the Hua family." Emperor Yongchang lost his composure. He was aware of the rampant rumors suggesting that Minister Fan sought to reclaim Fan Qingyao and her mother. Equally, he knew that Minister Fan had been closely associating with the third prince. If what the crown prince had said were true, it seemed that noble consort Yu's departure from the palace was aimed at compelling Fan Qingyao and her mother to return to the Hua residence, as per Minister Fan's wishes. Initially, Emperor Yongchang had little interest in domestic affairs, but this was different. It concerned the future of military funding. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. If he wished for Fan Qingyao to contribute to military funding in the future, he would need to come to her aid now. "By 2, prepare the carriage. I must leave the palace," Emperor Yongchang declared, already striding toward the study's exit. Bailey Rongza, recalling the palace attendant's report, was anxious to rush out and inform his mother. Today, Bailey Fengming's actions in the study were clearly intended to help Fan Qingyao escape the control of the Hua family. How cunning and scheming. Bailey Fengming suddenly stepped in front of him, stating, "Mother is already aware that third brother has returned to the palace and is concerned for your well-being. She is currently waiting for you to offer your respects in Fengyi Palace." Bailey Rongza seethed. "You did that on purpose." His father was going to seek out his mother just as she was waiting for him. What a coincidence. Bailey Fengming smiled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. As for the truth, he could only guess at it himself. Though Bailey Rongza was the offspring of noble consort Yu, he dared not openly defy the empress. So despite his reluctance, he could only leave with a grim expression. Meanwhile, Fan Qingyao, who had been standing in the Hua family kitchen for a full hour, knew she could no longer afford to wait. Taking a deep breath, she stepped towards the Grand Hall. After a separation spanning 2 lifetimes, it was time for her to reunite with her former mother-in-law. Chapter 48. What's wrong with playing unconventionally? In the main hall of the Hua family, the favored consort, Yu Guifei, occupied the esteemed position, while Tao Yuxian and Fan Zixio sat humbly at her sides. From the moment he entered, Fan Zixio carried himself with an air of arrogance towards Tao Yuxian. Today, he was filled with confidence, firmly believing that Fan Qingyao would not dare to defy the consort's intentions. However, as time passed, an hour slipped by without any sign of Fan Qingyao, causing Fan Zixio's once proud demeanor to gradually deflate. Sitting there for an hour, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his posture. Even the slightest movement sent sharp pains through his back. Unfortunately, Yu Guifei showed no inclination to urge him, leaving Fan Zixio to endure his discomfort in silence. Tao Yuxian cast a glance at the teacup held delicately by Yu Guifei, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her gaze, though she quickly regained her composure and serenity. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door, finally shattering the oppressive silence. Fan Zixio's spirits lifted upon seeing Fan Qingyao enter, and he immediately exclaimed, "You wretched child! Kneel before me at once." Since Fan Qingyao and her mother had reappeared after 5 years of absence, the Fan household had known no peace. How could Fan Zixio possibly temper his temper now? Tao Yuxian's expression darkened, yet she refrained from acting rashly, aware that with the master absent from the household, she must tread carefully to avoid giving anyone a handle against her. Fan Qingyao, however, knelt, but not before Fan Zixio. Instead, she paid her respects to Yu Guifei. "This humble servant, Fan Qingyao, greets your highness, wishing you longevity and prosperity." Yu Guifei sipped her tea, seemingly oblivious to Fan Qingyao's greeting. Fan Zixio, understanding the implicit threat from the consort, grew bolder. "What audacity! You arrive late to honor the consort. What punishment do you deserve?" Fan Qingyao replied calmly, "My tardiness in welcoming your highness is indeed my fault. However, my mother was unable to attend due to her illness. The current emperor values filial piety above all. I trust your highness will understand my predicament." Yu Guifei's brows furrowed slightly, yet she remained silent. Fan Zixio, taken aback by being continuously ignored, felt his anger swell. How could this child, raised outside, be so ignorant of the fundamental respect due to elders? Listening to Fan Zixio's relentless tirade, Fan Qingyao felt no anger rise within her. Indeed, her grandfather had always been overbearing, selfishly prioritizing his interests. Curious about why she had been raised outside, she wondered if her grandfather would reveal the truth, if only he knew. Turning her gaze toward Fan Qingyao, she appeared modest in demeanor, yet her words stung. Fan Qingyao stiffened. Tao Yuxian shot a cold glance at him. A high-ranking minister should not stoop to squabbling with a child. While she had previously been unaware of the hardships endured by young Qingyao and her mother, she could not allow the Fan family to bully the children of the Hua family under her watch. Fan Qingyao remained rigid. Though he dared to scold Fan Qingyao, he did not wish to confront Tao Yuxian directly. If he lost his temper and suffered any consequence, the fiercely protective Hua Yaoting would undoubtedly obliterate his ministerial residence. Yu Guifei, feigning ignorance, finally set down her teacup and turned her gaze towards the kneeling Fan Qingyao. Initially, she had only recognized the girl's medical skills, but now she realized the girl possessed a rebellious spirit as well. Fan Qingyao slightly bowed her head, saying, "Your Highness, please forgive me." In the intricate dynamics of their relationship, she understood that confronting Yu Guifei head-on would lead to mutual destruction. Yu Guifei was pleased with Fan Qingyao's submissive posture, her eyes glinting with a sharp light as she smiled mockingly. "You still bear the Fan surname, and regardless of your mother's situation, you must consider your own future. A child without familial support can hardly aspire to be a concubine, let alone a legitimate wife." Tao Yuxian's expression darkened further. While the statement was not an outright curse, it was certainly harsh. Were it not for the presence of the consort, she might have expelled the speaker herself. Yu Guifei, unperturbed by Tao Yuxian's discomfort, sought only to instill fear in Fan Qingyao. As expected, Fan Qingyao lowered her head further, yet no one noticed the flicker of resentment in her eyes. "Your Highness is correct. This servant acknowledges her mistakes. The trials of the previous life would not ensnare her again. She would not be cast into the same abyss." With a hint of derision on her alluring face, Yu Guifei observed Fan Qingyao's lack of retort. Despite her cleverness, she remained merely a child, whose fear would compel her to submit. Yu Guifei's words grew increasingly caustic. "It is good that you recognize your faults. I must say your mother is quite foolish. Polygamy is a common occurrence among men. Why then does she cling so stubbornly to her ideals? Her frail constitution is a result of her own choices. Thus, both she and her mother deserved their fates, while the wicked prospered. How absurd." At this moment, Yu Guifei, reveling in her triumph, failed to perceive the storm brewing beneath Fan Qingyao's composed exterior. "Since you comprehend what is required, there is no need to waste any more of my time. Today is a fortuitous day. You may return to the Fan residence with your mother." As she meticulously groomed her long nails, Yu Guifei issued her ultimatum coldly. The scent of purple-red incense wafted through the air, unnoticed by the others present. Only Fan Qingyao, still kneeling, suddenly spoke with a quivering voice. "Your Highness, I understand your good intentions. However, while polygamy may not surprise you, my mother is devoted solely to one love and cannot accept it. I am grateful for my mother's sacrifices and must refuse." Yu Guifei, taken aback, lifted her head in disbelief, as though she had misheard. Though her tone was one of submission, each word pierced her heart. What did it mean to be unbothered by such matters? Having spent years in the palace, she too desired the emperor's favor. Yet, Fan Qingyao raised her gaze, her cold eyes igniting a flicker of panic within Yu Guifei, an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. The more she felt this way, the more her rage surged. "You have the audacity, Fan Qingyao, even with the Hua family's protection, to offend me so is a capital crime." Fan Qingyao had anticipated this very moment. She rose swiftly, pleading, "Your Highness, do not take offense. I am willing to sacrifice my life as penance." With that declaration, she made a beeline for the pillar at the entrance, intent on colliding with it. The suddenness of the events left the others in the room momentarily stunned. Tao Yuxian was the first to react, springing to her feet in alarm and rushing after her. Qingyao, Fan Qingyao, equally horrified, stood up. If she were to perish, what use would it be to return with her lifeless body? Yu Guifei watched in disbelief as Fan Qingyao dashed out, her face contorted in anger. Had she not already secured her control over this girl? How could she? How dare she? Fan Qingyao, however, felt no fear. She was determined. Just as she had once helped Yu Guifei rise to power, she would now ensure her fall. "Stop her! Quickly, stop her!" The Empress Yu also rose to her feet, her voice sharp with alarm. If Fan Qingyao were truly to perish before her eyes, Even as a favored concubine, she would undoubtedly attract a multitude of troubles. His Majesty has arrived. Outside, the distinctive voice of Baitu resonated. Just as she had barely risen, the Empress felt a sudden darkness envelop her, her body trembled, and she collapsed back into her seat. How could the Emperor possibly come? Chapter 49. The performance has just begun as Baitu led Emperor Yongchang towards the threshold. An object suddenly rushed towards them. Baitu instinctively tensed, ready to call for protection. However, Emperor Yongchang reacted swiftly, not only avoiding the collision but also seizing the small figure that had dashed forward. At that moment, both Emperor Yongchang and Baitu recognized the identity of the intruder. Wasn't he this Miss Qingyao? This realization brought forth a wave of understanding. Baitu could easily deduce what had transpired, and so could the Emperor. Emperor Yongchang glanced at the still-seated concubine Yu, and his expression darkened. What was she doing? It was only then that the others in the room comprehended the gravity of the situation and hastily knelt on the ground. Tao Yuxian, pulling along Fan Qingyao, quickly bent her knees as well. Though the shock was still palpable, the thought that if the Emperor had arrived even a moment later, she dared not dwell on the potential consequences. Fan Qingyao felt her grandmother trembling and was filled with guilt, knowing that the Emperor could not have arrived any later. Just before entering, she had scattered some pollen from the purple fragrant flower in the courtyard. This flower, known for its sweet yet slightly bitter fragrance, was typically recognized for its ability to invigorate the spleen and stomach, but few understood its deeper medicinal properties. With concubine Yu's presence, no one dared to disturb her. Even the servants would step aside, leaving only the Emperor himself to enter after her. As concubine Yu surveyed the room filled with kneeling figures, she gradually regained her composure and approached, offering a slight bow. This humble servant pays her respects to your Majesty. Emperor Yongchang regarded concubine Yu, who had bent her knee before him, in silence. He had already learned on his way here that she had intended to assist Fan Qingyao in returning the mother and daughter to the Fan residence. He had reassured himself that, regardless of Fan Qingyao's willingness, returning to her family was the best outcome, assuming concubine Yu's intentions were indeed benevolent. Yet, what had he just witnessed? They had driven a person to the brink of despair. This was not kindness, but rather an unmistakable malevolence. As concubine Yu's legs grew numb under the Emperor's scrutiny, she felt compelled to justify herself. Your Majesty, at the last banquet, I felt an affinity for this young lady from the Fan family. It has weighed heavily on my mind that she is in a pitiable state. Upon hearing that Prime Minister Fan wished to bring them back, I thought it best to mediate. Tao Yuxian could no longer hold her tongue. Bowing to Emperor Yongchang, she exclaimed, this matter concerns the Hua and Fan families. How could it burden concubine Yu? My husband is away serving the country, and if he were to learn of such happenings at home, it would surely break his heart. Just moments ago, they had sought to take the life of her beloved Qingyao. What more could she fear? Emperor Yongchang felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, while men fought valiantly for their country, what was his woman doing? Striding out of the palace to bully a widow and her daughter. If this were to spread, he would lose all face. Thus, he turned his gaze to Fan Qingyao, reflecting that while he had always recognized the Prime Minister's dedication to the nation, he had been utterly oblivious to his incompetence in familial matters. Had he arrived even a moment later, Fan Qingyao would be forever burdened with the guilt of driving his granddaughter to despair. Fan Qingyao, he felt wronged but dared not speak. Emperor Yongchang, with a grim expression, took his seat at the main throne, remaining silent for a moment before addressing concubine Yu. My dear, you may rise. As for Prime Minister Fan, you may continue kneeling. With that, the weight of the situation pressed heavily upon Fan Qingyao, who felt as though a great burden had been thrust upon him. As the imperial guards shut the hall doors, a profound silence enveloped the room, each breath echoing in the stillness. Emperor Yongchang turned his attention to Fan Qingyao, young lady from the Fan family. Do you comprehend the origins of today's events? Fan Qingyao knelt once more, responding respectfully. This humble servant understands. After a brief pause, Emperor Yongchang inquired further, then what is your intention? Without hesitation, Fan Qingyao replied, since childhood, I have wandered with my mother, unaccustomed to the company of my father. It is only natural that concubine Yu, residing in the depths of the palace, remains unaware of our circumstances. My impulsive actions were a result of my sensitivity and an attempt to resist the concubine's well-meaning intentions. Emperor Yongchang. Oh. He had just shifted the blame from concubine Yu to Fan Qingyao, and now she had unwittingly redirected it back. If it weren't for Fan Qingyao's earnest words, he might have believed her actions were deliberate. Concubine, you could no longer remain passive. Fan Qingyao, how dare you? I have your best interests at heart. Yet you respond with threats to take your life. What is your intention? Realizing she had underestimated the girl's cunning, Concubine, you glared at her. Fan Qingyao retorted. This humble servant would never presume to interpret the concubine's intentions. Concubine, you, taken aback, exclaimed, what insolence! Do you not understand that should you sever ties with your family, you will be left without a home? Your mother will be unable to hold her head high amongst others, and what future awaits you then? Are you planning to seek refuge in a convent? Concubine, you scoffed. Her gaze sharp. Fan Qingyao stood tall, her expression serene. Your Majesty, when my mother and I returned to the Hua family, she was barely alive. In the face of life and death, what is reputation worth? Tao Yuxian recalled the day Qingyao had pushed her to return home, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Concubine Yu, enraged by Fan Qingyao's apparent disregard, felt her hands tremble. This was merely a child who had been easily pacified with a few words. How audacious of her! You are still young and do not grasp the intricacies of adult matters. Do not let your emotions lead you astray. If the Hua family and the Fan family become irrevocably divided because of you, what benefit will you gain from it? Unbeknownst to Concubine Yu, her words were laced with bitterness. Fan Qingyao concealed a smile, her demeanor calm. I fail to comprehend the concubine's sentiments. Concubine Yu, this impudent girl. Clenching her teeth, she persisted, you. Enough. The Emperor's sharp rebuke cut through the tension, restoring order. As Concubine Yu realized the severity of the Emperor's displeasure, she felt a wave of panic wash over her. Bai Tu, observing from the side, felt helpless. The Emperor had been mindful of her dignity from the moment he entered. Why had she insisted on provoking him publicly? Now composed, Concubine Yu recognized her rashness and the motivations behind it. Reflecting on Fan Qingyao's earlier display of submission and her current provocation, it became clear that the girl was deliberately leading her into a trap. Once again, she turned her sharp gaze upon Fan Qingyao, realizing her underestimation of the girl's cunning. Emperor Yongchang understood that if he continued to coddle Concubine Yu's pride at this juncture, he would sacrifice his own dignity. With an icy demeanor, he addressed Concubine Yu. The Empress Dowager has recently been unwell and requires rest. However, she has been preoccupied with the matter of the Buddhist scriptures. Since you possess such vigor, why not assist the Empress Dowager in transcribing the scriptures upon your return to the palace? The favored concubine suppressed the anger within her and bowed her head, stating, this humble servant shall obey. Now that the emperor had already been provoked, she could not afford to act rashly, no matter her discontent. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the door. Shortly thereafter, a member of the Imperial Guard reported, Your Majesty, members of the Fan family have come to our door. The scene outside descended into chaos, while those within the room exhibited a myriad of expressions. Only Fan Qingyao, kneeling at the center, remained unusually calm, for she understood that the true spectacle was only just beginning. Chapter 50. The worthless father Fang Zixio, burdened with a heavy burden of blame, trembled and hurriedly prostrated himself, exclaiming, Your Majesty, please see the truth. The Hua family must have sent someone to falsely accuse the Fang household. Your Majesty must uphold justice for your humble servant. Although consort Yu wished to protect herself, she realized that if the Hua family truly caused a scandal, it would reflect poorly on her as well. Thus, she quickly interjected, Your Majesty, the Fang household has always been humble and diligent. How could they possibly engage in such absurdity? Surely there must be some hidden circumstances. Emperor Yongchang was genuinely furious, his voice rising, Bring in those causing the disturbance. I wish to see who dares to be so audacious. Taking advantage of the moment, Consort Yu shot a glance at Fan Qingyao, fearing that it was this troublesome girl who had instigated the chaos. Fan Qingyao knelt on the ground, her face betraying no emotion, meeting Consort Yu's gaze with an apparent calmness that belied her inner resolve. Indeed, it was she who had instigated the uproar. But who could possibly know? The Imperial Guards were not to be trifled with, and soon enough, those causing the disturbance were forcibly brought into the main hall. Among them was Fang Yurong, accompanied by a few young servants from the Hua family. Fang Zixio, who had just been kneeling and crying out in innocence, glared at his son who was thrown onto the floor, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. Upon seeing his father, Fang Yurong initially felt joy, exclaiming, Father, are you unharmed? Fang Zixio, filled with resentment, thought to himself, What could possibly happen to me with the emperor present? When Fan Qingyao charged into the hall with the servants, he noticed the guards in yellow uniforms standing in the courtyard and felt a pang of dread. His mind was occupied with thoughts of what he would do if anything were to happen to his father, and in his moment of recklessness, he dashed forward. But upon hearing that the emperor was indeed present, unease began to gnaw at him. Stealing a glance up, he confirmed that Emperor Yongchang sat there with a dark expression. Fan Qingyang's anxiety intensified, his legs growing weak. "I humbly pay my respects to your majesty," he stammered, but his legs betrayed him, causing him to stumble and fall flat on the floor. Emperor Yongchang looked at Fan Qingyang's disgraceful display, and his expression darkened further, his patience waning. How could such a man be allowed to serve in the palace? He resolved to conduct a thorough investigation upon returning. Tao Yuxian observed this pathetic man and wondered what her daughter saw in him. Was it merely his passable appearance? Fan Qingyao watched coldly. Having grown accustomed to her father's shortcomings through 2 lifetimes, she had long realized that her father was utterly inept, always either swayed by the drunken revelry or his own ineffectiveness, a man who had achieved nothing. Consort Yu, feeling the sting of embarrassment, refused to allow herself to be shamed, and thus, she inquired, "Might I ask, what brings the esteemed Sir Fang here in such haste?" Her question was astute. Had Fan Qingyao been involved in the disturbance, he could easily concoct an excuse, while if he were indeed wronged, he could clarify. Acknowledging her intelligence, even Tao Yuxian had to concede that she was a worthy rival to the empress in the inner court. Indeed, Fan Qingyao, upon hearing her words, found his confidence returning. "Your Majesty, consort, my father sought to bring Fan Qingyao and her mother back to recognize their roots, yet the Hua family, in their ingratitude, dared to injure my father. I shall not let this go unpunished." Tao Yuxian coldly retorted, "Absurd. The Hua family is not composed of such unreasonable brutes. What purpose does Sir Fang have in slandering my family?" Fan Qingyao insisted vehemently. "How could I possibly slander? I personally heard it at the Fang household. Someone at our gate proclaimed that my father was assaulted by the Hua family's 3rd son. I also witnessed him galloping back from the military camp towards the Hua residence. When the commotion had first erupted, he had been convinced by the accounts of his fellow servants who had also seen the Hua family's 3rd son racing through the streets. They were all officials, and he could not possibly mistake the attire." Tao Yuxian, no longer willing to waste words on Fan Qingyao, knelt before Emperor Yongchang, stating, "Your Majesty, the Hua family's 3rd son, Hua Yi, is currently stationed in the army. As for whether he has returned to the Hua family, Your Majesty may send someone to inquire." Emperor Yongchang instinctively glanced at Fan Qingyao, asking, "Do you believe it is necessary to investigate further?" Upon hearing this, Fan Qingyao realized that his son had been deceived and was about to shake his head in denial, but before he could speak, Fan Qingyao suddenly lunged towards Fan Qingyao. "Father, do you know the grave sin of disrespecting the Prime Minister in public? I am aware you harbor disdain for the Hua family, yet you must not condemn your uncle to death." Fan Qingyao wept, appearing utterly desolate. Fan Qingyao had initially intended to heed his father's advice, but upon witnessing Fan Qingyao's desperate demeanor, he felt his resolve strengthen. If she were truly innocent, why would she be crying so bitterly? "Fan Qingyao, you are truly remarkable. Your grandfather came with good intentions to bring you and your mother back, yet you show no gratitude and even conspire with your uncle against him." Fan Qingyao, over the years, had found his self-worth only through the women of the Fang family. Now, to assert his masculinity, he raised his arm. Consort Yu sensed the impending disaster and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. A sharp slap resounded through the hall as Fan Qingyao fell to the ground. Tao Yuxian, genuinely enraged, embraced Fan Qingyao, her trembling hands betraying her distress. "Fang family, how dare you? Do you truly think the Hua family is so easily bullied?" "Your Majesty, regarding today's events, I am willing to stake the honor of both the Tao and Hua families on the truth being revealed." Fan Qingyao hastily interjected. "The hour grows late. It would be wise to defer this matter for another time. Your Majesty and consort should return to the palace. That is paramount." Fan Qingyao felt discomfort. He had finally grasped the Hua family's weakness, yet they were not going to investigate? However, he dared not defy his father. Just as he instinctively lowered his head, he caught sight of Fan Qingyao nestled in Tao Yuxian's arms, gazing at him with a pleading look. Suddenly, Fan Qingyao felt a surge of determination and declared, "We must investigate. It is essential." Fan Qingyao's eyes darkened with fury. "You, father, even now you continue to shield the Hua family? Today, we must uncover the truth." Thus, he sought to take Fan Qingyao and her mother away openly. Someone, go to the military camp and investigate thoroughly. This time, Emperor Yongchang issued the order directly. Fang Zixio looked at the resolute Fang Yurong, his heart sinking into despair. How had he spawned such a foolish son? Consort Yu, now rendered speechless, reflected on how nearly her own reputation had been dragged down due to Fang Yurong's incompetence. Regardless, she had obtained what she desired, and the outcome of this affair was no longer her concern. Chapter 51. Proclaim my edict to immediately separate. The firmly shut door was once again pushed open, and the Imperial Guard promptly spoke, Your Majesty. I report that news has arrived from the barracks. The third son of the Hua family, Hua Yi, has been occupied with military affairs and has not stepped outside the camp even once. Both Lord Liu, stationed in the military, and all soldiers can attest to Hua Yi's whereabouts. Such news did not come as a surprise to anyone. Even the favored concubine you spoke on behalf of Hua Yi. Your Majesty, each son of the Hua family is loyal to the throne. General Hua is personally leading troops southward. How could any member of the Hua family cause trouble at this time? Emperor Yongchang turned to the bewildered Fan Yurong and asked in a deep voice. Did you hear that clearly? Fan Yurong shook his head. It was not that he had not heard, but that he could not believe it. He had clearly seen Hua Yi ride past the gate of the Fan residence, and others had witnessed it too. How could this be possible? Emperor Yongchang thought. Is this person's head made of wood? How can he be so irredeemably foolish? Fan Yurong repeatedly knocked his head in frustration, feeling as wronged as Doi. Your Majesty, even if it is not Hua Yi, it might be another member of the Hua family. I truly saw someone from the Hua family ride in. I implore your Majesty to see the truth. The emperor threw a teacup at him in anger. You are being disrespectful. With General Hua leading the troops southward, all three sons of the Hua family, except Hua Yi, have been ordered to accompany him. This is not merely questioning the Hua family. It is a challenge to the authority of the throne itself. Fan Yurong was struck and found himself in a daze, turning to his father for help. Father, do you not believe me either? I did not lie. Fan Zixio lay on the ground, wishing to faint from the embarrassment. Fan Qingyao observed her father's pitiful state, feeling a mix of heat on her face and ice in her heart. In the past, you took pleasure in making things difficult for me and my mother, who knew nothing of such matters. Now that the tables have turned, you cannot bear the same treatment? She lamented silently. It is a pity, but regardless of how uncomfortable you feel, you must endure. Suddenly, a voice from the Imperial Guard called out again, Your Majesty, Miss Hua Yulian seeks an audience. Fan Qingyao, who had been indifferent, tensed up and instinctively looked towards the door. Her mother had yet to fully recover. Even now, she needed support to walk. How had her mother managed to come from Mingyue courtyard to the main hall? Emperor Yongchang, noticing Fan Qingyao's uncharacteristic display of emotion, softened his tone. Let her in. As the main hall door slowly opened, it revealed not a dignified entrance, but a desperate crawl. Hua Yulian, drenched in sweat, her face pale and lips even paler, her clothes tattered, pushed herself forward with great effort. Yet, she persisted in trying to crawl inside. Fan Qingyao, disregarding the emperor seated in the main position, rushed forward. Mother! Mother! Emperor Yongchang watched this scene, feeling a pang of sorrow. It was evident that this woman from the Hua family had made the arduous journey by crawling. Fan Zixio looked at Hua Yulian in astonishment, both surprised and guilty. Had she not been in the Hua household for quite some time? Why did she still look like this? As if sensing the emperor's piercing gaze, Fan Zixio discreetly glanced up, only to find Yongchang glaring at him with eyes that felt like nails. Hua Yulian, out of breath, raised her hand to wipe away the tears from Fan Qingyao's eyes. Do not cry, Yue. Mother is fine. Tao Yuxian, witnessing this scene, felt her eyes redden. This is all the fault of the Fan family. With great effort, Hua Yulian, supported by Fan Qingyao, knelt before Emperor Yongchang. Your Majesty, I have come to pay my respects, as has the concubine. I understand that my troubles have burdened both the concubine and your Majesty. I deserve to be punished. I am powerless to protect my daughter. In this wretched state, I care for nothing but my daughter's well-being and happiness. I implore your Majesty to grant me this sole wish. Each word she uttered was punctuated by labored breaths. Yet she persevered until she expressed her heartfelt plea. Mother's love is deep, her toil unending. This was clearly a mother's cry, filled with blood and tears. Emperor Yongchang felt a heavy ache in his heart, his voice softening considerably. Fan Huasher, are you aware that if you insist on separating, what will become of the young lady from the Fan family? Hua Yulian smiled. albeit a tearful smile that broke the heart. How can one's reputation imprison a daughter for life? If joy and reputation are to be weighed, I choose joy. I repeat, I do not seek wealth or status for my daughter. I only wish for her happiness and health. Emperor Yongchang nodded, then turned to Bai Tu. Fetch Sun Che for me. Proclaim my edict. From this day forth, Hua Yuelian shall separate from Fan Yurong. Henceforth, there shall be no ties between the Hua and Fan families, and Hua Yuelian shall return to her birth name. She may remarry after 1 year. I, Hua Yuelian, and I, Fan Qingyao, thank your majesty for your great kindness. Fan Qingyao assisted her mother, bowing deeply before the emperor. Fan Yurong felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. He could not believe that the woman who had once been so obedient to him, even severing ties with the Hua family for him, could now be so heartless. Concubine Yu, observing Hua Yuelian's pitiful state, disdainfully averted her gaze. The Hua family had many servants. If they truly wished to present themselves to the emperor, they could have easily brought her. Yet, she insisted on crawling in. It was truly a shame that she still had the presence of mind to feign such suffering. Your Majesty, I suddenly feel unwell and do not wish to disturb you. I hope to return to the palace to rest. Once I have recovered, I will visit the Empress Dowager to assist her in transcribing scriptures. Concubine Yu slowly raised her hand to support her forehead, casting a sharp glare at Fan Qingyao. Emperor Yongchang waved his hand. You may go. Fan Qingyao maintained a calm demeanor, her voice respectful. I bid farewell to the concubine. The disgruntled concubine Yu, supported by her attendants, departed. As she passed by Fan Zixio, she feigned a pause and whispered, I have done all I can for you. Unfortunately, fate does not align with human plans. However, I hope you will keep your promise to me, so as not to disappoint me. Fan Zixio trembled on the ground. Rest assured, Your Grace, I know what to do. Concubine Yu nodded in satisfaction before stepping out of the main hall. Emperor Yongchang surveyed the chaos around him, feeling a headache as he stood to leave. Bai Tu quickly reached out, but the emperor turned to the distant Fan Qingyao. Come, accompany me for a walk. Chapter 52. A remarkable young lady. Fan Qingyao did not respond immediately, but turned to look at her mother beside her. Hua Yulian coughed lightly, covering her mouth, and leaned closer into Tao Yuxin's embrace, smiling at her little crescent moon, signaling that she was fine. Only then did Fan Qingyao rise and approach Emperor Yongchang. For the first time, Emperor Yongchang felt that he was not as competent a ruler as his mother. Bai Tu had served the emperor for many years and understood his intentions well. He promptly exited the room and urged the guards blocking the doorway to step aside. As Sun Che arrived, he coincidentally encountered Fan Qingyao supporting Emperor Yongchang as they made their way out. Minister pays his respects to His Majesty, he said. Emperor Yongchang waved his hand dismissively. Go on with your business. Sun Che's heart had already flown away upon seeing the pallid figure in the hall. And upon hearing the emperor's words, he stepped into the room. Emperor Yongchang felt a hint of neglect. Inside, Hua Yulian was seated on a stool with her mother's assistance. Sun Che gazed at the once proud woman, now wilting like a withered flower, and his heart ached, his fists clenching tightly. Hua Yulian seemed to sense something and looked up, startled to see Sun Che. However, she quickly smiled and rose to pay her respects. This humble daughter greets Lord Sunday. Sun Che hurriedly stepped forward, grasping her frail wrist. Miss Hua need not be so formal. In that moment, it felt as though they had returned to their youthful days. She was the cherished daughter of the Hua family, while he was merely a young man who had just begun his official career. She bowed gracefully, blushing yet retaining her dignity. Back then, he had awkwardly offered his support, uttering the same words as he did now. Little did he expect that a fleeting glance could span the years, and their reunion was now steeped in the passage of time. Tao Yuxian, being an experienced observer, discerned the hidden emotions between them, but did not intervene. Her daughter was already divorced. It was only natural for her to form connections anew. However, for Fan Yurong, witnessing such a scene was deeply unsettling. He had been unwilling to accept the divorce, and now, having just arrived with his father, he found himself confronted with this disgraceful scene, which he could hardly tolerate. Fan Zixio noticed a figure flash past him, and when he turned, he saw Fan Yurong storming back into the main hall of the Hua family. Fan Yurong approached with fury, attempting to grasp Hua Yulian's hand. You shameless woman! No wonder you were so eager for a divorce. It seems you already have a man waiting outside. I tell you, as long as I live, you shall not have your way. Come back with me to the Fan residence. Yet, before he could reach that familiar warmth, a sharp pain struck his abdomen. Sun Che's eyes glinted coldly as he delivered a powerful kick to Fan Yurong's chest. The divorce between the Fan and Hua families is a decree from His Majesty. How dare you question it? If you dare to disturb Miss Hua again, I shall ensure you face severe consequences. With Sun Che's declaration, Fan Yurong flew like a lit firecracker from the Hua family's main hall, crashing outside the Hua family's gates, likely knocked unconscious by the impact. Fan Qingyao, watch with a pained heart. Fan Zishou quickly looked towards Emperor Yongchang. Emperor Yongchang, indignant, declared, "You defy my decree and expect me to intervene?" I saw nothing. With no other option, Fan Zishou had to take his leave, leading several servants from the Fan family to carry the unconscious Fan Yurong away, his demeanor resembling a chastened dog. Once the disturbances ceased, Emperor Yongchang casually remarked, "Selling charcoal to fund military expenses is no small feat for one so young." Fan Qingyao, unruffled, replied, "It is indeed the Emperor's grace that I am permitted to sell charcoal. I do not seek accolades. I only hope my grandfather focuses on the battlefield and does not worry about other matters." Emperor Yongchang cast a surprised glance at the young girl beside him. She was indeed youthful, yet not only was she intelligent, but her demeanor was also remarkably mature. With a half-smile, Emperor Yongchang regarded Fan Qingyao, acknowledging that military funding was no trifling sum. The immediate solution was easy, but the challenge lay in sustaining it over time. Realizing that the moment had arrived, Fan Qingyao remained composed, for she was well prepared. "Your Majesty, I will forever be grateful for your kindness. In times of national hardship, every citizen bears responsibility. I willingly offer my assistance to you in the Western Liang. I only request 1 year, after which I will ensure the annual delivery of military funds." Her expression remained serene, her tone resolute, and her words decisive. Such expressions of gratitude and fervor astonished Bai Cha, who had served the emperor for decades. It was the first time he had witnessed a young girl display such boldness. Emperor Yongchang had never anticipated that a girl in her teens would possess such vision and spirit. Even though he had learned from his son about her plans to contribute to military funds, he was still moved. Reflecting on everything she had done during the recent snow disaster, he could not help but nod in agreement. "Very well, if that is your wish. I shall await your actions." With that, he boarded the carriage with Bai Tu's assistance. Fan Qingyao knelt calmly on the ground. "I respectfully bid farewell to your Majesty." Inside the carriage, Emperor Yongchang thought of Fan Qingyao's delicate features and mature demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. What a remarkable young lady. If my daughters possessed even half of her attributes, I would be content. Outside the carriage, Bai Cha quickly reassured him, "Your Majesty is too modest. Our princesses embody your great benevolence toward the world. I have heard that Princess Yunyu, favored by concubine Yu, has begun her studies and will soon leave the palace to learn medicine, solely to care for your health upon her return." Emperor Yongchang's grievances towards concubine Yu lessened upon hearing this, pondering that soon Yunyu would indeed venture out to study medicine. Unable to resist, he instructed Bai Cha to visit the Yu palace upon their return to the palace. Meanwhile, after seeing off the emperor's carriage, Fan Qingyao hurried back to the main hall. Sun Che had already departed, leaving only Tao Yuxian accompanying Hua Yulian, the mother and daughter sharing a rare moment of whispered conversation. Before long, the daughters-in-law from other families arrived, having heard that the emperor and the concubine had left. They were genuinely pleased for their only sister-in-law upon hearing of the emperor's decree of divorce. When Granny Su returned, she found her young mistress happily conversing with her family. Seeing the slight blush on her face, she was overwhelmed with emotion and began to cry. Fan Qingyao approached Granny Su and softly said, "Today has been arduous for you, Granny. Also, Ningtian and Ningen must be rewarded. Let us ensure the people at Mingwei Courtyard receive extra meat tonight." "Oh, the hard work was mine alone. You must not misunderstand. It was His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who assisted greatly." Granny Su quickly recounted her encounter with Lian Shi at the palace gates. Fan Qingyao paused, her mind conjuring the image of a face more beautiful than any woman. She never expected it would be him. Chapter 53. The Cycle of Fate and the Indulgence of Heaven. The divorce decree between the Hua family and the Fan family stirred quite a tempest in the city. For ordinary folk, a divorce merely involved submitting a case to the governor and waiting for the appointed time. But the separation of the Hua and Fan families was a royal decree. A royal decree for divorce. Such matters naturally incited much speculation. While the populace remained engrossed in the divorce saga, another bombshell dropped. Fan Shirlang, a minister from the Fan family, was dismissed from his position. Investigations revealed past cheating in the imperial examinations and bribery to secure official positions. With this revelation, the citizens of the main city, who had previously harbored doubts about the divorce, now had their questions answered. It was abundantly clear that the Fan family had brought this upon themselves, incurring the emperor's wrath, who had thus extricated the Hua family from their quagmire. Instantly, the people sang praises of the emperor's wisdom, lamenting the hardships faced by the daughter of the Hua family, while simultaneously condemning the Fan family's disgraceful conduct. Fan Yurong had become akin to a rat scurrying across the street, too frightened to step outside his home. Shortly thereafter, on the day of her departure from the palace, Princess Yunyu, favored by the concubine Yu, set out to study medicine, met with nationwide fanfare and accolades for her filial piety. Little did anyone know that she was not alone in this endeavor. Fan Xuanning, now the legitimate daughter of the Fan family, was also embarking on this 5-year apprenticeship. Unbeknownst to all, that day Fan Zixio had orchestrated the return of Fan Qingyao and her mother to the Fan household through concubine Yu's influence. Leveraging the invaluable 5 years that Fan Xuanning had devoted to serving Princess Yunyu. 5 years may not seem long, yet how many women are fortunate enough to possess such prime years? On the day of the farewell, Zui Lian wept amidst the crowd, her eyes nearly blinded by tears. She had finally realized her dream of becoming the matriarch of the Fan family. Yet she never fathomed that this status was purchased at the cost of her daughter's departure and her husband's integrity. As the city continued to absorb one shocking revelation after another, a shop named Qingnong Zhai quietly opened on the main thoroughfare. It was said that this establishment sold a variety of items typically used by women, such as hair oils, soaps, and rouge, alongside fragrant sachets that men often wore at their waists. Though seemingly ordinary, each item possessed unique qualities. The hair oils alone numbered in the hundreds, each with distinct benefits ranging from nourishment to hair growth. The sachets were equally diverse, with scents that not only repelled insects but also promoted tranquility and even supported pregnancy. Initially, few believed in the efficacy of these products. However, customers soon discovered that the hair oils truly nourished their locks and the sachets aided their sleep. Despite the high prices, the authenticity of the goods justified the cost. As the season of rampant mosquitoes approached, the sachets from Qingnong Zhai quickly sold out. Who would have thought that Qingnong Zhai would establish its foothold in the main city? As the month drew to a close, the other shopkeepers of the Hua family presented their accounts to the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei. Upon seeing the alarming losses, her eyes reddened with frustration. How could sales be dwindling? The shopkeepers lamented their plight, explaining how the recent opening of Qingnong Zhai had siphoned off their business. Traditionally, at this time of year, customers would flock to purchase herbal remedies for insect repellent, but now, with the allure of beautifully scented sachets, who would bother to carry around herbs in their sleeves? One shopkeeper suggested that they consider water transport, as their inventory of herbs was piling up dangerously and could spoil if not sold promptly. The mere mention of water transport pierced Ling Wei's heart. She was acutely aware that the other shops were colluding to adhere to this strategy, making her feel cornered. If she consented, how would she maintain her authority over them? As she pondered this, her sisters-in-law arrived, intent on further aggravating her. Already troubled by the Qingnong Zhai situation, Ling Wei now faced relentless pressure from her sisters-in-law, discussing water transport, inciting her ire. In the midst of this tumult, she fainted from the stress. It was indeed a moment of reckoning. Meanwhile, Fan Qingyao, engrossed in her study of new hair oils, was unfazed by the turmoil. Previously, she had conceded to Ling Wei due to her own overwhelming commitments, but now, as the legitimate daughter of the Hua family, she could no longer allow Ling Wei to trample upon her dignity. Holding an air of mystery, Ninghan wondered if the young lady intended to take matters into her own hands. At that moment, Ta Shui, having just awakened, emerged from the soft bedding. Heedless of her disheveled appearance, and nestled into Fan Qingyao's embrace, seeking affection. During this time, Ta Shui had thrived at the Hua household, indulging in good food and rest, and had noticeably gained weight, her belly now adorned with layers of folds. Fan Qingyao smoothed Ta Shui's fur and replied with a gentle shake of her head, "There is no rush. I must first wear down Ling Wei's resolve before striking decisively." A little later, she instructed Ning Tiao to deliver the newly formulated hair oils to Yu Luo. "Yes, miss," came the reply. With that, Fan Qingyao refrained from further discussion, tidied her belongings, and stepped outside with the little creature in her arms. Business at Qingyao had found its rhythm, with Yuluo managing the shop and Peng Jing handling the accounts, both seasoned merchants from their past lives, now excelling in this one as well. She felt a sense of reassurance. Ta Shui was now entirely familiar with the residents of Qi Wu, and together, they frolicked their way into the courtyard within a mere incense stick's worth of time. In the courtyard, Qi Wu, catching the scent of Ta Shui, lazily opened one eye to survey her plump form, then closed his eyes again in disdain, as if to say, out of sight, out of mind. Ta Shui, oblivious to his indifference, leapt from Fan Qingyao's arms and pounced onto Qi Wu. Lian she had already been waiting at the door, greeting her from afar. I pay my respects to Miss Qingyao. Fan Qingyao smiled and nodded, lifting her skirt as she ascended the steps. In the main hall, Bai Li Fengming reclined on a soft couch, engrossed in a book. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden halo around his elegant silhouette. Hearing her footsteps, he slowly looked up and smiled upon seeing her, radiating charm and tranquility. Habitually, Fan Qingyao approached him, opening the medicinal box she held. As treatment progressed, he required extremely painful medicinal drops in his eyes, necessitating that she first puncture his acupoint with a silver needle to render him temporarily unconscious. Bai Li Fengming, ever aware, leaned back against the soft couch in anticipation. As usual, Fan Qingyao first induced his temporary stupor, then, disregarding formalities, positioned herself atop him to accurately drip the fresh medicinal liquid into his eyes. This corrosive remedy was essential for cleansing the impurities from his vision. Yet if it were to spill onto other areas, it could cause severe harm. In her hierarchy of values, the well-being of her patient far outweighed societal decorum. However, this time, after administering the drops, Fan Qingyao did not immediately rise. Instead, she retrieved a sachet from her bosom and carefully tied it around Bai Li Fengming's waist. On that day, he assisted her in persuading the emperor to leave the palace, and she felt an immense gratitude in her heart. After much contemplation, she crafted this fragrant pouch. Every stitch and thread of this pouch was meticulously sewn by her own hands, and the herbs within were carefully blended by her. It not only serves to ward off all serpents and beasts, but also possesses the ability to calm the spirit and soothe the mind. As she secured the pouch, Fan Qingyao was about to rise, when suddenly, the familiar voice of Bai Li Fengming echoed in her ears, commanding, "Do not move." Chapter 54, Your Highness, please be silent. Fan Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Bai Li Fengming's eyes had opened at some point. However, those dark eyes were not gazing at her, but rather at the nape of her neck. Instinctively, she turned her head, but his distinctly knotted hand pressed firmly on her restless shoulder before she could move. "Wait a moment," he murmured, his fingers delicately tracing her nape, the soft tips grazing her hair, causing a slight itching sensation. Fan Qingyao glanced down at the fragrant pouch tied around his waist, her expression darkening. She had indeed gifted it to him, but did that indicate her frivolity? She felt compelled to explain her earlier actions, stating that as a token of gratitude for His Highness persuading the emperor to leave the palace, she had embroidered this pouch, hoping it would bring him fortune and ward off calamity. Bai Li Fengming's response was nonchalant, merely a soft yes. Fan Qingyao was taken aback. What kind of attitude was that? If His Highness did not appreciate it, should she simply discard it? Was he angry? This man was as slippery as a soft snake. With a cold expression, she lifted her gaze, only to realize that something had fallen. Surprised, she looked down to see a flawless jade pendant resting against her chest. This jade pendant, no larger than half a palm, was translucent and exquisite. Fan Qingyao recognized it as a fine piece of jade, yet she felt no joy. "And, Your Highness, must you continue gifting me jade?" A sweet aroma slowly emanated from the pendant, subtle yet elusive, as if it lingered in the air, enticing her nostrils. Suddenly, Fan Qingyao stiffened. This scent was familiar. She was certain she had encountered it in her past life, but where exactly? She could not recall. Bai Li Fengming observed the girl before him, who, in her frustration, seemed to drift into another realm, and he offered a gentle smile. "This Kunlun jade has been consecrated by Master Xingyun from the Guardian Temple. It maintains warmth in winter and coolness in summer. You must always wear it close to you." Fan Qingyao returned to her senses, frowning. "You have already given me several pieces." With a charming smile, Bai Li Fengming replied, "Yet I have not seen you wear any." She glared at him, thinking, if I refuse to wear this one as well? He met her gaze without flinching. "Then I shall continue to give them until you decide to wear one." Fan Qingyao, feeling a peculiar nostalgia from the scent reminiscent of her past life, found herself genuinely fond of the jade pendant. Acknowledging her inability to decline, she graciously tucked it into her clothing. "Then I shall thank your highness for this gift." "Likewise," he replied, referring to the pouch she had given him. Fan Qingyao glanced down and suddenly realized she was still seated on Bailey Fengming's long legs, completely oblivious to it. At that moment, she disregarded her image and clumsily scrambled down. Bailey Fengming smiled gently, his eyes calm. "Slow down, watch your step." Fan Qingyao averted her gaze, muttering, "Please stop talking." The more he spoke, the more embarrassed she felt. She hurried to the window, inhaling the fresh air outside, finally managing to calm herself. In the courtyard, the two little creatures, Treading Snow and Red Crow, were frolicking joyfully, clearly oblivious to their surroundings. Bailey Fengming approached her, standing beside her and speaking softly. "In the future, you only need to release Treading Snow to send messages. Wherever I am, Red Crow will be there too. There's no need to seek out the Empress with tokens anymore." Fan Qingyao was left in stunned silence. The day Madame Su returned to the residence, she had mentioned not having seen the Empress at all. It was Bailey Fengming who had sought the Emperor. This implied he had anticipated her sending the jade pendant to the Empress. But when had he deduced that? Was it when she first decided to treat his eyes? Or perhaps long ago when he gifted her the jade? Fan Qingyao dared not ponder further, a sense of fear beginning to take root within her. She feared the inscrutable depths of this young man, his cunning nature. One more thing. Bailey Fengming's voice broke through her thoughts. Fan Qingyao listened intently. He paused before continuing. "If you allow Treading Snow to grow any fatter, it may have to crawl to find Red Crow in the future." Fan Qingyao turned to the window, noticing that Treading Snow had indeed grown several sizes larger than Red Crow. Oblivious to the scrutiny of its master, Treading Snow continued to bully Red Crow in the courtyard. Upon returning home, Fan Qingyao handed Treading Snow to Ning Han, declaring that starting tomorrow, its food would be halved. Ning Han eyed the little creature in her arms, seemingly questioning, "What did you do to offend the young lady?" Treading Snow looked utterly innocent, as if to say, "I'm just a baby, I have no grievances." During this time, under Madame Su's guidance, Ning Han had shown considerable improvement, taking full responsibility for Fan Qingyao's daily needs. After handing Treading Snow to Ning Han, Fan Qingyao retreated to her inner chamber. Once she meticulously reviewed the account books sent by Peng Jing, Madame Su entered, carrying her mother's medicinal soup. Sensing the aroma, Fan Qingyao took the bowl and assisted her mother in drinking the medicine. Shortly after, Granny He arrived at the door. "Miss Qingyao, the old lady requests your presence in the main hall." Fan Qingyao gestured for Granny He to wait a moment, patiently watching her mother finish the last drop of medicine before rising. She wondered if something had occurred with her grandmother. Granny He, who had always favored Miss Qingyao, smiled warmly upon witnessing her filial piety. The recent disputes regarding maritime trade had caused unrest, with her elder aunt opposing it while other aunts supported the idea. This back and forth had finally taken a toll on her elder aunt, who had just begun to recover and had gone to confront the old lady. Hua Yueying understood that her sister-in-law was not easily swayed. What could Miss Qingyao accomplish in matters concerning the elders? Granny He reassured her. "Since the old lady has summoned you, it is because she trusts you. The other aunts are also in the main hall, so worry not." Hua Yueying remained uneasy and was about to voice her concerns when she noticed Fan Qingyao following Granny He out of the room. Madame Su softly advised, "Do not fret. Miss, the young lady is quite astute." Hua Yueying frowned, feeling a pang of sympathy. How could I not know of Yueya's cleverness? Yet it is precisely because of this that I feel more distressed. Other children her age live carefree lives, while my Yueya bears burdens that do not belong to her. Madame Su sighed in response. The Hua family traditionally favored daughters over sons. Typically, daughters were expected to find a husband to inherit the family's medical practice. Had Miss Qingyao left and never returned, the old lady might have truly given the Hua family to the eldest branch's Xining. Otherwise, she would not have taken Xining to learn medicine over the years. But now that she had returned, it was inevitable that the young lady must begin to shoulder the responsibilities of the Hua family. Meanwhile, as Fan Qingyao entered the main hall, she was met by her elder sister-in-law, Ling Wei, who rushed towards her, her face ablaze with anger. "Fan Qingyao, tell me, what are you thinking?" Chapter 55. The sky has fallen for the eldest branch in recent days. The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, has been utterly exasperated. Not only has her business been usurped, but she is also subjected to relentless torment from her sisters-in-law. as if they have collectively succumbed to some malevolent influence. Once obedient to her every word, they now conspire against her in support of maritime transport. Most infuriatingly, the old matriarch remains seated, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil unfolding around her. Having finally cornered Fan Qingyao, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, is determined to assert her dominance. Observing the near ignition of Ling Wei's temper, Fan Qingyao remains remarkably composed. She greets the old matriarch with calm deference, extending her salutations to the other aunts before finally directing her attention to Ling Wei. I have heard about the maritime transport issue, she begins. Your decision to avoid water transport is indeed prudent. However, as a young person with little influence, I hesitate to intrude on the matters concerning my aunts. In stark contrast to the fiery Ling Wei, Fan Qingyao radiates an icy calmness. Ling Wei, accustomed to managing the affairs of the Hua family, dismisses Fan Qingyao's youth as inconsequential, believing that her limited experience would render her ineffective in significant matters. Yet, upon hearing Fan Qingyao defend her stance, Ling Wei feels a momentary swell of pride. However, she quickly chastises herself for thinking she could win over this impudent girl. After all, when Fan Qingyao had rashly sold charcoal, she never mentioned her youthful folly. Now, she pretends to be benevolent, and Ling Wei declares, "Since you have returned to the Hua family, you bear the responsibility to share in our burdens." Fan Qingyao remains silent, shifting her gaze to her grandmother. The composed Tao Yuxian nods subtly, affirming, "What your eldest aunt says is correct. In our family, women have always been at the helm. As you have inherited your mother's legacy, you possess the right to voice your opinions." At this, Fan Qingyao nods in acknowledgement and adds, "If that is the case, I shall offer my humble opinion." The other branches tense up, particularly the third daughter-in-law, Paon, who had adhered to Fan Qingyao's earlier advice to maintain water transport. Now, hearing her words, she begins to feel uncertain. Ling Wei, noticing the anxious expressions from the other branches, exhales slowly. Fan Qingyao continues with a smile. Your decision to avoid maritime transport is indeed wise. However, given the recent snow disaster, our family's pharmacies are inundated with excess medicinal materials. While the snow has cleared, the ensuing dampness from melting snow renders these materials difficult to store for long. Ling Wei stands dumbfounded, questioning if she has misheard. Fan Qingyao, sensing her confusion, emphasizes, "Rather than accepting losses, it would be better to take a risk." Ling Wei gasps sharply, nearly losing her composure. The other branches observe with delight. Having been stifled by Ling Wei for years, why should they continue to be subjugated simply because Ling Wei is the eldest daughter-in-law? Now, with the return of the young lady, the Hua family possesses a legitimate heir to its fortune, even if the young lady herself lacks the energy to assume the mantle. Her daughter is in her prime, brimming with potential. Ling Wei erupts once more, pointing an accusatory finger at Fan Qingyao. Maritime transport may sound appealing, but who can guarantee safety at sea? Should we encounter a storm, we could lose everything. For years, I have toiled diligently for the Hua family. Yet you, Fan Qingyao, have just returned and presumed to dictate terms. Fan Qingyao, feigning innocence, retorts, "It was your eldest aunt who requested my input." Ling Wei is taken aback. Having assumed this impudent girl was on her side, otherwise, she would never have allowed her to speak. Suddenly, Fan Qingyao shifts her tone. "If your eldest aunt wishes to avoid maritime transport, I have a suggestion." Ling Wei scoffs inwardly. What could your ill-informed mouth possibly propose? Yet Tao Yuxian interjects. "Do share your thoughts." With a sweet and clear smile, Fan Qingyao proposes, "If there is a lack of consensus, then each family should manage independently. Think of it as a large pancake. Some prefer salty, while others favor sweet. We can simply divide it. Of course, unlike a pancake, the financial contributions to the family treasury are mandatory each month, and profits are earned through effort, while losses must be acknowledged. Wouldn't this lead to mutual satisfaction?" Tao Yuxian is momentarily taken aback. The Hua family has never operated under such a premise. The other branches feel a rush of excitement. While the proposal sounds pleasing, closer scrutiny reveals that it could dismantle the family business and require an equitable distribution of profits. However, after a brief shock, the other branches grow increasingly enthusiastic. For years, they have been oppressed by Ling Wei, receiving no additional funds during profitable times, only to see deductions from their shares in times of loss. If they could generate their own income, they need not depend on others' whims. As excitement mounts, led by the third daughter-in-law, Paon, Tears of joy well up in the eyes of the other branches as they gaze at Fan Qingyao. Well done, Qingyao. Only the second daughter-in-law, Chunyu, appears lost, having not fully comprehended Fan Qingyao's words. The fourth daughter-in-law, Yafu, takes Chunyu's hand, compelling her to focus on the elated Fan Qingyao, whether or not she understands. Witnessing Fan Qingyao's joy is enough. After all, she will not lead them astray. Ling Wei, on the verge of madness, feels the veins on her temples throb. Fan Qingyao, you are delusional. Let me remind you, the Hua family has always been under my management. Why should your opinions hold any weight? Fan Qingyao nods. Then let us abide by the principle of majority rule. Support maritime transport. Ling Wei, if she concedes to the desires of the other branches, how will she ever show her face again? Caught in a state of indecision, Ling Wei's body becomes rigid, her vision blurring as pain grips her chest. Meanwhile, Tao Yuxian calmly addresses the other branches. What are your opinions? In unison, they declare, Qingyao's opinion is our opinion. Tao Yuxian nods, then it shall be so. At last, the other branches feel liberated. Ling Wei, the sky has fallen. As she witnesses the jubilant expressions of the other branches, she can no longer contain herself and stumbles into a chair. Raising her gaze to the old matriarch seated in the main position, Ling Wei's frustration deepens. She had wondered why Fan Qingyao was summoned, but now the truth dawns on her. The old matriarch had intended for Fan Qingyao to take over the family business from the very beginning. It was her impulsiveness. She had been too naive. How could she have failed to recognize the old matriarch's long-standing intentions? Tao Yuxian meets Ling Wei's gaze with serene indifference. Indeed, her initial plan was for Fan Qingyao to assume control of the Hua family. She is acutely aware of how much wealth Ling Wei has amassed over the years. Although she has reservations about allowing each branch to independently manage the businesses, she places her faith in her granddaughter, her little Qingyao. Moreover, she knows that Fan Qingyao possesses a strong will, and thus, she resolves to proceed as planned. She is aging and cannot always be by Fan Qingyao's side. Suddenly, footsteps echo from outside, followed by a report. Old matriarch, the eldest son has returned. The doorkeeper relayed that he first went to the ancestral hall to pay respects and should be arriving shortly. Having just slumped into her chair, nearly overwhelmed with frustration, Ling Wei instantly feels rejuvenated. Her son has returned. He has come back to assist her. Chapter 56. The surrender of the elder brother under the collective gaze of the crowd. Hua Fengming stepped into the main hall. The graceful youth, despite appearing weary from travel, could not conceal the brilliance that shone in his features. Hua Fengming first knelt before Tao Yuxian, offering his respects as he greeted his grandmother. Tao Yuxian smiled and gently urged him to rise, advising him not to be so formal during this rare visit. However, Hua Fengming insisted, recalling his grandfather's teachings that decorum should never be forsaken, regardless of the occasion. Following this, he extended his greetings to the surrounding aunts. As he turned, he instinctively glanced to his side and found himself momentarily frozen upon recognizing the small figure beside him. Qingyao, is that you? In his memory, her visage had remained unchanged for years. Back then, he was a courier for the court, delivering edicts and letters to various bureaucratic offices. Unexpectedly, on his return to the capital, he encountered bandits, leading to a fall from his horse, and fortuitously, he was rescued by his aunt, who had ventured into the mountains for medicinal herbs. It was then he learned that his aunt had long since moved from the Fan family. His aunt's life had been far from easy, bordering on poverty, yet Qingyao, her daughter, was always cheerful and full of laughter. Whenever he experienced pain from his injuries, she would comfort him, blowing gently on his wounds. She also loved to curl up in his arms, often falling asleep while nibbling on his fingers. Even now, he remembered the delightful tickle of her touch. Had it not been for his aunt's care and Qingyao's company, he feared he would not have endured those trying times. When he eventually left the village, Qingyao wept bitterly, and he promised her through gritted teeth that he would visit whenever he could. However, he never anticipated the turmoil that would ensue in other cities, leading to imminent war and a deluge of correspondence in the official circles. By the time he found a moment of respite, days had already passed. He rushed back to the village, only to be told that Qingyao had departed with her mother. Seeing Qingyao again now, he felt as if he were dreaming, to the point that his eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. Gazing at her now more beautiful face, Hua Fengming silently vowed to protect Qingyao as if she were his own sister, vowing to shield her from harm. Brother. Fan Qingyao's voice was somewhat strained. Her eyes darting away, her fingers gripping the fabric of her sleeves until they turned pale. In her previous life, she suspected her brother had never truly known the depth of her feelings. Her childhood companionship had stemmed from her own boredom. Ironically, this reliance had been etched into his memory for a lifetime, ultimately costing him his life. She dared not meet her brother's gaze, fearing the recollection of their past life when, despite her betrayal, he had smiled and reassured her, saying, "Qingyao, do not fear. Your brother will always stand by you." The other attendees in the main hall observed with curiosity. However, upon witnessing the genuine affection displayed by the eldest son towards the young Qingyao, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Tao Yuxian beamed with delight, recognizing the familial bond that was finally blossoming. Yet, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, watched this scene with a grimace, as if she had swallowed a fly. Having just been wronged, did they now wish to win over her son? Feeling deeply aggrieved, she lunged towards her son, exclaiming, "Fengning, my son, you have finally returned. Truly, heaven has opened its eyes. I can now die with my eyes closed." Hua Fengning furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Mother, what troubles you?" Ling Wei wept even more vehemently. "It is not that I am unwell. Some people simply cannot bear to see me prosper. The moment you return, they conspire to isolate me. Mother, Fengning, open your eyes and see clearly. Do not let yourself be deceived by those disguised as humans." While others remained oblivious to Hua Fengning's encounter with Fan Qingyao and her mother, Ling Wei was acutely aware. 2 years prior, Hua Fengning had written to her detailing the hardships of Hua Yulian and how dependent Qingyao was on him. He had even implored her to petition the matriarch and patriarch to allow the return of Qingyao and her mother. Naturally, she had no intention of involving herself in such matters. Now that Qingyao dared to sever ties with her, she was determined to instill hatred in her son towards her. Qingyao was so reliant on her son? How absurd. If she could not have a good life, then neither would anyone else. Hua Fengning was at a loss, genuinely unsure of what was transpiring, and sought help from Qingyao. Ling Wei was even more incensed, dragging her son and pointing at Qingyao. "What are you looking at her for? Just moments ago, she was trying to convince everyone to sever ties with me. And now she presents this pitiful facade as if to enchant someone. Mother, if you do not believe me, let her speak for herself. Ask her if she has helped everyone to make my life miserable. She is trying to drive me to my death." Fengning. She intended to reveal the true nature of that wretched girl who dared to pose as an elder sister to her son. The other daughters-in-law looked on in disgust, particularly the third daughter-in-law, Peian, who could hardly bear to witness the scene. What did the elders have to do with the younger generation? Tao Yuxian furrowed her brow in distress. However, she understood that even if she silenced Ling Wei now, once they returned to their quarters, Ling Wei would still persuade her grandson to despise Qingyao. Before Tao Yuxian could finish her thoughts, she suddenly noticed Qingyao kneeling before her. "Grandmother, Qingyao has something to say." Tao Yuxian glanced at the eldest daughter-in-law leaning against Hua Fengning before nodding. "Speak." With her head bowed, Qingyao spoke softly yet clearly. "I implore my grandmother to allow my elder brother to become the eldest son of the Hua family, to inherit my grandfather's legacy, and to marry and bear children in the main estate." In an instant, the hall fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even Ling Wei ceased her tears, her mouth agape in shock. It could be said that even when Hua Yaoding married Tao Yuxian, he was somewhat of a son-in-law. Otherwise, the Hua family would not adhere to the ancestral teachings of the Tao family. Now that Hua Yulian had divorced and returned with Fan Qingyao, once the elders of the Hua family passed, only Qingyao, the granddaughter born of the Hua family, would be permitted to reside in the main estate. Thus, over the years, Hua Fengning had merely been the eldest son of the Hua family, not its true heir. If he were to be established as such, how would Qingyao find her footing within the Hua family? Tao Yuxian was stunned for a moment before responding. Little Qingyao must not speak recklessly. Qingyao looked earnestly at her grandmother, her words heartfelt. "Even if I do not reside in the main estate, I will ensure that my grandmother's medical skills are passed down, that the world does not forget the Tao family's legacy. However, as a woman, I cannot inherit my grandfather's legacy, so I must entrust this responsibility to my elder brother." If her memory served her correctly, her grandfather's battle was the war of the gods, and the promotion that followed was only natural. As the Hua family ascended in rank, there must be someone to inherit it. Tao Yuxian closed her eyes, trying to block out the wave of emotions threatening to overwhelm her. How could her little Qingyao be so understanding? When she opened her eyes again, she said, "Since you hold this desire, upon your grandfather's glorious return, I will certainly discuss it with him. Qingyao felt a profound sense of satisfaction and bowed deeply to her grandmother. Qingyao. Hua Fengming's eyes glistened with tears. He did not seek such things. All he wanted was to cherish her more and make amends for the years he had failed her. The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, felt utterly bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. This should have been a moment of joy, yet she could not muster a smile. Glancing at her son, she saw his eyes filled with the image of Fan Qingyao, which only fueled her ire further. Looking at the current situation, it seems her son will be grateful to a wretched woman for a lifetime. Just thinking about it fills her with indignation. Chapter 57. How else to strike back? Tao Yuxian has always been decisive in her actions. Seizing the opportunity after the various households vacated the main hall, she summoned Chengyi. The flower family shops were few in number, making them easy to tally. Tao Yuxian took charge and allocated 4 of them to Hua Yuelian, while distributing the remaining shops evenly at 2 each to the other families. By the time the others returned to their respective courtyards, they hardly had time to settle before receiving the land deeds sent by Chengyi's men, prompting a flurry of praises for Fan Qingyao. At that moment, Fan Qingyao, the center of admiration, was engaged in conversation with the daughters of the Hua family. Fourth sister Mu Yin had grown familiar with Fan Qingyao, though still somewhat reserved. She felt comfortable around her. Second sister Xiao Yin, having met Fan Qingyao most recently, was naturally friendly and had already begun to playfully tease her. Third sister Tianyu, the last to arrive, entered complaining, "Heavens, who truly is my mother's dear daughter? All I hear from her is how wonderful little Qingyao is. Sister, why don't we swap mothers? I can't bear to be scorned by mine any longer." Xiao Yin and Tianyu nodded in agreement, expressing their shared feelings of being looked down upon. Fan Qingyao pursed her lips and suggested, "If you don't wish to be scorned, why not assist me with some tasks? Should you excel, my aunt will take pride in you, and even if you falter, there is still some pocket money to be earned." Upon realizing the implication, Tianyu leaped into Fan Qingyao's embrace, exclaiming, "You truly are my dear sister." Mu Yin watched enviously, wishing she could also help her third sister if only her vision were intact. "If I could see, I would certainly help, sister," she lamented. Fan Qingyao grasped Mu Yan's hand reassuringly. "Fear not, your sight can be restored. Just nod, and I will make it happen." She had long contemplated the matter, but had been too preoccupied lately. Mu Yin, though hesitant, asked earnestly, "Really? Is it true?" Fan Qingyao gazed intently into her dim gray eyes, affirming, "Mu Yin, trust me." Nodding vigorously, Mu Yin replied, "Of course, I believe in my third sister." Xiao Yin, feeling left out, interjected, "Must you too tease me so? Is it not enough that I cannot join you?" She too wished to be part of their camaraderie. Yet her mother lacked resolve, compelling her to manage the shops. Observing her younger sisters, Fan Qingyao felt a tumult of emotions. Once, she had led them through turmoil and humiliation. Now, she yearned to guide them toward happiness. Suddenly, a loud and unexpected outburst shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. The girls within the house remained silent, well aware of the source of the commotion. Outside, Ailing was vociferously berating, "Fan Qingyao, are you deaf? Do you dare act without the courage to acknowledge it? What wrongs have we inflicted upon you that you resort to such scheming against my mother? Do you think our family is without defenders?" Listening to this, Granny Su furrowed her brow. As a young lady, she could not confront Ailing directly and opted to seek out Fan Qingyao instead. Xiao Yin stood to leave, declaring, "I shall find grandmother to resolve this." Tianyu seized her arm, cautioning, "If you involve grandmother, our aunt will only seize the opportunity to make a fuss, claiming we are making a mountain out of a molehill. It will only worsen our situation." The daughters fell into silence once more. Having just separated during a sensitive time, none wished to provide the main house with leverage against them. Fan Qingyao addressed Granny Su, instructing, "Please invite our aunt to come and retrieve her daughter." Granny Su hesitated, fearing that the second young lady's arrival would be instigated by the eldest aunt. However, Fan Qingyao coldly smiled. "Let it be known that the second young lady is being bullied in our courtyard. If the eldest daughter-in-law were to send Ailing over, even if her insults were harsh, it would still be a quarrel among daughters. Naturally, the eldest daughter-in-law would relish the opportunity to present her family as the victim of bullying. Yet, should she witness her daughter in the midst of a verbal altercation, the implications would be different. Such behavior would reflect poorly on her, suggesting a lack of decorum. Thus, the key was to lure her over. Before long, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, arrived, not only bringing herself, but also dragging along Hua Fengming. Fengming, did you hear? They dared to bully your sister, she exclaimed. Hua Fengming gently suggested. Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding. Ling Wei dismissed him, insisting that the timid maids of the household were undoubtedly led astray by that little wretch, Fan Qingyao. Fengming was taken aback. Mother, how can you speak of Qingyao in such a manner? Ling Wei was incensed, observing her son's protective stance towards the girl. She hurried towards the Mingyue courtyard, determined to confront the situation. Upon arrival, she heard a cacophony of insults. This time, keep your eyes wide open and observe how deceitful that little wretch, Fan Qingyao, truly is, she declared, assuming her daughter was being attacked and charging into the courtyard alongside Hua Fengming. However, upon entering, she was left speechless. There stood Xianing, hands on her hips, vociferously berating others, exactly the one she believed to be the victim. Fengming's expression soured as he remarked, Mother, I see what I needed to see. May I return now? With that, he turned on his heel and left. Ling Wei stood in stunned silence. Inside the house, the daughters listened as the commotion outside gradually subsided, each giving Fan Qingyao an approving thumbs up. How else can one strike back? They mused, relishing the thought of their aunt's chagrined demeanor. After some light conversation, the daughters gradually took their leave. Granny Su initially thought that the young miss would finally retire early, only to find her following the others out of the courtyard. Fan Qingyao proceeded directly to the account room, where Cheng Yi greeted her with a radiant smile. Miss Qingyao, what brings you here? He inquired. Fan Qingyao succinctly stated, tomorrow. Please arrange for a message to be sent to the third young master of the Su family, scheduling it for the afternoon. Additionally, kindly inquire about his mother's preferences. Cheng Yi paused, realizing that Miss Qingyao was preparing for something significant, and quickly consented. Rest assured, Miss Qingyao, I will attend to it first thing in the morning. Fan Qingyao nodded thoughtfully. She was not merely utilizing maritime trade to separate families. She was genuinely committed to the venture. Thus, it was time to meet the third young master of the Su family. Chapter 58. This girl should not be underestimated. Upon receiving the invitation bearing the name of Miss Fan Qingyao, Su Shaoxi had just extricated himself from a social engagement. The expressions of several merchants in the tea house were pallid and distressed. None had anticipated that this young master of the Su family, despite his tender years, would be as ruthless as he was cunning. After just a few rounds of negotiation, they found themselves utterly vanquished, their prices driven to the ground, leaving them with no choice but to endure. Su Shaoxi paid no heed to the defeated merchants behind him. Instead, he quietly contemplated the invitation in his hand. Miss Fan Qingyao was not only striking, but also distinctly unique. She had even chosen to hold the meeting in a carriage. With a flick of his fingers, he lightly tapped the invitation, raising an eyebrow in a bemused manner. This was indeed intriguing. Shortly after noon, a carriage emblazoned with the Fan family emblem came to a gentle stop beside a tavern. Moments later, having triumphed in yet another round of bargaining, Su Shaoxi descended the stairs and, upon the discreet signal from Ningen, boarded the Fan family's carriage. Inside the quiet carriage, Fan Qingyao was occupied with brewing tea. Su Shaoxi unabashedly appraised the young woman seated on the soft couch. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes serene, truly a beauty. However, was Miss Fan of age? It was not that he was being forward, she merely appeared far too youthful. Shouldn't a girl of her age be fluttering about in her boudoir, engaged in needlework? With an expression of calm indifference, Fan Qingyao faced the straightforward Su Shaoxi. He lifted his robe and sat across from her without hesitation, as he typically favored a direct approach. Fan Qingyao slid a cup of tea across the table, inviting him to discuss the maritime shipping rates. Su Shaoxi thought to himself, even in direct dealings, there should at least be some pleasantries exchanged. Was this not a tad too forthright? The price was set at 10,000 taels for a single shipment, with a 10% discount for 100 shipments. If this young lady was so candid, he could not afford to appear hesitant. The third young master of the Su family was indeed shrewd in business. Fan Qingyao regarded him with mixed appraisal, finally raising her gaze to meet his. Dressed in dark robes, with sharp features and striking eyes, his gaze was indeed captivating, albeit a touch too piercing. Su Shaoxi, unfazed, inquired with a smile, Miss Fan, are we to engage in haggling? Fan Qingyao waved her delicate hand dismissively, offering no concession. Su Shaoxi blinked. Could you repeat that? Fan Qingyao reiterated, for a term of 1 year, I will charter 3 ships. During this period, no other goods may be loaded onto my vessels, and the timing is flexible. Goods may be shipped at will. At the end of the year, Profits will be divided at a ratio of 70 to 30. Su Shaoxi, taken aback, thought to himself that were it not for the earnest expression on the young woman's face, he might have believed she was jesting. Not only had she set the price with such audacity, but her terms were equally outrageous. Was this how business was conducted? Who would negotiate in such a manner? His expression remained inscrutable, revealing no hint of anger or joy. Was Miss Fan truly intent on forcing his hand? Fan Qingyao maintained her composure, stating matter-of-factly, "Whether we sink or swim remains to be seen, but the net will surely tear." With a wry smile, Su Shaoxi turned to leave. Ningyan, observing her mistress's retreat, expressed her disappointment. "Miss, did the negotiations not go well?" Fan Qingyao, unfazed, walked past their carriage, confident that he would acquiesce. A person who engages in business for profit would not willingly forsake a golden opportunity, even if he were inclined to do so. She would not grant him that chance. As she walked ahead, Ningyan asked, "Miss, won't you take the carriage back?" Fan Qingyao glanced up at the setting sun. "Walk with me for a while, and let us await news." Emerging from the Qingnong studio, Su Shaoxi felt utterly drained, as if he had just fought a fierce battle. He promptly canceled all subsequent engagements and made his way back to the Su residence alone. Initially, he had learned of Fan Qingyao through her remarkable debut at the imperial banquet. At the time, he merely dismissed her success as a stroke of luck. Later, when he heard of her selling charcoal by imperial decree, he thought little of it, attributing it to her continued fortune. However, this recent encounter had profoundly reshaped his perception of this previously obscure young woman. Her calm and resolute speech was laced with a sharpness that even he found difficult to counter. As he returned home, he was greeted by his mother, who exclaimed, "Sire, you're back. Come and see the gifts from your friend. I absolutely adore them." Su Shaoxi, who prided himself on having few friends, felt compelled to comply with his mother's enthusiasm. To his astonishment, he discovered several ancient texts piled in the courtyard pavilion. His mother had no other hobbies than her passion for these ancient tomes, and she was now thoroughly enchanted by them. "Your friend from the Fan family is truly kind. We must invite her over as a guest soon." Su Shaoxi, that girl again. He signaled to his attendant, "Send a message to Miss Fan, informing her that I agree." Though he was unsure how she had discovered his mother's preferences, her thoughtful gift had undoubtedly won his mother's favor. The most vexing part was that the ancient texts were divided into volumes, making it necessary for him to nod in agreement for future gifts as well. Su Shaoxi helplessly tugged at his lips. Fan Qingyao, truly an exceptionally formidable young girl. Chapter 59. You truly deserve your misfortune. When Fan Qingyao received the message from Su Shaoxi, she was walking along the main street with Ningyan. It was an expected occurrence, and there was nothing surprising about it. Fan Qingyao briefly confirmed the time for their appointment with the messenger and continued walking ahead with Ningyan. In her previous life, she had heard of Su Shaoxi, the youngest son of the Su family, the only son of the esteemed Madame Su. He should have been a beloved figure. Yet the Su patriarch favored his concubines over his wife, and by the time Madame Su bore a son in her old age, the two sons born of the concubines had already captured the old man's heart. Thus, Su Shaoxi grew up relying solely on his mother. Since he was filial, she decided to indulge his preferences. By a fortunate coincidence, she had means to procure the very items that Madame Su favored. "Miss, look at how beautifully those sugar figurines are crafted." Ningyan, a child from a destitute background, was mesmerized by the sights of the street. Fan Qingyao paused, her voice tender. "Which one do you like? I shall buy it for you." "Really? And one for my sister as well?" Ningyan exclaimed, her joy evident. "You are so kind to me." "Miss." Fan Qingyao felt her heart soften as she beheld Ningyan's satisfied smile. The warm bond between mistress and servant under the setting sun was a touching scene. Unbeknownst to them that it had fallen into the gaze of a lurking observer, Zhao Tang, having lost a night's worth of money at the gambling house, was in a foul mood and sought an outlet for his frustration. Then he spotted the enchanting figure by the sugar figurine stall, illuminated by the golden rays of the sunset. The sight of that delicate face, aglow in the evening light, sent his blood racing. What a beauty! How could I have missed her in this city? Straightening his attire, Zhao Tang swaggered towards the stall. The other stall owners, witnessing this scene, averted their eyes, casting sympathetic glances at the master and servant duo. Zhao Tang opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, his vision blurred, and he vanished from sight without finishing his sentence. Fan Qingyao instinctively turned to look, but the bustling crowd showed no signs of abnormality. Was it merely an illusion? Ningyan held up two sugar figurines. "Miss, I bought them." Fan Qingyao nodded, paid the vendor, and continued walking with Ningen into the distance. In a narrow alley beside the street, Zhao Tang found himself pinned to the ground, helplessly watching the beauty fade away, filled with both anger and urgency. Yet the weight upon him was unyielding. To make matters worse, his assailant raised a fist. Zhao Tang howled in pain, shouting, "Who dares to disrespect me? I am Zhao Qilian's son, the vice minister of the censorate." The assailant, Xiao Xian, merely laughed in response, not caring that his victim was of some status. Thinking of this, he delivered another kick to Zhao Tang's flabby chest. Zhao Tang, writhing in agony, ultimately lost consciousness, left half dead in the alley. If not for the excruciating pain, he might have believed he was trapped in a nightmare. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian, who had just knocked out a tooth from Zhao Tang, stood at the end of the alley, beside an inconspicuous carriage. Approaching the window, he softly remarked, "He is still breathing." Inside the carriage, Li Fengming nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed prudent to spare the only son of Vice Minister Zhao. Xiaoxian said no more and vanished from sight. Seated in the front compartment of the carriage, Lian Shi looked at the now empty sugar figurine stall and asked, "Your Highness, shall we pursue them?" Li Fengming turned a page of his book, his expression unchanged, returned to the palace. Lian Shi complied. Just as he drove the carriage out of the alley, he spotted Zhao Tang limping awkwardly from the opposite alley. Seeing Zhao Tang's disheveled appearance, Lian Shi couldn't help but feel exasperated. Meeting Miss Qingyao should have been a joyous event. Who would have thought such a calamity would arise? Of all the people to provoke, why did it have to be Miss Qingyao in front of the crown prince? Naturally, Zhao Tang was oblivious to these complexities. Upon returning home, he created a scene. But with both his father and mother absent, he had no choice but to seek out his sister with his bruised visage. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Zhao Jinjia was busy receiving guests. As the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, she had already come of age last year. Yet the family's high standards had delayed her prospects. With another year passing, the Zhao family lowered their expectations, settling on the sole grandson of the Hua family, Hua Fengming. In the main hall, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, had met the prospective daughter-in-law several times and found her increasingly appealing. In terms of family background, appearance, and demeanor, she was exemplary. Now that her son had returned, it was a perfect opportunity to arrange a marriage. However, when the topic of the dowry arose, Ling Wei felt disheartened. The dowry had already been agreed upon, but unforeseen complications had arisen, forcing her to make concessions. Thinking of the future when they would become one family, Ling Wei decided to embellish the story of the division of the family. Her son was now different. Soon to be the eldest son of the household, and if their father received a title, he would inherit it. Zhao Jinjia perceived the ulterior motives of her sister-in-law, but refrained from exposing them, choosing instead to feign anger, exclaiming, "I never knew such things existed. A young girl with so many schemes." Ling Wei nodded in agreement. Indeed, relying on the Hua family's preference for daughters over sons is quite audacious. Zhao Jinjia then suggested, "Since we are all family, we shouldn't harbor thoughts of division. Coincidentally, I am hosting a flower appreciation banquet at the end of the month. Should I send her an invitation to help persuade her?" Ling Wei pretended to hesitate. "That might put you in a difficult position." Zhao Jinjia smiled gently. "We are soon to be one family. It would be inappropriate to speak of trouble." Ling Wei smiled contentedly. Allowing that little vixen to experience the world would be beneficial. Only by encountering true noble ladies would she realize her own insignificance. Chapter 60. A dog's view of humanity. After lingering in the Zhao household for a while, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, finally rose to take her leave. It was only when her figure had completely vanished from the Zhao family's front hall that Zhao Jinjia's smile faded entirely. Kaiyan approached her mistress from behind and inquired, "Miss, do you truly believe that a mere servant girl possesses such remarkable influence that the Hua family would consider a division?" Zhao Jinjia, nonchalantly blowing on her teacup, replied, "Now that Hua Fengming has assumed the role of the Hua family's eldest son, his status has changed. Naturally, the betrothal gifts shall be reduced. Ultimately, I must address her as mother-in-law upon entering their home. To deny her face now would be to sever my own future." Kaiyan sighed. "Are you truly intent on meeting that Fan Qingyao?" Zhao Jinjia smiled. "To discipline a monkey, one must first demonstrate their authority. If she is unfortunate enough to become my stepping stone, I shall have to suppress Fan Qingyao thoroughly. Only then will her future mother-in-law recognize her abilities and understand that she is not easily manipulated. This presents a splendid opportunity to establish my dominance." Casting her gaze upon Kaiyun, Zhao Jinjia continued, "Remove your earrings." Let me have a look. Kaiyun hastily presented them. After examining them for a moment, Zhao Jinjia smiled. These are indeed fitting for our meeting. Kaiyun became flustered. Miss, these are merely for play. They hold no real value. Zhao Jinjia carelessly tossed the earrings to the ground, deliberately stepping on them as she walked to her desk. There, she pinned a letter, allowing it to dry before summoning Kaiyun once more. Deliver this letter to the eldest son of the Hua family, Zhao Jinjia instructed, glancing at the earrings on the floor. And take this as well to Miss Fan. Kaiyun dared not protest, hurriedly accepting the letter and retrieving the earrings before departing. Zhao Jinjia settled back into her chair, leisurely blowing on her teacup once more. After all, she's merely an illegitimate child without a father. To receive an invitation from me is already a coveted honor. Lost in her thoughts, she was startled when a blood-soaked figure burst into the room. Zhao Jinjia was taken aback, and her shock deepened upon recognizing it was her younger brother. At that moment, Zhao Tang was in a daze, collapsing at his sister's feet, incessantly mumbling, "Beat me, strike me hard." Zhao Jinjia, alarmed, quickly called for the servants. "Someone, fetch a doctor at once." When Granny Su received the letter from Kaiyun, chaos reigned in the Zhao household. Standing at the entrance of the Hua family, Kaiyun spoke with an air of superiority. "This is a gift from our young lady to Miss Fan. We thank Miss Fan for graciously allowing the heir of the Hua family to take the lead. Our young lady insists that Miss Fan must attend the upcoming flower gathering, as we are to be family henceforth." Granny Su smiled knowingly. The Zhao young lady is indeed meticulous. However, how brazen to presume upon the Hua family's affairs without even entering. Kaiyun was taken aback by Granny Su's sharp tongue, left speechless. Granny Su, dismissing her, turned and ordered the gate to be closed. Upon entering Mingyue courtyard, Granny Su approached Fan Qingyao, recounting Caiyun's words to prepare her for what was to come. She then presented the letter and a small box. Fan Qingyao initially felt indifferent upon seeing the letter, but when she opened the box to find a pair of earrings of poor quality, she could not suppress a cold laugh. Granny Su was genuinely incensed. The Zhao young lady was clearly taking advantage of the lack of experience of the young mistress. Fan Qingyao shook her head with a smile, aware that the commotion was likely to yield more than the Zhao young lady had anticipated. She understood the need for Zhao Jinjia to curry favor with the eldest daughter-in-law while trying to undermine her. However, if the intention was to belittle her ignorance, a mere pair of earrings sufficed. There was no need for a letter. Was it possible that the Zhao young lady was confident she would wear the earrings to the gathering? Just then, a maid outside announced, "Miss Qingyao, the eldest son has arrived." Fan Qingyao knew that upon her return, she would inevitably have to face her brother, no matter her guilt or pain. These were debts she had incurred herself. In the courtyard, Hua Fengning stood with his back turned. Hearing footsteps, he turned around. Upon seeing Fan Qingyao, he was initially excited, wishing to approach her, but recalling her coldness and resistance during their first encounter after returning home, he hesitated. "Qingyao, do not be afraid. I promise I will not harm you." Hua Fengning spoke softly, his heart weighed down with guilt. It was he who had neglected her, leading to their estrangement. Fan Qingyao, observing the remorse etched on his face, stepped forward, standing directly opposite him. With a bittersweet smile, she said, "Brother, I missed you. During those 5 years when you were thrust into the battlefield and I was left alone, I missed you. When you let me drag you into schemes against loyal souls, isolating yourself to copy scriptures, I missed you. When fire consumed everything, leaving only bones, I missed you." Hua Fengning's eyes instantly filled with tears. He reached out, yearning to embrace the sister who once clung to him, yet he lacked the courage. Fan Qingyao took a step closer, resting against him, breathing in her familiar scent. He finally let the tears flow. He had longed to protect and cherish her. "From now on, we shall see each other often. I've been too sentimental," Hua Fengning thought, wishing to spare her memories of sorrow. He released her frail shoulders and, standing tall, said cheerfully, "I just received a letter from the Zhao young lady, stating she heard you had returned and wishes for you to attend the upcoming flower gathering. For the young ladies in the city, receiving an invitation to such events is a wonderful opportunity to forge connections. I only wish for your happiness, so I thought I would encourage you." However, noticing Fan Qingyao's prolonged silence, his heart began to falter. "Qingyao, if you do not wish to attend, it is perfectly fine. You are busy, and I have been remiss." Fan Qingyao smiled. "I know you mean well, brother. I will go. You need not worry." Hua Fengning sighed in relief, fearing his sister's loneliness. "Enjoy yourself, and if you ever find the time, I shall come to fetch you." Fan Qingyao nodded with a smile. "All right." As Hua Fengning departed, her smile faded. The Zhao young lady was indeed skilled, ensnaring her brother in her schemes, making it difficult to refuse without hurting him. Initially, she had no intention of engaging further, but her mind had now shifted. Returning to her room, Fan Qingyao summoned Ningen, instructing, "Take these earrings and go out." Then, Ningen nodded and left with the earrings. Granny Su, with concern, asked, "Miss, do you truly intend to attend the gathering?" Fan Qingyao replied coldly, "Of course. I must see for myself just how high the Zhao young lady's aspirations are to dare look down upon others." Chapter 61. The initial challenge before entering. The incident of a son from the Zhao family being assaulted on the streets quickly spread through every corner of the city. Naturally, the Zhao family was not inclined to let the matter rest easily. They offered a substantial reward and filed a report with the authorities, causing quite a stir. However, in the end, not only did they expend a significant amount of money without capturing the perpetrator, but Zhao Tang's injuries also healed completely. With no other recourse, the Zhao family resigned themselves to their misfortune. Meanwhile, the business of Qingnong Zhai continued to thrive, inciting envy among other merchants in the city. The third daughter-in-law, Pei Han, and the fourth daughter-in-law, Yifu, upon learning that their daughter was to assist Fan Qingyao, did not oppose her, but instead wholeheartedly supported the decision, sending her to Fan Qingyao without delay. True to her word, Fan Qingyao busied herself in the shop, attending to various tasks. The daughters of the Hua family soon discovered that the coveted Qingnong Zhai was run by their third sister. This revelation was nothing short of astounding for the two sheltered girls, leaving them in a state of disbelief as if they were dreaming. After the initial shock wore off, they chose to keep this secret, even from their mother, feeling a sense of loyalty to their sister. On another front, Fan Qingyao finalized the schedule for the first sea shipment with Su Shaoxi, set for half a month later. Su Shaoxi had initially intended to oversee the shipment himself, but was disheartened to learn that there was only one ship's worth of cargo. He pleaded with Fan Qingyao to increase the load, but to no avail. She remained unmoved. Political turbulence seemed to loom, as Bai Li Fengming had not been seen at his residence outside the palace for several days. In light of this, Fan Qingyao opted to isolate herself in the courtyard, preparing for the impending shipment while also tending to Mu Yan's eye condition. Days passed in a haze until she finally amassed enough cargo for the ship. The day of the Zhao family's flower-viewing banquet arrived. Early that morning, Mama Su visited Fan Qingyao's chamber. Seeing her engrossed in her accounts, without uttering a word, she pulled her into the washroom to prepare. Mama Su was determined to adorn the young lady in a manner that would not bring disgrace to the Zhao family. Ninghan busied herself alongside, showcasing her skills learned from Mama Su and her own research into unique hairstyles and makeup. After meticulously styling Fan Qingyao's hair into an exquisite updo adorned with a jade hairpin, and selecting a white plum blossom skirt paired with a gilded butterfly belt that accentuated her elegance, Ninghan was left awestruck. Was her lady truly this beautiful? Knowing that the flower viewing event was likely to be fraught with challenges, Fan Qingyao chose not to bring Ninghan along, and instead traveled alone in the carriage. The Zhao family, being a prominent household in the main city, attracted many guests eager to attend the banquet hosted by the Zhao family's eldest daughter. As Fan Qingyao disembarked from the carriage, she noticed a number of elegantly dressed young ladies entering the estate in pairs. Among those familiar faces, she had dealt with them in her previous life, but she had no intention of forging deeper connections in this one. She ascended the steps with unwavering determination. At the entrance of the Zhao residence, Fan Qingyao presented her invitation to the attendant at the gate. Upon glancing at it, the attendant called out, "Miss Fan Qingyao from the Hua family has arrived." Instantly, all eyes turned toward her, curiosity and intrigue evident among the onlookers. The tales of the Hua family's dealings and the emperor's intervention in their affairs had spread throughout the city, and now the young ladies scrutinized this emerging figure. Their gazes were filled with a mixture of surprise, curiosity, ridicule, and even disdain. In terms of status, they were not lacking. After all, what was a girl without a father? To put it bluntly, she was viewed as an illegitimate child. However, the waiting Kai Yun was taken aback by Fan Qingyao's striking beauty, her presence both stunning and unexpected. Suppressing her astonishment, Kai Yun stepped forward and said, "I am here on the orders of the young lady to await Qingyao. I am at a loss. Should I address you as Miss Fan or Miss Qingyao?" The surrounding young ladies exchanged glances, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. It was clear that being fatherless relegated one to a position of inferiority, even in how one was addressed. Fan Qingyao was no fool. She recognized this as a deliberate slight, yet she was not intimidated. Hearing of the Zhao family's imminent alliance with the Hua family, she found it absurd that the attendant was unsure of how to address her. Such a trivial matter today could lead to embarrassment for the Zhao family in the future should their daughter marry into the Hua family and her maid remain clueless about proper etiquette. Cai Yun was momentarily stunned, having intended to vex Fan Qingyao, only to find herself caught in her own trap. Fan Qingyao declared, "If the Zhao family is not sincere, I shall take my leave." With that, she turned to depart. The onlookers felt the tension, their discomfort palpable. Was the Hua family's external miss truly so formidable? Her sharp words and actions left no room for rebuttal. Cai Yun, realizing that Fan Qingyao meant to leave, hastily ran after her. Fearing for her own safety, she knelt before Fan Qingyao, pleading, "Please do not misunderstand. It was my fault, a moment of folly. I beseech you, do not hold it against me. Today, you are our esteemed guest, and my lady has instructed us to treat you with the utmost respect." Fan Qingyao regarded her coolly, maintaining her silence. Cai Yun, desperate, knew that if she allowed Fan Qingyao to leave, her mistress would be furious. Gritting her teeth, she bowed repeatedly, hoping to appease the young lady. However, after several bows, Fan Qingyao remained silent. With no other choice, Cai Yun, determined, struck her forehead against the ground, causing blood to trickle forth. Finally, Fan Qingyao spoke, "For the sake of the Zhao family, rise." The gathered young ladies watched in astonishment. Had she truly shown mercy despite such a display of humiliation? With her eyes swirling from the impact, Cai Yun struggled to her feet, humbly leading Fan Qingyao inside, now too intimidated to raise her gaze. Chapter 62. The main event is finally about to begin. Cai Yun, having learned a lesson from Fan Qingyao, has become notably more obedient, leading the way ahead. The Zhao family mansion is meticulously maintained, with rugged rockeries and picturesque lakes, creating a delightful ambience. Following Cai Yun, Fan Qingyao weaves through a lush bamboo grove, eventually arriving at the vibrant flower garden in the back. Groups of distinguished young ladies from noble families gather, laughing and chatting, creating a lively atmosphere. Naturally, the center of attention is the Zhao family's eldest daughter, Zhao Jinjia. From a distance, Zhao Jinjia spots Fan Qingyao, led by Cai Yun, and it is no wonder her future mother-in-law disapproves of this external young lady. With such stunning beauty, even she hesitates to stand beside her. Observing Cai Yun leading the way only adds to Zhao Jinjia's discomfort. She has already heard from the servants about the incident at the gate. Even if Cai Yun is a dog that relies on the Zhao family's power, she is still their dog, and Fan Qingyao, visiting for the first time, ought to heed such a warning. As Cai Yun stands before her, Zhao Jinjia, concerned, speaks first. "What happened to you? Were you bullied by someone?" Cai Yun glances at Fan Qingyao, remaining silent. Zhao Jinjia reaches out with a trembling hand, gently wiping the blood from Cai Yun's forehead. Despite knowing that Cai Yun had been somewhat arrogant earlier, the sight of Zhao Jinjia's genuine concern softens the hearts of the onlooking young ladies. They are taken aback by how tenderly Zhao Jinjia treats her servant, revealing her kind nature. Conversely, the young lady from the Hua family, Huajia, seems eager to speak. It is Sun Tsongtong, the second daughter of Sun Guoyu from the Imperial Salt Transport Office, and Zhao Jinjia's childhood companion. Fan Qingyao turns her gaze towards Sun Tsongtong, her dark eyes calm yet icy. Sun Tsongtong, feeling uncomfortable under Fan Qingyao's scrutiny, frowns and speaks again, "I'm talking to you. Is the Hua family's upbringing so limited?" After sizing her up, Fan Qingyao replies, "Do I know you?" Sun Tsongtong normally would introduce herself. But does someone who has returned home without a father to teach her even deserve that? Fan Qingyao stands unflinchingly. "If you choose not to speak, neither will I. As long as you are not embarrassed, that is sufficient for me." Sun Tsongtong, however, cannot escape her discomfort. The gazes around her make her feel as though her toes are curling in embarrassment. With great effort, she states, "My father is Sun Guoyu of the Imperial Salt Transport Office. I am Sun Tsongtong, the second daughter of the Sun family." Fan Qingyao responds with a nonchalant "oh," before asking, what did the second daughter of the Sun family wish to inquire about earlier? Sun Tsongtong is nearly driven to madness, pointing at Cai Yun and declaring, "To visit is to be a guest. How can the Hua family's young lady punish the Zhao family's maid like this? Is this what you call Hua family upbringing?" Fan Qingyao, maintaining her composure, replies, "If you insist on calling it punishment, it must stem from the negligence of the servant. Were it any other household, I would remain indifferent, Yet this concerns the reputation of my future sister-in-law. How could I possibly turn a blind eye? Or is it that Miss Sun, in an effort to remain virtuous, chooses to ignore everything happening around her? The trio of soul-piercing questions leaves Sun Sotong's face pale, nearly choking on her words. The young ladies who initially intended to support her withdraw in the face of Fan Qingyao's sharp tongue, realizing her words are unassailable. Standing firm, Fan Qingyao remains composed, her expression serene. She refuses to yield, for to do so would invite every passerby to attempt to trample her. Seeing the situation unfold, Zhao Jinjiao approaches, grasping Fan Qingyao's hand. "Qingyao, please do not misunderstand. Song Tong means no harm. She is merely biased toward me." Fan Qingyao regards Zhao Jinjiao with a cool demeanor. Though her words seem apologetic, they consistently revolve around Sun Songtong's matter, while downplaying the trouble Zhao Jinjiao has caused. With a hint of amusement, she thinks, since Zhao Jinjiao has stepped forward to mediate, she shall not escalate the conflict further. Yet she will extend her hand in friendship, addressing Zhao Jinjiao as sister-in-law. Despite not having entered the family yet, it is a trivial matter. Since the sister-in-law has spoken, she shall refrain from further remarks. Unexpectedly, she expresses admiration for Zhao Jinjiao's beauty and gentleness, suggesting that her elder brother must be utterly captivated. Zhao Jinjiao, taken aback by Fan Qingyao's warmth, smiles graciously, expressing her gratitude to Fan Qingyao for her kindness towards Songtong. Ignoring Zhao Jinjiao's prior words, Fan Qingyao expresses concern for her delicate skin under the harsh sun, insisting they seek shade together. Zhao Jinjiao, hoping to pull Sun Songtong along, finds herself unable to do so as Fan Qingyao sweeps her away, making it impossible for her to refuse. Zhao Jinjiao's intentions are clear to Fan Qingyao, yet she is determined to resist any collaboration, even wishing to expose the truth. The other young ladies observe the affectionate bond between the two, casting glances at Sun Songtong, who stands isolated. Were it not for their decorum, they might have laughed openly. Sun Songtong, feeling increasingly awkward, recognizes the futility of her efforts. Realizing her actions have been ungrateful, she cannot simply walk away without losing face. Resigned, she follows the others toward the pavilion. Once inside the pavilion, Zhao Jinjia quickly instructs the servants to bring fresh fruits and assorted pastries to the table. As the maids bustle in, she finally approaches Sun Songtong, explaining the recent events and sharing various unspoken thoughts. Fan Qingyao observes from across the pavilion, noting Sun Songtong's complexion gradually returning to normal, indicating that Zhao Jinjia has successfully soothed her. Curious about Zhao Jinjia's intentions regarding today's topic, Fan Qingyao decides to observe further. "Is everything you said true?" Sun Songtong asks, her voice momentarily lost. Zhao Jinjia nods helplessly, saying, "After all these years, why would I deceive you? Kaiyun is my maid, and I am well aware of her possessions. I never expected Qingyao to wear the same earrings as a servant. She is already in a pitiful state. Why must you continue to hold her accountable?" Initially, Sun Songtong believed that Zhao Jinjia would be someone of discernment, but she is shocked to discover her ignorance. Is she truly being confronted by a frog in a well? Sun Songtong's frustration reignites. Zhao Jinjia continues, "Songtong, please do not act impulsively. Let us both take a step back." "Step back? That is not an option," Sun Songtong exclaims, striding toward Fan Qingyao. "Today, if she does not tear the face off that frog in the well, she will not bear the Sun surname." Zhao Jinjia, feeling triumphant, turns her back to engage with other young ladies. Even if the truth comes out, Fan Qingyao can assert that the earrings were a gift from her, shifting the blame to Kaiyun. Ultimately, it is Fan Qingyao who will be ridiculed for her navet. As Fan Qingyao watches Sun Songtong approach with determination, an indescribable thrill courses through her. Is the main event finally about to commence? Chapter 63, Fan Qingyao. You are quite the pretender. Sun Songtong's anger had reached a boiling point, consumed by the desire to humiliate Fan Qingyao. As soon as she stood before her, she reached out to tug at Fan Qingyao's ear, eager to showcase the unique earring of the Flower family's young lady. Intrigued, Fan Qingyao admired Sun Songtong's audacity, genuinely curious about how such a person could have lived this long. To play along, she smoothly removed the earring, taking a few steps back while slightly tilting her face, naturally leaning against the railing of the pavilion. In her obsession with the earring, Sun Songtong failed to notice that she too had been led to the railing. Desperate to see Fan Qingyao disgrace herself, she snatched the earring without a glance, laughing. "I thought it was something valuable, but it turns out to be just the trinkets of servants." The taste of the flower family's young lady is truly unique. Fan Qingyao observed her exuberance and then subtly extended her toes. Sun Tsongtong, blissfully unaware, suddenly stumbled and fell towards the lake, her shrieks echoing in panic as she believed she was doomed. Quick-witted, Fan Qingyao grasped the back of Sun Tsongtong's garment, her voice laced with concern. "Do not worry. Miss Sun, I have you." Upon hearing this, Sun Tsongtong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, before she could fully exhale, she felt the grip on her clothing loosen. Struggling to catch her breath, she felt herself teetering on the edge. Was this a rescue or an attempt on her life? The pretense of panic in Fan Qingyao's voice continued. "Miss Sun, please do not fear. I will find a way to pull you up." Sun Tsongtong was terrified, acutely aware that the hand holding her garment was alternately tightening and loosening. Just when it seemed secure, it began to push her down towards the lake once more. This back and forth left her feeling like a helpless fish, devoid of strength to resist. Finally, in a blur, she was yanked back to the pavilion. Collapsing on the ground in a state of disarray, her face wet and indistinguishable between tears and snot. Zhao Jinjia rushed over, bewildered and anxious. "Songtong, are you all right? Don't frighten me." Genuine concern filled her voice, for if anything happened to Sun Tsongtong under her watch, her reputation would be tarnished. Sun Tsongtong dazedly lifted her head, and upon seeing Fan Qingyao, she pointed a trembling finger. "You, Fan Qingyao, you intended to harm me." Feigning innocence, Fan Qingyao replied, "How could Miss Sun slander me so? I am merely trying to help." "Slander you? You were the one who nearly caused my demise. Everyone witnessed it," Sun Tsongtong exclaimed, searching for allies among the onlookers. To her dismay, she found the other young ladies gazing at her as if she were mad. They had clearly seen Fan Qingyao rescue her. Yet here she was being questioned instead. Desperate, Sun Tsongtong grabbed Zhao Jinjia's hand. "Jinjia, you saw it, right? She tried to kill me." Zhao Jinjia wished to shift the blame onto Fan Qingyao, but the clarity of the situation left her at a loss for words. Sun Tsongtong was on the verge of exasperation, realizing that even if her anger led to her demise, no one would believe her. Fan Qingyao remained composed, her expression innocent as if she was the victim. She had the audacity to act so confidently because she knew how to maintain an unruffled facade. Individuals like Sun Tsongtong only needed to be frightened into submission. At least next time, when she found herself being used as a pawn, she would think twice about her actions. Sun Tsongtong, indeed, had become subdued. The fiery anger within her had been quelled. When she next saw Fan Qingyao approaching, she instinctively recoiled. However, Fan Qingyao paid her no heed, instead gazing mournfully at the shattered earring on the ground. "What a pity it broke. It was a gift from my future sister-in-law. What shall we do now?" Zhao Jinjia was taken aback, realizing that Fan Qingyao still cared about the earring at such a moment, and she felt a wave of disdain. After all, someone raised in such a manner would consider such a trinket precious. Unfazed, Zhao Jinjia rose and took Fan Qingyao's hand, saying, "It was never worth much. I can get you a better one." Fan Qingyao clasped Zhao Jinjia's hand in return, nodding. "Then, my sister-in-law must keep her word." Zhao Jinjia agreed, prepared for the inevitable skepticism about the earring. As long as she could shift the blame onto Kaiyun, everyone would mock Fan Qingyao's ignorance. Soon enough, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd of young ladies behind them. "What? How could this be?" Zhao Jinjia turned around, ready to deliver her rehearsed retort. "What happened? Surely, Kaiyun must have caused this mischief. She has been spoiled by my indulgence." Yet, before she could finish, she froze. The earring, now picked up, lay in two shattered pieces, but even so, it retained an enchanting, translucent quality. Under the sunlight, it shimmered like jade, radiating an exquisite brilliance. Now it was Zhao Jinjia's turn to be bewildered. The young lady holding the earring looked at Sun Tsongtong with a smirk. "Miss Sun, your family's servants were jade? But I recall that Lord Sun holds a mere fourth-grade position, receiving a monthly stipend of only 110 taels of silver. Does he truly treat his servants as kin, sacrificing his own comforts to adorn them with gold and jewels?" The speaker was none other than Han Jingchen, the daughter of the governor of Chuan Prefecture, known for her unconventional behavior. In a past life, Fan Qingyao had encountered Han Jingchen a few times but had been brainwashed by Fan Shuetching into an arrogant and spoiled young lady, rendering her invisible to Han Jingchen's eyes. Unexpectedly, in this life, Han Jingchen had taken the initiative to intervene. Sun Tsongtong, feeling utterly defeated, could hardly bear the weight of her humiliation. As she listened to Han Jingchen's taunts, her head hung low, wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. In her disheveled state, having caused such a grand spectacle, she believed she could never show her face again. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she glared fiercely at Zhao Jinjia. That earring was a gift from Zhao Jinjia. How could she be unaware of its true value? Chapter 64. Her shield is rather permeable. Zhao Jinjia felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles under the watchful gaze of Sun Tsongtong. Yet she found herself bereft of the time to explain her predicament. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion as she grappled with the absurdity of the situation. The item in question, which she had entrusted to Kaiyun for delivery, had inexplicably transformed into jade. Could it be that? Zhao Jinjia cast a glance at Fan Qingyao beside her, her eyes betraying the panic she had tried so hard to conceal. If Fan Qingyao had indeed switched the earrings and was now waiting for Sun Tsongtong to provoke her, the thought sent tremors through her, even her hand, clasped by Fan Qingyao, quivered uncontrollably. Should her suspicions hold any truth, Fan Qingyao would be undeniably formidable. Fan Qingyao, having stirred the pot to such an extent, certainly would not allow Zhao Jinjia to escape unscathed. Gripping the trembling hand tightly, she feigned innocence and declared, "My dear sister-in-law treats me so well." Not only would she procure jade, but even the finest Hetian jade would be within her reach. "Zhao Jinjia, how bold you are." Han Jingchen, drawn by the commotion, turned to comment, "No wonder you are the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Your grandeur is truly astonishing. I am curious, what else could the esteemed Zhao family daughter possibly offer to mend the wounded heart of the Hua family's young lady?" Fan Qingyao chimed in, "Of course. My sister-in-law dotes on me. If she can gift me such exquisite jade, then surely anything more would be even better. Wouldn't you agree, sister-in-law?" This exchange piqued the curiosity of the young ladies in the pavilion. Zhao Jinjia, confronted by their inquisitive gazes, found herself at a loss for how to respond. Her complexion turned ashen, and her palms were slick with cold sweat. "Please fetch the fine Hetian jade pendant from my room," she uttered, feeling as though her heart were bleeding. Yet what choice did she have? She had to maintain her facade, even if it meant gritting her teeth to endure. Fan Qingyao savored the sight of Zhao Jinjia's pale visage, which could now aptly be described as resembling congealed fat. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Han Jingchen watching her with a knowing smile. After a moment of silence, she returned a faint smile. Understanding that no words were needed between those who comprehend one another, a mere glance sufficed. Han Jingchen, this little one and her appetites. As the exquisite Hetian jade pendant was brought forth by a maidservant, Fan Qingyao accepted it without hesitation. The surrounding young ladies were drawn in to admire it, and Fan Qingyao lavished praises upon the pendant, garnering enthusiastic agreement from her peers. Yet, the sight of Zhao Jinjia only deepened the heartache. The atmosphere in the pavilion remained relatively harmonious, save for Sun Tsongtong, who continued to express her desire to leave. At that moment, Sun Tsongtong found herself thoroughly humiliated, and the thought of remaining only to be further ridiculed was unbearable. The other young ladies urged her to stay, recognizing that it was unbecoming for anyone to depart in such a manner. Zhao Jinjia knew she ought to be the one to intervene, yet fear held her captive. The memory of Sun Tsongtong's piercing gaze haunted her, and she dreaded the possibility of having her dignity stripped away. Fan Qingyao, seated on the stone bench, busied herself with the jade pendant, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. Evil has its own way of dealing with evil, and she relished the spectacle. Seeing an opportunity as Fan Qingyao's side remained unoccupied, Zhao Jinjia forced a smile and moved closer, pretending to care for her future sister-in-law while deliberately ignoring Sun Tsongtong's antics. However, before she could settle, she was jostled by a rushing figure, Han Jingchen. Without acknowledging Zhao Jinjia, Han Jingchen turned to Fan Qingyao and inquired, "May I have a look as well?" Fan Qingyao graciously handed it over. "Feel free to examine it." Han Jingchen was pleasantly surprised by Fan Qingyao's willingness, her heart brimming with delight, and she cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Jinjia, unable to fathom how so many were blind to her insincerity. Meanwhile, Sun Tsongtong, now escalating her outburst, sent Zhao Jinjia into a state of panic. Her palms slick with perspiration, fearing that Sun Tsongtong would approach her demanding an explanation for the earlier incident. In desperation, she approached Fan Qingyao once more. "It is a rare occasion for us to gather, and as the future sister-in-law, I have not fulfilled my duties as a host. Please do not take offense, dear Qingyao. The young ladies present are all of good temperament, which is why they are drawn to you." Zhao Jinjiao's expression was one of distress and helplessness, caught between Han Jingqian's assertiveness and Fan Qingyao's challenging demeanor. Those less astute might easily fall prey to Zhao Jinjiao's machinations. Yet it was evident that neither Han Jingqian nor Fan Qingyao would be swayed. Today, I have the pleasure of connecting with the daughters of various families. And it is all thanks to my sister-in-law. There is no need for you to feel guilty. For I wonder why the Sun family's young lady has been causing such a ruckus for so long, Fan Qingyao remarked. Zhao Jinjia could not shake the feeling that Fan Qingyao was doing this intentionally, yet she lacked the proof to substantiate her suspicions. Han Jingqian was not the type to indulge in flattery, suggesting that the Zhao family lady would do better to visit the Sun family and address the brewing discontent, lest the situation tarnish everyone's reputation. Zhao Jinjia felt the veins on her hands throb with tension. With a heavy heart, she steeled herself and turned towards Sun Tsongtong. Sun Tsongtong's uproar was a desperate plea for an explanation from Zhao Jinjia, yet at that moment, she had no words to offer, only urging her to retreat to the courtyard for a moment of respite. Sun Tsongtong was furious, her temper flaring to a boiling point, and she could hardly consider resting. With a furious glare at Zhao Jinjia, she spun on her heel and departed. Zhao Jinjia was taken aback by the public humiliation and felt her face flush. Unable to even plead for her stay, the atmosphere in the pavilion had become palpably awkward. Meanwhile, Han Jingqian engaged in lively conversation with Fan Qingyao, while other young ladies began to gravitate toward them, perhaps drawn by an unseen force. Han Jingqian raised an eyebrow at Fan Qingyao, whispering, "You have quite the audacity, daring to press down the powder keg that is the Sun family." Fan Qingyao smiled sweetly, relishing the opportunity to defuse the tension. Han Jingqian was taken aback by Fan Qingyao's admission, momentarily speechless before giving her a thumbs up. The other young ladies looked on in astonishment and envy at the sight of Han Jingqian, who was usually unapproachable, now so amiably engaged with Fan Qingyao. Zhao Jinjia felt her heart ache at the scene unfolding in the pavilion. The smiles on their faces were a bitter reminder that the flower viewing event she had organized had become her own torment. After what felt like an eternity, the flower viewing event finally drew to a close. As the young ladies departed together, Zhao Jinjia, despite the turmoil within, maintained a facade of warmth and graciously escorted Fan Qingyao to the door of the Zhao residence. However, as they reached the entrance, the whispers of the ladies once again filled the air. Chapter 65. What a coincidence! Zhao Jinjia was genuinely frightened, assuming yet another scandal had erupted, and hurried outside. However, upon stepping over the threshold, she found herself momentarily stunned. At the foot of the Zhao family's steps stood a carriage, alongside a handsome young man leaning against it. The youth possessed a striking physique and a distinguished appearance, with eyebrows that arched like swords and eyes that sparkled like stars. The fading twilight bathed his deep blue robe in a warm glow, accentuating his tall and robust stature. The young ladies on the steps felt their cheeks flush, and Zhao Jinjia herself was overwhelmed by an intense wave of shyness. The young man seemed to sense the gaze behind him, initially displeased. He lifted his head and broke into a radiant smile upon spotting a petite figure. Fan Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly approached with a smile. "Brother, what brings you here?" Hua Fengming, concerned that his sister Qingyao might stumble on the steps, rushed to support her. "I mentioned I would come to escort you home that day. Did you forget?" Fan Qingyao offered a charming smile, admitting that she indeed had forgotten. Hua Fengming bore no ill will, engaging her in light-hearted banter as they descended the steps together. This scene would undoubtedly evoke envy among the young ladies on the steps. Many had brothers, yet few were as considerate and handsome as Hua Fengming. Zhao Jinjia could hardly believe that her future husband was such an exceptional young man. Watching the envious gazes of the other ladies only made her heart race even faster. Instinctively, she straightened her back and lifted her chin, striding down the steps. Having been an old maid for several years, she certainly wished to be the one who was envied. However, her actions did not escape Fan Qingyao's notice. As she stole a glance back, she raised a jade pendant in her hand. "Brother, does this look beautiful to you?" The Hua family men were trained in martial arts from a young age, and Hua Fengming, accustomed to roughness, found himself at a loss for words to describe such delicate adornments. Fan Qingyao playfully blinked. "You're silent. But does it resemble a jade pillow from grandmother's bed?" Hua Fengming laughed. "You've captured my thoughts perfectly." Zhao Jinjia, still descending the steps, froze. Her jade pendant had been likened to a worthless jade pillow. How could she bear to approach now? Seeing Fan Qingyao, who was disappointed, tossed the pendant to Ningguang beside her. She remarked, "If my brother doesn't like it, then let it be yours to wear and play with." Ningguang frowned. "Miss, I'd prefer to have the old lady's jade pillow. At least it's substantial." Zhao Jinjia nearly tumbled down the steps upon hearing this. She watched helplessly as Hua Fengming led Fan Qingyao onto the carriage, her anger nearly suffocating her. Meanwhile, Han Jingchen was nearly in stitches, delightedly thinking that she would have extra helpings for dinner tonight. From the carriage, Fan Qingyao gazed through the window at Zhao Jinjia, who was caught awkwardly on the steps, unable to move. Her expression gradually turned cold. In her previous life, she had visited as the crown prince's consort, and the Zhao family had welcomed her with bowed heads. Even when imprisoned and under house arrest, she remained a queen, and Zhao Jinjia had still shown her the utmost respect. In her past life, Zhao Jinjia had never stood tall. This time, it appeared to be no different. Hua Fengming, aware that a Zhao family miss was present, was uncertain of her identity. However, he did not concern himself with it, as they had not yet become engaged, and he preferred not to meet her. Moreover, he wished to ensure that Qingyao felt attended to. He always felt he owed her more than he did his own sister. Thus, Hua Fengming resolved to spend quality time with Qingyao during this period. Unexpectedly, Fan Qingyao became quite busy instead. With the Qixi festival approaching, all major merchants in the capital were bustling with activity, and Qingnong Pavilion was no exception. Fan Qingyao had created numerous new styles of scented sachets, commissioning a workshop to craft them in distinct designs for men and women, incorporating various medicinal ingredients. Each pair of sachets would emit a special fragrance when matched, and together they formed a unique pattern. Naturally, the affluent residents of the capital were drawn to Qingnong Pavilion, and upon hearing of such novel creations, they flocked to it. Within a matter of days, all the sachets on display were snatched up, filling the pavilion's coffers to the brim. Yet, Fan Qingyao remained troubled. Su Shaoxi had personally overseen the maritime transport, and it had been some time. She felt it was due to arrive. Yet she had not received any news of its safe passage. Su Shaoxi was not the type to be unreliable. Could something have happened? Suddenly, Tu Xue, having awakened from a nap, became animated, her droopy eyelids wide open. Clumsily rolling off the bed, she tugged at Fan Qingyao's skirt, urging her to go outside. Fan Qingyao understood that Tu Xue only perked up upon catching a whiff of the red crow. She quickly scooped Tu Xue up and headed out. It had been a few days since she last saw Bai Li Fengming. In truth, she felt a twinge of anger at his sudden absence. Though she was unsure of the source of her irritation, Bai Li Fengming's eyes were nearing recovery, yet a few more medicinal herbs were required to complete his treatment. After much contemplation, Fan Qingyao attributed her frustration to Bai Li Fengming's perceived irresponsibility towards her. At the residence in the western outskirts, the red crow lay obediently in the yard. Upon seeing the crow, Tu Xue bounded over, and the two little creatures tumbled together in a playful ball. In the depths of the yard stood a shadowy figure. The dimming light obscured Fan Qingyao's view. Determined to confront the source of her frustration, Fan Qingyao approached with a stern demeanor, appearing as if she were about to deliver a reprimand. "How can you delay without reason? Do you understand how irresponsible this is?" The sudden reprimand caught Lianxi off guard. He quickly knelt. "Miss Qingyao, please do not be angry. His Royal Highness truly could not be absent." Fan Qingyao was taken aback. Was it not him? Lianxi, fearing further scolding, hurriedly explained, "There have been troubles in Yuzhou. The Emperor is furious, and His Royal Highness has been dispatched to Yuzhou. He is likely already there." Fan Qingyao furrowed her brow. Was this too coincidental? The batch of goods she had entrusted to Su Shaoxi for maritime transport was also destined for Yuzhou. Matters of the royal family were not hers to pry into. And after spending some time with Tu Xue and the Red Crow, she reluctantly left the western residence, cradling Tu Xue in her arms. Tu Xue appeared truly attached to the Red Crow, having been listless since their separation, ultimately burying her furry head in Fan Qingyao's embrace. Watching Tu Xue curled up like a dumpling in her arms, Fan Qingyao sighed softly. She understood the reason behind Tu Xue's despondence, yet she remained unaware of the source of her own melancholy. Chapter 66. Have you truly been given face? Several days passed without any news regarding Su Shaoxi, as if he had evaporated from the world, leaving no trace behind. Fan Qingyao's emotions fluctuated erratically during this time. Her expression particularly somber, which did not go unnoticed by those attending to her, who remained cautious throughout the day. After breakfast at Minghua Courtyard, Fan Qingyao proceeded to Qingnong Studio to review the accounts. In the hall, two extravagantly dressed women stood under the guidance of Yu Luo, selecting items while incessantly declaring their indifference to the cost, insisting on only the finest recommendations. Yu Luo, reveling in their ostentation, wore a broad smile. Fan Qingyao merely cast a glance before retreating to the inner room. Ninghan followed suit, instinctively searching for the ledger, intending to assist Yu Luo by noting what the two ladies purchased. In their establishment, every lady was reminded to have their purchases recorded. Though Ninghan did not comprehend the reason, she adhered to her mistress's instructions without fail. However, Fan Qingyao waved her hand, indicating there was no need to take notes. Taken aback, Ninghan inquired how her mistress could discern that these women were not ladies of the house. Fan Qingyao shook her head in silence, unwilling to elaborate. Regardless of a woman's power, her attire must always reflect her status. The higher the family, the more meticulous the standards. Attire that straddles the line of propriety merely signifies a concubine or a secondary wife in a wealthy household. Meanwhile, the two women remained blissfully unaware of their disdain, continuing to direct Yu Luo with haughty demands. Yu Luo discerned their intentions to elevate their status by belittling her, yet she bore no ill will. Skillfully extracting their names, Su Jiping and Su Yixi, Ninghan was left in shock. In Shiliang, only a primary wife could take her husband's surname followed by her own, while concubines simply adopted the husband's surname, and secondary wives retained only their given names. The fact that both bore the surname Su clearly indicated that Fan Qingyao had hit the nail on the head. The two women, however, took pride in their status as concubines, unabashedly discussing the misfortunes of the legitimate wife. Su Jiping remarked that she had heard the third young master was still inactive, fearing this time he might meet a dire fate. Su Yixi scoffed, claiming to have heard that the third young master had seemingly contacted a major buyer, thus personally involving himself in this maritime venture. What kind of respectable person would take an interest in him? I'd say it's merely a case of rotten fish seeking out spoiled shrimp, yet that individual might indeed be our lucky star. This statement held a semblance of truth. Should the third young master perish, the primary wife would be left utterly vulnerable, allowing them the opportunity to ascend to her position. In that case, I must congratulate you, sister. No, it is I who should be congratulating you, younger sister. The two concubines erupted into laughter. In the accounting room, Peng Jing, tallying the accounts, felt nauseated. Were these women truly concubines? They resembled two insatiable monsters. Meanwhile, Tianyu and Mu Yan, selecting herbs, secretly rejoiced that their father had not taken a concubine. Fan Qingyao, too, seethed with indignation, albeit with a bitter smile. The recent coincidences had been numerous, and it was unexpected that these two concubines were indeed from the Su family. Their eagerness for the primary wife to step aside was directed at Su Shaoxi's mother. In affluent households, scandalous affairs abound, but to witness concubines so brazenly belittle the legitimate wife was a first for her. Who granted them such audacity? They demeaned Madame Su, disregarding Su Shaoxi's dignity, as well as her own standing in her collaboration with him. Fan Qingyao lifted her gaze towards Tianyu, instructing her to summon Yu Luo. Tianyu nodded and hurried outside. Soon, Yu Luo entered. Collect all the items the two women were interested in. If they inquire, claim they have been reserved by someone else at a high price, and then bring out an entire batch of goods before them. But miss, they have purchased items worth 300 taels. Yu Luo hesitated. Such a lucrative catch was not something one could come by every day. Fan Qingyao, however, showed no hesitation. The sheep can be slaughtered slowly, but the monsters must be dealt with swiftly. Monsters? In broad daylight. Yet, seeing the icy glare on Fan Qingyao's face, Yu Luo dared not delay and hurriedly left. Before long, the hall was filled with discontented complaints from the Su family's two concubines. Their words so unpleasant that Tianyu was ready to roll up her sleeves and dash out. Peng Jing restrained her. Fourth miss, you are not skilled in combat. I can pull their hair. Tianyu retorted indignantly. It's clearly 2 against 1. Even if you manage to bald one of them, they still have a head left. Let us not, he suggested. As the accounting room buzzed with commotion, the two concubines from the Su family were ushered out by Yu Luo. Suddenly, Fan Qingyao, who had been seated, stood up as if to stride out. Tianyu, startled, asked, Third sister, where are you going? Fan Qingyao replied calmly, to deal with the monsters, and perhaps to pull some hair. Everyone fell silent. Had the typically taciturn woman just made a joke? Surely, they were collectively experiencing auditory hallucinations. In the hall, All the goods had been gathered by Yu Luo and were now displayed on the counter. Fan Qingyao instructed Ning Han to summon the carriage, then commanded the staff to load all the goods into it, subsequently climbing aboard under the watchful eyes of all present. Ning Han queried, "Miss, where are we headed?" Fan Qingyao replied coldly, "To the Su family." Upon hearing the intention to confront the concubines, Tian Yu scrambled to climb aboard the carriage. "Third sister, take me with you." Peng Jing quickly pulled her down. Next, Muyan timidly attempted to board as well. "I'm a bit scared, but I can't let third sister suffer alone, so count me in." Peng Jing was utterly exasperated. Yu Luo had no choice but to call out to Ning Han, "Hurry, we must leave. Can't you see this situation is spiraling out of control?" Ning Han, jolted into action, vigorously shook the reins of the carriage. During this time, she had memorized the locations of all the prominent families in the main city, so there was no need to ask for directions. She could navigate to the Su family's residence even with her eyes closed. Fan Qingyao leaned against the carriage window, the coldness in her eyes surpassing the chill of the wind that swept in. Su Shaoxi's current disappearance left Su Madam, the only pillar of support in the Su family, utterly vulnerable. If these two concubines were allowed to oppress her, it would not be long before Su Madam succumbed before Su Shaoxi could return. Having decided to collaborate with Su Shaoxi, she could not allow this matter to fester unaddressed. Chapter 67. Such arrogance. Fan Qingyao had anticipated that Madame Su would be somewhat restrained among the Su family, but she never expected the situation to escalate to such an extent. When the young servant boy learned she was seeking Madame Su, he appeared momentarily astonished, before reluctantly leading her deeper into the residence. Halfway through their journey, an elderly maid hurriedly approached them. Upon discovering that Fan Qingyao was there to see Madame Su, she too was taken aback, but quickly pressed some silver into the boy's hands, sending him away. Turning to Fan Qingyao, she said, "I shall guide the esteemed guest." Respecting the decorum of another's household, Fan Qingyao nodded and followed the maid further. However, just as they neared Madame Su's quarters, the old maid abruptly halted, claiming she had suddenly remembered something urgent, and dashed off in another direction. Fan Qingyao exchanged a cautious glance with Ning Han before stepping into the courtyard. To her shock, upon entering, she was met with the heart-rending sound of someone sobbing uncontrollably. Ning Han hastily followed her, and both were struck by the scene before them. By the artificially crafted pond, Madame Su lay pale and drenched on the ground, unconscious, while a weeping maid knelt beside her, equally soaked. It was evident that Madame Su had just been rescued from the water. Recalling the elderly maid's hurried departure, Fan Qingyao clenched her hands beneath her sleeves. "We must save her," she declared, rolling up her sleeves and advancing. The young maid, paralyzed by fear, could only stare blankly at Fan Qingyao, with no time for explanations. Fan Qingyao pressed her hands against Madame Su's chest, rhythmically compressing it until the water from her lungs was finally expelled. She then called for Ning Han to assist in carrying the still unconscious Madame Su into the house. Once Madame Su lay flat on the bed, Fan Qingyao gently pressed her cold wrist while examining her tightly shut eyelids. Fortunately, although the pulse was weak, it remained steady, and her pupils were not dilated. With a sigh of relief, Fan Qingyao turned to the young maid and instructed, "Fetch a clean dress for your mistress." The maid nodded in a daze and hurried to change Madame Su's clothes. Once everything was in order, she finally thought to ask, "May I know who you are, miss?" Ning Han wondered how this girl could be slower to grasp the situation than herself. Just then, Madame Su stirred awake, and Fan Qingyao quickly sat beside her. "Do not be afraid. I am a friend of young Master Su," she reassured. Madame Su, however, was clearly resistant, avoiding Fan Qingyao's gaze. Taking hold of her icy hand, Fan Qingyao recited, "Fu Yu," having departed, grasped the hand of Zhuo Zhigo, who wielded a knife to stab Zhuo. Zhuo, though strong, could not deliver the fatal blow, and thus killed Fu. In an instant, Madame Su, who had been evading her gaze, fixed her eyes on Fan Qingyao. The latter then smiled sweetly and asked, "I trust the ancient tome I gifted you has brought you some satisfaction?" At that moment, Madame Su truly believed that the young woman before her was indeed a friend of her son. The book was obscure and exceptionally rare. Had it not been for the person who gifted it, she would never have comprehended its contents. Yet, the next moment, Madame Su broke down. "Are you here to deliver the news of my son's demise? She truly will never return, will he?" Fan Qingyao furrowed her brow. Madame Su, however, soon smiled knowingly. "It's all right, truly. Even if he cannot return, it matters not. I can seek him out, I can continue to accompany him in the afterlife. At that moment, the young maid could no longer contain her tears. Madam, you simply cannot do anything foolish. You must take care of yourself. Only then will young Master San be happy. Fan Qingyao finally grasped the situation's gravity. She tightened her grip on Madame Su's hand. If I were to say that young Master San is still alive, would you believe me? Madame Su paused. Really? Fan Qingyao nodded affirmatively. Indeed. After a moment of stunned silence, Madame Su finally broke into a smile. Compared to the baseless rumors circulating, she was far more inclined to trust her son as friend. In truth, Fan Qingyao had spoken without conviction. Yet, she believed that someone as cunning as Su Shaoxi would find it difficult to meet his end. Once Madame Su had calmed down, Fan Qingyao turned to the young maid. Do you know who visited earlier? The maid, now aware of Fan Qingyao's connection to her young master, revealed without reservation. Two young ladies from the household came by. And then the madam. She became despondent. Fan Qingyao's expression darkened. She had underestimated them. They dared to incite Madame Su towards despair. While Madame Su was non-confrontational, it did not imply she was naive. Hearing Fan Qingyao's inquiry regarding her maid, she realized where the problem lay. It was she who had been foolish, believing in the slanderous words of others. Turning to Madame Su, Fan Qingyao asked, Do you wish to see young Master San again? Madame Su quickly nodded. Of course. I do. Fan Qingyao continued. If that is your desire, you must live well. Madame Su hesitated, bitterly smiling. It is easy to say, but difficult to implement. Just then, a maid entered with food, the same one who had led Fan Qingyao earlier. She sighed in relief upon seeing Madame Su was out of danger, placing the food on the table before hastily leaving. Fan Qingyao glanced at the meal before her and smiled. As long as Madame Su wishes, it can be quite simple. Madame Su was puzzled by this statement when Fan Qingyao instructed the maid, when someone arrives, regardless of what I say, do not refute me, simply follow my lead. The maid replied honestly, no one will come. Typically, only young Master San visits the Madame's courtyard. Fan Qingyao rose and disordered the food on the table. Someone will come. Those who dare to incite murder will certainly return to assess their handiwork. Indeed, it was not long before footsteps echoed from outside. When the door opened, in walked Su Ziping and Su Yixi, the very individuals who had appeared at Qingnongzhai earlier that day. Both were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Fan Qingyao, and even more so upon noticing Madame Su, safe and sound on the bed. Fortunately, Su Ziping was quick to react, smiling as she said, We intended to keep the madam company, but since she has a guest, we shall not intrude. Su Yixi, however, was relentless, fixating on Madame Su. It is truly remarkable how you can be so composed, madam, when young Master San has perished. Surely, he must be grieving for you from beyond. Madame Su's body, concealed beneath the covers, trembled violently. In contrast, Fan Qingyao displayed a calm smile. Whether young Master San lives or dies is a matter of fate. Why should others speak ill of him? Surprised that this seemingly youthful girl dared to speak up, Su Yixi's eyes flashed with derision. What do you mean by that? Fan Qingyao regarded Su Yixi with feigned curiosity. If your hearing is impaired, you should seek a physician promptly. I recall there is an excellent veterinary clinic in the east of the city. What a surprise. Truly remarkable. All present in the room were left stunned for 5 seconds at her words. To insult them upon entry, was such audacity truly necessary? Chapter 68. A beautiful counterattack. Su Yixi was left bewildered by the scolding, finally uttering in disbelief, You dare to insult me? Mrs. Su was equally taken aback. She never expected that Fan Qingyao, despite her youth, could be so formidable, launching into a tirade against them. Just as she was about to intervene, Fan Qingyao restrained her hand beneath the covers. Unperturbed, Fan Qingyao sat on the bed, asserting that a concubine who failed in her duties deserved to be reprimanded. Consequently, Su Ziping was also implicated. Su Yixi's face turned a ghastly shade, and Su Ziping's expression was hardly better. Observing Su Yixi's humiliation, Su Ziping coldly remarked, This little girl has quite a sharp tongue. I must inquire, on what grounds do you dare to scold us? Fan Qingyao leisurely surveyed the two before her, stating that a concubine is referred to as a little mistress because she is obligated to assist the main wife from the moment she enters the household. Yet now, with the main wife poisoned, how could both little mistresses remain completely oblivious? This revelation left not only Su Yixi, but also Su Ziping dumbfounded. The main wife had been poisoned. Along with Mrs. Su and her maid, they were all in a state of shock. How could it be that poisoning was so casually mentioned? Fan Qingyao continued, Had I not arrived in time today, Mrs. Su would likely already be a corpse. I saved you. Thus I am entitled to scold you. With the main wife openly poisoned, should this matter reach the authorities, all little mistresses would be held accountable for their negligence. This was precisely why prominent households, despite their many disputes, rarely resulted in fatalities. Su Ziping and Su Yixi understood this all too well. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such lengths to make the main wife believe that the third young master was dead, leading her to take her own life. But how had this intended suicide transformed into murder? Su Yixi, a paper tiger, found herself at a loss in the face of such gravity. Su Ziping, however, skeptically questioned. You claim she was poisoned just like that? Fan Qingyao, unfazed, glanced at the food on the table, noting that the main wife had only recently touched it before showing signs of poisoning. If the little mistress doubted her, she could certainly taste it herself. Upon inspecting the food, Su Ziping recognized that it bore signs of tampering. Looking at Mrs. Su, who lay pale on the bed, it was disingenuous to claim she felt no fear. Fan Qingyao then turned to Mrs. Su's maid, urging, "What are you waiting for? Fetch the chopsticks for the little mistress." The maid, now alert, hurried to comply, adding tearfully, "Little Mistress Ziping, my lady just ate this and felt nauseous and dizzy. You should be cautious." This only heightened Su Ziping's fear. She glanced at Fan Qingyao, attempting to find any sign of deceit on her face. Yet, Fan Qingyao maintained a calm demeanor, her smile revealing no hints of insincerity. Unwilling to back down, Su Ziping probed, "Are you aware of the consequences of lying in the Su family?" The Su family was a reputable household. If it were discovered that they were falsely accused, their reputations could be ruined, and the punishment could be severe. Fan Qingyao showed no signs of anxiety, her smile gentle as she replied, "Isn't the choice in the little mistress's hands?" Su Ziping found it infuriating that such a young girl could be so cunningly astute. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Mrs. Su's maid was nearly beside herself with anxiety, and even Ningyan felt the sweat forming in her palms. If the little mistress tasted the food and remained unharmed, would their mistress have any chance of survival? Mrs. Su realized that the young girl beside her was protecting her, but she hadn't anticipated her capabilities, even wagering her own honor. Thus, Mrs. Su resolved to remain composed. If even a stranger could care for her so deeply, how could she not strive to be strong? Su Yixi finally regained her senses, snatching the chopsticks from Su Ziping's hand, declaring, "I must see for myself whether there is indeed poison." As the chopsticks were poised to scoop up the food, Ningyan felt her heart racing. Just at that moment, Su Ziping swatted the chopsticks from Su Yixi's grasp, averting disaster. And everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Fan Qingyao remained unruffled. In a household like the Su family, the main wife's meals were expected to be elaborate, typically comprising 6 dishes and 2 soups, with a balance of meat and vegetables. Yet, observing the meager offerings before them, it was glaringly obvious that someone had deliberately shortchanged Mrs. Su. That person could only be Su Ziping, given that she had orchestrated this. If the food proved toxic, she would be the first to perish. Thus, she could not afford to take that risk. Su Ziping resigned herself, pulling Su Yixi down and confessing, "Today's incident was our oversight. We hope the main wife can forgive us. In the future, we shall do our utmost to care for the main wife's well-being." Mrs. Su understood that the situation could not be made worse and nodded. "There is no need to take it so seriously. Just do your duties." Just as the two were about to breathe a sigh of relief, Fan Qingyao's voice rang out again. "I've heard that the master has recently taken a fancy to flowers and birds. I must seek his guidance." This was a clear message. While they could prevent the master from seeing the main wife, they could not stop her from visiting him. If this matter truly escalated to the front hall, it would certainly not reflect well on the master. Even if he favored his concubines, he still cared for his reputation. Su Ziping and Su Yixi were left speechless. Could they truly be wrong while also issuing threats? This insufferable girl could not be more detestable. Mrs. Su was genuinely grateful to Fan Qingyao, yet it was impossible not to harbor concerns. She was well aware of how sharp-tongued these 2 little mistresses could be and feared that today's incident would not end quietly. Fan Qingyao understood this as well and had no intention of granting them an opportunity. "Ningyan, go fetch the items I brought," she instructed. Ningyan nodded and hurried out with Mrs. Su's maid. As Su Ziping and Su Yixi prepared to take their leave, they suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance wafting through the door. They watched as Ningyan and Mrs. Su's maid entered, each carrying an armful of goods, items that Su Ziping and Su Yixi had previously admired at King Nang's High. All of them What did this signify? Fan Qingyao smiled as she took Mrs. Su's hand, stating, "The items you mentioned last time, I had someone procure them for you. Please feel free to use them. I am well acquainted with the owner of King Nang's High, and she assured me that these items, though unavailable to others, will be of the utmost quality for you." Su Zipping and Su Yisi's eyes gleamed with envy. They understood the worth of these items all too well. Mrs. Su, witnessing their reaction, grasped the underlying implications. The combination of allure and authority. This counterattack was truly executed with remarkable finesse. Holding Fan Qingyao's hand, Mrs. Su was so moved that she found herself at a loss for words. Su Zipping and Su Yisi quickly surrounded Mrs. Su, inquiring after her well-being. Their demeanor markedly more submissive. Fan Qingyao had made it abundantly clear that these items were exclusive to Mrs. Su. Therefore, to obtain what they desired, they would have to demonstrate their sincerity. Even if Su Zipping and Su Yisi despised Fan Qingyao, they finally understood that this young girl, brimming with resources and influence, was not someone they could easily manipulate. Chapter 69. The unraveling of a marriage proposal. When Fan Qingyao returned to the Hua family, the hour was already late. She first paid a visit to her grandmother before making her way back to Minghua Courtyard. To her surprise, her mother was still seated at the round table, not yet asleep, with a bowl of sweet soup before her. Fan Qingyao approached, took a seat, and slowly sipped the still warm sweet soup. In her childhood, she had not been an obedient or sensible child. Thus, upon seeing other children enjoying sweet soup, she would clamor for some too. Despite their poverty, her mother had spent a month foraging for mushrooms to trade for sugar in the city. However, the sugar was woefully insufficient, so to make the sweet soup taste sweeter, her mother would secretly add some sweet herbs. Now, although they no longer lacked sugar, her mother continued the habit of adding sweet herbs, a routine ingrained in her very being. Back then, Fan Qingyao found the sweet soup to be bitter, overwhelmingly sweet, yet tinged with bitterness. Now, however, that same sweet soup tasted sweet. A blend of bitterness and sweetness. A gentle hand caressed her head, and Fan Qingyao looked up to meet her mother's sorrowful gaze. "Yueya, I've heard from Aunt Su that you've contributed a significant amount of monthly silver to the treasury this month. You've also been busy at the shop with Tianyu and Mu Yin. Oh, and your fourth aunt came by today, mentioning that Mu Yin can now perceive light." As Hua Yulian spoke, tears streamed down her face. Fan Qingyao hastily raised her hand to wipe her mother's cheeks, believing that such good news should elicit smiles. Hua Yulian nodded, yet the tears continued to flow. Behind all this joy, what hardships and efforts had her Yueyao endured? Her Yueyao was far too sensible, to the point that it pained her mother's heart. "Are you tired?" Hua Yulian asked softly. Fan Qingyao raised her bowl of sweet soup and replied, "Mother, this sweet soup is delightful. No matter how weary I may be, my heart remains sweet. This is the path I have chosen. Even if it is fraught with hardship, I shall persist." At that moment, Hua Yulian was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. She wished to smile, yet the tears would not cease. Suddenly, Fan Qingyao sighed with concern. "Mother, please do not cry. I do not wish for you to be as radiant as the sun, but you cannot seem more benevolent than grandmother." Hua Yulian, taken aback, realized this was not a compliment, but rather an implication of her aging. Finally breaking into a smile, she helplessly ruffled her mischievous daughter's hair. After calming her mother, Fan Qingyao helped her lie down on the bed. Just as her mother had fallen asleep, a commotion erupted from outside the courtyard. Shortly after, Aunt Su entered, revealing that the Zhao family had sent another messenger. Ever since Fan Qingyao returned from the flower fair, the Zhao family had been sending people every few days to urge the engagement. Aunt Su was bewildered, having only heard of families rushing to marry off daughters, yet never witnessed a family so eager to marry off a son. Nevertheless, the old lady had said that the Zhao family was a prominent household, and if their daughter could truly live harmoniously with the eldest son, it could be a fortuitous match. Fan Qingyao lowered her gaze. "Did grandmother consent?" Aunt Su nodded, confirming that she had. "The eldest aunt will personally come to propose tomorrow." After a moment of silence, Fan Qingyao instructed, "Aunt, please call for my elder brother and tell him I wish to take a walk." Aunt Su promptly agreed, thinking the young lady wished to offer her blessings. Unbeknownst to her, Fan Qingyao's intentions were entirely contrary to her assumptions. Fan Qingyao rose and walked out of Minghua Courtyard towards the gate. The Zhao family's status was indeed impeccable, yet Zhao Jianjiao was not a worthy match. Hua Fengming hurried to the gate and was surprised to find Fan Qingyao standing there quietly. Though taken aback, he thought he must not dampen her spirits if she wished to take a stroll. However, as they walked, they found themselves venturing farther away from home. "Shall we continue walking? It seems we are heading out of the city," he remarked. Fan Qingyao suddenly halted, turning to her brother. "Brother, do you truly like the Zhao family's daughter?" Hua Fengning felt as if struck by lightning, his face flushed. Was this a question a sister ought to ask her brother? Upon seeing her innocent eyes, he brushed aside his embarrassment and smiled. In the city, marriages are often arranged by parents. Whether one likes the match or not is of little importance. Fan Qingyao, undeterred, pressed on, "But if you could choose, what kind of sister-in-law would you want?" Hua Fengning felt as if struck again, taking a moment before replying. "Qingyao, I've never shared this with anyone. But my happiest days were spent living with you and our aunt. The villagers may be poor, but they are sincere, and marriages often blossom from childhood friendships, allowing couples to remain as joyous as they were in their youth." Fan Qingyao understood and smiled. Her brother cherished freedom, not confinement. Indeed, Zhao Jinjiao was not meant for him. A chill ran down Hua Fengning's spine as he felt as though he were being manipulated. Yet he had no evidence to prove it. As dusk deepened, he gently urged his still smiling sister to return home. "Let us head back, at this hour. Everyone must be asleep. We wouldn't want to disturb anyone's rest." Fan Qingyao cast a glance behind her. At this hour, not everyone could sleep soundly. The grand gates of the estate loomed in the darkness, a narrow slit opening as Sun Tsongtong stepped out. Her darkened eyes fixed on Fan Qingyao and Hua Fengning's departing figures, her fury boiling within her. "How dare you, Fan Qingyao, strolling with your brother in the dead of night and chatting leisurely around my family's estate? It's a miracle I could sleep." Especially recalling the face of Hua Fengning she had glimpsed through the crack in the door only fueled her ire. Since the flower fair, her reputation had been tarnished. While Zhao Jinjiao was set to become engaged to such an exemplary man. Why should that be? Sun Tsongtong, on the verge of exploding, tightened her cloak and stealthily followed the two figures ahead. Fan Qingyao returned to the Hua family, bidding her brother good night with a smile. Yet once he had vanished from sight, her smile faded instantly. Turning back out the gate, she found Sun Tsongtong lurking at the bottom of the steps. Standing atop the steps, Fan Qingyao greeted her with a smile. "Miss Sun, what a curious interest you have." Sun Tsongtong jumped in shock before finally steeling herself to say, "Fan Qingyao, we need to talk." Fan Qingyao nodded. "All right." Sun Tsongtong, glancing at the unruffled smile on Fan Qingyao's face, felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Chapter 70. Heart-wrenching. Early the next morning, Fan Qingyao took Hua Fengning out under the pretext of going out to play. The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, had intended to inquire whether her son would accompany her to visit the Zhao family's young lady, but she found herself thwarted. Xian, seemingly unfazed, continued to enjoy her pastries, remarking that her brother had gone out with that little vixen. Ling Wei's anger flared. How could Xian sit there, nonchalantly eating, knowing her brother was with someone so unworthy? Xian dismissed it, stating that such a brother was of no use to her. Given the impending engagement between the Zhao and Hua families, gifts bearing Zhao Tang's name had been arriving in abundance. If a younger brother could treat his sister this way, what of her own brother? In essence, he was inept and thus unworthy of being her brother. Ling Wei, at a loss for words, was left to contemplate her daughter's upbringing, which had always encouraged her to aspire for greatness. Meanwhile, Hua Fengning was troubled by Xian Ying's recent coldness and disdain towards him. In stark contrast, Qingyao had a knack for appearing whenever he felt downcast. Just then, she was tugging him along the street to savor street food and enjoy the scenery from a bridge. Her radiant smile was enough to dispel the gloom clouding his heart. As noon approached, Fan Qingyao led Hua Fengning into a lakeside restaurant. To their surprise, as soon as they settled by the window, a carriage bearing the Zhao family emblem came to a halt outside. Hua Fengning froze, his gaze fixed on the young woman descending from the carriage. Fan Qingyao kindly reminded him, "Brother, that is the Zhao family young lady." He nodded, averting his eyes. While she was well-mannered, to him, she remained a stranger until the marriage was formalized. Satisfied that her brother displayed no signs of excitement, Fan Qingyao felt relieved. Although she harbored doubts about Zhao Jinjiao's character, she would refrain from intervening if her brother was genuinely interested. Thankfully, his discernment seemed intact. Zhao Jinjia hurriedly ascended to the second floor, entering a private room where Sun Tsongtong waited, feeling somewhat cold towards her late arrival. Historically, Zhao Jinjia had always been the latecomer, a trivial matter Sun had never mentioned. However, Today, as she awaited an explanation regarding the floral meeting, Zhao Jinjia's tardiness felt more like disregard than busyness. Zhao Jinjia, caught off guard by Sun's frosty demeanor, responded coolly, "So you finally have time to meet me today?" Sun Sotong wasted no time, accusing, "You deliberately provoked me to snatch Fan Qingyao's earring the other day. Didn't you?" Zhao Jinjia, evading her gaze, feigned ignorance. This only confirmed Sun's suspicions. Zhao had gifted the earring to Fan Qingyao. So how could she not know its significance while claiming it resembled her maid's? It was evident that Zhao Jinjia wanted to create a rift with Fan Qingyao, as she held no regard for him. Zhao Jinjia found the accusation laughable. Why would she jeopardize her future sister-in-law? Sun, maintaining her icy demeanor, retorted, "Because you envy her beauty." Those words pierced Zhao Jinjia's heart. Though she had initially dismissed Sun as a dullard, she now felt anger surging within her. "I did provoke you to trouble Fan Qingyao, but who knew you would end up so embarrassed? You were the one who made a fool of yourself at the floral meeting, yet you dare to blame me? What right do you have to be upset now?" Sun Sotong felt the sting of betrayal. She had never anticipated Zhao Jinjia's cruelty. "Did you ever consider me a friend?" Sun questioned, her heart heavy. Zhao Jinjia, chin held high, replied with disdain, "If I didn't regard you as a friend, would I still be here?" Sun laughed bitterly. "Such a condescending friendship is hardly worth keeping." Resolute, she added, "I wonder what your future husband would think of your current behavior." Zhao Jinjia remained haughty, asserting that any man fortunate enough to marry into the Zhao family would be blessed. "Had I not set my sights high, he wouldn't even have a chance." Sun Sotong, though outwardly composed, felt a surge of shock. Yesterday, Fan Qingyao had suggested she reveal her thoughts, and she had found it amusing. How could Zhao Jinjia maintain her pretense for so long? Yet, Fan Qingyao's simple instruction had ignited her fury. Zhao Jinjia dismissed Sun's silence, her arrogance palpable as she declared, "With your personality, who else would entertain you? If you come to your senses, feel free to seek me out again. I might overlook our quarrel." With that, she turned to leave. Sun stood there, seething, "Thank you and your entire family." As Zhao Jinjia opened the private room door, her heart sank. There stood the very person she had longed to see, his handsome face now marred by evident disdain. Fan Qingyao greeted her warmly. "What a coincidence, sister-in-law. My brother and I are dining right next door." In that instant, Zhao Jinjia felt as if struck by lightning. Forcing a strained smile, she attempted to feign ignorance. "I didn't see you sitting anywhere." However, Fan Qingyao pushed her further into despair. "My brother and I were just beside you." Zhao Jinjia felt the ground shift beneath her. She yearned to explain, but the memory of her previous words left her feeling guilty and perspiring. Fan Qingyao's demeanor grew colder. Yet he maintained an innocent facade. "Just now, I heard sister-in-law mention that my brother is climbing too high. What does that mean?" Zhao Jinjia could only remain speechless as the weight of her situation bore down on her. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her as she looked up to find Hua Fengning standing before her. He had never cared much for this marriage, merely acquiescing to his mother's wishes. He could tolerate her disdain, but he had never expected this so-called gentle and virtuous lady to harm his sister so deeply. Feeling the chill emanating from Hua Fengning, Zhao Jinjia shivered. Yet he showed no sympathy, coldly stating, "If the young lady of the Zhao family believes Hua is unworthy, then it is best to sever this engagement." With that, he took Fan Qingyao's hand and departed. Zhao Jinjia stood frozen, her complexion pale, her scalp tingling. The humiliation she felt was more painful than a public slap to the face. In the private room, Sun Sotong relished the spectacle, reflecting on her earlier folly in provoking Fan Qingyao. The impact was utterly devastating. Chapter 71. How could she achieve this? Upon returning to the Hua family, Hua Fengning truly began to resist the marriage proposal. The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, was utterly bewildered. "Could you repeat that?" As Hua Fengning recalled how Zhao Jinjia had harmed Qingyao, while Qingyao remained silent, a profound sense of anguish enveloped him. Likewise, his disdain for Zhao Jinjia was intense. His son reiterated his stance. Even if he were to renounce marriage, he would not wed a daughter of the Zhao family. Ling Wei was on the verge of exasperation, questioning what was so unworthy about the Zhao maiden. She possessed both wealth and beauty. Marrying her would ensure that both mother and sister could share in his ascent to greatness. Hua Fengning was somewhat taken aback. He understood that his mother arranged the marriage for his future, yet he had not considered it also served her and his sister's prospects. Was he merely a pawn in this intricate game of interests? Suddenly, the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, seemed to have an epiphany and asked, Did that little hussy say something to you? Hua Fengming was further astonished. Little what? Who? Assuming she had hit the mark, Ling Wei leapt to her feet, ready to confront Ming Wei courtyard. I knew she wouldn't kindly seek you out. It turns out she was spreading rumors. That little hussy, Fan Qingyao, cannot bear to see us thrive. Can you trust her words? Just wait. I shall confront her. Hua Fengming hurriedly blocked his mother. Yet, no matter how he tried to explain, she would not listen. Desperate, he gritted his teeth and declared, I have heard that the Yizhong is currently selecting the Lianchuan post. If you insist on forcing me to marry the Zhao maiden, I shall accept that position tomorrow. The post of Yizhong was held in each city, responsible for its affairs. Once appointed, he would have no chance of returning. Ling Wei felt as though she had been struck by a heavy blow, collapsing onto a chair. She desired to ally with the Zhao family, yet feared her son might leave and never return. After much contemplation, she reluctantly declined the marriage proposal with the Zhao family. Fortunately, the engagement had not been formally established, sparing the girl's reputation. Ling Wei, mindful of her son, refrained from creating a scene at Mingyue courtyard. But her gaze towards Fan Qingyao grew sharper, akin to a poisoned dagger. Fan Qingyao remained indifferent, routinely paying respects to her grandmother and managing the affairs of the shop, diligently providing treatment for Mu Yan's eyes, leading a busy and fulfilling life. The various shops had entered a stable routine, yielding considerable profits. Meanwhile, her second aunt's family frequently visited Fan Qingyao for guidance. As having an uninformed mother meant she had to shoulder additional responsibilities. One day, after bidding farewell to Xiao Yan, Ning Han hurriedly entered. Miss, there has been movement from the Su family. I waited at the back door to avoid alarming anyone. With that, she presented a letter. Fan Qingyao eagerly opened it, her expression darkening. The goods she had sent to Yuzhou had encountered significant trouble. On the very day of their arrival, her cargo was discovered to be imperial grain. Fan Qingyao furrowed her brow. She had personally overseen the packing of that shipment and knew precisely what it contained. How could it have been misclassified as imperial grain? What was even more perplexing was that the letter stated Su Shaoxi had been exonerated. How could that be? Smuggling imperial grain was a crime punishable by the annihilation of one's clan. Even though no conclusion had yet been reached, it was unlikely Su Shaoxi could remain unscathed. She too might soon be summoned for imprisonment. Suddenly, Fan Qingyao clenched the letter tightly in her hand. Bailey Fengming. Upon hearing Lian, she mentioned Bailey Fengming's journey to Yuzhou. She had sensed an uncanny coincidence. Now, it appeared he had covertly exonerated Su Shaoxi, ensuring her safety in the main city. Fan Qingyao hastily penned a letter, waking the slumbering Takshu. Since Takshu could detect the scent of Qi Wu to locate Bailey Fengming, it could likewise deliver this letter to Lian Shi. Sleepy and disoriented, Takshu stumbled towards the door. Soon after, Mama Su entered, saying, Little miss, in a few days, it will be your birthday. I was contemplating whether we should invite the other aunts for a gathering. Fan Qingyao understood Mama Su's good intentions. However, given her eldest aunt's deep-seated animosity towards her, inviting them might only cause distress to her mother and others. After some reflection, she replied, There is no need for such elaborate arrangements. I will take mother out on that day. Mama Su nodded and exited without further comment. An hour later, Takshu returned, looking refreshed, clearly well-fed, at Lian Shi's. Fan Qingyao retrieved the letter from its mouth and opened it, revealing a bitter smile. The imperial grain theft in Yuzhou was immense, with over 1 million units untraceable. Furthermore, certain officials had indicated that this matter implicated merchants from the main city. The emperor was furious and dispatched individuals to investigate thoroughly. Initially assigned to the third prince, the usually idle crown prince had personally requested to take charge. Although the emperor was perplexed, he granted the request. Lian Shi did not possess extensive knowledge, but knew enough to validate Fan Qingyao's suspicions. Bailey Fengming must have realized that the so-called merchant was her, and had ventured to Yuzhou to protect her, even at the expense of his own eyesight. Fan Qingyao maintained a calm facade, yet her heart roared like a tumultuous army. Instinctively, she reached for the jade pendant hidden within her garment, her fingertips trembling slightly. No matter how she pondered, she could not fathom why Bailey Fengming would risk himself for her. However, as this matter concerned her, she could not remain complacent. Ning Han, come here. A wild notion surged within Fan Qingyao, and she resolved not to allow herself an escape route. In the days that followed, she appeared normal, yet those close to her sensed something was amiss. She first entrusted the shop's inventory matters to Mu Yin and then secluded herself within her room. working tirelessly day and night on the next batch of new goods, aside from treating Mu Yan's eyes. Thus, she drifted through several days until the first day of the 7th lunar month arrived. On that day, Fan Qingyao unexpectedly made an appearance, for it was her mother's birthday. As Hua Yueqian accepted gifts from the old matriarch and various households, she was let out of the Hua family by her daughter. This marked Hua Yueqian's first excursion since returning to the Hua family and her first step onto the streets of the main city after leaving the Fan family. The scenes from her memories had long since transformed, appearing even more prosperous than before. Seeing her mother's eyes redden again, Fan Qingyao quickly grasped her hand. "Let us go? We shall shop." She was not well versed in her mother's past experiences, but she had inquired with Mama Su beforehand, learning which pastries her mother favored and which dishes she enjoyed. As Fan Qingyao witnessed more smiles on her mother's face, a gentle smile graced her own. Hua Yueqian, taken aback by her daughter's graceful demeanor, playfully patted her face and exclaimed, "Stop smiling." She had not realized her daughter had grown so beautiful, especially when she smiled. She resembled a flower in full bloom. In this bustling and watchful crowd, should a rogue take notice of them, how would they, mother and daughter, defend themselves? Fan Qingyao was momentarily taken aback. In her memories, her mother rarely smiled and spoke even less. Mother spends her days carrying a tattered basket up the mountain to gather herbs and wild vegetables, her brow perpetually adorned with an inscrutable sorrow. Sighing more than she consumes coarse rice, Fan Qingyao raised her hand somewhat awkwardly, smoothing the disheveled strands of hair that the wind had tousled. Her mother's smile is the epitome of beauty. Hua Yueqian gently caressed her cheek, remarking on her sweet tongue. Suddenly, a commotion erupted around them. Shouts filled the air. People jostled one another, and many began to flee into the distance. Chapter 72. A serendipitous encounter. Fan Qingyao instinctively reached for her mother, striving to prevent the throng from separating them. Before her, the crowd gradually receded, forming a circle around a solitary figure. A woman had inexplicably collapsed to the ground, her eyes shut tight and her body trembling. Beside her, a young maid sat weeping inconsolably, pleading, "Please, help my mistress." Yet, no matter how fervently she implored, the onlookers remained indifferent, merely observing. Suddenly, the woman's trembling escalated into violent convulsions. Her eyes rolled back, and she began to froth at the mouth. A sight most terrifying. This spectacle truly horrified the surrounding spectators. Some whispered, "Surely she is possessed by a ghost." Others remarked, "She must have committed heinous acts to invite such a spirit. If we do not rid ourselves of her, we may all suffer misfortune." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into chaos. Their expressions shifted from fear to disgust, and then to outright rejection, as if the fallen woman were a monstrous beast. A few bold individuals stepped forward, and the young maid initially believed they had come to assist. However, as they approached, she realized they intended to cast her mistress into the lake. Terrified, the maid clung to them, kneeling and begging, "Please, do not harm my mistress." But the assailants paid her no heed, shoving her aside with a kick. "Throw her in! Throw her in!" The crowd roared in unison, igniting a frenzy. Fan Qingyao, pulling her mother through the throng, beheld this brutal scene. Even a 3-year-old child knows the virtue of kindness, yet these people were committing unspeakable acts. Anger surged within her, her voice firm as she declared, in broad daylight, "How dare you speak such nonsense to threaten another's life? Under the emperor's rule, who are you to dictate justice?" The individuals dragging the woman turned at the sound of her voice, dismissing her with contempt. "What nonsense is this little girl spouting?" Fan Qingyao retorted coldly. "Whether it is nonsense or not, the provincial office will decide." At the mention of reporting to the authorities, a flicker of panic crossed one man's face. Yet another warned, "I advise you to mind your own business. She is possessed, and we fear being tainted by her misfortune." "It is merely an illness," Fan Qingyao countered. "You claim it is an illness? Then let me examine her. If I fail to cure her, you may do as you wish. But should you refuse my treatment, you risk being suspected of attempting to take her life." The aggressors had not anticipated such a sharp-tongued girl to emerge. They were infuriated, yet the crowd began to waver. After all, who wished to be a murderer? Gritting their teeth, they reluctantly dropped the woman back to the ground, eager to see what she could do. The maid finally regained her senses and exclaimed, "You wait. Our mistress is." But her words were abruptly silenced as Fan Qingyao pressed her hand on the maid's shoulder. The fallen woman was clad in a fringed gown and an exquisite silk skirt. She was clearly of noble descent. If you wish to preserve your mistress's dignity, hold your tongue, Fan Qingyao advised. The maid nodded in understanding, covering her mouth. Fan Qingyao knelt beside the woman, assessing her symptoms and formulating a plan. She draped her outer garment over the woman, then fashioned her handkerchief into a makeshift mouthpiece, urging her to bite down. Once the woman had done so, Fan Qingyao deftly loosened her collar and turned her head to the side, applying pressure to her philtrum with her thumb. Before long, the woman's grip on the handkerchief relaxed, and her eyes fluttered open, witnessing her awakening. The spectators instinctively turned to leave. Those who had previously threatened to toss her into the lake had vanished without a trace. The woman, still weak, gazed at the girl before her, asking, "Did you save me?" Fan Qingyao offered no reply, simply stating, "Madam, you appear to have had a seizure, likely due to an urgent matter. Whoever you were to meet was likely ill-intentioned. Take care of yourself." With that, she rose and took her mother's hand, walking away. The woman sat in stunned silence, while the maid hurriedly recounted the events. Just then, their carriage arrived, and the woman instructed the coachman to pursue those who had helped her. How could I let my savior leave without proper gratitude? Moments later, the carriage halted before Fan Qingyao and her mother. The woman lifted the curtain, her face beaming with gratitude. "I cannot express my thanks sufficiently today, but I hope you will visit with that pouch in hand, and I shall reward you handsomely." The maid rushed forward, thrusting the pouch into Fan Qingyao's hands. Although she had not intended to visit, she did not wish to prolong the encounter and accepted it with a nod. The woman then signaled for the coachman to depart. As Fan Qingyao glanced at the pouch, she noticed not only its exquisite embroidery, but also the name embroidered on its back, Princess Hsua. Surprised, she realized the woman was none other than the renowned Princess Hsua. Hua Yulian, observing her daughter's expression, asked with concern, "Yuya, is something amiss?" Fan Qingyao shook her head. "No, I merely admire the craftsmanship." Hua Yulian sighed. "When you have the time, I shall accompany you to find someone to embroider a similar one." Fan Qingyao smiled. "That would be delightful." Discreetly tucking the pouch into her sleeve, she took her mother's hand once more and ventured into the distance. Although she had not expected a connection with Princess Hsua, it was always better to have friends than foes. Meanwhile, in the loft, Bai Li Rongzi leaned against the railing, exuding a refined elegance. Seemingly uninterested, he surveyed the lakeside scenery but discreetly absorbed the unfolding drama. Zai approached with a troubled expression. He had never anticipated that such a flawless plan could unravel. Bai Li Rongzi fixated on the receding figures on the bridge and suddenly spoke. "Zai, help me investigate someone." Following his master's gaze, Zai quickly nodded. "But, Your Highness, concerning the Princess Hsua, do not worry. If she escapes this time, there will always be another opportunity." Bai Li Rongzi's gaze lingered on the vanishing silhouette, reluctant to withdraw. Such extraordinary beauty, exceptional courage, and, most crucially, a mastery of medical arts. If such a remarkable person could become his, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Chapter 73. The Zhao family women cause a stir throughout the day. The image of the figure on the bridge incessantly occupied Bai Li Rongzi's mind. As his father aged, he became increasingly protective of his life. Now, even the slightest cough would summon several imperial physicians to check his pulse for peace of mind. Perhaps, those who sat upon the throne were all fearful of death. Otherwise, his father would not have tolerated his sister's 5-year absence solely to devote herself to studying medicine. Bai Li Rongzi quietly contemplated within himself, already beginning to devise plans for the future. If she were truly obedient and easily manageable, it would not be a difficult matter to grant her the status of a concubine after he married his primary wife. This way, she would forever remember his kindness and heed his every word and action. Zihe acted swiftly, and by evening, he had thoroughly investigated the matter. "Your Highness, the young lady on the bridge today is none other than Miss Fan Qingyao from the Hua family." Bai Li Rongzi's expression darkened instantly. Why must it be Fan Qingyao of all people? The last time his mother returned from the Hua family, she had berated the name Fan Qingyao for over half a month. Moreover, if he recalled correctly, the crown prince seemed to harbor a particular fondness for that girl. Bai Li Fengming. As if struck by a thought, Bai Li Rongzi suddenly instructed, "Zihe, keep a close watch." "Understood." A hint of greedy delight gradually surfaced on Bai Li Rongzi's gloomy face. Since Bai Li Fengming had taken a liking to her, it was all the more reason for him to seize her. Unbeknownst to Fan Qingyao, who was joyfully celebrating her mother's birthday, she had once again become the target of the same persistent fly. In the days that followed, as she continued to manage her affairs. She secretly maintained correspondence with Su Shaoxi. The situation in Yuzhou grew increasingly severe, leaving officials anxious and the populace in fear. Emperor Yongchang wore a perpetual frown, showing no joy even upon hearing of General Hua's imminent glorious return from Jiangdu. Rumors swirled within the capital, primarily revolving around the Hua family and the Zhao family's broken engagement. Madame Zhao was a formidable figure. During gatherings with other ladies, she brought up the engagement's dissolution, obfuscating the reasons while casting Hua Fengning into the depths of infamy. Those unaware of the truth privately condemned Hua Fengning's name. The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, stirred up trouble, repeatedly approaching the matriarch to lament. Hua Fengning, in his humility, had sought forgiveness from the matriarch, never once blaming the Zhao family. Tao Yuxian was pleased that her grandson was a person of responsibility, and she recognized the fault lay with the Hua family, choosing to ignore the Zhao family spreading rumors. Unexpectedly, after several days of gossip, members of the Zhao family came knocking at their door. Madame Zhao arrived with an imposing demeanor, dragging Zhao Jianjia to confront Tao Yuxian, determined to seek an explanation. Our Zhao family has already made a concession by agreeing to this marriage with the Hua family. If my daughter has done anything wrong, we would have no complaints about the dissolution. However, now that the decision has been made, if the Hua family can simply withdraw their engagement, then we, the Zhao family, will not let this matter rest without an explanation. Upon hearing that the Zhao family had arrived, Ling Wei rushed over, eager to interject. However, upon witnessing Madame Zhao's imposing presence, she found herself unable to utter a word, daunted by the Zhao family's reputation within the capital. Tao Yuxian regarded her eldest daughter-in-law, who resembled a paper tiger, with an increasingly grave expression. The engagement between the Hua and Zhao families had only been verbal. The Hua family had shown sufficient respect by explaining their position to the Zhao family. Of course, the Hua family was not unreasonable, or they would not have ignored the gossip circulating in the capital. Without a formal engagement, there could be no formal dissolution. She was not ignorant of this fact, merely disinclined to argue. Yet, if the Zhao family insisted on debating right and wrong, she would not shy away from confrontation. Madame Zhao faltered. She had always believed that by wielding rumors, the Hua family would falter. To her surprise, the Hua family's response struck at the very heart of the issue. In truth, she was unwilling to tear the facade, but how could she ignore the fact that her daughter had taken a liking to Hua Fengning? Since learning of the engagement's dissolution, her daughter had not eaten or drunk for days. Thus, she had no choice but to resort to this desperate strategy. Sitting beside her mother, Zhao Jianjia wept pitifully. I know that the engagement with Master Hua was merely a verbal agreement between the families, and I should not cling stubbornly to it. However, at the flower viewing event, Qingyao publicly addressed me as sister-in-law. Now that the engagement is being called off, how am I to conduct myself in the future? This statement clearly blamed Fan Qingyao as the root of the problem. Zhao Jianjia genuinely liked Hua Fengning, and as she spoke, her grievances deepened. When I encountered Master Hua playing with Qingyao, I noticed she was unhappy. I should have apologized sooner, had I comforted her. Perhaps she would not have been upset. Such evasive reasoning explicitly suggested that Fan Qingyao was spoiled and instigated trouble. Tao Yuxian did not believe Zhao Jianjia's one-sided account, but there were those who did. The eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, not only believed her, but boldly declared, I suspected all along that Fengning would not dissolve the engagement without reason. It must be Fan Qingyao's manipulation. Zhao Jianjia rose and knelt before Ling Wei, lamenting, Alas, aunt, how I have disappointed you. It is my fault for not being able to honor you. Surely, Qingyao is young and possessive, so please do not blame her. Ling Wei, intimidated by the Zhao family and flattered by Zhao Jianjia's respect, felt the flames of her own jealousy rekindle. Matriarch, the Zhao family's young lady is kind-hearted and gentle. Can you truly bear to watch such a promising union be ruined by Fan Qingyao? Seeing Ling Wei's wavering resolve, Madame Zhao approached with soothing words. Meanwhile, Zhao Jianjia continued to weep, appearing even more pitiful. Tao Yuxian observed this scene coldly, her voice chilling as she remarked, Though Qingyao is young, I understand her character better than that of the Zhao family's young lady. I am genuinely curious about why Fengning wishes to dissolve the engagement. Perhaps we should take this opportunity to summon Fengning, allowing him to explain directly to the Zhao family's young lady. This time, it was Zhao Jianjia who fell silent. Initially, she had intended to persuade her mother to secure the Hua family's elders' agreement. Thus, regardless of Fengning's stance, the matter would have been settled. Yet, the Hua family's matriarch proved to be far from easy to deceive. The main hall remained tense. At that moment, Granny He entered, announcing, "Matriarch, Miss Qingyao has arrived." Upon hearing this, Ling Wei exclaimed, "Let her in. I want to see what she intends to do." Tao Yuxian, if not for the presence of outsiders, would have been inclined to throw this meddlesome daughter-in-law out in her frustration. However, once words were spoken, they could not be retracted. Allowing the young lady to avoid suspicion now might give the Zhao family more ammunition to hurl accusations. Taking a deep breath, Tao Yuxian finally said, "Let her in." Chapter 74. The confrontation with the White Lotus mother and daughter Fan Qingyao stood quietly at the door, waiting. Regarding Zhao Jinjia, she had always chosen to show mercy. After all, it was simply her personal distaste for Zhao Jinjia. She merely intended to rescue her brother from a pit of despair. To her surprise, she was treated as an easy target. Now, they had the audacity to come to her doorstep. Given that the Zhao family was intent on tearing the Fade, she decided to join them in this confrontation. Shortly after, Granny He emerged, quietly reminding her to be cautious of the atmosphere inside. Fan Qingyao smiled at Granny He, calmly stepping over the threshold. Inside the main hall, an unusual silence prevailed. Upon catching sight of Fan Qingyao, Zhao Jinjia immediately approached her, grasping her hand and her eyes brimming with tears. "Qingyao, I know you have misunderstandings about me, and I'm aware you don't like me. But I truly have feelings for the young master of the Hua family. I beg you, please help me." Zhao Jinjia's preemptive admission of fault was a strategy to silence Fan Qingyao. She genuinely cared for Hua Fengning, which only intensified her tears. Fan Qingyao, however, expressionless, withdrew her hand. She had not come to indulge in theatrics. Seeing her daughter so humble, Mrs. Zhao glared at Fan Qingyao, her eyes ablaze. Despite the Hua family's preference for daughters, everyone knew how she had returned. Being a latecomer, she ought to know her place, yet here she was, instigating trouble for the Hua family at such a young age. Fan Qingyao remained composed. The affairs of the Hua family were not hers to meddle in, nor did Mrs. Zhao have the right to comment. Her words nearly silenced Mrs. Zhao. What a venomous little girl. Eldest daughter-in-law Ling Wei, witnessing this, was about to advance. But Tao Yuxian shot her a cold, piercing glance. Should the eldest daughter-in-law fail to discern the situation, Tao Yuxian would have no qualms about throwing her out. Ling Wei froze, too intimidated to move. Zhao Jinjia, sensing the lack of support, cried even harder, her voice choked with emotion. "Qingyao, I know you are still angry with me, but everything is just a misunderstanding. You can ask me anything. I will explain everything to you honestly." Fan Qingyao was unfazed. Knowing Zhao Jinjia had come prepared to face her, she decided to speak openly. "Very well, let us speak candidly." Zhao Jinjia, with an audacity that was almost infuriating, continued. "What I said that day at the tavern was forced out of me by Sun Songtong. I swear, I have never wronged you. It was all her scheme. It seemed that Miss Sun truly was a villain. Qingyao, I knew Sun Songtong intended harm towards you. I understand you blame me for not warning you. But we have been friends since childhood. I could not bear to betray her, although I did advise her against her actions. Yet, she not only harmed you, but also threatened me, stating that if I did not become her accomplice, she would ruin my relationship with the young master of the Hua family." Such a heartfelt declaration about loyalty to friendship and devotion to love pained Mrs. Zhao deeply. Observing Fan Qingyao's aggressive demeanor, she hurriedly embraced her daughter. "What do you intend to do to my daughter to be satisfied?" To an outsider, it might seem that Fan Qingyao had committed an unforgivable act. However, she paid no heed to Mrs. Zhao and curiously inquired, "I wonder how Miss Sun would react upon hearing Zhao Jinjia speak of her in this manner." Zhao Jinjia buried her face in Mrs. Zhao's embrace, weeping as if she had suffered a grave injustice. She was unafraid. Today, she had come prepared to shift the blame entirely onto Sun Songtong. After all, the Hua family would never confront the Sun family over such matters. However, Fan Qingyao's next words plunged Zhao Jinjia into despair. What a coincidence. Upon hearing that Miss Zhao had come, I also sent someone to invite Miss Sunday. I believe she should be just outside the door by now. This time, Zhao Jinjia was rendered speechless. Before she could gather her thoughts, Sun Songtong and her mother entered the room. Zhao Jinjia was utterly astonished. She had thought they were at the entrance, only to realize they were at the hall door. What she had just said. Sun Songtong felt she had been blind to associate with someone so duplicitous. Now, with accusations being hurled at her, she would not let it slide. "Zhao Jinjia, How do you manage to utter such heartless words with that pitiful expression? I am genuinely curious. Do enlighten me. Zhao Jinjia's face turned pale, tinged with green. The scene before her had completely exceeded her expectations. At this moment, she found it difficult even to breathe, let alone speak. Mrs. Zhao tightened her hold on her daughter. What is Miss Sun attempting to do? Sun's mother, incensed by Zhao Jinjia's earlier remarks, retorted, My daughter simply wishes to clear her name. As a lady, surely you can comprehend this? Mrs. Zhao was taken aback by the harshness of Sun's mother's words. After all, she was the wife of a court official. Sun's mother was so enraged that she could hardly contain herself. If it weren't for my status, I would have stormed through your door long ago. Mrs. Zhao, realizing they had indeed come to argue, felt the tension rise. Even the typically brash eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, fell silent. Sun's mother was indeed there for a confrontation. She was acutely aware of the grievances her daughter had endured in recent days. Had she not heard with her own ears, she would not have believed the usually graceful Zhao Jinjia could behave in such a manner. Miss Zhao, I just heard you claim that my daughter threatened you. Conveniently, my daughter is here now. Since you feel so wronged, why not take this opportunity to clarify things with her? Sun's mother was furious, practically demanding an immediate confrontation. Sun Songtong was unafraid of the confrontation and stepped forward. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinjia was drenched in cold sweat. She could not even muster the courage to meet Sun Songtong's gaze. Seeing her daughter's reticence to speak, Mrs. Zhao's heart sank. She seemed to grasp the situation. Or perhaps it was Zhao Jinjia's trembling demeanor that revealed the truth to everyone present. Chapter 75. A failed scheme. Tao Yuxian, having weathered many storms, displayed little astonishment. Observing that the Zhao family had run out of words, she took the initiative to break the silence, stating, It is an honor for the Hua family to host Madam Sun and Miss Sunday. Please, take a seat. Madam Sun bowed slightly, replying, You are too kind, Madam Hua. We are the ones intruding. With that, she took a seat beside Tao Yuxian. Previously, there had been no connection between her family and the Hua family. Yet now she felt genuine gratitude. She appreciated the Hua family for inviting them, as it allowed her daughter to reclaim her reputation. Thus, in front of the matriarch of the Hua family, she wore a polite smile, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Sun Sotong seized the opportunity to sidle up to Fan Qingyao, asking, Are you still angry with me? Fan Qingyao shot her a glance, replying, Do you think so? Sun Songtong chuckled, I believe you are no longer upset, for I am hardly worthy of such feelings. Fan Qingyao remained silent, and Sun Songtong, unabashed, continued, At your level. I reckon I don't even rank as a pebble in your path. It would be a waste of time for you to harbor anger towards me. Fan Qingyao, the audacity of her self-deprecation was truly admirable. Sun Songtong smiled brightly, introducing herself, I am Sun Songtong. I look forward to your guidance. Though she felt a twinge of nervousness, given her past follies, she was surprised to find Fan Qingyao responding without hesitation, I am Fan Qingyao. Tears welled in Sun Songtong's eyes, yet her smile only grew more radiant. Madam Sun observed this scene with great satisfaction, already planning to cultivate a closer relationship with the Hua family in the future. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was decidedly awkward for the Zhao mother and daughter. Madame Zhao wished she could vanish into thin air to escape the humiliation of standing there. Zhao Jinjia felt even worse, particularly seeing Sun Songtong, who had always trailed behind her, now engaging so amiably with Fan Qingyao. She wished fervently for blindness at that moment. In desperation, Zhao Jinjia discreetly glanced at her eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, hoping for her former mother-in-law to lend a hand. However, Ling Wei had adopted a strategy of feigned ignorance, having intended for Zhao Jinjia to provoke Fan Qingyao. Little did she know Zhao Jinjia was so troubled. Now, she felt fortunate that the marriage proposal had fallen through. With no other option, Madame Zhao finally spoke up, It is getting late, so we shall not trouble Madame Hua any longer. Tao Yuxian, not one to kick someone when they were down, nodded while maintaining a dignified smile. Madame Zhao sighed in relief, grabbing Zhao Jinjia to make their exit. However, to their dismay, Fan Qingyao's voice rang out behind them, Madame Zhao and Miss, please stay. Madame Zhao felt as if her heart had plummeted at that sound, prompting a violent shudder. Zhao Jinjia shot Fan Qingyao a cold glare. Given the circumstances, she felt no need to feign kindness any longer. Fan Qingyao, seemingly oblivious, merely called out, Su Mama, please bring in the items. Su Mama, who had been waiting at the door for some time, entered. first greeting the matriarch before presenting a small wooden box. Zhao Jinjia, who had just regained some color, turned pale once more. Others might not know, but she was acutely aware of what lay inside. Yet, it was too late to intervene, as Fan Qingyao had already opened the box, holding up a pair of earrings. Fan Qingyao inquired, "Since the Zhao family's young lady is unrelated to my brother, I cannot accept this gift. Please, take it back." Zhao Jinjiao was taken aback, unable to fathom that Fan Qingyao would still retain such items. Her limbs stiffened, and her scalp prickled. She knew she ought to explain, but how could she? The excuses she had prepared to deflect blame onto Caillou now felt impossible to articulate. She feared Fan Qingyao had anticipated this and would expose her. And she was even more afraid of the sharp-witted matriarch of the Hua family. At that moment, Zhao Jinjia finally confronted this young girl before her. Reflecting on the series of seemingly coincidental events, she belatedly realized they were not mere accidents. Madame Zhao felt a wave of darkness wash over her as she gazed at the earrings, having been entirely unaware that her daughter had gifted such a trifling item. Tao Yuxian was genuinely enraged, letting her teacup crash to the floor. Was this the Zhao family's sense of propriety? She had intended to spare them embarrassment, but now, it seemed unnecessary. While she had always recognized the Zhao family's lofty status, she had not realized it was so exceedingly high. The Hua family may not possess the same broad connections, yet they were still a family of generals bestowed with imperial favor. Given the Zhao family's lack of sincerity, it would be a blessing for the Hua family to sever ties. From this moment forth, should the Zhao family dare to utter a single word against the Hua family, the Hua family would pursue accountability to the end. Madame Zhao's face flushed with shame, feeling utterly humiliated. Zhao Jinjia, too, could not hold her head high, fearing she would be too embarrassed to face anyone again. Both He Mama and Su Mama, veterans of the Hua family, were furious and exuded an imposing presence. Noticing that the Zhao mother and daughter lingered, they each adopted stern expressions and personally escorted them out. Madame Zhao and Zhao Jinjia felt so uncomfortable that even the slightest movement was fraught with embarrassment. Faced with the fierce demeanor of the two mamas, they dared not linger any longer and hastily fled. Ling Wei, too, was startled by the matriarch's imposing aura, leaving without even a proper farewell. Seeing Tao Yuxian's displeasure, Madame Sun took her daughter and made a gracious exit, whispering to Fan Qingyao as they departed, "Rest assured, Miss Hua, the Zhao family is not the only one with a voice in this world." Fan Qingyao, there was an unmistakable sense of impending turbulence. Sun Songtong, however, merely blinked, signaling her to relax. Her mother was a force to be reckoned with, capable of managing all the women in the city. Fan Qingyao, her unease deepened. As the guests gradually departed, the lively main hall grew quiet once more. Tao Yuxian sighed and beckoned to Fan Qingyao. "You are a clever child. Why did you not voice your grievances when you endured such hardships?" Fan Qingyao clenched her grandmother's hand into a fist, gently massaging the pressure points. Thinking that compared to her grandmother's suffering, her own grievances were trivial. Tao Yuxian shook her head in concern, relieved that the matter had reached a resolution today. "In a few days, your grandfather will return. If he learns that his precious Qingyao has suffered, it would be catastrophic." Upon hearing the mention of her grandfather, Fan Qingyao's head drooped, and after a moment of silence, she suddenly knelt down. Tao Yuxian was startled, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Fan Qingyao bowed deeply, stating, "Your granddaughter is unfilial, unable to welcome you personally upon your triumphant return. Please tell grandfather that when I return, I shall personally apologize." Tao Yuxian understood. Realizing her granddaughter intended to embark on a journey, Fan Qingyao kept her head bowed, yet her gaze was unwavering, revealing her determination. "There have been issues at the shop, and I may need to travel for a few days." Tao Yuxian looked at the girl kneeling before her, whose demeanor suggested she had committed a grave offense, and couldn't help but smile. The Hua family valued respect for elders and adherence to social hierarchy, yet the Tao family placed greater importance on a woman's insight and responsibility. Her little Qingyao belonged not only to the Hua family, but also to the Tao family. With such a considerate balance, how could she not comprehend? Once a decision is made, one must act upon it, while remembering to take good care of oneself. Fan Qingyao nodded gently, her smile sweet and warm. Chapter 76. This time, it truly became infamous in the main hall. Tao Yuxian contemplated for a moment before instructing Mama He to summon Feng Ning. Mama He nodded and hurried out of the courtyard. Meanwhile, Fan Qingyao returned to Mingyue courtyard after leaving the main hall, recounting her words before her grandmother to her mother. In truth, she had already prepared herself for her mother's tears, for no mother could bear to see her daughter exposed to the world in such a manner. As expected, after hearing her words, Lillian began to weep, trembling all over. Fan Qingyao chose not to offer comfort, instead silently accompanying her. She had already resolved to embark on her journey to Yuzhou, and any form of consolation would be nothing but deceit. Surprisingly, after wiping away her tears, Lillian touched her daughter's head and smiled, urging her to take care of herself, for her mother awaited her return at home. Fan Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening as she nodded. Lillian then caressed her daughter's face, advising her to gather her belongings, ensuring not to forget anything essential. Only then did Fan Qingyao rise to comply. It was not until Fan Qingyao's figure had completely vanished that Hui Lilian's eyes reddened once more with worry. Su Mama sighed deeply at the sight, knowing that the young lady's concern for her daughter should have been curbed. Hui Lilian sniffled, acknowledging that this was the path chosen by Yueya, and as her mother, it was only right for her to accompany her. Yet, she lamented, the young lady. Su Mama, you should also assist Yueya in gathering her belongings. On this thorny path, already fraught with difficulties, why should she become a burden to her daughter? Pondering this, Lilian finally could not remain still, rising from her bed and donning her outer garments as she strolled toward the courtyard. Fan Qingyao returned to her own chamber, summoning Ning Tian and Langya. During this time, Ning Tian had been learning martial arts from the household guards, while Langya, though untrained, possessed a natural sharpness due to being raised by the wolf clan. Although these two were not yet ready for significant endeavors, they were capable of safeguarding the household. Fan Qingyao looked at them resolutely, declaring that she entrusted this place to them, relieving her of any concerns. She would take full responsibility for any mishaps. Both Langya and Ning Tian nodded solemnly. Fan Qingyao then called in Ning Han, meticulously briefing her on the various matters concerning the courtyard. It was not until Su Mama entered, carrying a bundle that resembled a pregnant woman with triplets, that Fan Qingyao was taken aback. Even Ning Han, who was feeding the snow-white rabbit, could not help but exclaim, Su Mama, is that bundle expecting? Su Mama, wishing to keep the atmosphere light, hurriedly shooed everyone out, exclaiming, a bunch of thoughtless children. The young lady is about to embark on a long journey, and you still think of playing. However, when Su Mama turned back, she found that the contents of the bundle had been rummaged through by the young lady herself. Having resolved to travel alone, Fan Qingyao intended to travel light. Aside from carrying a few extra banknotes, she packed only 3 sets of clothing. Su Mama, observing the young lady's determination, could not help but inquire, when will the young lady depart? Fan Qingyao steadied her thoughts, replying, before the curfew. Only then will the city not be so crowded and noisy. Su Mama calculated that there were still 3 hours until curfew and quickly helped Fan Qingyao onto her bed, drawing the curtains before stepping out. As Fan Qingyao lay on her bed, replenishing her energy, she was unaware that the main city had already become a hubbub of activity. Madame Sun, known for her impatience, returned to her residence and dispatched invitations to the ladies of the house. The venue was chosen to be a bustling tavern. Did they think they could rest easy after slandering her daughter? That was utterly impossible. During the gathering, Madame Sun recounted the events concerning the Zhao mother and daughter at the Hua family, leaving nothing unmentioned. In conclusion, she added with embellishment, you should have seen how hypocritical the Zhao mother and daughter were. Even I, having witnessed it firsthand, felt as if I had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Those 2 faces, oh my, they were utterly terrifying. Accompanying her, Sun Tsongtong nodded in agreement, feigning tears to elicit sympathy. The ladies, already curious about the Hua family's broken engagement, now believed Madame Sun's words to be 7 parts true, coupled with Madame Sun's naturally loud voice. It took hardly a joss stick's worth of time for the entire tavern to be aware of the tale. Thus, word spread like wildfire, 1 to 10, 10 to 100. An hour later, the reason behind the Zhao family's broken engagement was known throughout the city. Zhao Tang was a night owl. As night fell, he gathered a group of friends to indulge in revelry. Have you heard? The Hua family broke off the engagement due to the Zhao young lady's improper conduct. The Hua family's decision is final. Can there be any doubt? No wonder they remained spinsters, unable to marry. It truly was a case of knowing a person's face, but not their heart. The chatter pierced Zhao Tang's ears like needles. Despite his thick skin, he felt his face flush with indignation. Caught in a dilemma within the tavern, neither able to walk out nor stay, The wealthy companions surrounding Zhao Tang quickly concocted excuses to slip away. Embarrassed and furious, Zhao Tang dashed out of the tavern and returned to the Zhao residence. In the east courtyard, Zhao Qingyao was sobbing hoarsely, her eyes swollen like ripe peaches. Zhao Madam, seated nearby, could not stop sighing, lamenting, "How could you be so foolish? If you were to marry into the Hua family, how could you provoke their most cherished daughter?" Zhao Qingyao cried vehemently, "I merely wished to please my future mother-in-law. Who knew that Fan Qingyao was so cunning and treacherous? No wonder the Fan family cast her aside. She is destined to remain a wild child without a father." Zhao Madam was infuriated, feeling a pang in her chest. What use was it to curse others at this point? It was crucial to think of how to respond. Otherwise, she would never be able to show her face again. Zhao Qingyao, however, was unperturbed. "I am the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Who dares to look down on me? There are suitors aplenty in the city. It is the Hua family that is blind, choosing to favor a wild child. What have I done wrong?" Upon entering, Zhao Tang overheard this and immediately scoffed. "You're not wrong. The entire city is cursing you. Zhao Qingyao, if you don't come to your senses, go outside and listen to what people are saying about you. Stop deluding yourself at home, pretending to be oblivious." Zhao Qingyao stared in disbelief at her brother. "But I am your sister. When you were dignified and respectable, you were worthy of being my sister. Just look at yourself now." Zhao Tang's eyes were bloodshot. He knew Zhao Qingyao better than anyone. Previously, they had coexisted peacefully, but now, with Zhao Qingyao's actions, even he could not step outside. What use was this sister to him? Zhao Qingyao, infuriated by Zhao Tang's words, cried out even louder, her eyes swollen to mere slits. Zhao Madam quickly stood to intervene. "Tang, you shouldn't speak like that. Regardless, she is your sister. We only have the two of you in this family. If your sister falls from grace, how much better off can you be?" Zhao Tang was angry but recognized the truth in his mother's words. Ultimately, it was the Hua family's fault. Clenching his fists beneath his sleeves, he turned and called upon dozens of servants, storming toward the Hua family with a fury that could not be contained. Chapter 77. How did the momentum slip away? In the dead of night, Zhao Tang concealed himself with a group of attendants, lurking in the shadows. Despite his immense fury, he lacked the audacity to storm into the Hua residence. Yet returning empty-handed was equally unsatisfactory. Thus, he resolved to lie in wait, ready to strike at any opportunity. As he pondered, he witnessed the grand gates of the Hua family swing open. Zhao Tang fixed his gaze upon the opening, raising his hand to signal his companions to be poised for action. A slender figure emerged, hair elegantly tied up, clad in riding attire. Though seemingly solitary, her presence radiated a commanding grace. Upon recognizing that familiar visage, Zhao Tang's mind was engulfed by a singular thought, stunned disbelief. He never imagined that the enchanting beauty he had glimpsed on the street would appear here. Qingyao. Suddenly, a gentle call broke the silence. Dressed in male attire, Fan Qingyao turned to see her brother approaching, leading a horse. Hua Fengning paused before her, momentarily taken aback. In this dashing disguise, had he not been familiar with her delicate features, he might have mistaken her for a refined young gentleman. Regaining his composure, Hua Fengning smiled and said, "I too am headed back to the post station. Allow me to escort you." Qingyao, returning to the post station at such a late hour, did he truly think her as naive as a 3-year-old? Was it their grandmother or their mother? She had deliberately chosen not to disturb her brother, wishing only for him to linger at home a while longer. Now, seeing him unperturbed and already prepared with excuses, it was clear someone had forewarned him. Hua Fengning was not one to deceive. Faced with his sister's probing, he could only smile wryly. It seemed both had been sought after. Regardless of intentions, it was evident that these individuals cared for her, prompting her to relent and respond with a smile. "In that case, I shall trouble you to look after me, brother." Just as Hua Fengning was about to express his willingness, he witnessed Qingyao elegantly mount her horse, her posture and adeptness revealing her as an experienced rider. Hua Fengning suddenly found himself questioning who was truly caring for whom. In a previous life, when Bai Li Rongzhe fell victim to an ambush, Fan Qingyao had forced herself to learn horseback riding to tend to his injuries. What she once regarded as a source of shame had now proven its worth. Indeed, effort begets reward, transcending notions of disgrace or honor. On the deserted street, the two horses sped away, leaving Zhao Tang choking on dust. Surprisingly, he did not pursue them. Instead, he turned and departed from the Hua residence. "Young master, Are we not seeking revenge? Now, there were matters more pressing than vengeance. In the shroud of night, Zhao Teng's smile took on a sinister edge. He never anticipated that she would be a daughter of the Hua family. How delightful. Hua Fengning had hoped to find his own opportunity for action once they left the city, for he had been a courier for many years. However, he soon realized that Qingyao's experience on the road far surpassed his own. From meals to lodging, and even acquiring horses and provisions, she managed everything with remarkable efficiency. Had it not been for their discussions on routes, he would have felt too embarrassed to face her again. Moreover, throughout their journey, the carrier pigeons never ceased their flights. Though Hua Fengning was unaware of whom his sister corresponded with, the precise timing of the pigeons' arrivals indicated that her correspondents were no ordinary individuals. It was at this moment he belatedly recognized how little he truly understood his sister. Her capabilities were indeed extraordinary, and it was no wonder their grandmother had entrusted her with the family affairs. With the last remnants of doubt dissipated, Hua Fengning steeled himself to follow Fan Qingyao with renewed vigor. Yet, after a prolonged journey, the day of parting inevitably arrived. 3 days later, Hua Fengning stood at a fork in the road, observing his sister, who had visibly lost weight, with a mixture of concern and reluctance. Qingyao, how could you bear to leave? Yet, I understand that you have your own path to pursue. Hua Fengning inhaled deeply. When the new year arrives, I will certainly return to see you. Fan Qingyao nodded with a smile. I will wait for you. Qingyao, I will no longer deceive you. You must trust me. I know, brother. I have always known. Had it not been for the betrayal in their previous life, he would not have perished in flames. Later, she overheard palace servants gossip about how foolish the young general of the Hua family was, willingly walking into danger, merely to stand amidst the flames and declare, I have kept my promise. They all mocked his folly, yet she alone understood that he was honoring their agreement. In that moment, Fan Qingyao grasped the true meaning of despair. Hua Fengning was not a man prone to sentimentality. Yet he found his emotions stirred in the presence of his sister, his tear ducts unusually active. To avoid revealing his sorrowful state, he gritted his teeth and rode away. Fan Qingyao, too, did not linger long, regaining her composure before urging her horse forward. However, before she could proceed, her path was suddenly obstructed by a figure. Xiaoxian dismounted and knelt on one knee, declaring, I am under the orders of the crown prince. I must ask the esteemed Miss Hua to return. Beyond this point lay the treacherous territory of Huicheng, and traveling northward was fraught with peril. Fan Qingyao lowered her gaze, her expression indifferent. If you are indeed his man, why then do you presume to command me? Xiaoxian had thought invoking his master's name would ensure peace. Yet reality proved to be vastly different from his expectations. He had no choice but to reiterate, I am here under the crown princess orders to protect Miss Hua, and I hope for your understanding. Fan Qingyao countered, and what is your purpose now? Xiaoxian replied honestly, naturally, to protect you, Miss Hua. Otherwise, who would be foolish enough to appear in a place where the wind howls and the ground is perilous? Fan Qingyao shook her head. You are merely issuing orders. Xiaoxian felt his composure shatter. As the esteemed tutor of the Eastern Palace, how had he suddenly felt so overpowered? He suspected the disparity arose from the fact that she was mounted while he was kneeling. He hastily remounted, finally achieving a semblance of equality with Fan Qingyao, restoring some of his shattered confidence. With newfound assurance, he implored, I beseech you, Miss Hua, to heed my advice. Yet, to Fan Qingyao, his assurance was worthless. If you are covertly protecting me, you should not have been discovered. The moment you revealed yourself, you failed in your duty. Should you wish to accompany me further, I shall overlook this transgression. However, if you insist on returning, please feel free. With that, she spurred her horse forward. Xiaoxian watched helplessly as everything spiraled out of control and hastily sent a message to his prince. Then, he pursued. Chapter 78. The Consequences of Arrogance. To reach Yuzhou, one must inevitably pass through Huicheng. The harsh environment of Huicheng is characterized by extreme temperature fluctuations, earning it the reputation of having 2 seasons in a single day, sweltering heat followed by biting cold. In earlier years, Huicheng was a place of exile decreed by the court, where very few could endure the conditions for more than a few months. Some would rather take their own lives than face the torment of being sent to Huicheng. However, after Emperor Yongchang ascended the throne and abolished the exile to Huicheng, the populace rejoiced. In recent years, Huicheng has become increasingly desolate, transforming into a desert littered with the bones of the deceased. Furthermore, the area is plagued by bandits and outlaws, making Huiqing a nightmare in the hearts of all. As the sun set, the temperature plummeted, and a layer of frost began to form on the yellow sands. Fan Qingyao, braving the biting wind and sand, lowered her bamboo hat and led her cart forward. Despite the frigid air, her steps remained steady and deliberate, each footfall carefully tested with her toes before proceeding. Xiao Huan followed closely behind, watching her resilient figure advance against the wind, feeling a profound admiration. In such harsh conditions, it was not just young ladies who would falter. Many robust men would also be reduced to tears. Yet here was the young lady from the Hua family, unafraid and even vigilant against quicksand. Xiao Huan had initially thought that upon reaching Huicheng, Fan Qingyao would retreat entirely. However, it seemed that even if he were to perish, she might very well thrive. For the first time, he questioned whether their crown prince truly needed protection. Unaware of Xiao Huan's inner turmoil, Fan Qingyao focused on the desolate land ahead, instinctively glancing up to see flickering lights in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it appeared there was a dilapidated temple ahead. In an instant, both Fan Qingyao and Xiao Huan tensed, falling silent. Encountering people in this desolate place could be far more terrifying than meeting ghosts. Breaking the silence, Xiao Huan suggested that Fan Qingyao wait while he scouted ahead. Yet, she shook her head, insisting on accompanying him. If he ventured forth alone, it could provoke unwanted attention and complicate matters. Moreover, with the cold wind howling, they would face dire consequences if they could not find refuge in the temple that night. Surprisingly, Xiao Huan did not oppose her decision. As they approached the temple, he shifted from trailing behind to walking alongside her. Inside the temple, a group of over 20 individuals was gathered, with burly men forming two factions and a few women and children nestled among them, creating an unusually tense atmosphere. As Fan Qingyao and Xiao Huan entered, all eyes turned toward them. Xiao Huan instinctively tightened his grip on the sword at his waist, exuding an air of hostility. In response, the rough men also gripped their weapons tightly, while the women and children huddled in fear, their faces devoid of color. The air was thick with the impending threat. Fan Qingyao stepped forward, stating that they sought shelter for the night and hoped for their understanding. With that, she boldly produced a silver note from her bosom. Xiao Huan, upon seeing the amount on the note, felt a pang of regret. How could she offer money to such unscrupulous individuals? One of the men approached cautiously, inspecting the note before smiling and indicating a corner for them to spend the night. Pointing toward what seemed to be a pigpen, Xiao Huan, realizing the nature of these individuals, felt a surge of indignation. Fan Qingyao, maintaining her composure, glanced at him before proceeding toward the pigpen. With no choice, he followed. Once she settled against the side of the pigpen, he unpacked a bundle from his horse, revealing small game and some rice he had gathered along the way. As he busied himself with cooking porridge, Fan Qingyao discreetly observed the other side of the temple, where she noticed a young boy lying among the women and children. His eyes were shut tight, his mouth covered in sores, trembling uncontrollably and mumbling incoherently. Fan Qingyao frowned, surprised to find him there. The fragrant porridge was soon ready, wafting an enticing aroma that drew the attention of the rough men, who began to gather around her and Xiao Huan, their eyes glinting with greed. One of the men declared that one should not eat alone while traveling, brandishing a dagger at Fan Qingyao's neck, while others restrained Xiao Huan on the ground. As the esteemed young scholar of the Eastern Palace, he had never been subjected to such contempt and was prepared to fight back. However, Fan Qingyao spoke up again, offering to share the porridge with them. The man with the dagger, taken aback, asked if she was serious. To prove her sincerity, Fan Qingyao slowly stood up under the threat of the dagger and handed the pot of porridge over to the man behind her, stating that they were welcome to partake. The men laughed, surprised by her apparent timidity. One even spat at her, berating her to get out of their way. As she was kicked to the ground, she remained unperturbed, merely adjusting her hat and retreating to the corner. Xiao Huan, witnessing the scene of the men devouring the porridge while Fan Qingyao remained passive, felt at a loss for words. He understood her desire to avoid trouble while traveling alone, but how could she be so submissive? It was as if the dignified and astute young lady had been possessed by a spirit of cowardice. After the men finished their meal, they extinguished the candlelight and settled down to sleep. Xiao Huan, not wanting to engage further with Fan Qingyao, chose a clean spot to lie down fully clothed. Outside, the wind howled, while the temple resounded with snores. Time passed, and suddenly a strong scent of blood filled the air. Xiao Huan, a light sleeper, awoke to the smell and quickly lit a fire stick to investigate the source. However, upon looking, he was left utterly stunned. The men who had just been gorging on porridge now lay sprawled on the ground in agony. They writhed in pain, mouths agape and eyes wide, as if trying to scream or call for help, but no sound escaped their lips. The nearby women and children stared in shock, as did those men who had not partaken in the porridge. Amidst this eerie and horrifying scene, only Fan Qingyao maintained her calm demeanor. As everyone else was at a loss, she slowly rose and walked toward the suffering men. Xiao Huan quickly reached out to stop her, advising her to exercise caution with such strange individuals. Fan Qingyao replied coolly, stating it was merely poison, and there was nothing to fear. Xiao Huan paused, astonished that she could identify it as poison. Fan Qingyao nonchalantly asserted, I administered it. Xiao Huan, could you repeat that? Chapter 79. Taming the brute under the anxious gaze of the crowd. Fan Qingyao approached the brawny man who had taken her silver note, lowering her gaze slightly. Her dark eyes glimmered ominously beneath the flickering light of a torch. With an air of condescension, she regarded the suffering giant and coldly inquired, how does the taste of flesh porridge fare? The man finally registered the gravity of his predicament and instinctively reached out to grasp Fan Qingyao, only to be effortlessly evaded by her. The world of martial arts possesses its own set of unwritten rules. She did not disdain these men, which is why she had courteously offered her silver notes upon entering. Should they act with righteousness, she would have willingly coexisted peacefully with them. However, if they chose to be ungrateful, she saw no reason to retreat. In her second life, she had no intention of becoming a paragon of virtue. There is no shame in navigating the world of martial arts. The disgrace lies in endangering the lives of others. With that, Fan Qingyao suddenly raised her foot and forcefully stamped down on the man's abdomen. At that moment, his belly was already distended to its limit, resembling a heavily pregnant woman from a distance. As she pressed down, his insides ruptured, and blood along with entrails erupted forth. The horrific scene was enough to send the nearby women and children into shrieks of terror, and even the men who had been guarding them were nearly overcome with fear. When Fan Qingyao removed her blood-spattered hat, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, realizing she was but a young girl. The other dozens of burly men, their bellies swollen to the brink, fell lifeless to the ground without the need for further assault. Fan Qingyao then stepped toward the fallen youth. The people surrounding him recoiled in terror at her approach, as if they had encountered a ghost. Xiao Huan. He fully comprehended their dread. Fan Qingyao knelt before the young man and pressed her hand against his wrist. One of the men, despite his fear, reached out to intervene. Xiao Huan leaped to Fan Qingyao's side, pinning the man to the ground. Even if the young lady from the flower family was more terrifying than a ghost, she was someone he had to protect. Looking at the man pinned beneath him, Fan Qingyao softly stated, I only wish to save him. With that, she produced a silver needle from her belongings and inserted it into several acupoints on the young man's body. After the boy's convulsions ceased, she opened a vial and placed a pill into his mouth. Soon, his breathing became steady. The man, realizing his mistake, quickly admitted, I misunderstood you, miss. Fan Qingyao signaled for Xiao Huan to release him, yet Xiao Huan remained vigilant, tightening his grip. Fan Qingyao clarified, they are not with the others. It was precisely for this reason that she had refrained from poisoning them along with their comrades when serving the flesh porridge. She did not concern herself with one's background. In such tumultuous times, survival was no easy feat. However, regardless of one's profession, one must uphold a sense of righteousness. Xiao Huan was momentarily dazed, thinking of what might have happened if they too had consumed the flesh porridge. Fan Qingyao's calm voice cut through his thoughts. I can save them. Xiao Huan. This was the first time he had encountered someone capable of committing indiscriminate murder with such conviction. This was not cowardice. It was simply terrifying ruthlessness. The burly man now recognized that this young girl, though small, was principled. He promptly led his brothers in a respectful bow of gratitude. They might be bandits, but they only engaged in robbery against rival gangs, never harming innocents. Today, they had intended to rob the very group that had been slaughtered, only to realize halfway through that they were among civilians. Their code was to never harm the innocent or abuse women and children. And they had fallen into the trap of another group. Had they not encountered Fan Qingyao today, they likely would have been sold into slavery to wealthy families. Upon hearing the men's words, Xiao Huan felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Otherwise, why did his cheeks sting so? Had there been a confrontation earlier? He believed he could have fought his way through, but he could not guarantee everyone's safety. Fan Qingyao had recognized this and had chosen to retreat step by step. secretly administering poison. Xiao Huan. He could not dwell on it further. The more he thought, the more his face hurt. The leading man spoke again. Your magnanimity is noted, miss. If you trust me, Fan Zhao, I and my brothers are willing to follow you to ensure your safety. Fan Zhao. Xiao Huan was taken aback once more. Fan Zhao's name was well known in the martial world, a figure who had once single-handedly faced 100 foes, instilling fear in many. The court had once been troubled by him, only to find he had vanished before they could act. Fan Qingyao observed Fan Zhao in silence, not immediately responding. Saving them had been a mere act of kindness. She sought no reward. Fan Zhao was patient, waiting with his brothers. The men following him were sensible, as bandits. It was indeed a challenge to earn the trust of a young lady. However, her actions were even more brazen than theirs. Cough, cough, cough. The unconscious young man gradually awoke. Upon seeing Fan Zhao and the others, he instinctively recoiled. It was only when he spotted Fan Qingyao that he exhaled in relief. Fan Zhao and his men. Young man, do widen your discerning eyes. Compared to the cold-blooded girl, we are the good ones. Fan Qingyao noticed the boy's panic and gently reassured him, there is no need to fear. They will not harm you. The young man looked at Fan Qingyao's face. Somewhat dazed, why you are? With a smile, Fan Qingyao replied, if young Master Xiao returns to the capital, please convey to the Princess of Yishuo that our parting by the bridge is dearly missed, and I shall certainly pay a visit when the opportunity arises. Xiao Hongfei was taken aback to discover that this beautiful young lady knew his aunt. He immediately let down his guard. So you know my aunt. No wonder you recognized me. Fan Qingyao nodded, refraining from disclosing that her knowledge of him was unrelated to the princess. In her previous life, she had been a tyrant, harming loyal subjects, and he had fearlessly criticized her. Yet, at that time, she was too deeply entrenched in her ways to heed his sharp words. In this life, she saved him and hoped he would retain his innocent heart. Xiao Hongfei had never encountered such a stunning woman before. She was like a lotus blooming in a pond, breathtaking yet unpretentious. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself entranced. Xiao Huan stepped forward, blocking Xiao Hongfei's gaze. Enough of this. Do you intend to repay your life-saving grace with your eyes? Realizing his indiscretion, Xiao Hongfei awkwardly cleared his throat and said, May I inquire your esteemed surname, miss? The journey back to the capital is long. It would be fortuitous to travel together. Fan Qingyao frowned in dilemma. She had no path of retreat now. Yet Xiao Hongfei was indeed a rare embodiment of integrity. She genuinely wished for him not to perish before he could fulfill his grand ambitions. Fan Zhao interjected. If the young lady is at ease, I would be honored to escort this young master back to the capital. Since the girl refused their company, they must at least repay her life-saving kindness. Fan Qingyao gazed at Fan Zhao for a long while before retrieving a fragrant sachet from her bosom. This will trouble Uncle Fan, she said, but once we return to the capital, Uncle Fan can use this to find refuge at the Qingnong studio. And assistance will surely be provided. The young lady's intention was clear. If Uncle Fan does not mind, I wish to offer him and everyone a secure place to settle. Should we establish our homes in the future, we would enjoy the freedom to come and go. After all, we have shared a bond as master and servant. And I sincerely hope for a beginning and an end to our journey together. Fan Zhao was taken aback, feeling a warmth welling in his eyes. The brothers trailing behind him were equally moved, their throats tight with emotion. In such chaotic times, they yearned for a stable abode. Fortunately, someone did not disdain their origins and was willing to provide them sanctuary. Xiao Hongfei observed the scene with confusion. You all are accompanying me to the capital. What then of this young lady's safety? He questioned. Lesser concerns should occupy your mind. Fan Zhao and the others, he advised. Focus on your own well-being. Chapter 80. Your Highness, you are quite devious. The following morning, Fan Qingyao bid farewell to the others. Outside the dilapidated temple, numerous steeds left by the previous bandits remained, much to the convenience of Fan Zhao and his companions. Fan Zhao led his brothers not only to accompany Xiao Hongfei but also to ensure that several women and children were safely mounted on their horses. Observing this, Fan Qingyao felt increasingly satisfied. Those who are loyal and righteous are the ones most capable of lasting companionship. Perched upon his steed, Xiao Hongfei gazed at the figure akin to a blooming lotus amidst the swirling sands, his heart heavy with reluctance. What to do with such a restless spirit? Even a blind man could discern the prince's affections for this young lady from the Hua family. Yet, before any blossoming of feelings could occur, it seemed someone was poised to seize the opportunity. What a jest! This was nothing short of banditry, a thievery of affections. and the audacity of a shameless pig wanting to usurp another's treasures. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Hongfei, who had been marked, finally summoned the courage to look towards Fan Qingyao, vowing that upon returning to the capital, he would personally express his gratitude to the young lady from the Hua family. Just as he began to speak, the once docile horse suddenly surged forward, galloping into the distance. Fan Qingyao turned at the sound, witnessing a cloud of dust billowing up. In the distance, Xiao Hongfei appeared utterly startled, as if his spirit had been left behind while his body remained on the horse. The spectacle unfolded like a flash of fire and lightning. Rapidly receding from view, Xiaoxian nonchalantly withdrew his hand, offering an explanation. My hand slipped. Fan Qingyao remained silent, too weary to respond. Fan Zhao hastily mounted his horse, declaring that further words were unnecessary, and they would pursue Xiao Hongfei. Fan Qingyao and Xiaoxian also mounted their steeds, continuing their journey northward. After 2 more days, they finally arrived at a remote village on the outskirts of Yuzhou. Following the indiscriminate poisoning incident, Xiaoshuan's demeanor towards Fan Qingyao shifted from politeness to reverence. The memory of the event had left a profound impact on him. Even now, he could vividly recall the ghastly sight of that bloated figure. Terrified of sharing a similar fate, he respectfully regarded the map in his hands, stating that they would reach Yuzhou by nightfall at the latest. Fan Qingyao nodded but could not release a sigh of relief. Days had been lost, and he was anxious about the condition of his eyes. Contemplating that flawless visage, an inexplicable agitation stirred within him. Meanwhile, the source of Fan Qingyao's unease was presently seated in the governor's mansion of Yuzhou. Li Fengming, clad in white robes, occupied the main hall, surrounded by local officials, all exhibiting signs of fatigue, their eyes resembling those of raccoons. Especially Zhu Ji, who, standing beside Li Fengming, felt increasingly dizzy upon entering the hall. Since the prince's arrival in Yuzhou, each night had been similarly taxing. Enduring sleepless nights was not the issue. Rather, the relentless cycle of them was unbearable. They would sit in silence, exchanging glances until dawn broke. Who could withstand such strain? With the sun now glaring down, Zhu Ji gazed at Li Fengming with a hint of exasperation, suggesting, "Your Highness, perhaps you should rest for a while?" Li Fengming smiled faintly, unperturbed. Zhu Ji's expression darkened, his headache intensifying. He was utterly perplexed about the prince's purpose here. Was he investigating a case, or was he here to dismiss him? The other officials seated below exchanged glances filled with discontent. They felt wronged, having been summoned under the pretense of service to the emperor, only to be subjected to such scrutiny by the prince. If he doubted their integrity, he could easily send someone to search their residences. They would cooperate fully to prove their innocence. It was disheartening to be suspected after dedicating themselves to their duties, while the atmosphere in Yuzhou grew increasingly tense, causing them to be restless. They implored the prince to restore their honor so they could personally present their loyalty to the emperor in the capital. Initially, they had been cautious around the crown prince, but as days passed, they realized he lacked even the ability to intimidate. Yuzhou, being far from the emperor's eye, had allowed them to grow wild, and before someone with minimal power, their true nature began to surface. What was so remarkable about the prince? He too relied on the emperor's favor to survive. Should they be pushed too far, whether through oppression or schemes, none would escape unscathed. Zhu Ji feigned ignorance, standing aside. The officials present were his allies, and the prince's suspicion cast a shadow over him as well. He would not accept this blame. Lin Yi's anger was palpable, his veins visibly throbbing. These officials, emboldened by the prince's lack of authority, brazenly conspired against him. If the prince truly decided to send someone to investigate, they would undoubtedly accuse him of abusing his power. Even if he refrained from conducting a search, should he do so, the outcome would likely yield nothing. They were truly cunning. Li Fengming appeared to have heard nothing, rising to address the assembly. "I hope all gentlemen will arrive punctually tonight." With that, he departed the hall, accompanied by Lin Yi. "Is there any news from Xiaowu?" "None, but a letter has arrived from the capital, stating that the emperor is growing impatient." Li Fengming frowned slightly, a cold emptiness reflected in his eyes. It seemed time was of the essence. A pigeon, weary from its journey, descended slowly. Lin Yi reached out to receive it, retrieving the message and handing it over. It was news from Xiaoxian. Upon reading the brief note, Li Fengming's demeanor softened. She was indeed coming. It was fitting. Despite her taciturn nature, she possessed a strong sense of agency. Lin Yi, curious about the contents of the message that had so instantly lightened the prince's mood, leaned in to catch a glimpse. only to see the letter disintegrate into fine fragments in by Li Fengming's graceful fingers. The owner of that delicate hand continued forward. Lin Yi understood that a significant confrontation awaited them that evening, so he quickly gathered his composure and hurried after him. Throughout the day, the governor's mansion remained eerily quiet. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the officials who had departed that morning returned once more. Fortunately, they now understood that the prince was merely a figurehead. Apart from compelling them to sit in silence, he wielded little authority. Over time, they grew wise. Entering the main hall refreshed and ready to endure another session of silent contemplation, Bai Li Fengming, noticing everyone had gathered, signaled to Lin Yi. He stepped forward, moments later placing warm cups of tea beside each official. Bai Li Fengming raised his cup first, stating, "My father urges me to return to the capital, so I must depart by tomorrow. I appreciate your hard work these past few days. Please accept this tea in place of wine, as a gesture of respect." The officials present understood the implications of the emperor's message. Listening to the prince's words, they could not help but scoff internally. This was his only talent. Yet, despite their inner amusement, they raised their cups in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Zhu Ji, standing to the side, wore an expression of confusion, his brows knitted tightly. The prince's demeanor, shrouded in an ominous chill, appeared as though he had traversed vast distances solely to sit in quiet contemplation. Moreover, if he were to depart so abruptly, what would become of the matter concerning the embezzlement of imperial provisions? Suddenly, an unexpected sound pierced the air, harsh and jarring. Zhu Ji turned towards the source of the noise, only to witness the once composed officials now doubled over, retching uncontrollably. In that moment, no fewer than 20 officials in the main hall were bent at the waist, heaving and expelling their stomach contents. Such a remarkable spectacle left Zhu Ji utterly astonished. Chapter 81. Regrettably, I do not hold affection for you before long. The ground was strewn with vile substances. Zhu Ji felt a wave of nausea, only to suddenly sense something amiss. Among the vomit lay an assortment of abalone and sea cucumbers, alongside other exquisite delicacies that even he could not name. The once faint smile on Bai Li Fengming's face had vanished, replaced by a stern expression as he remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, how appetizing." Zhu Ji's countenance darkened. The man who had incessantly lamented his poverty now found himself filled with such luxurious fare after the imperial rations had been pilfered. Where was his dignity? He was compelled to inquire, where was their dignity? The officials, who appeared ready to regurgitate their very innards, wept and lamented over their own expulsion of such unseemly contents. It was a shocking revelation that the crown prince had employed emetics against them, truly insidious. Bai Li Fengming turned his gaze towards Zhu Ji, speaking leisurely. "What is your perspective on this matter, Governor Zhu?" Zhu Ji. The theft of imperial provisions, coupled with the exorbitant expenditures of his subordinates, was a truth even a fool could discern. He had nurtured a pack of wolves beneath his very nose. Whom was he striking in the face? With a grim expression, Zhu Ji issued a command. Bring everyone here and detain them. After serving as the governor of Yuzhou for so long, he had never experienced such humiliation. Investigate. Conduct an immediate inquiry. The governor's office descended into chaos. Under Zhu Ji's direct supervision, officials of all ranks in Yuzhou were thrown into prison. As Bai Li Fengming rose to exit the main hall, a sudden, intense pain seared through his eyes, overwhelming him. Lin Yi, glancing back, felt his heart leap into his throat. Two streams of blood and tears began to flow from the corners of Bai Li Fengming's eyes. The crown prince. Bai Li Fengming's ailment had long been a closely guarded secret. Lin Yi, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly assisted him back indoors. Upon witnessing the crown prince gradually losing consciousness on the bed, Lin Yi felt as though his own mind was in disarray. When Xiao Huan and Fan Qingyao entered, they found Lin Yi pacing anxiously. Xiao Huan pulled Lin Yi outside, exclaiming, "Is this how you care for the crown prince? Come, let us settle this with a fight first." Lin Yi, could he claim he was wronged? The room fell silent with their departure. Fan Qingyao gazed at the unconscious Bai Li Fengming, her hands tightly entwined. The tranquility she had just found was once again thrown into turmoil. Taking a deep breath, she hurried to the bedside, shedding her cloak. Scattering the silver needles and medicine vials she had brought, the disarray mirrored her chaotic emotions. Without hesitation, she mounted his slender waist and placed a life-saving pill into his mouth. Once she sensed his breathing had stabilized, she leaned closer, meticulously pouring the prepared medicinal liquid into his tear-stained eyes. Bai Li Fengming drifted into a dream, one unconnected to reality, yet intimately tied to her. As his consciousness gradually returned, he felt a cool hand gently wiping the blood from his eyes. When he finally opened his eyes, the haze dissipated, revealing her before him. Her features were familiar, her expression taut, reminiscent of their first encounter. Fan Qingyao cast a fleeting glance at him before resuming her task, albeit with a heavier touch than before. Bai Li Fengming remained silent, patient as she kneaded and pressed. With a professional demeanor, Fan Qingyao stated, "The medication must not cease for 5 days, otherwise, your eyes may never see again until divine intervention." After wiping away the last traces of blood, she stood to leave, only to feel her arm tighten in his grip, drawing her back onto his long, straight legs. "Fan Qingyao, must you always resort to physicality when speaking?" Bai Li Fengming observed her mix of irritation and helplessness, a smile gracing his lips. "Are you angry?" Fan Qingyao silently shook her head. Knowing well why he had traveled such a distance, how could she harbor anger? She lacked the face to do so. Bai Li Fengming paused before continuing. "In that case, I must express my gratitude for your mercy." Fan Qingyao blinked, suddenly recalling their meeting in the carriage, where her unintentional kick had sent him back into unconsciousness. Reminded of that incident, her heart softened, and her gaze turned serious. "Bai Li Fengming, yes, you harbor feelings for me." Her tone was assertive. Surprisingly, he did not deny it. "Indeed, I do." Fan Qingyao sensed his unguarded honesty, a revelation she had not anticipated. Although she constantly spoke of transactions, her heart was not made of stone. His kindness did not go unnoticed, even if he never voiced it. As she gazed into his dark eyes, shimmering with affection, her heart raced. Yet, she had not come to indulge in romantic entanglements. Bai Li Rongza, Fan Xuanning, and all those who owed her debts still roamed freely. The Hua family was yet to stabilize, and her mother remained unsettled. A person such as herself, burdened by unavenged grievances and unreturned favors, could not selfishly succumb to the whirlpool of emotions. With her resolve firm, Fan Qingyao's voice turned calm, yet cold. "I save you. You assist me. It is only natural. Your long journey for my sake, and my arrival to treat your eyes, is simply logical. Not all sentiments must culminate in romantic affection. Therefore, Bai Li Fengming, I do not hold affection for you." Leaning against the soft cushion, Bai Li Fengming propped himself up slightly, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Despite knowing her words were insincere, they struck harshly upon his ears. Fan Qingyao evaded his gentle touch, striving to maintain her composure. "I speak the truth." Bai Li Fengming smiled. "Has no one ever told you that your eyes betray your heart?" He recognized her strength and resilience, yet she remained oblivious to her own vulnerabilities. In matters of grievances, clarity often intertwines with self-interest. Just as she loathed evil, she never learned to refuse those who offered her kindness. Such a woman needed neither the charity nor protection of a man under the guise of love. Yet, he found himself unable to part with her from their very first encounter. In Bai Li Fengming's profound black eyes flickered an unfamiliar tenacity and acceptance. "Feel free to act as you wish. I shall not hinder you, nor shall you need to consider me." His affection for her was genuine, yet he had no intention of restraining or obstructing her. Chapter 82. "I only consider that you care." Fan Qingyao was taken aback by Bai Li Fengming's words, feeling an unfamiliarity with them. She had experienced the life of a royal daughter-in-law before and was well aware of its intricacies. In her previous life, when she married Bai Li Rongza, he was merely an ordinary prince, yet the constraints of etiquette and intrigue bound her tightly. Was it easier to be a prince's consort than a crown princess? She was not afraid of these challenges, but she loathed the idea of confronting them again. Thus, regardless of the allure Bai Li Fengming offered, she candidly stated that she had many matters to attend to. The lofty palace walls would only hinder her progress. She understood his desire to grant her indulgence and affection, yet the very position he occupied would ultimately obstruct his considerations. It was better to share a fleeting sentiment now than to let deep feelings fade into mutual disdain later. She had refused him, but simultaneously offered him a promise. If he merely nodded, she would become his most formidable ally. In her past life, she had elevated the obscure Bai Li Rongza. In this life, she could likewise ensure his comfort upon the throne. It was indeed a temptation difficult to resist. Bai Li Fengming smiled. Though the mirth did not quite reach his eyes, others would have likely been ecstatic at such words, for she possessed the capability to turn her words into reality. Yet, he did not require that from her. "You have your ambitions, and I have mine. I hope to walk alongside you, but not side by side, rather, hand in hand. Bailey Fengming. Many things in this world are predestined, yet no one has claimed that endings are irreversible. I shall steer events in the direction I desire, and my promises to you will remain unaltered. Bailey Fengming was not one for lengthy discussions. He was accustomed to silence and adept at subterfuge. He was uncertain whether she would believe him or how much she might trust him. Nevertheless, he had no intention of coercing her, nor did he deign to employ tactics used on others against her. If Fan Qingyao were not biting her tongue tightly, she would have already succumbed to his charm. After all, this young man possessed the allure to ensnare anyone. Observing her stubborn demeanor, Bailey Fengming sighed softly. He lifted his hand, gently pinching her chin, compelling her to release her tortured tongue. His gaze remained tender and lingering. "Yao, trust me." Forced to relinquish her aching tongue, Fan Qingyao felt a blend of resignation and surprise. The refined individual before her harbored such a domineering side. If it were still him in her previous life, perhaps everything would be different. Yet, there are no what-ifs. Bailey Fengming did not comprehend the melancholy in her eyes, but chose to be forgiving, tenderly caressing her cheek. "Pursue your desires freely. I will not confine you, but I shall always stand behind you." Fan Qingyao found herself at a loss against such tenderness. She slightly turned her head, escaping his grasp, and firmly stated, "You cannot act so recklessly in the future." Bailey Fengming paid no heed to her avoidance. Reclining against the pillow behind him, he looked at her with a soft smile. "Yao, do you care for me?" He was truly. Fan Qingyao was taken aback, suppressing the strange sensation lodged in her throat before replying. "You are my patient. Even if you do not take responsibility for yourself, I must care for my patient." Bailey Fengming's eyes, filled with endless affection, sparkled like scattered stars. "There is no need for so much explanation. I will take it as you care." Fan Qingyao felt drained. He was like a gentle stream. No matter how sharp her blade, it was ultimately futile. Suddenly, the closed door swung open with a crash, and a young man burst in, only to freeze mid-step. Upon witnessing the unspoken scene on the bed, a suspicious flush crept onto his face. Those sharp eyes darted between Fan Qingyao and Bailey Fengming before he awkwardly cleared his throat. "Shall I leave you two to it?" He had rushed back upon receiving news from Lin Yi that the crown prince was in grave danger. Yet, the situation seemed far from perilous. Fan Qingyao, equally embarrassed, maintained a facade of calm. She gracefully slid off Bailey Fengming and casually took a seat in the nearby chair. Having begun her medical studies early, she viewed the matter of physical proximity between men and women with a more open mind than most. Moreover, her previous position was merely in administering medicine. Bailey Fengming remained unruffled, his fair complexion betraying no hint of distress. The young man, caught between the two, found himself in the most awkward position. Perhaps it was best to excuse himself for a moment. As he turned to leave, Bailey Fengming called out, "Xiao Wu, how did the matter fare?" The youth spat with frustration. "Those scoundrels are hiding too well. There's no way to approach them." Bailey Fengming was neither surprised nor reproachful. He turned to Fan Qingyao and said, "Yao, this is Xiao Wu." He then addressed the youth. "This is Miss Fan Qingyao from the Hua family." Fan Qingyao quickly rose to greet him. "This humble servant has met the fifth prince." Bailey Lingyu scrutinized Fan Qingyao, finally smirking as he remarked, "The girl who turned the Fan and Hua families upside down certainly does not adhere to trifles." Fan Qingyao paid no mind to the veiled criticism, casually returning to her seat. Respect is mutual. If one side is unwilling, she would not force her warmth upon coldness. Bailey Lingyu, how could a young lady be bolder than him? Bailey Fengming softly smiled, gesturing for the fifth prince to sit, then turned to Fan Qingyao, weighing his words. "This time, not only did we uncover royal provisions on Su's ship, but other vessels were similarly implicated. Fortunately, the Su family head is a sensible individual, allowing for a prudent retreat." With that, he effectively erased all credit for this endeavor. Fan Qingyao understood that he did not wish for her to feel indebted. However, since she was present, she had no intention of letting matters rest. While not seeking vengeance, she aimed to demand at least a measure of justice. What was the quantity of the theft? 300,000 stones of grain. And how much was found aboard the ships? 50,000 stones of grain. Fan Qingyao fell silent. Stealing royal provisions was a crime punishable by annihilation of one's clan. Even the most ruthless bandits would not dare target royal supplies. Moreover, 300,000 stones was no trivial sum. Even if bandits had the audacity, they would lack the capability. They certainly would not have the ability to slander merchant vessels afterward. Thus, Only one type of person could orchestrate such an act. Chapter 83. Settling Matters? An illusion. Bailey Fengming was aware that with her intelligence, she must have arrived at the same conclusion as him. However, he chose to remain silent, allowing her ample time to ponder. After a considerable pause, Fan Qingyao remarked, "I never anticipated that the officials of Yuzhou would possess such audacity. 300,000 stones of royal grain. They truly dare to do this." Bailey Fengming smiled, knowing she was not easily deceived. Their boldness was evident. They were habitual offenders. A few years prior, Yuzhou had frequently been embroiled in scandals regarding the theft of royal grain. Yet, those instances involved smaller quantities and were often resolved with some grain recovered, allowing the matter to fade away. This time, they audaciously claimed 300,000 stones, returning only 50,000 thus far. The emperor must have already received word of this incident. Otherwise, he would not have sent for him to return to the capital. It seemed the emperor was silenced for now by the mere 50,000 stones of grain. What Bailey Fengming contemplated was equally clear to Fan Qingyao. Under the avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Should a thorough investigation ensue, it would only exacerbate the situation. Whether it be the royal family or the court, many matters would prefer a facade of tranquility. This, however, only emboldened those unscrupulous individuals. After some consideration, Fan Qingyao stated, "I fear that all the officials in Yuzhou are implicated. The collusion among them fosters such brazen behavior. If the court concedes once more, the next demand may not merely be 300,000 stones." Bailey Fengming chuckled. "Thus, I had no intention of conceding anything." Fan Qingyao was momentarily taken aback. If she could eliminate the pests plaguing Yuzhou, she would stand to gain significantly. After all, she had already devised plans to establish other businesses there. If those pests remained, and they were allowed to savor their success once more, there would inevitably be future repercussions, even if they refrained from slandering the Su family's trading vessels again. However, since they had already offered up 50,000 stones of royal grain, it was evident they aimed to placate the emperor. Logically, the emperor should not pursue the matter further. Could it be? Fan Qingyao gazed at the calm and smiling expression of Bailey Fengming on the bed. What did the emperor intend? Bailey Fengming avoided answering directly and merely stated, "You may proceed as you wish." Fan Qingyao replied, "You're being quite indulgent with me. Does your father know?" His demeanor, however, provided her with the answer. It appeared that the emperor had indeed chosen to remain patient and tolerant. Yet, as this incident had crossed her path, she would not let such an opportunity slip by for her own future security. Of course, the prerequisite was that she must extricate Bailey Fengming from this predicament. Since he had permitted her indulgence, she could not gamble with his prospects and future. The wrath of a dragon is something no one can bear. Noticing her resolute gaze, Bailey Fengming understood she had made her preparations. He then added, "The remaining royal grain has been under continuous search, yet we have yielded no results. If it were otherwise, I would not have delayed those officials for so long." Sitting nearby, Bailey Lingyu, nearly dozing off, interjected, "Yuzhou is vast. Who knows where they have hidden the royal grain? This isn't a matter of incompetence. It's simply beyond my capabilities to overturn Yuzhou." Fan Qingyao suddenly inquired, "Aside from the royal grain, has the Su family's maritime fleet uncovered anything else?" Bailey Fengming shook his head, indicating there had been nothing else. Fan Qingyao seemed unperturbed. "In that case, it becomes manageable." Bailey Lingyu scoffed, "Do you possess the ability to coax the royal grain out willingly?" Fan Qingyao offered a faint smile. "It is not impossible." Bailey Lingyu retorted, "You continue to boast." Without further argument, Fan Qingyao noted the late hour and prepared to take her leave. Bailey Fengming did not attempt to retain her, but merely instructed, "Let Xiaohuan escort you." She had come prepared, as he remembered she was never one to engage in battles without assurance. Fan Qingyao nodded, accepting the escort. With Yuzhou in such turmoil, she needed to safeguard her own security. Only then could she turn the tides in her favor. Bailey Lingyu watched as Fan Qingyao departed with an air of confidence, feeling somewhat mocked. As someone of considerable stature, he could hardly tolerate such feelings and promptly approached his elder brother. "Do you truly trust her?" Bailey Fengming cast a disinterested glance. "What do you think of her earlier words?" Without a moment's thought, Bailey Lingyu blurted, "Nothing of significance." Truthfully, Fan Qingyao's discourse had far exceeded his comprehension, leaving him bewildered. Naturally, it was of no significance. Bailey Fengming simply smiled in silence, closing his eyes to rest under the scrutiny of his younger brother's incredulous gaze. He had long recognized that she could not tolerate any form of deceit. Therefore, he would accompany her in her endeavors. As for their father, he would devise alternative means to manage the situation. By the time Fan Qingyao arrived at the inn under Xiaohuan's escort, it was late into the night. Xiaohuan, ever dutiful, watched her enter the inn before turning to leave. Fan Qingyao ascended to the second floor as indicated in the letter from days prior, pushing open the innermost door to find Su Xiaoxi, whom she had not seen for several days. He appeared darker and thinner, clearly having endured considerable hardship during this time. Su Xiaoxi rose to greet her, brimming with words that, upon reaching his lips, transformed into merely two. Thank you. His mother had informed him in the letter about the events that transpired in the household. He had never anticipated that she would be so thoughtful as to protect his mother to such an extent. Fan Qingyao returned his gratitude with a simple smile. It was the least I could do. Having waded through this murky water with him, she felt obligated to assist in the aftermath. After a pause, Fan Qingyao inquired, "What are your thoughts on the situation in Yuzhou?" Su Xiaoxi adopted a serious expression, recounting the findings from his recent inquiries. As a merchant dealing in shipping, he had his own sources of information. However, now that the matter involved officials, resolving it would not be straightforward. The familiar glint of calculation and cunning reappeared in his eyes. Business and officials should not clash. This is an age-old truth. Yet, even if I cannot seek justice openly, I will find other ways to retaliate. I am not one to swallow grievances quietly. Fan Qingyao replied, "As long as you have the will, it can be accomplished." Su Xiaoxi asked, "Do you possess such audacity?" Yet, he soon realized that while others were still imprisoned, he had managed to escape unscathed, which was no mere stroke of luck. Initially perplexed, he now understood. Looking back at Fan Qingyao, he found himself at a loss for words. Not only was she bold, but she also had a formidable backing capable of confronting bureaucrats. Who exactly was this extraordinary person he had allied with? Fan Qingyao continued, "I need you to undertake a task for me." The fire of enthusiasm ignited within Su Xiaoxi as he listened intently. "What is it?" "Take some people and explore the surroundings of Yuzhou," she instructed. "It would be best if you find a densely wooded area with few inhabitants." "Understood," he replied. "Then, bring back a few beehives." Su Xiaoxi felt he should comment on this. He decided against it. Instead, he prepared to gather the necessary tools to procure those beehives. Chapter 84. The arrival of Bai Li Rongzi at the break of dawn. Su Xiaoxi set out with his attendants. Meanwhile, Fan Qingyao did not awaken until noon, stirring from her slumber with a languid stretch. As she opened her eyes and instinctively attempted to rise, a sharp pain coursed through her legs. In her anxious haste to travel, she had momentarily forgotten the fatigue of the journey. Now, upon closer inspection, the insides of her thighs were a gruesome sight, a testament to her prolonged confinement indoors. A gentle knock echoed on the door, prompting Fan Qingyao to hastily attire herself. Upon entering, Xiaohuan stood at the threshold, offering an item from his hands. "Miss Hua, this is a gift from His Highness the Crown Prince." Suppressing the searing pain from her legs as she accepted the package, she inhaled deeply, a rich scent of medicine wafting forth. To her astonishment, it was a secret remedy from the palace. Xiaohuan spoke softly once more. This was personally concocted by Ji Yuanpan. "Miss Hua can use it with confidence." With that, he departed in a hurry. Fan Qingyao gazed at the vial in silence for a prolonged moment before slowly disrobing. Indeed, Ji Hongliao's acupuncture skills paled in comparison to her grandmother's, yet he possessed an exceptional talent for crafting ointments. As she applied the salve to her afflicted areas, the initial sting was swiftly replaced by a wave of soothing coolness. Contemplating the small porcelain bottle in her hand, Fan Qingyao was engulfed by a myriad of emotions. In her frantic attempt to save someone the previous day, she had scattered her medicinal supplies across the bed. It was evident that he had realized the remedies she carried were intended for treating his ocular affliction. He had refrained from mentioning it, fearing it might embarrass her, and had wisely delayed Xiaohuan's arrival, anticipating that her fatigue would render her indulgent. His meticulousness left her at a loss as to how to respond. Just when she thought her heart had settled, it became tumultuous once more. Rising to the window, she sought a breath of fresh air, only to catch sight of a familiar silhouette standing in the courtyard below. Straining her vision, she leaned closer, her body suddenly tensing up. In the courtyard, a graceful young man stood bathed in sunlight, his emerald robe accentuating his tall and lean figure. With a nose that resembled a delicate blade and eyes as serene as flowing spring water. From a distance, he appeared as gentle as a spring breeze. If Bai Li Fengming was the ethereal youth untouched by worldly affairs, then the figure below was undeniably the epitome of youthful elegance. Even standing quietly in the courtyard, he managed to attract the shy glances of several women within the inn. Yet, from her vantage point above, Fan Qingyao felt an icy chill wash over her, her eyes sharpening with an almost crystalline frost. She knew all too well how adept he was at masquerading his true self. Bai Li Rongzi, even in his most disguised form, she recognized him instantly. Unaware of her scrutiny, Bai Li Rongzi conversed with the inn's attendant, his demeanor radiating warmth and charm. The attendant nodded in agreement, leading him into the inn. Fan Qingyao turned away from the window, straining to catch the sounds from outside. In her rebirth, she had envisioned countless scenarios of encountering Bai Li Rongzi, yet none had prepared her for this moment. With the unrest in Yuzhou brewing, countless eyes were watching. Why had he come here? The footsteps below grew closer, their clarity increasing with each passing moment. Fan Qingyao tightened her grip on her sleeves, feeling as though the very blood within her veins might freeze. She harbored hatred, yet this very hatred lent her a lucidity and composure. Even now, she wished to rush out and tear the mask of hypocrisy from his face. But she chose instead to remain composed, listening intently to the commotion outside. In this life, her aim extended far beyond a mere confrontation with him. She intended to push him step by step into the abyss, to watch him struggle amidst the flames. The torment of being unable to escape, to never rise again, was a sensation he too would come to experience. The footsteps ultimately ceased next door. Shortly after, the attendant emerged from the adjacent room, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Fan Qingyao gauged the pace of his footsteps, gently opening her door. The attendant, taken aback, quickly smiled and asked, "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" Fan Qingyao produced a silver note from her pocket, signaling the attendant to enter and converse. The attendant's eyes widened upon seeing the amount on the note, and he hurriedly followed her inside. As he bent down to pocket the silver, Fan Qingyao swiftly and deftly plunged a silver needle into a vital acupoint on his back. The once lively attendant froze abruptly, his eyes glazing over in a daze. Fan Qingyao softly closed the door, sidling up to him and coaxingly stating, "You just escorted a guest upstairs." The attendant, in a trance, nodded mechanically, repeating, "I just escorted a guest upstairs." However, he soon realized that all other rooms were occupied, and he could only take the guest to the next room. No, it was his request, he insisted. He specifically reserved that room. Not at all, she interjected. He was aware that a lady had checked in recently and requested to be placed next door. Thus, he must surely be a relative or friend of that lady. The attendant remained silent, shaking his head after a prolonged moment, yet unable to articulate any further. Fan Qingyao ceased her inquiries, withdrawing the needle and concealing it within her sleeve. The attendant stood motionless for a moment before suddenly rousing from his stupor. Yet, before he could voice his confusion, Fan Qingyao waved him off, stating, "I no longer require hot water. You may leave." Having spent years in the inn, the attendant had encountered all types of guests and merely assumed Fan Qingyao was of a fickle temperament, thus leaving without further inquiry. However, the moment the door clicked shut, Fan Qingyao swiftly locked it, leaning against the door with a serious expression. Although the reasons were unclear, it was evident that Bai Li Rongzi had come with the intention of seeking her out. She did not fear him. In fact, she yearned for the opportunity to confront him directly, yet now was not the appropriate time. The theft of imperial grain had entangled numerous merchants. While Su Shaoxi had initially uncovered the matter, she too could not remain hidden under scrutiny. Bai Li Fengming had personally taken charge of the investigation. Should Bai Li Rongzi discover any clue, it was likely that Bai Li Fengming would also be implicated. After all, the treachery of noble consort Yu was matched only by the shamelessness of Bai Li Rongzi. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resounded from behind her. Fan Qingyao steadied her nerves, inhaling deeply as she retrieved a small porcelain vial from her pocket, clutching it tightly in her hand. Chapter 85. The girl's words cut like a blade at the moment the door swung open. An odorless and tasteless powder billowed outwards. Standing inside the doorway, Fan Qingyao appeared composed and serene, only to find that the figure outside was not Bai Li Rongzi, but rather Bai Li Lingyu. Alas, the powder had already been inhaled, and it was too late to prevent its effects. Bai Li Lingyu, still clutching a food basket, collapsed straight into the room, falling beneath Fan Qingyao's pomegranate skirt. Bai Li Lingyu, who could possibly inform him of the events that had transpired? Fan Qingyao turned to close the door, removing her conical hat. her demeanor already restored to its usual calmness. Bai Lingyu lay motionless on the ground. If looks could kill, he would have wished to dismantle the indifferent girl before him piece by piece. Yesterday, Xiao Huan had extolled this flower family young lady to his royal brother, and he had merely sought to witness for himself the capabilities of such a young girl, which led him to offer his assistance in delivering food. Yet here she was, audacious enough to drug a prince. Fan Qingyao received the murderous glare from the fifth prince, her voice imbued with a gentle apology. Remarking on the unexpected visit and assuring him that her actions had not been severe, he would regain his mobility in a quarter of an hour. Regardless, she acknowledged her misstep. Bai Lingyu was taken aback by her words. Did she truly poison him without an antidote? Fan Qingyao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, she had. The perilous journey had left no room for hesitation. Once she had decided to act, retreat was never an option. While she would normally carry an antidote, in such long travels, it would only serve as an additional burden, devoid of any other purpose. Bai Lingyu. What was he to do if he wished to retaliate? Fan Qingyao knelt before him, offering tea, suggesting that drinking it might hasten the dispersal of the poison. Bai Lingyu turned his head away defiantly, unwilling to accept water from a mere girl, fearing for his dignity should word of this escape. Fan Qingyao did not press the issue, placing the teacup before him and then picking up the scattered food basket from the floor. Most of the food was covered in dust, yet she showed no disdain, sitting at the table and picking up chopsticks. It had been ages since she had savored a meal. Though this fare was not exquisite, it was palatable, clearly a testament to Bai Fengming's thoughtfulness towards her. Bai Lingyu, watching Fan Qingyao consume the food with gusto, felt a surge of anger. How could she have an appetite? Especially as he witnessed her nonchalantly eating the dust-covered dishes, his brows knitted tighter in disapproval. She was unpicky, indeed. Fan Qingyao's voice was soft as she remarked that the fifth prince had likely never experienced the taste of sand mixed with rice or spoiled dishes infested with maggots. Accustomed to a life of luxury, how could he appreciate the value of food? For someone who could even stomach tree bark, this meal was a rare luxury. In her previous life, she had endured countless unpalatable meals, steamed buns trampled underfoot by Bai Rongza, leftovers doused in foul water by Fan Shuiqing, and rotten rice ordered to be discarded by the favored concubine Yu. Which of those had she not snatched to eat? Back then, to survive, she had cast aside her dignity, allowing others to trample upon her, caring little for the food she consumed. She merely wished to live, to rescue the loyal and innocent from the court. Yet ultimately, she had been powerless, left to taste the bitter fruit of her own sowing. After a prolonged silence, Bai Lingyu finally spoke, expressing disbelief at her claims. He simply could not fathom the kind of person who could endure the very thoughts that made him wretch. Fan Qingyao smiled placidly, providing no explanation. If the fifth prince deemed it a lie, then so be it. Bai Lingyu scoffed, criticizing her lack of moral integrity for someone of her youth, questioning her pretensions of heroism. Gazing at Bai Lingyu's handsome yet infuriating face, Fan Qingyao suddenly laughed. I am not one to pretend. Bai Lingyu was taken aback. Was she truly so shameless? Observing the fifth prince, who was typically a paragon of virtue, reduced to such a state of disarray, she pondered whether he still had any dignity left. Bai Lingyu. This audacious girl spoke words that cut like knives, each phrase a piercing blow, each one deadly. Unfazed by the fifth prince's scathing gaze, Fan Qingyao continued her meal, acknowledging her wrongdoing and accepting that she owed him some concession. However, this did not mean she would tolerate everything indefinitely. After finishing her meal, she found herself without ink or paper in the inn, resorting to biting her finger to draw blood, tearing a piece from her skirt to scrawl a hasty message. Once the blood dried, she folded the cloth and tucked it into Bai Lingyu's sleeve. Bai Lingyu, no fool, understood this was a message meant for his royal brother and refrained from asking further questions. Yet, Fan Qingyao did not rise immediately. Instead, she leaned closer to his ear, whispering that she would require his assistance shortly. Bai Lingyu's initial disdain transformed into disbelief as he processed her words. Could such a thing truly be? Meanwhile, Bai Rongza, eager for a chance encounter with Fan Qingyao, was growing increasingly restless. Upon learning of her arrival in Yuzhou, he had been surprised yet pressed on without delay. In a few years, the princes of the palace would reach the age of arranged marriages, and he feared he would be unable to control his fate. Thus, he resolved to woo Fan Qingyao while he still had the freedom to do so. Even if he were to be betrothed in the future, he hoped by then she would already be ensnared in his grasp. Fan Qingyao was not only adept in medicine, but was also rumored to manage most of the flower family's establishments. This way, he could leverage her to curry favor with the emperor while using the family's wealth to bolster his own influence. Bang! A loud thud resonated from the adjacent room. An impatient Bai Li Rongzi stepped out, positioning himself at the neighboring door and rapping on it. As the footsteps approached, he instinctively puffed out his chest, slowly fanning himself with the folding fan in hand, presenting himself as the epitome of a noble gentleman. He was confident that no woman could resist his refined demeanor. Thus, when the door opened, Bai Li Rongzi eagerly exclaimed, "I wonder what troubles the young lady may be facing. I stand ready to assist." However, before he could finish his sentence, he froze, his self-assured smile fading into shock. Little Five, what is he doing here? Chapter 86. How did a decent young lady transform into a bully? Bai Li Rongzi never anticipated encountering Bai Li Lingyu in such a manner. He had thoroughly inquired and was certain that the occupant of this room should be Fan Qingyao. Could it be that Fan Qingyao had something to do with the little one? Bai Li Rongzi furrowed his brow, instinctively leaning in to look inside. Upon realizing that Fan Qingyao was not present, he sighed in relief. "Little one, what brings you here?" Bai Li Lingyu had no time to indulge him. "I accompanied the emperor to Yuzhou for official business, naturally seeking a place to stay. However, your presence here raises some questions, does it not? Just now, I heard you calling for a young lady. Which young lady would that be? Have you secretly found a romantic interest? Is her grace, the concubine, aware of this?" Bai Li Lingyu was taken aback to find Bai Li Rongzi so close, thinking that the deathly girl was merely deceiving him. Since childhood, he had never gotten along with Bai Li Rongzi, and there was no reason for him to adopt a cordial tone now. Bai Li Rongzi, on the other hand, felt a headache coming on. Bai Li Lingyu, having lost his mother at a young age, was raised under the empress's care. In truth, encountering Bai Li Lingyu here felt no different than encountering Bai Li Fengming. Yet, if given a choice, Bai Li Rongzi would have preferred to meet Bai Li Fengming. Despite his difficult nature, at least he was the crown prince, and there would be some semblance of mutual respect. But looking at Bai Li Lingyu before him, he resembled an unrestrained wild dog, entirely unscrupulous in his efforts to make him uncomfortable. He would even go so far as to harm himself to cause harm to others. Bai Li Rongzi forced a smile, saying, "Fifth brother, do not speak recklessly. How could I be entangled with a young lady? You must have misheard. I came here with Yuzhou on my mind, hoping to see if there were any tasks I could assist with." Regardless, he needed to concoct a legitimate reason for his presence. However, Bai Li Lingyu was not convinced. "You? Spare me. As long as you do not create more chaos, I will consider it a blessing." "You? What do you mean by that? You best refrain from meddling in Yuzhou affairs, lest I take my grievances to your mother." Bai Li Rongzi's vision began to blur with anger. Bai Li Lingyu ignored him completely, calling for the innkeeper to come upstairs. "Hurry and refund my room. Have you heard me?" The innkeeper, taken aback by Bai Li Lingyu's fierce demeanor, was bewildered. How did a well-mannered young lady turn into a bully? Bai Li Lingyu continued with a fierce tone, "Stop pondering over trivial matters. The last time I rented a room, it was through my subordinates. Do you really think this shabby establishment is worthy of my personal patronage? Move it along, or I shall have your head." With that, he kicked the wall of the neighboring room, creating a gaping hole. The innkeeper nearly cried, not daring to utter a word, and quickly led the tempestuous young master downstairs. In the distance, Bai Li Lingyu's voice continued, "If my eyes are deceiving me, I shall promptly seek treatment for them. Today, treating my subordinate as a lady is minor. Tomorrow, treating my own mother as one would be catastrophic." Bai Li Rongzi trembled all over, restraining himself from speaking. Continuing this argument would only cause him to be viewed as a common rogue. Bai Li Lingyu, even without looking back, could easily envision Bai Li Rongzi's despondent face, which was precisely the effect he desired. Little did he know that Bai Li Rongzi had fixated on Fan Qingyao. Bah! Of course, he did not care for Fan Qingyao, but he absolutely could not allow his elder brother to be implicated. If that cunning person, Bai Li Rongzi, were to discover any connection between Fan Qingyao and the emperor, who knew what disgusting deeds he might undertake? In the adjacent room, Fan Qingyao silently sipped her warm tea, her expression icy. She was unaware that she had become the object of Bai Li Rongzi's attention. However, if he wished to play games, she was more than willing to indulge him. This life was still long, and she was eager to accompany him in his antics. In the corridor, after a moment of silence, Bai Li Rongzi stiffly made his way downstairs. Since Fan Qingyao was not present, there was no reason for him to linger. Why remain to be mocked by the mad dog that was Xiao Wu? Just as Su Shaoxi entered the inn with his companions, he collided with the sullen-faced Bai Li Rongzi. As a businessman familiar with the royal prince's likenesses, he was taken aback by the appearance of the third prince here, especially when he heard Bai Li Rongzi question the innkeeper. Did you not say that a young lady occupied that room? The innkeeper looked perplexed. Indeed, there was a young lady, just moments ago. Su Shaoxi casually remarked to his companion. I wonder if the young lad who stayed opposite me yesterday is still here. Fortunately, he helped me deal with some troublesome mice in my room. Otherwise, I would still be struggling for peace. The innkeeper, caught in a daze, was bemused by the conversation. Upon reflecting, he recalled that the occupant of the room was indeed delicate-looking, yet was not dressed in feminine attire. Bai Li Rongzi observed the innkeeper's expression and comprehended the situation. It seemed his previous information was flawed. With his anger rekindled, he stormed out of the inn. Su Shaoxi ascended to the second floor, intending to tidy up before checking on Fan Qingyao. However, upon opening the door, he found Fan Qingyao seated calmly in his room. You truly possess remarkable capabilities. Not only do you have powerful backing in Yuzhou, but you have also managed to draw the attention of the third prince. Even the concubine's outings pale in comparison. Fan Qingyao, upon hearing Su Shaoxi's voice, slowly came to her senses but chose not to explain further. She merely turned to him and asked, how did the arrangements go? Su Shaoxi did not press for an answer, nodding. Over 20 are still warm, resting in the servants' quarters. Fan Qingyao continued, I heard that the governor of Yuzhou has imprisoned all his subordinates. He must be aware that the captured merchant vessels are innocent. It is time to release them. Su Shaoxi raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Fan Qingyao smiled. Strength lies in numbers. Only by rallying the efforts of others can we extricate Bai Li Fengming from this predicament. Though the crown prince is the emperor's greatest hope, he is also the one the emperor guards against the most. If the emperor discovers that his chosen crown prince has begun to defy his intentions, it would be dire. After all, those who occupy such positions have long since abandoned trust. Su Shaoxi sighed. Those sailors are not easy to deal with. Fan Qingyao's expression remained indifferent. I trust that the eloquence of young Master Su will suffice. Su Shaoxi felt an inexplicable sense of being subtly mocked. Chapter 87. The revelation of intrigue that very evening. The astute Su Shaoxi, accompanied by the crew of the Su family, ventured forth to console the other merchant ship crews, subtly inciting their discontent. The issue of the imperial grain was indeed of great consequence, yet it was beyond the grasp of common folk like themselves. Presently, the court was imprisoning local officials, evidently for embezzlement, which had no bearing on their lives. However, it was essential to remember that without their leaders, their ability to set sail and conduct trade would be severely compromised, leading them to a dire fate of starvation. The merchant crew, stirred to fervor, resonated with Su Shaoxi's rhetoric. They were indeed correct. Su Shaoxi's eloquence was not without purpose. Witnessing their growing enthusiasm, he intensified his rhetoric. While the captured officials had at least the comfort of prison food, could they expect the same? The crew, enlightened as if by a sudden revelation, decided to sit in silent protest before the governor's mansion that very night. Su Shaoxi, ever the strategist, could not bear to see these impoverished individuals clash with the authorities alone. Seizing the moment of their protest, he discreetly dispatched emissaries to disseminate news of the government's inefficacies. Before dawn, the city of Yuzhou was abuzz with commotion. The townsfolk, though hesitant to protest, could not resist delivering sustenance to those demonstrating. They conducted their actions boldly, ringing gongs and beating drums, signaling their allegiance. Amidst the cacophony, Zhu Ji, beleaguered and desperate, sought an audience with Bai Li Fengming, hoping for the protection of the crown prince. Exhausted from interrogating his subordinates, he found himself on the brink of collapse. Bai Li Fengming observed Zhu Ji's woeful expression, dismissing his plight with a casual wave. Zhu Darren, it was pointed out, Yuzhou is your domain. I cannot meddle in your affairs. In a moment of self-reproach, Zhu Ji lamented his ignorance of the treachery brewing beneath him. Had he known he had fostered a nest of vipers, he would never have dared to oppose the crown prince so directly. Now, however, it was too late to turn back. Outside, the protesting crews remained resolute, while the townsfolk continued their raucous support. Just before his impending breakdown, Zhu Ji released the leaders of the merchant ships. Waiting outside the government office, Su Shaoxi witnessed the disheveled leaders emerge and promptly took them to dine and rest, claiming it was to welcome them properly. Bai Li Fengming, upon receiving the news, merely smiled. recognizing the swiftness of Su Shaoxi's actions. Bai Li Lingyu, oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, fixated on Bai Li Rongzi, her brother. She mused over his unexpected interest in the Hua family daughter. Expressing relief that she had escaped his clutches, Bai Li Fengming had not anticipated Bai Li Rongzi's arrival in Yuzhou. Yet she surmised his intentions were likely driven by either medical expertise or the Hua family's wealth. Bai Li Lingyu, however, found it perplexing why anyone would be drawn to the Hua girl, who lacked grace and spoke with a sharp tongue. As if struck by inspiration, she retrieved a piece of cloth from her sleeve and handed it to her brother. Look at this. Who writes letters in blood? Are you not afraid that one day she might turn on you? Bai Li Fengming dismissed her frivolous concerns, knowing that if marrying her truly was his desire, it could be achieved. Upon opening the note, he found it inscribed with 8 simple yet poignant words. The revelation of intrigue is not my concern. A mix of sympathy, amusement, and relief washed over her. She resolved to act swiftly to extricate him from the turmoil, summoning Zhu Ji. What for? He inquired. To bid farewell, she replied. Who will handle the affairs of Yuzhou? Others are already addressing it. Even the slow-witted Bai Li Lingyu sensed the Hua girl's involvement in the unfolding events. Despite her doubts, she knew she must comply with her brother's wishes. Meanwhile, Bai Li Rongzi resolved to return to the capital at once, not out of desire but necessity. He had just received word from his mother, commanding his swift return. For years, he had lived under her formidable influence, her commands akin to divine edicts. Though he longed to see Fan Qingyao, he understood that as long as he harbored the intent, he would eventually win her heart. Upon returning to the inn, Su Shaoxi found the dawn breaking. Surprisingly, Fan Qingyao had slept soundly through the night. Observing her tranquility, he felt a sense of helplessness. She seemed untroubled. She poured him a cup of tea, unperturbed by the impending outcomes. You're so confident for tomorrow? He asked. Just follow my instructions. I know how to retrieve what belongs to me. With that assurance, Su Shaoxi ceased his inquiries. As the sun rose, he led the crew out of the inn. For both Fan Qingyao and himself, he knew he must invest every effort into this endeavor. With so many watching, if the Su family were to suffer a silent defeat, how could they ever establish their reputation? Simultaneously, Bai Li Fengming and the 5th prince prepared to depart from the governor's mansion. Zhu Ji trailed behind, desperately trying to prevent their exit. With the imperial grain matter still unresolved, he feared what would become of him if the crown prince left. Just as he began to ponder his fate, a strange buzzing filled the air. Upon closer inspection, he believed he was hallucinating. How could a swarm of bees be descending upon them? The dense cloud of bees darkened the sky above the governor's mansion, prompting even the 5th prince to widen his eyes in astonishment. Was Yuzhou known for such swarms? Bai Li Fengming remained composed, recognizing that every occurrence has its cause, and responding with poise was the best course of action. Zhu Ji, on the other hand, found it impossible to remain calm. We have a hive above. Someone quickly, he shouted, as servants and guards rushed to the scene, trembling at the sight of the buzzing swarm. Standing beside Bai Li Fengming, Xiao Xian and Lin Yi exchanged glances. Sensing the disarray outside the gates, their instincts were correct. There were indeed many figures gathered just beyond the entrance. Bai Li Fengming subtly signaled to them. Realizing he could not remain passive while a Yao exerted such effort, in silence, Xiao Xian and Lin Yi opened the gates, allowing Su Shaoxi and the assembled merchant leaders to surge into the governor's mansion. Chapter 88. The crown prince is the most indispensable person. Bees buzzed overhead while people scurried below. The once orderly governor's residence had descended into chaos. Zhu Ji was so preoccupied with calling out for help that he failed to notice when Su Shaoxi and his companions entered. It was only when the crowd in the front courtyard began to chase the swarm towards the back garden that he realized. Those individuals were the boatmen and their crew. How did they gain entry? Glancing towards the entrance, he discovered that the gates had been thrown wide open. Xiao Huan and Lin Yi stood flanking the doorway, silently indicating that they had facilitated the entrance. Was it not normal for them to open the gates on a day when the crown prince was staging a rebellion against the city? Zhu Ji felt a sharp pain in his head. Bai Li Lingyu frowned in disdain. Instead of getting entangled in trivial matters, it was more prudent to investigate the situation in the back. Zhu Ji suddenly regained his senses and turned to Bai Li Fengming. Your Highness, what do you think? Bai Li Fengming's expression remained calm, knowing he would not leave without taking a look. Zhu Ji let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly led the crown prince and the 5th prince towards the back garden, but upon entering, he was once again stunned by the scene before him. The massive swarm of bees did not sting. Instead, Groups of moths seemed to throw themselves at the ground. Observing the boatmen and their crew, they neither harmed the servants nor captured the bees. Instead, they wielded their shovels and spades, digging holes. Wherever the bees flew, they excavated, revealing a rather organized division of labor. The servants and guards, equally bewildered, stood by, watching in astonishment, with no one daring to intervene. Zhu Ji could not help but shout, "What are you all doing standing there? Quickly stop them!" The servants and guards snapped back to reality and rushed to obstruct the boatmen. The boatmen, having received Su Shaoxi's favor, saw no intention from the Su family to cease their actions and thus refused to back down. The two parties were evenly matched, resulting in a standoff in the back garden. Bai Li Fengming glanced at Xiao Huan and Lin Yi, urging, "You two should lend a hand." Both leaped into the fray. Just as Zhu Ji began to feel relieved, he sensed something was amiss again. After a bout of struggling, his servants and guards found themselves thwarted, while the boatmen continued to dig with renewed enthusiasm. Bai Li Fengming calmly stated, "Due to insufficient evidence, we cannot detain these maritime merchants. Lord Zhu's reputation is already tarnished. If they are injured here today, how will Lord Zhu clear his name?" Zhu Ji. "Oh, so I should thank you for your bias." Unable to confront the crown prince directly, Zhu Ji turned to Su Shaoxi and scolded, "Do you wish to court death by intruding upon the governor's residence?" Su Shaoxi, however, showed no fear. "It is precisely because we wish to survive that we have come to pay respects to Governor Zhu." He gestured to a large pit that had just been excavated beside him. Zhu Ji was baffled and walked over, peering into the pit, nearly falling in. Inside lay not only the cargo of a missing merchant ship, but also stolen imperial grain. Su Shaoxi explained kindly, "It is unfortunate. We borrowed this batch of goods for honey. Thus, as Fan Qingyao stated, following the trail of the yellow wasps would lead us to all the answers." Moreover, Fan Qingyao had also mentioned that the most dangerous places are often the safest. At last, Zhu Ji began to comprehend why those individuals had so eagerly constructed the back garden for him. It was, in fact, a concealment for stolen goods. Struck as if by a thunderbolt, Zhu Ji could no longer stand and fell to the ground in shock. They had truly caught him red-handed. Bai Li Lingyu, who had been watching the spectacle, was equally astonished. They found it just like that? He had searched for 7 or 8 days in Yuzhou, nearly turning the entire place upside down. Bai Li Fengming smiled, astonished at her boldness. Surely, this time, their father would be unable to protect her. The boatmen had stormed the governor's residence under the pretense of clearing their names, using the yellow wasps to locate the stolen grain. Regardless of how furious their father might be, this incident could not be laid at their feet. After all, it was no longer their concern, and they were merely bystanders. Contemplating various thoughts, relief outweighed disappointment. "Ah Yao, it's a pity you're not a man." Bai Li Lingyu was astonished. Was all of this the idea of Su Shaoxi's girl? Bai Li Fengming merely smiled in silence. Bai Li Lingyu mused. "You predicted that the imperial grain would be hidden in the governor's residence, used the wasps to trace its location, incited the boatmen to rise up, and thus extricated your royal brother without anyone being the wiser. Is that girl truly so formidable? Her foresight surpasses even that of a fortune-teller." The truth of the Yuzhou grain theft case was revealed. Apart from the governor, all other officials in Yuzhou were complicit, protecting one another. The people of Yuzhou rejoiced, and the citizens cheered. Zhu Ji, who had been a mere figurehead for decades, finally resolved to take action. These were indeed the very individuals he had promoted himself. But he could not remain complacent. He personally drafted a memorial to the emperor, requesting a harsh sentence to serve as a warning. Yet when considering the credit for this matter, Zhu Ji hastily sent someone to catch up with the departing crown prince. Although the crown prince seemed merely a bystander in this affair, had it not been for his scheme to induce the purge, Zhu Ji would have remained a fool for much longer. Thus, if the crown prince desired recognition for this accomplishment, Zhu Ji was willing to grant it. After all, he needed to seek a powerful ally. When Bai Li Fengming learned of the news, he merely smiled lightly, saying, "I have heard that the third prince traveled thousands of miles for the sake of Yuzhou. In that case, this merit must certainly belong to him." Bai Li Lingyu, seated in the carriage, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. The prolonged theft of imperial grain in Yuzhou was surely a result of their father's deliberate negligence. He was reckless, but not foolish. This time, sweeping through the Yuzhou officials would surely leave their father feeling mixed emotions. Initially worried about how to withstand their father's wrath upon returning, he now found that unnecessary. Bai Li Rongzi, who had taken a liking to the Hua family girl, would find this situation convenient. After all, some of the goods involved in this scandal belonged to the Hua family, since he wished to impress the young lady, who would bear the brunt of their father's anger if not him. Wiping away his tears, Bai Li Lingyu concluded, Bai Li Rongza believes you more amenable than I, oblivious to the fact that you, dear brother, are the one truly dark inside and out. Beneath that pale exterior lies a core as dark as molasses. When Zhu Ji received the report, he was initially astonished. He had not expected the crown prince to so freely grant such an opportunity to the elusive third prince. However, once he understood the sequence of events, he grasped the reality. The crown prince was indeed the most indispensable person. Chapter 89. Surviving the anger of youth and vitality with a heart full of remorse and a determination to redeem himself. Zhu Ji boldly attributed all the merits of this expedition in Yuzhou to the third prince, claiming that the prince was valiant and selfless, tirelessly alleviating the emperor's burdens and advocating for the common people, all while his own face burned with embarrassment. An urgent edict was dispatched to the capital overnight. 5 days later, as Fan Qingyao concluded a business deal in Yuzhou, the edict had already reached the imperial palace. Upon receiving the news, Consort Yu was beside herself with rage. The officials in Yuzhou were deeply entrenched, largely due to her efforts in placing many of her own people within the ranks. In plain terms, a significant portion of the imperial grain that was pilfered in previous years had found its way into her coffers. How else could she afford her lavish lifestyle and the generous gifts she distributed during festive occasions? It was precisely because of the turmoil in Yuzhou that she intended to summon her son to the palace to devise a plan. Yet now, not only had Yuzhou been entirely compromised, but the principal culprit was her own son. If Consort Yu had not fainted outright, it was solely due to her robust health and youthful constitution. Upon his arrival in the capital, Bai Li Rongza was weary and dusty from travel, and as he entered the palace to greet his mother, he was immediately struck by the dark clouds of her displeasure. "Mother, what troubles you?" he inquired, sensing the ominous atmosphere. Suppressing her urge to lash out, Consort Yu hurled the confidential report at him. "How dare you question me?" she seethed. Bai Li Rongza, puzzled, picked up the report and his expression darkened as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He never anticipated that his mother had extended her influence into Yuzhou, nor did he foresee that he had not only exposed his whereabouts, but had also unwittingly become a key figure in the scandal surrounding the stolen imperial grain. Consort Yu narrowed her eyes at her son, her voice sharp as a blade. "Pray tell, what business did you have in Yuzhou?" Bai Li Rongza, well aware of his mother's disdain for Fan Qingyao, was reluctant to divulge the details, especially since the endeavor had failed. The crown prince secured the emperor's permission. And how could I not seize the opportunity to impress him? I intended to claim credit in Yuzhou, to earn his regard. Yet, in truth, Bai Li Rongza was filled with resentment. Not only had his trip to Yuzhou been exposed, but the accolades had been unjustly heaped upon him. What was most infuriating was that the officials imprisoned in Yuzhou were all aligned with his mother. How would the other ministers perceive this? The blame would inevitably fall upon either him or the crown prince, as if they were bound together in this debacle. The inability to eliminate him only served to heighten his disgust. It was utterly bewildering. Consort Yu felt a throbbing pain in her temples. Did he truly believe that the emperor was oblivious to everything? If the emperor were unaware, he would not have turned a blind eye for all these years. Yet, suspicion in the emperor's heart was one thing. Unearthing the truth was another matter entirely. With the Yuzhou incident spiraling out of control, the emperor would have no choice but to investigate thoroughly. How long could she continue to hide in the shadows? A young palace maid hurried to the door, announcing, "Your Highness, General Hua and his entourage have entered the city." Consort Yu was momentarily stunned, having completely forgotten that today was the day the emperor celebrated Hua Yaoting's triumphant return to the capital. As an idea struck her, she grasped her son's arm tightly. At that moment, something within her roared with urgency. After a prolonged silence, she resolutely instructed, "You must act as if nothing has transpired and accompany me to the banquet." Bai Li Rongza could not deny his apprehension, but Consort Yu reassured him, "Even if your father learns of this, he will not display his anger before outsiders. Simply follow my lead." With a reluctant nod, Bai Li Rongza retreated to change his attire. Consort Yu composed herself and summoned her attendants to assist her in preparing for the event. As noon approached, the gates of the capital of Shiliang swung open wide. The sun shone brightly, casting a golden hue over the city adorned with vibrant red lanterns, and red silk fluttered in the breeze from every eave. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the populace, Hua Yaoting rode in, flanked by his loyal subordinates, clad in glistening armor, embodying both loyalty and heroism. This was the legend of Shiliang, their irreplaceable war deity. 1,000-meter-long crimson carpet unfurled like a timeless rainbow, stretching from the imperial road to the palace gates. Emperor Yongchang, accompanied by Empress Xinshi, stood at the carpet's end, awaiting the arrival of the victorious general along with his ministers. The cheers from within the city swelled like an endless tide, and before him approached the formidable Hua Yaoting, flanked by thousands of valiant soldiers. As Hua Yaoting dismounted 5 paces away from Emperor Yongchang, he knelt on one knee, his voice resonating like thunder. I, Hua Yaoting, have not failed your majesty's grace. I have achieved a resounding victory in the battle for Jiangdu. The soldiers behind him knelt in unison, declaring their unwavering loyalty, pledging to serve the state with their lives. The proclamation echoed majestically, reaching the heavens. Emperor Yongchang observed Hua Yaoting kneeling at a distance, his eyes suddenly clouded with a heavy gloom. He realized that even the supreme dragon robe he wore paled in comparison to the luster of bloodied armor. Empress Xinshi, keenly perceptive, noted the emperor's troubled expression and subtly interjected, "Your Majesty." This snapped him back to attention, prompting him to signal Baitu, who stepped forward to announce the imperial decree with a booming voice. By the will of heaven, the emperor proclaims, General Hua Yaoting, who has alleviated the burdens of the people and achieved extraordinary merit, is hereby elevated to the rank of Marquis, with the title of Mingning. Let it be known. Hua Yaoting bowed his head, expressing gratitude. I humbly thank your majesty for your grace. Long live the emperor. The ministers standing nearby did not express surprise. This was merely a formality following Hua Yaoting's legendary campaign in Jiangdu. However, among the ministers, Fan Qingyao expression darkened considerably. His heart was heavy with unspoken emotions. The rise of the Hua family meant the decline of his own. Ever since Fan Yurong had been stripped of his position, he had sought solace in inebriation. Now, with Zui Lian as the rightful mistress of the household and his daughter serving the princess, even Fan Qingyao found it increasingly difficult to maintain control over the situation. Just days ago, Zui Lian had clashed with Fan Yurong, leaving her face marred like a piece of embroidery. In a fit of rage, Fan Yurong had stormed out and had not returned for days. Meanwhile, the Hua family's fortunes continued to soar, while his own household faced calamity. How could he possibly wear a pleasant expression? Chapter 90. Why is Fan Qingyao everywhere? Under the watchful gaze of the officials, Hua Yaoting slowly rose to his feet. Just as he was about to stand up to receive the edict, the voice of Baitu resonated once more. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the daughter of the Hua family, Fan Qingyao, is well-versed in literature and principles, noble yet frugal, diligent in her duties, adept in managing the household, selfless and devoted to the nation. I am greatly pleased and hereby bestow upon her the title of County Princess, with the appellation of Qingping. Furthermore, I grant her the former residence of Empress Xinshi as a special reward, henceforth named the Spring and Autumn Residence. Thus it is decreed. A profound silence enveloped the court. It was indeed a striking silence. The typically composed officials found themselves utterly astonished. They were well aware of the rewards bestowed upon Hua Yaoting. Yet the honor conferred upon the daughter of the Hua family was utterly unexpected. Historically, while Shiliang had produced county princesses, such distinctions were primarily reserved for the daughters of princes. Now, a granddaughter of a hereditary general was being honored with the title of county princess and a commendation. This was a first for the founding of Shiliang. Amidst the astonishment of the officials, Hua Yaoting received the edict, exclaiming, "This humble minister expresses gratitude for His Majesty's benevolence." His demeanor was so self-assured that it seemed as though he accepted the honor with ease. His beloved Qingyao was indeed exceptional, truly remarkable. With her poise and spirit, one could hardly find a second like her in the entire main city. Why should he not feel justified in his pride? Standing among the princes, Bai Laurence clenched his fist beneath his sleeve upon hearing the name Fan Qingyao. It dawned on him that she was far more extraordinary than he had previously imagined. To let such a woman slip away would be a gross waste of her talents. Once the initial astonishment faded, the officials gradually regained their composure. Fan Qingyao, despite her youth, had actively contributed to the military funds, personally using her wealth to clear paths for the advancing army. Thus, her recognition seemed entirely merited. Yet, one could not help but ponder. Such a splendid young lady, they would all wish to have her as a granddaughter. What had Prime Minister Fan been thinking to cast her out years ago? Fan Qingyao nearly dropped the tablet, he held in his hand in frustration. Why should Fan Qingyao be honored? Noticing Fan Zhixio's glare, Hua Yaoting strode confidently past him, whispering, My Qingyao has said, those who stand upright have nothing to fear. The envious merely gawk like fools. No matter how intensely you stare, she remains my Qingyao, and has no connection to you whatsoever. Fan Zhixio, why was everything so dark before him? Who could lend him a hand? From a distance, Rui Wang observed the visibly diminished stature of Fan Zhixio, his brow furrowed deeply. It was apparent that Fan Zhixio was struggling, yet as the current prime minister, even a slight lack of ambition would not lead to his dismissal by the favored consort Yu. However, the man trailing behind Fan Zhixio was in a different position. A powerless prince, he had only gained favor with consort Yu by associating with Fan Zhixio. Should Fan Zhixio continue to falter, consort Yu might choose to discard him as a warning to Fan Zhixio. After the rewards were bestowed, the officials returned to the palace. To alleviate the fatigue of the soldiers, Emperor Yongchang arranged a feast before the Mingguang Hall. The open space was filled with low tables and cushions, resounding with the melodies of silk and bamboo, while dancers provided entertainment and officials engaged in lively conversations. The once dismissive civil officials now crowded around Hua Yaoting, raising toasts in his honor. Fan Zhixio was so enraged he feared he might perish within the palace. He seized upon a pretext of illness to depart early. Emperor Yongchang observed Hua Yaoting, surrounded by admiration akin to stars encircling the moon, and a familiar shadow flickered in his eyes. Before long, the banquet divided into two factions. The civil officials mingled with the emperor and empress, while the younger military officers who had accompanied Hua Yaoting were encircled by the princes. Shiliang men revered both martial and literary prowess, and the princes, unaccustomed to actual combat, now gazed in awe at the armored warriors, their eyes alight with excitement. Fearing that his fierce generals might disturb the emperor, Hua Yaoting kindly urged them to join the princes elsewhere while he continued to sit beside Emperor Youchang. Accompanying him and the empress, the splendidly adorned consort Yu arrived fashionably late, greeting the emperor and the empress with feigned cheerfulness. Emperor Yongchang's expression darkened noticeably. The victory in Yuzhou had led to the downfall of over 20 officials. Those officials, regardless of their audacity, would not dare encroach upon the emperor's provisions. It was likely that more significant forces were at play, much like the intrigues of the imperial harem. The atmosphere grew tense. Empress Jinshi smiled and remarked, "This dance is delightful. Sister has arrived just in time." Consort Yu pretended not to notice Emperor Yongchang's grim countenance, maintaining a facade of joy as she seated herself nearby. The banquet continued. As the wine flowed, a rosy hue spread across everyone's faces. An inconspicuous palace servant seized the opportunity to approach Hua Yaoting, whispering, "General Hua, the Empress advises you to leave the palace swiftly." Hua Yaoting's heart tightened. He understood that the Empress's warning must carry weight, and so he rose, feigning drunkenness. But before he could utter a word, a piercing scream interrupted him. "Ah!" The shrill cry pierced the air, silencing even the music. Bai Tu rushed in, kneeling before the emperor, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, take care of your health." The third prince. "He has been struck." Panic swept over the officials like wildfire. Emperor Yongchang, unable to utter a word, hastened towards the opposite side of the open space with the empress's support. Hua Yaoting felt a heavy flutter in his right eyelid and followed closely behind the other ministers. Upon reaching the scene, Hua Yaoting found the area, once filled with laughter, now engulfed in a suffocating terror. The other princes stood in disarray, while all his subordinates knelt on the ground. In the center, the third prince lay unconscious. Drenched in blood, a blade lodged in his chest. Hua Yaoting recognized the hilt. It belonged to one of his men. Consort Yu dashed to the third princess' side, her voice shrill and frantic. Someone quickly summoned the imperial physician. Rui Wang, filled with fury, directed his ire at Hua Yaoting, demanding, "General Hua, your subordinate has recklessly endangered the life of a prince during a sparring match. What explanation can you possibly offer, even without witnessing the incident firsthand?" Hua Yaoting grasped the gravity of the situation. His soldiers had been sparring with the princes, and now the third prince lay gravely injured. Regardless of who had suggested the match, the third prince's injuries were undeniable. Consort Yu, tears glistening in her eyes, turned to Emperor Yongchang, pleading, "Your Majesty, this spar was merely a friendly exchange. Even I, as a woman, understand this. Yet, General Hua's subordinate has directly threatened my son's life." You must grant me justice. Chapter 91. The rise and fall. In an instant the military general, who had been kneeling not far from the third prince, bowed deeply, declaring, I am willing to die to atone for my sins. Though youthful and impassioned, he understood the gravity of the situation. After several exchanges, he retreated in every encounter, giving ample face to the third prince. Just as he resolved to disarm the third prince to conclude the matter, he was taken aback when the prince suddenly turned and charged directly into his blade with his chest. Everything unfolded too abruptly, catching everyone off guard. He knew he was innocent, yet he also understood that any attempt at explanation would be futile. Having harmed a royal meant certain death. The responsibility lay with General Hua's subordinates, making him the prime suspect. With the third prince now in grave danger, even if General Hua sought to redeem himself, punishment was inevitable. Your Majesty, this matter is of utmost importance. I implore you to rigorously investigate for the sake of the peace of Shiliang. Just moments ago, those who flattered Hua Yaoding now stood firmly with Prince Rui. They denounced him with fervor, their voices ringing out in condemnation. The once proud generals, witnessing the twisted faces of their accusers, clenched their hands tightly within their sleeves. Their general, loyal and devoted to the country, could not endure such baseless slander. Hua Yaoding, observing his wronged and patient subordinates, slowly bent his knee. Yet, even in his kneeling position, his back remained straight. Your Majesty, it is my failure to educate my subordinates that led to this misstep. I am willing to atone for my mistakes and humbly request that you overlook my rash subordinate. Considering my years of loyalty to the nation, the phrase atonement through merit did not go unnoticed by Emperor Yongchang. It signified Hua Yaoding's relinquishment of everything, including his military power. The anguished cries of concubine, you pierce the air. My son, open your eyes and look at your mother. Emperor Yongchang, seething with rage, ordered, bring all of Hua Yaoding's subordinates to the Dali Temple for investigation. Guards clad in yellow rushed in like a swarm. Hua Yaoding, gazing at his comrades in arms who had fought alongside him, felt his usually steadfast spine tremble. It was then that he realized the meaning of the phrase merit surpassing the sovereign. The third prince, gravely injured and unconscious, was taken to the Yuyu Palace. Ji Hongliao personally attended to him, yet there remained no sign of awakening. Emperor Yongchang's fury intensified as he commanded the troops to arrest all 4 sons of the Hua family from the barracks and imprison them. Just hours prior, the Hua family basked in glory, only to face such misfortune. The dramatic upheaval left the court in a state of anxiety. Even those generals who had maintained good relations with the Hua family now kept their distance, for none could bear the weight of the emperor's wrath. When the Hua family received the news, it felt like a bolt from the blue. Several panicked daughters-in-law hurried to the old matriarch, crowding into the main hall. Tao Yuxian quickly dispatched servants to gather information, sending them in different directions. However, as night fell, none returned. Tao Yuxian's face darkened, her hands gripping the armrest, palms damp with anxiety. The younger daughters clutched their mother's hands, sweat soaking their garments. Xianing, witnessing the somber expressions, began to wail, Mother, is our Hua family truly finished? What will I do? I don't want to end up like that bastard Fan Qingyao without a father. I want my father. Tao Yuxian, in a fit of anger, scolded, Enough? Yet, Xianing only cried louder. Facing the matriarch's wrath, even the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, dared not speak up. Though she cursed internally for taking her frustrations out on the younger generation, she still covered Xianing's mouth, soothingly assuring her, Do not worry. No one can bully you with your mother here. As Tao Yuxian frowned, about to speak again, a voice echoed from outside, If you cannot withstand the storm, you do not deserve to be a daughter of the Hua family. As a member of the Hua family, you must understand the weight of the responsibilities on your shoulders. The voice sent a jolt through everyone in the hall. Tao Yuxian stood up, looking toward the entrance. My lord Hua Yaoding strode in. Casting a cold glance at Xianing, anyone can tread upon the Hua family, but you alone cannot. His imposing demeanor silenced Xianing, and the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, nearly collapsed to the floor. The other daughters-in-law and younger daughters tightened their lips in apprehension. Hua Yaoding approached his wife, softening his tone. Bring me the redwood box from my study. Tao Yuxian's heart trembled violently. She closed her eyes, but said nothing, turning to fetch the item. Shortly after, she returned, placing the box in her husband's hands. Hua Yaoding surveyed the women, calling a few daughters-in-law forward. He opened the box, revealing several property deeds. There are 8 deeds here, Though their locations are somewhat distant, they will at least provide you with a warm meal. Take them and share. The daughters-in-law of the Hua family's eyes glistened with tears, while the younger daughters wept softly. To them, Hua Yaoting had always been a figure of authority and strictness, someone they feared even to glance at. Yet this usually taciturn man, known for his stern demeanor, was now thinking of them in their time of need. Hua Yaoting remained silent for a moment before handing the box to Hua Yuelian, with the remaining items designated for Fan Qingyao. A few keys, several contracts of servitude, and a small square seal, slightly yellowed with age, were included. This seal belonged to the Tao family's medical women, passed down through generations. It was meant to be entrusted to her, but now it shall be given to Fan Qingyao. At this point, Hua Yaoting noticed that Fan Qingyao was absent. Tao Yuxian quickly interjected, "That child went out to conduct business. She is not at home." Hua Yaoting felt a pang in his heart, a mix of pride and concern. Fixing his gaze, he turned to his daughter. Fan Qingyao is worthy of the title of Tao family medical woman. As for the keys, they unlock some external possessions. I will inform Fan Qingyao of their locations. Once the storm passes, both of you will be able to live peacefully. Hua Yuelian shook her head, wanting to say much, but only managed a few words. "Father, I want to leave. I want to leave, having recklessly left home in the past." She now wished to return and die here if necessary. Hua Yaoting knew his time was short and had no leisure for lengthy explanations. "Listen, your mother will arrange for someone to take you to Loi. There, you will find an old subordinate of mine who has saved my life. He will treat you and Fan Qingyao well." Father Hua Yuelian sobbed uncontrollably. Hua Yaoting then summoned Sui Rong, his secret guard responsible for the Hua family's safety. Sui Rong arrived quickly, kneeling upon seeing the prince. Hua Yaoting rose and went to his writing desk, swiftly composing a secret letter. Tao Yuxian choked back tears, fully aware her husband was making arrangements for what lay ahead. Ultimately, she swallowed all her sorrows and cast her gaze upon the daughters-in-law of the various households. "You must gather your belongings and return to your maternal homes at once. If the Hua family can weather this storm, you may return. If not, let us part ways." The daughters-in-law suppressed their reluctance, bowing deeply in unison. They were loath to leave, yet they had no choice. They needed to nurture their daughters. These daughters were the very roots of the Hua family. Only the eldest daughter-in-law, Ling Wei, shot a cold glare at Hua Yuelian as everyone else rose. Indeed, she was a burden, still seeking to claim what rightfully belonged to them. Once the daughters-in-law dispersed, Hua Yaoting handed the letter in his possession to Sui Rong, urging him to find a way to deliver it to the empress in the palace, emphasizing the importance of her review. The main city had been sealed. At this juncture, the Hua family could not endure any disturbances. It was imperative for the empress to intervene and locate Fan Qingyao, preventing her from returning to the main city. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps grew louder as they approached. Amidst the blazing inferno, dozens of imperial guards brazenly stormed into the Hua residence. Prince Rui approached with a cold smile, announcing, "The emperor has decreed that General Hua must enter the palace at once." Chapter 92. Fan Qingyao has returned. The daughters-in-law, just back in their respective courtyards, stood frozen in fear at a distance. In the main hall, Hua Yaoting understood that what was destined to happen had finally arrived. He gazed longingly at his beloved wife, who had accompanied him for many years, and uttered with heartfelt concern, "Please take care of yourself." With that, he raised his chest and walked out of the hall without looking back. "Master." Tao Yuxian trembled slightly with the support of Hua Yueqing. Although it was described as a request, with so many imperial guards armed with swords, it was hardly a genuine invitation. She dared not blink, nor was she willing to do so, for she feared that this parting might be eternal. News of Hua Yaoting's abduction spread like wildfire. The already tumultuous situation became even more precarious. Within the palace, the third prince remained unconscious despite the drawn sword and medicinal efforts. Upon learning of this, Emperor Yongchang immediately ordered a thorough investigation into the junior general who had harmed the third prince, ensuring that anyone pleading for leniency would face severe repercussions. In the brightly lit Yuyu Palace, the palace maid stood trembling in the courtyard, awaiting summons with bated breath. Everyone was as taut as a drawn bowstring, afraid to make a sound. Distraught and tearful, concubine Yu dismissed all the palace maids, choosing to remain alone by the side of Bai Li Rongzi. Once they had exited, she wiped her tear-streaked cheeks, gently caressing his face as she whispered, "If you dare to endure this sword, Mother will ensure that your suffering is not in vain." The physical pain endured by her son had caused the emperor to forget about the matter concerning Yuzhou. Even if the emperor delayed addressing Yuzhou, it was unlikely that anyone in court would dare voice their concerns, especially with the emperor's son lying in bed. Yet, to divert the emperor's attention, this single incident was far from sufficient. Since the emperor sought to suppress the Hua family, who had grown too powerful, she might as well take advantage of the situation. Contemplating this, concubine Yu called out, "Someone, go summon Fan Qingyao." Before she could finish her sentence, a hurried palace maid announced, "Your Highness, Prince Rui has come to visit the third prince." Concubine Yu fell silent for a moment, a flicker of inscrutable amusement flashing in her eyes. His arrival was indeed timely. Yueyu Palace remained as illuminated as day, while Fengyi Palace also kept its candles lit. Looking at the troubled expression of the empress, he gently advised, "Your Highness, you have warned them, yet it appears that the third prince has indeed become bait. It seems Yueyu Palace cannot escape involvement in the Yuzhou affair." The empress sighed, acknowledging that if it were not for the emperor's intentions, a mere Yueyu Palace could hardly create such a stir. She realized that the emperor's suspicions were growing heavier. Yet, she had not anticipated that the Hua family would also fall victim to the emperor's doubts. Yan Qian hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Your Highness, it's bad. General Hua has been summoned into the palace by the emperor." The empress's heart skipped a beat. It was too swift. Yan Qian lowered his voice, "Your Highness, General Hua's trusted aide has infiltrated the palace." With that, he gestured to a young eunuch behind him. Disguised as a young eunuch, Sui Jun knelt on the ground, presenting a secret letter. The empress quickly glanced at the letter in her hand and silently closed her eyes. Hua Yaoting's backup plan was indeed impressive. Yet, she feared that Fan Qingyao might not act as he wished. Sui Jun anxiously bowed his head, imploring, "Your Highness, the general earnestly requests that you help the Hua family." The empress slowly opened her eyes, resolute. "I shall not stand idly by regarding the matter of the Hua family." She then called for ink and quickly penned a letter. Summoning her most trusted aide, she entrusted both her letter and Hua Yaoting's to him, instructing, "Deliver both letters to the crown prince." While others might be unaware of Fan Qingyao's whereabouts, she was acutely aware. Nodding, her aide slipped out through the back window. Yan Qian and Sui Jun hastily exited Fengyi Palace. However, the empress's heart could not find peace in the quiet of her chamber. She turned to Bai He, softly inquiring, "What do you think that child will choose?" Bai Li Fengming received the letter from the empress while standing on the city wall of Luoyi with Fan Qingyao. It was the Qixi festival, marking the second day the two had spent together on the road. Luoyi was a small city, yet its smallness only amplified the festive atmosphere. The entire city was adorned with the spirit of Qixi. Below them, lotus lanterns floated on the pond, while above, sky lanterns carried messages of affection. After a few days together, Bai Li Fengming sensed Fan Qingyao's growing closeness to him. Yet, as he held his mother's secret letter, each word felt like a towering wall, pushing her further away. Nevertheless, he hesitated not for a moment, handing both letters to her. Whatever her choice, he would respect it and willingly walk alongside her. Fan Qingyao, perplexed, took the letters, suddenly feeling detached from the festive atmosphere. The letter revealed that Hua Yaoting's subordinates had plotted against the third prince, and all the male members of the Hua family had been imprisoned. Hua Yaoting was trapped within the palace. The unexpected words pierced Fan Qingyao's heart, leaving her feeling cold. Yet, the last sentence of her grandfather's letter implored the empress to prevent her from returning to the main city. All the chill dissipated with that statement. She was but a fragile woman. If she truly remained hidden, the emperor would not dare to harm her. Fan Qingyao raised her head, her gaze resolute as she asked, "When is the earliest we can reach the main city?" Bai Li Fengming replied without surprise, "If we ride together, we can arrive in no more than 2 days." His steed, a royal blood horse, could gallop 1,000 miles a day. Fan Qingyao nodded. "Take me back." Without hesitation, Bai Li Fengming agreed. Upon returning to the camp where others rested, he entrusted everyone to Xiao Xian and Lin Yi. The two vehemently opposed, with even the fifth prince becoming agitated. Yet, this time, Bai Li Fengming allowed them no room for disagreement. Su Shaoxi said nothing. Simply observing Fan Qingyao riding alongside Bai Li Fengming, his eyes filled with intrigue. It was no wonder he had been able to extricate himself from the Yuzhou matter so swiftly. It turned out Fan Qingyao's backing was the crown prince. Riding together on the royal horse, Fan Qingyao remained silent, not uttering a single word. The wounds along the inner palace's sides, which had only just begun to heal, were torn open anew, leaving them raw and bleeding. She said nothing, applied no medicine, focusing solely on returning to the main city as swiftly as possible. The August heat in the main city was unbearable, with the scorching sun overhead. Yet, upon entering the city gates, Fan Qingyao felt only a chilling cold. A cold that penetrated her very bones. Before reaching the Hua family residence, she dismounted and bid farewell to Bai Li Fengming. "Thank you, Your Highness, for accompanying me. We part ways here. I wish you well." The Hua family was as it had always been, and she could not appear alongside the crown prince, especially now as the granddaughter of a criminal. Bai Li Fengming watched her gradually receding figure, his gaze deepening. "I cannot return to the palace just yet. I must leave the city to wait for Xiao Wu and the others." Fan Qingyao replied coldly, "Your Highness need not explain anything to a subject." Seeing her stubborn demeanor, Bai Li Fengming understood she was distancing them from each other. Yet, his warm eyes remained unexpectedly firm. "Wait for me to return." With that, he rode away. As Fan Qingyao turned, the hands she had tightly clenched relaxed with his departure. Once she turned around, the last flicker of warmth in her dark eyes vanished completely. In the main city, whispers and rumors about the Hua family echoed everywhere. The slander directed at the Hua family, the calumnies cast upon them, resemble sharp blades that have gnawed at the merits the Hua family has contributed to the nation and its people over the years. The gates of the Hua residence stand wide open, and the doorkeeper has long since vanished from sight. The populace, filled with curiosity, gathers at the entrance, peering in. The moment Fan Qingyao appears, she captivates all eyes upon her. With a straightened back, Fan Qingyao ascends the steps, each stride marked by unwavering steadiness, reminiscent of the resolute return she made initially. Chapter 93. I will bear it even if I fall. After several days apart, the residence remained unchanged. Yet it was imbued with an indescribable sense of emptiness and desolation. Now, only Mama He remained in the main courtyard, while Mama Su had moved over with the servants from Minghua courtyard. The heavy scent of medicine lingered in the air, creating an atmosphere so tense that it was suffocating. Ningguang and the others stood anxiously to the side, afraid to breathe as they gazed at the ailing old matriarch on the bed. Huilian lay by her mother's bedside, sleeping restlessly. The old matriarch had been ill for several days, consuming countless doses of medicine, yet showing no signs of improvement. The saying a physician cannot heal themselves seemed to ring true in this instance. Suddenly, the unconscious Tao Yuxian began to cough violently, her dry, cracking voice seemingly trying to expel all the strength from her body. Huilian jolted awake and instinctively reached out to check on her mother, but her vision blurred from exhaustion. Just then, a hand steadied her faltering form. Moments later, she heard a series of sharp intakes of breath. As her vision cleared, she saw another hand pressing against her mother's wrist. Looking up, she realized it was her yaya. Overcome with emotion, Huilian burst into tears. The others in the room were equally astonished, as if caught in a dream. It was not until Fan Qingyao instructed two people to assist the old matriarch that everyone snapped back to reality. Miss Qingyao had indeed returned. Without exchanging pleasantries or lamenting the season, Fan Qingyao remained expressionless throughout. After Mama Su and Mama, he helped the old matriarch sit up. Fan Qingyao opened her needle pouch and began acupuncture, targeting several key points on her grandmother's body. Once she sensed her grandmother's breathing stabilizing, she handed several prescriptions to Ningguang. The first two required 3 doses each, the next 3 5 doses each, and the final one 7 doses. Ningguang nodded vigorously before hurrying off. Fan Qingyao then turned to Mama He, instructing her to retrieve a century-old ginseng from the storeroom and find someone to bring back a pot to soak it in. Mama He replied affirmatively, "Yes, I will take care of it immediately." Fan Qingyao then addressed the other servants waiting at the door. "You all stay outside. No one may enter without my summons." The servants, wary of her command, retreated. The stagnant air began to circulate anew, finally allowing fresh air to flow in. Huilian clenched her handkerchief, her voice trembling. "Ew. You." Fan Qingyao gently wiped the tears from her mother's eyes, assuring her, "Do not worry, mother, I have returned." Fresh tears welled from the corners of Huilian's eyes. "Your grandfather is under house arrest in the palace. All of your uncles are imprisoned in the dungeons, and even Fengning, who is far outside the main city, was captured yesterday. What can you do now that you have returned?" The Hua family was in dire straits, and she had already resigned herself to the possibility of facing their fate alongside her mother and father. Yet, how could she bear to watch her only daughter plunge into this sea of suffering? Fan Qingyao tenderly tucked her mother's disheveled hair behind her ear whispering, "There is always a way, mother. As long as I am here, the Hua family will not fall. Even if we do, I will rise again." Her voice was calm, laced with a gentle smile, yet her eyes remained fixed on her mother's cracked lips, aching with compassion. Seeing the glimmer of determination in her daughter's eyes, Huiyulian nodded through her tears. She trusted her Yaya implicitly. The old matriarch, Tao Yuxian, gradually opened her heavy eyelids. As her vision cleared, she beheld her granddaughter, whom she had only seen in her dreams during these trying days. Qingyao. Fan Qingyao did not immediately speak, but inclined her head slightly in response to the trembling hand reaching out to her. As the hand, marked with the lines of life's trials, repeatedly brushed against her nose and eyes, she stood still, forcing herself to swallow the lump in her throat. The real sensation of touch filled her heart, prompting Tao Yuxian to finally exclaim, "My dear, our little Qingyao has truly returned." "Grandmother." Fan Qingyao's heart tightened, biting her lip to suppress her emotions. She gently grasped her grandmother's hand, swallowing the bitterness in her throat, maintaining an air of composure. "Do not worry, grandmother. I promised you during the family division that I would uphold the Hua family, no matter how fierce the storms or radiant the sun. I will carry our family forward. Always." Tao Yuxian's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded faintly. "I will wait for you." Fan Qingyao slowly reached out, caressing her grandmother's wrinkled face. "You must take care of yourself and witness the Hua family's resurgence." As weariness overtook her, Tao Yuxian closed her eyes once more under her granddaughter's comforting touch. "Miss, the medicine has been brought back," came Ningguan's voice from outside. Fan Qingyao assisted her mother to a soft couch. "Mother, stay here with grandmother for a while. I will prepare the medicine for her. You can rest assured, I will take care of everything." Huiyulian, having borne the weight of the past days, felt utterly exhausted. Oddly enough, while she had often struggled to sleep despite fatigue, today she found herself unable to keep her eyes open even before lying down. Perhaps this was what true relief felt like. Leaving Mama Su beside her grandmother and mother, Fan Qingyao finally exited the main house. In the courtyard, Ning Tiao and Langya stood like sentinels, fierce yet youthful. Despite their youth, their presence was formidable, especially Langya, whose wolf-like gaze deterred the servants from approaching. Fan Qingyao called them over, not uttering a word but laying her hands on their shoulders. Instantly, the fierce energy surrounding them dissipated, their expressions softening. She patted their shoulders before following Ning Tiao to the kitchen. This was her family, no need for words. A single gesture sufficed for mutual understanding. While preparing medicine for her grandmother, Fan Qingyao learned the full extent of the situation from Ningguan. She understood why the Hua family was in such dire straits, how she had been bestowed the title of county princess, and even the precise number of people that Rui Wang had brought to arrest her family. Holding her fan, she squinted slightly, noting how the emperor and the favored consort were in perfect sync. Mama He, entering with a wine jar, overheard and expressed her concern. "Miss Qingyao, please do not act rashly. The one suppressing the Hua family is the esteemed ruler of Xiliang, who can reason with the emperor." Fan Qingyao suddenly stood, instructing Mama He, "Keep the medicine on low heat. When grandmother awakens, add 3 drops of the wild ginseng-infused wine from the jar into the medicine and serve it to her directly." Mama He was taken aback. "Miss Qingyao, where are you going?" "To reclaim the peace that my family fought for, to secure our rightful place in the palace, and to witness the unmasked faces of those who would dare to dishonor us." With no intention of retreating, Fan Qingyao commanded, "Ningguan, go to the eastern part of the city and buy the finest coffin available." Ningguan nodded eagerly. "Yes, Mississippi." Mama He, now flustered, exclaimed, "Miss Qingyao, what are you planning to do?" "What am I planning to do?" "Nature compels one to confront those who tread upon the blood and bones of the Hua family." Fan Qingyao's eyes, as dark as the abyss, seemed to harbor the howling winds of winter within their depths. She would ensure that those who wished to witness the downfall of the Hua family would behold, with their own eyes, the true consequences of provoking them. Chapter 94. Did the Flower family's young lady force her way in? All the coffin shops in the eastern part of the city received an enormous order, leaving them bewildered. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not fathom who could possibly need so many coffins. Over 100 coffins were enough to send the entire main city into chaos. At the entrance of the Flower residence, Granny He stared at the densely packed coffins, nearly frightened to death. Fan Qingyao, draped in mourning attire, emanated an air of coldness as she summoned Ningguan to her side, instructing her to raise the gongs and drums. and make them resound ever louder. Ningguang responded loudly, yes. The clamor of the gongs and drums erupted suddenly, their piercing sound reverberating through the air, causing hearts to tremble. Granny, he watched as Miss Qingyao stepped out of the threshold, pleading, Miss Qingyao, please do not act impulsively. That is the emperor. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to the masters in the residence? Fan Qingyao brushed off Granny He's hand that clutched her wrist, declaring, the sovereign is the sovereign, and the subject is the subject. If the sovereign wishes for a subject's demise, the subject must comply. However, I am not his subject, nor can I endure and retreat. The grievances of the flower family cannot be swallowed in silence. With that, Fan Qingyao descended the steps. One person donned in mourning led the way, followed by 100 coffins, advancing against the wind, stirring up clouds of dust. This grand yet eerie spectacle quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys of the main city. The curious onlookers needed no inquiry. They could find the source of the commotion simply by following the sound of the gongs and drums. The cacophony created by Fan Qingyao was not a lamentation for her grandfather or uncles, who were still very much alive. It was a demand for the attention of all citizens in the main city. She sought to see whether the one in the palace dared to truly harm the hearts of all his subjects. Since the incident at the flower residence, all the male members of the family had been arrested, yet no resolution had been reached. It was evident that the one in the palace was aware that, despite his favored consort and son plotting against her grandfather's subordinates, they could not truly bring her grandfather to ruin. Hence, he was biding his time, allowing his son and favored consort to continue besmirching the flower family. The Marquis of Minning, how ludicrous a title. It was clear that Emperor Yongchang had long been wary of her grandfather's military power. The crowds of citizens flocked to witness the spectacle, and as they saw Fan Qingyao leading the procession, their hearts trembled. Looking ahead, they realized that advancing further would bring them to the palace. Did the flower family's young lady truly intend to force her way into the palace? Just as the citizens were filled with doubt, they witnessed Fan Qingyao come to a halt at the palace gates. The multitude of coffins was arranged neatly, blocking the entrance. The onlookers were left speechless, their thoughts converging on a singular notion. The flower family's young lady had gone mad. Fan Qingyao called Ningguang to her side, carefully instructing her to return to the residence with all the servants. Neither Ningguang's life nor the lives of the loyal servants of the flower family should be wasted here. Ningguang's eyes immediately turned red. Miss, I will not leave. I will stay with you. Fan Qingyao wiped away the tears at the corner of her eye, reassuring her, there is nothing to cry about. Wait for me at home. And be obedient. Miss, will you really come back? Ningguang asked. I will, Fan Qingyao replied, her gaze calm, prompting Ningguang to lead the servants back. Fan Qingyao watched them depart, even managing a smile, though only she knew that her palms were already slick with sweat. She had no certainty of victory in this confrontation, but even the slightest hope compelled her to take the risk. Turning towards the towering and imposing palace, Fan Qingyao slowly knelt on the ground. At this moment, she did not require any grandiosity. She had come to reason with the one within the palace. The chilling sight stunned the guards stationed before the palace gates. The captain of the guards rushed inside to report the situation without delay. In the courtyard of the Moonjoy Palace, the sound of a report soon echoed, Your Majesty, the flower family's young lady is alone, blocking the palace gates with over 100 coffins. In the main hall, besides Emperor Yongchang, who had come to visit the third prince, there were many officials, most of whom were relatives of the favored consort, all aligned with the third princess faction. Upon hearing the news, everyone initially thought they must have misheard. How could a mere girl from the flower family dare to block the palace gates? Yet the guards captain spoke clearly. Fan Qingyao truly dared to do so. The favored consort, in tears, exclaimed, Your Majesty, the subordinates of Hua Yaoding have already harmed the third prince, and now this insignificant girl dares to block the palace gates. You must take action on my behalf. Emperor Yongchang pondered. How could he respond? Was he to lower himself to engage with a mere girl? Even without witnessing it firsthand, he knew the palace gates were now teeming with people. Fan Zixio recognized that this was an opportune moment to demonstrate loyalty to both the emperor and the favored consort. Thus, while others remained silent, he was the first to kneel. That troublesome girl had been relatively quiet while in the Fan residence. It was unknown how the flower family had managed to raise her to be so audacious. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I am willing to personally handle this matter and relieve you of this burden. Seeing an opportunity, Prince Rui also attempted to rise. but his portly frame made him slow in movement. Before he could stand, several officials had already knelt behind Fan Qingyao, all willing to personally intervene on behalf of the emperor. Emperor Yongchang was genuinely taken aback by the audacity of the flower family girl, daring to confront the palace alone. However, as a wise and benevolent ruler, he could not afford to squabble with a young girl, especially in front of his adoring subjects. After much deliberation, he approved the proposal. The flower family had served the nation for many years. Even if they had no great merits, they had endured hardships. If they could persuade the girl to return, that would be ideal. Your Majesty is wise and benevolent. Fan Qingyao and the others bowed, accepting their orders before retreating from the main hall. However, once outside the Moon Joy Palace, their postures straightened, and they chatted casually without fear. After all, she was merely an inexperienced girl. What could she possibly achieve? She would likely be frightened into tears. Among them, Fan Qingyao remained the most silent. It was not that he was afraid. Rather, he was eager to confront that troublesome girl at once. The humiliation he suffered at the flower residence had finally presented an opportunity for revenge. Figures began to emerge from the eastern side of the palace. Fan Qingyao, kneeling before the palace gates, lifted her gaze at the approaching officials led by Fan Qingyao, feeling a sense of familiarity rather than surprise. In her previous life, these individuals had been the favored consort supporters, the advisors to Bai Li Rongzi. At that time, she had stood alongside them. Thus they had deemed it fitting to utilize her in their schemes against loyal officials in the court. In this life, having chosen to sever ties with Bai Li Rongzi, she naturally stood opposed to them. So let them come. Let her see what abilities they possessed beyond sowing discord and wielding daggers from the shadows. Chapter 95. A pair to kill a pair, a crowd to slay a host before the palace gates. An atmosphere of oppressive silence enveloped the scene. The onlookers stood at a distance, holding their breaths in fear. Fan Qingyao stepped forward, towering over Fan Qingyao with arms crossed behind his back. Several other ministers followed suit, their faces held high, gazing down upon her with an imposing demeanor. As esteemed officials of the court, they deemed it beneath them to engage in verbal sparring with a mere girl. Thus, they intended to overwhelm her with sheer presence, hoping she would retreat without a fight. Fan Qingyao eagerly anticipated witnessing the girl as trepidation, ready to see her flee in disgrace. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Fan Qingyao stirred. The ministers exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with mockery, only to find that she merely shifted her knees, turning her gaze elsewhere. What could this mean? Fan Qingyao's expression darkened, and he barked angrily. No wonder you have subordinates bold enough to conspire against the crown prince. It seems the Huajia's upbringing is woefully inadequate. Turning her gaze toward the man she had called grandfather for years, Fan Qingyao replied calmly, Minister Fan, while you serve as an advisor to the emperor, I am also a county princess, personally bestowed with the title of Qingping by the emperor himself. Fan Qingyao, momentarily taken aback, retorted, it is but a trifling title. How can you flaunt it? With clarity and reason, Fan Qingyao articulated, since the founding of Shiliang, a county princess stands equal to all officials. Treating me with courtesy is a matter of decency. Speaking to you as an equal is only fitting. Yet I feel no kinship with you. So should you choose to bow before me in deference, what sort of courtesy might you offer in return? Fan Qingyao seethed with hatred toward the girl before him, his chest tightening with indignation as the facade of his authority began to crack. The other ministers, unwilling to let him spiral into absurdity and become a laughingstock, remained vigilant. Guiyin, the deputy minister of personnel, stepped forward, hands raised in a gesture of moderation, and said, regardless of the circumstances, the Huajia cannot escape blame for the injury inflicted upon the third prince. The emperor has shown mercy in refraining from a thorough investigation. Yet the Huajia's women now don mourning attire, parading a multitude of coffins at the palace gates. What is the meaning of this? Unfazed, Fan Qingyao responded. My uncles are imprisoned in the Shenqing division, my brother is confined in the Tianlao, and my maternal grandfather is under house arrest in the palace. I return victorious, only to find myself trapped within layers of confinement. If you seek to lay blame, you need not fabricate it. I am merely fulfilling my filial duty to honor my kin. How is that wrong? Your claims are entirely baseless. Guiyin retorted, his face reddening with anger. Fan Qingyao continued, her voice unwavering. The Huajia has served the nation for generations. My grandfather fought valiantly for the realm, his life marked by battle in defense of the emperor's safety and the nation's prosperity. Yet, Now, in this time of crisis, who among you has the discernment to see the truth? Who among you dares to distort the facts? The crowd of onlookers, once silent, began to stir restlessly, their hearts heavy with the weight of injustice. The rumors circulating through the city spoke of the Huajia's treachery against the third prince. Yet all that transpired was a tragic accident during a demonstration of skills. The injury of a prince is indeed a grave offense. But how could the Huajia's years of loyalty and service be so easily overlooked? As they beheld the lone Huajia daughter kneeling before the palace gates, the crowd pondered her youth and questioned the fairness of her plight. The ministers, realizing the tide was turning, found themselves retreating in disarray. Fan Qingyao, his face paling, shouted, "You speak nonsense. The Huajia's fall from grace is undeniable. The emperor's kindness has granted you a chance for repentance, should you refuse to seek redemption. Do not blame us for our lack of mercy." Pointing to the coffins, he commanded the guards, "Smash them. Let us see who dares." This time, there was no need for Fan Qingyao to speak again. The crowd erupted in defiance. The Huajia had served the nation loyally, and without their sacrifices, prosperity would not have flourished. The ministers, having relied on the blood and sweat of the Huajia for their own comfort, could not so easily tarnish their name. Should there be evidence of intent to harm the prince, present it. If you claim the Huajia conspired against the throne, show us proof. If you have nothing to substantiate your claims, then let anyone who dares touch those coffins face our wrath. The citizens regarded the coffins as a symbol of their faith and protection for the Huajia. Their voices rose in a chorus of outrage, a silent vow of solidarity that needed no words. Fan Qingyao, overwhelmed by fear, turned pale as cold sweat dripped down his brow. For days he had whispered rumors of the Huajia's treachery, yet how could a single act of defiance from this girl incite such a rebellion among the populace? Fan Qingyao noted his panic with keen observation. Understanding human nature requires careful observation. The heart is swayed more by what is seen than what is heard. The questions reverberated like a tidal wave, causing the ministers to stagger back in retreat. Kneeling, Fan Qingyao maintained her composure, though her grip on her sleeve relaxed slightly. Alone, she could not shake the foundations of imperial power, but the strength of the people could challenge anything, especially when the emperor wished to be seen as a benevolent ruler. In the midst of the uproar, she cast a glance toward Wu Zhongtian, the only one among the group who had remained silent. This was contrary to what she remembered. In her past life, he was known for stirring the pot. Wu Zhongtian, sensing her gaze, trembled. He realized that to speak now would only further complicate matters, potentially leading to his own downfall. Outside the palace gates, the citizens grew ever bolder, and even the guards struggled to maintain order. In haste, Wu Zhongtian turned and fled towards the palace. "Your Majesty, we cannot withstand this any longer."